transcending into Naruto. This time, I shall not serve life and death are but trifles. And if you are unwilling, then let us fight. When you acted recklessly in my weakness, how will you respond now that I possess strength? Chapter 1. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Have I transcended and become Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto stared in bewilderment at the familiar yet strange scenery before him, feeling as though he were in a dream. Indeed, he had been minding his own business, indulging in fanfiction, cursing a little as usual, when suddenly a bolt of lightning struck him, and he was transported here. 5 years have passed in a daze, Naruto lamented. Upon receiving the memories, he realized he had been reincarnated. But due to the overwhelming nature of his previous lives' memories, he had spent 5 years in confusion. 5 years neither a long nor a short span, that IT was now the 53rd year of Konoha. The plot had yet to unfold, but he understood that with his current mindset, the future storyline would undoubtedly spiral into chaos. That was not a significant concern. Everyone possesses their own thoughts that in fact, being reborn as Naruto was a rather favorable beginning. As for those who harbored animosity towards him, let them perish, that he was not the original Naruto to him. That version seemed utterly misguided. He truly could not comprehend the notion of protecting Konoha. Was it merely for a handful of friends residing here? Suddenly, Naruto recalled Abik from Diga. Perhaps that was what obsession entailed. Though he did not understand it, he chose to respect it. However, I shall not forgive them. As Naruto strolled, he chuckled inwardly, for forgiveness was reserved for the original Naruto, not for him. After enduring so much suffering without taking action, life had not spared him. His fate always drawn to those who suffer. Begone. He would merely be himself, that be a little selfish, and live splendidly in this supernatural realm, to be a bit selfish and stronger. Who dares to defy me? His innate talents were not lacking, in fact. They were quite formidable. IT was merely due to the 9 tails that he had been suppressed. If he could resolve this issue early on, perhaps he could swiftly transform his talents into strength. I must devise a plan. Just as Naruto returned home, he inadvertently caught sight of himself in the mirror. Upon his forehead, a faint lightning mark flickered with a subtle glow. With focused attention, swish, in a daze, Naruto found himself in an unusual place. This was a small space. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, with only the area where he stood illuminated for about 2 meters. The ground beneath his feet was solid, with a spiritual spring gushing forth, surrounded by a patch of black soil. Naruto's mouth fell agape. Wow. I've only seen such spaces in female-oriented novels. This is my first time actually having one. Naruto could not help but chuckle, yet his heart brimmed with joy. And no matter how the space manifested, possessing it was undoubtedly a blessing. With this, he could undertake many endeavors. Moreover, the spring water was undoubtedly a precious resource. He knelt, cupping his hands around a puddle of water, and cautiously took a sip, his eyes lighting up. Delicious. The sweetness, accompanied by a coolness, was more refreshing than a gulp of ice water on a sweltering summer day. As it flowed down his throat, he could feel a soothing warmth nurturing his body. A marvelous find. Perhaps drinking more could improve my constitution. Looking around the small patch of black soil, Naruto's innate genes began to stir with excitement. Planting vegetables, self-sufficient, and well-fed. With enthusiasm, Naruto exited the space and glanced at the mirror, deep in thought. This space was intriguing. It was merely an entry into a realm of consciousness. The arrangement was advantageous. Being overly sensitive, he was under constant surveillance. In such circumstances, if the space allowed for free entry and exit, the danger would increase exponentially. Now, this arrangement was ideal. Retrieving his thoughts, Naruto began rummaging through drawers to find some seeds. These seeds were set aside because he previously could not procure vegetables and had intended to plant them. He even subconsciously salvaged some items from the trash to serve as containers for soil, planning to fill them with earth for his planting endeavors. Unfortunately, lacking knowledge in this area, growing vegetables would not be as straightforward. Agriculture is indeed an art. Naruto had planned it before in his childhood, yet after moving to the city, much had faded from memory over time. Some obscure knowledge was difficult to recall, and now the thought of attempting it felt daunting. However, it was not a significant issue. After all, The space contained a spiritual spring and black soil, simply scattering some seeds would surely yield growth. In the future, if convenient, he would personally learn, and eventually, he would feast on the produce from this space now, all is well. After scattering the seeds on the black soil and watering them with the spring water, he paid no further attention. Instead, he exited the space. Feeling hungry, he prepared a meal using the water from the space. In an instant, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. The ninja, lurking in the shadows, twitched his nose, his expression darkening. Enduring mosquito bites while being tantalized by the fragrant food was truly unbearable. With a shadow clone keeping watch, it was time for him to eat as well. The ninja observed Naruto enjoying his meal, and only then did he feel reassured enough to depart. Refreshing. Having satiated his hunger, Naruto picked up a small stool and sat on the porch, enjoying the cool breeze. Unbeknownst to him, he had been engrossed for most of the day. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at the vibrant streets of Konoha, his mind adrift. All felt surreal. How had he suddenly transcended? His phone, his computer, his seeds. Sigh. With a long, languid sigh, he expressed the unspoken sorrow within that I must plan my future. First, since I am in the realm of Hokage, I must seek out Hinata. This girl embodies the ideal traits most men desire. She possesses both beauty and gentleness, unwaveringly devoted and utterly charming. Who could resist such a girl? In his previous life, he had often fantasized about transcending to romance Hinata. Now that the dream had come true, how could he possibly refrain from pursuing it? Next, what of Team 7 or those ninja squads? They could be disregarded. He had no interest in playing ninja games with them. Anime and manga might be filled with fervor. Yet behind that fervor lies a terrifying darkness. The adult world is starkly black and white, devoid of any convoluted twists. All he needed was to become powerful enough to safeguard his cherished illusions. Perhaps, years down the line, he would be immortalized in stories, a chapter of fervor in his own right. And as for Haruno Sakura, she can perish, such a nuisance. Always seeking Naruto when in trouble, and when nothing is amiss, it is Sasuke. From Sasuke's perspective, this girl truly is passionate. Yet from Naruto's perspective, had he not been somewhat infatuated in the early stages, any ordinary person would have slapped her long ago. Had she been given face? Begone. Chasing after Sakura? That is trivial. He would rather cultivate a relationship with Hinata that blossomed from childhood into marriage. Time is merciless. Cherish it while you can. Stretching, a smile crept across Naruto's lips. That it was decided. Tomorrow, he would venture out and orchestrate a chance encounter with Hinata. Indeed, opportunity favors the prepared. Chapter 2. Watch as I obliterate you all. The next day, Naruto rose early, with nothing to occupy his time. He first used the spring water to brush his teeth and wash his face, then watered his plants. Finally, he relished a delightful breakfast before leisurely stepping out. With no entertainment to pass the time, he thought only of wandering about. His goal was to familiarize himself with all of Konoha and devise a plan for his future. Look, that damned fool has emerged again. How could he not be at home? Yeah, why doesn't he just die? That whispers echoed around, and Naruto instinctively reacted to the disdainful sentiments directed at him. As the host of the Nine Tails, he possessed an extraordinary sense of perception, further enhanced by the heritage of the Uzumaki clan, amplifying his sensitivity to an alarming degree. Could an ordinary person detect a subtle glance? Naruto could. Thus, his memories of the past 5 years were steeped in suffocation. Sometimes, a mere gaze could prove lethal. The fact that Naruto had not succumbed to despair was a testament to his role as the protagonist. I will never forgive. With a stern expression, he exuded a dark aura as he chose to take the back streets. Bam! Turning a corner, he collided with someone unexpectedly. Ouch! A soft, melodious exclamation followed. Perhaps due to his status as the Nine Tails host, his Uzumaki physique, or perhaps the influence of the spiritual spring water, or maybe even a combination of all three. Naruto's body was robust, and he stumbled back just a step from the impact. Looking down, he saw a small figure sitting on the ground, eyes brimming with tears. A pair of pleading white eyes gazed up at him. Naruto felt a pang of tenderness. It was Hinata. Do not misunderstand at this moment. She was merely a small child, far from any ill intentions. Extending his hand, Naruto beamed. Are you alright? Let me help you up. Oh. Hinata lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and placed her hand atop Naruto's. With a gentle pull, he helped her to her feet. I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. No. Hinata hurriedly waved her hands. I share some responsibility too. After a moment of silence, Naruto bid farewell to Hinata. Things needed to develop gradually. There was no need to rush. In the presence of his future wife, he had to cultivate a favorable impression. A slight adjustment to his nature, subtly and imperceptibly, was all that was necessary. Being overly deliberate would not bode well for the future. With a smile, Naruto suddenly felt the urgency to amass strength. After all, the future was unpredictable, and time did not wait for anyone. He understood the general framework. The terrifying God Tree and the infinite Tsukumi were not challenges to be faced lightly. He cared little about others. But as long as he existed in this world, there would always be a few individuals worthy of his concern. Those were the people he aimed to protect. The throngs of people surrounding him were not worthy. Naruto scoffed and strode away. He needed a means to train in ninjutsu. Perhaps I could focus on physical training. Perched atop Hokage Rock, staring blankly below, Naruto suddenly realized that he was still young and lacked any avenues for ninjutsu training. After mulling it over, the path of physical training was his only option. In the worldview of ninjas, physical techniques were formidable as well, and when combined with ninjutsu or certain weapons, they could exhibit extraordinary prowess. A prime example of this was the Eight Gates. Oh, the Eight Gates. Naruto pondered. He wondered if the spiritual spring water could mitigate the risks associated with the Eight Gates. If so, that would be an excellent choice. Note that he silently committed it to memory and began to devise a plan. Currently, there isn't much I can do, but I can certainly engage in some foundational exercises. Running, pull-ups, push-ups, and various other training routines could all be incorporated. Such intense training could be taxing on the body, but he had the spiritual spring water coupled with the Uzumaki clan's physique and the formidable recovery abilities bestowed by. Being the Nine Tails host that I in this light, physical training seemed quite suitable for him. Naruto chuckled. Just as he was about to rise and commence his plan, a furious voice erupted. You bastard! How dare you sit on Hokage Rock, you filthy scum! Turning his head, he was met with a chilling gaze, disdain radiating towards him. Naruto smirked. Oh, so now sitting is forbidden? If others can sit, why can't I? Is this rock yours? Why are you so nosy? Heibe adjusted his glasses, astonished that Naruto would dare to retort, but his disgust only intensified, his icy glare seeming to pierce through Naruto. Others might be allowed, but you certainly are not, because you are. Heibe paused, then shifted his tone. In any case, you must get down. Hey! Naruto's temper flared. Rolling up his sleeves, he pointed at Heibe and shouted, You why? Tell me, why can't I sit? Am I not a part of Konoha? Am I somehow destined to be looked down upon, insulted, and despised by you? Come on, if you don't explain yourself today, I won't let this go. You think you can intimidate me? Who do you think you are? I am nobody, but if you don't clarify this, I'll go straight to the third Hokage. I bet he would be more just than you. Crossing his arms, Naruto continued to smirk. Since they wanted to make his life miserable, he would ensure that no one enjoyed themselves. Come on. Let me show you how to create your own demise. After all, he had the Nine Tails protection. Why should he fear you? In the end, it would be you who would suffer. Heibe was left speechless. If it came to reason, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Although these people were not fully aware, the identity of the Jinchuriki was not a grand secret. With a little deduction, one could easily understand. Thus, Naruto's status in Konoha was unique. Casual banter was one thing. But if the matter reached the third Hokage, it would be them who faced the consequences. Disgusting trash. Heibe muttered under his breath and swiftly departed. Damn, he runs fast. Just because I'm 5 years old and haven't trained in ninjutsu yet, huh? Witnessing this, Naruto's expression soured, but a thought crossed his mind, leading to an idea. With a sinister grin, Naruto dusted himself off and headed straight for the Hokage's office. Knowing he had a protective talisman, he decided to take full advantage of it during this most innocent of times. One must understand how to wield their most potent weapon and utilize it. Bang! 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 Third Hokage, I'm here to see you. As Sarutobi Hiruzen was sketching, he rubbed his temples and replied wearily, Come in, the door is unlocked. Creak! Naruto pushed the door open and, with a beaming smile, raised a hand toward the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, I have a complaint. Chapter 3, Heibei down. A complaint? Noticing that Naruto seemed somewhat different today, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment. When did Naruto become so bold? He was actually coming to him with a complaint. Suddenly intrigued, he cheerfully set down his brush, picked up his pipe from the table, and leisurely took a puff before sitting back in his chair, finally directing his gaze towards Naruto. Go ahead, tell me, who upset you? Heibei. Naruto's declaration was earth-shattering. Cough, 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 who did you say? Hiruzen, caught off guard while smoking, coughed a few times, staring incredulously at Naruto, completely unprepared for Heibei to be the target of his complaint. What had Heibei done? Wait. Hiruzen's expression grew serious as he scrutinized Naruto, his brow furrowing slightly. How do you know Heibei? Who told you? Third Hokage, you underestimate me too much. Besides, he often brags about being the elite teacher Heibei, who wouldn't know him. Hiruzen, all right, then tell me, what exactly did he do? He looked down on me. He must think I don't belong to Konoha. By the way, what is a demon fox, third Hokage? Naruto gazed with innocent curiosity at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi's expression darkened momentarily before he broke into a genial smile, replying to Naruto, a demon fox is a formidable fox indeed. He is merely praising you. Being a 5-year-old child, and one who held a deep admiration for Sarutobi, Naruto naturally filtered his words, believing them wholeheartedly. Oh, is that so? Yet, I still feel as though he was insulting me. Do not worry, I shall stand up for you. Okay, Grandpa Third. Ecstatic, Naruto departed. Sarutobi cast a cold glance at the Umbu ninja who had just revealed himself, having been lurking by the window, and inquired sternly, is what Naruto said true? Pretty much. Very well, it seems we have some ambition here. I usually let such remarks slide, but to think he would bully Naruto is unacceptable. Go, summon him to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fury transformed into a sardonic smile. The atmosphere in Konoha had indeed deteriorated lately and required rectification, that Naruto's true identity could not be publicly acknowledged. If it were to unleash his fury, they would be powerless against the terrifying consequences. Hokage-sama just returned home not long ago. Ebisu was puzzled as to why the third Hokage sought him out, yet he dutifully made his way to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, a smoking pipe flew towards him, striking the top of his head. Clang! As the pipe fell to the ground, Sarutobi's roar followed. Ebisu, have you grown restless? Sarutobi was typically a composed individual. Having occupied the position of Hokage for many years, he possessed the necessary depth of character, yet he remained cautious concerning Naruto. After all, the fate of the Land of Fire, Konoha, and even the entire ninja world hinged on the young Uzumaki Naruto. He could not afford to be careless. I have repeatedly warned you that you may scheme in the shadows, but you must never speak of it openly. Do you think my words are mere refuse to be discarded? Not even worthy of a whiff. I did not. Ebisu felt unjustly accused. He had indeed insulted Naruto, but had not others done the same in the past? Even worse insults have been hurled. Why was he being singled out now? Only when faced with the grave do you realize the error of your ways. Did you not call Naruto a demon fox? Unjust. Unjust, you say? When Naruto deceived me? Besides, the watching ninja have corroborated the evidence. Puff. Ebisu nearly spat blood in frustration. What a misfortune. A teacher, an elite teacher. With your conduct, you are now merely an ordinary chunin. That I shall revoke your upcoming Jounin examination, go back to the academy, and teach properly. With a flick of his sleeve, Sarutobi uttered coldly, striding past Ebisu and exiting through the door. Bang! The heavy sound of the closing door pierced Ebisu's heart like a sharp arrow. Ah! Inside, Ebisu seethed. Uzumaki Naruto, we are sworn enemies. Ah, what a relief. Stretching lazily, Naruto wore a broad smile. It feels so liberating to express oneself freely. Hey, let's see if you dare to scheme against me now. Rather than allowing you petty pests to gossip behind my back, I would rather confront you heathen. As for Ebisu's fate, he knew not, but it was certain he would face repercussions. All right, time to start training. Finding a secluded spot, Naruto commenced his self-training. He needed to grow stronger swiftly in a supernatural world. One's true power must stem from within, while everything else is mere triviality. Sit-ups, pull-ups, running, jumping rope, he engaged in it all. He was determined to exuberantly embrace his youth. Ebisu, it's over. Kakashi, hidden in the shadows, observed Naruto's relentless self-punishment and scratched his head. This Naruto is truly remarkable. Ebisu has certainly met his match. Self-inflicted misfortune. Might Guy's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Naruto before reluctantly averting his gaze, lamenting, what a fine seedling. Alas, his identity is too sensitive. There will be future opportunities. I await that moment. With Uzumaki Naruto's unique constitution, I have a premonition that he will undoubtedly elevate the 8 gates technique. Let us wait and see. For now, our primary task is to undertake missions. Hey Guy, how long have you been by my side without sparring? Hee, Kakashi, upon my return, we shall engage in a duel of men. With a thumbs up, my Guy strode away. This guy, Kakashi chuckled softly, squinting his eyes. He lazily extracted a book from his ninja tool pouch, leaped onto a tree branch, found a comfortable position, and began to leisurely indulge in his reading time. Evening, after a refreshing shower and a few sips of water from his space, Naruto felt rejuvenated. He was now tidying up his room, throwing away what needed to be discarded and organizing what required order. Expired items had to be thrown out, and new clothes were necessary. The ones he wore had become tattered. He would not allow himself to suffer such indignity. Naruto was financially stable. The third Hokage provided him with some money each month, ensuring his basic needs were met. However, one could hardly expect a 5-year-old child, despised by many, to manage much. This led to Naruto having numerous expired items, many of which had been used repeatedly, leaving him in a pitiable state. Outwardly appearing spirited, he bore deep, emotional scars within. Chapter 4. My dream is to become the Hokage. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door just as Naruto was tidying up. He walked over and opened the door, only to be greeted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was holding a bag of fruit and smoking a pipe, smiling warmly at him. Behind him, the dim light cast an eerie glow, with mosquitoes buzzing around, forming a strange dark circle. Naruto twitched his lips and, with a cheeky grin, unceremoniously accepted the fruit from Sarutobi's hands, stepping aside. Welcome, please come in. His demeanor and actions were akin to a charming hostess at an inn. Sarutobi frowned. Where did you learn this? The bathhouse, Naruto replied innocently. I saw them do it like this. Sarutobi's expression darkened. What was going on? He hadn't noticed before. But today it seemed that Naruto's learning abilities were on the rise, and he was absorbing all sorts of peculiar things. He imagined a future scenario where Naruto might encounter the Nine Tails, tear open the seal, and cheerfully say, welcome, please come in. The thought shattered Sarutobi's mind. With a shiver, Sarutobi suppressed his displeasure, forcing a smile as he entered. Upon stepping inside, he was astonished to find the room considerably cleaner and more spacious than before. Only then did he notice the trash bag placed behind the door. He looked at Naruto as if he were a rare specimen. Remarkable. You actually know how to clean up. Finally, one good thing, Sarutobi sighed in relief, though he was curious where Naruto had learned this. He settled down and explained his handling of the situation with Ebisu, followed by the usual indoctrination regarding the will of fire. As he prepared to leave, Sarutobi stroked his beard and cheerfully asked, Naruto, what is your dream? My dream is to become the Hokage. Naruto's eyes sparkled as he raised his fist, declaring fiercely, and then make that barbecue shop work for me, preparing delicious grilled meat. Huh. Sarutobi quickly waved his hands. That won't do. The Hokage must protect the villagers. How could you think like that? Then why don't they sell me grilled meat? Naruto pondered. Isn't it a case of you benefit, I benefit, everyone benefits? You do wrong, I do wrong, everyone does wrong? Besides, they don't serve me grilled meat now, but they welcome you with open arms when you visit, Grandpa Third. Naruto counted on his fingers. Thus, I conclude that as long as I uphold the will of fire and become Hokage, I can eat grilled meat. Sarutobi fell silent for a long moment before rising to leave, feeling utterly exasperated. He needed some solitude. Stepping out of the room, he glanced back at Naruto, who was diligently tidying up the table and organizing the room. After a brief pause, he said softly, You come here. Hokage-sama. An Umbu ninja appeared silently, bowing and following Sarutobi's lead. What had Naruto done today? It was too unusual, far too unusual. He needed to sort out what had gone awry. Descending from Hokage Rock, Naruto had first gone to the bookstore, only to be chased out by the owner, then attempted to enter the bathhouse, where he was scolded and nearly beaten up. Finally, he had ventured to the barbecue shop, rubbing his belly in anticipation, but ultimately returned home empty-handed. Sarutobi took a deep breath. The puzzle was solved. Naruto often faced such situations, but why did it seem different today? He had always been carefree. What had changed? It's all your fault, Ebisu, Sarutobi thought bitterly, coldly muttering. Go, dock his wages. The bathhouse. Rectify it. The barbecue shop. Shut it down. In the span of a single evening, subtle changes began to unfold in Konoha. Those in the know broke out in a cold sweat, internally exclaiming, Uzumaki Naruto is terrifying. In a casual manner, within less than a day, Ebisu was dismissed, the once thriving bathhouse was set for reform, and the bustling barbecue shop was abruptly shut down. See, our Uchiha clan has never been well received. Although you're close to Kushina, my decision is infallible. Look, ISNT karma coming back around. Uchiha Fugaku pointed at the information in his hand, a rare smile breaking through his stern facade. Avoid confrontation, stay silent, and pay no mind. Everything will be fine. Indeed. You are formidable. Uchiha Mikoto rolled her eyes at Fugaku, worry etching her features. That child is pitiful. There are hardly a few who are sincere in the whole village. We can't even safeguard ourselves. We must steer clear of Uzumaki Naruto. Let us keep things as they are. We could potentially acquire that barbecue shop. Yes. When Naruto goes to eat, do not obstruct him, Akimichi Choza stated decisively. He had long had his eyes on that barbecue shop. Their family loved food, and they had a hand in many eateries around Konoha. The barbecue shop was not to be missed. Not only would it generate profit, but it would also save their clan considerable resources, achieving two goals with one action. Ah, such tender, fresh cabbage. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to these machinations, Naruto appeared to be asleep, but in reality, he had entered the space and was grinning at the various vegetables that had already grown. This place was incredible. Within just a day, everything had ripened and was ready to eat. Starting tomorrow, he would have a continuous supply of excellent ingredients, which was a joyous occasion. Though he felt a twinge of frustration at not being able to share it with anyone. I must make use of this. By the way, can this space grow things? How does it grow? He had many more seeds yet to plant. Rice, wheat, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, and he wanted to cultivate fruit trees as well, such as apples, pomegranates, and oranges, all of which he adored. Fruits grown here would surely be fragrant and sweet. Moreover, consuming them would continuously enhance his physical condition. Over time, he couldn't fathom just how powerful he might become. Perhaps it was linked to his own strength. This brought him back to the beginning, refining chakra and practicing ninjutsu. Ugh, how vexing. Rubbing his head, he gathered the ripe vegetables and set them aside, then with a thought exited the space. Lying on his bed, Naruto's eyes sparkled with energy. He simply couldn't sleep. Another who shared his insomnia was Sarutobi Hiruzen. The more he thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. After the emergence of the demon fox, Naruto had seemingly transformed into an entirely different person. Not only had all the years of instilling the will of fire unraveled, but Naruto had also been led astray. This deviation must be corrected, Sarutobi contemplated, ultimately sighing in frustration. He was utterly at a loss. Chapter 5 Danzo. I am familiar with him. The next day, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sporting dark circles under his eyes, entered the Hokage office. Upon entering, he found Danzo, bandaged from head to toe, waiting for him. You're here so early? You made quite a stir yesterday. I came to see how things were with Naruto, Danzo replied, leaning on his cane and chuckling softly. I have a general grasp of the situation. I spoke with him last night. He is still troubled by the demon fox. Fortunately, we have thoroughly sealed off information regarding it. Otherwise, he might have discovered his true identity by now. Sighing, Sarutobi walked over to his desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down, speaking with resignation. Don't be fooled by his age. He is quite clever and sensitive. He must have sensed something. My previous efforts have nearly been rendered futile. Danzo's expression darkened. He was one of the few who understood Sarutobi's intentions, and he had initially supported this strategy. Just when it seemed on the verge of success, it had been disrupted by that Ebisu. How infuriating. Why were they doing this? Naturally, it was for the greatness of Konoha. If Naruto is to protect the Hidden Leaf Village in the future, his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki means that unleashing the Nine-Tails at critical moments serves as a formidable weapon. This matter requires careful consideration. Presently, our task is to temper Naruto's impulsive nature. Danzo mused aloud. Since events have transpired, we must find a way to retain him. Perhaps enrolling him in school would be prudent. Isn't his dream to become Hokage? The role of Hokage is not easily attained, and this diversion may help channel his energy. You make a valid point. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. If we place him in school, he will be less likely to roam freely and encounter those who lack awareness. However, we still need to select a suitable teacher. Let us have Irika take on that role. He has just completed his teaching certification and is a novice, which will allow him to gain valuable experience. Sarutobi, pipe in mouth, nodded repeatedly in agreement. That sounds excellent. To avoid any abruptness, we should recruit a few more individuals. Let us call it a preschool class. Sarutobi decisively stated, we should gather all the children around Naruto's age. Their capacity for knowledge at this stage is quite commendable. Danzo and Sarutobi exchanged knowing glances and shared a chuckle. Huh, school? Naruto was taken aback. Isn't T1 supposed to start school at 7? Why am I being enrolled at 5? A spark of intrigue ignited within him, prompting him to inquire, can we train in ninjutsu? Of course, Sarutobi smirked. At school, aside from theoretical knowledge, the curriculum will include ninjutsu training. Besides, many of those children have already begun their studies at home. Teaching them at school will be no different. This serves as a transition, and perhaps the frequency of lower-ranked ninjas in the future will increase. The primary goal, however, is to temper this young fellow's impulsiveness. It would be ideal to instill the will of fire within him, ensuring he contributes to our village. I will definitely be there on time, Naruto assured. Why not? I've been searching for a place to practice ninjutsu, and this opportunity is a blessing in disguise. I must go? Sarutobi smiled at Naruto's enthusiasm. See, this is solid. As long as Naruto attends school, he will be in a better environment than outside. I will also warn those outside to prevent incidents similar to what occurred with Ebisu. The term demon fox is taboo in the Hidden Leaf Village and must not be uttered. All right, prepare yourself, and I will come to fetch you. No need, Naruto protested. I can go by myself. I am not a child anymore. All right, you are no longer a child, Sarutobi chuckled, leaving in high spirits. All set. It's just a child, this is a piece of cake. Uchiha Fugaku received the news with a smile, calling Sasuke over and stating solemnly, in a few days, you will begin school. It will be an excellent opportunity for you to learn. The other families, upon receiving this news, were momentarily taken aback but eventually sent their eligible children as well. For them, whether it was a year early or late made little difference. It was merely a chance to learn ninjutsu. This strategy proved beneficial for the common folk, prompting many to eagerly sign up. On the first day of school, while it wasn't a sea of people, there was certainly a substantial crowd. Once Naruto arrived, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. He strode in confidently, unfazed by the cold glares directed at him. He was there to learn ninjutsu, and once he mastered it, these people would be insignificant. In the classroom, Naruto surveyed his surroundings. Children entered one after another, some in groups, others alone, all carrying backpacks. Naruto cheerfully settled beside Hinata. Hinata, isn't that the Naruto Uzumaki who bumped into me last time? His chest feels so firm. Just thinking about it makes my forehead ache slightly. Wow. He looks so good. So exquisite. Just as Naruto was about to speak to Hinata, a series of hushed exclamations caught his attention. He turned to see Sasuke, entering with a smile. Today, my brother is taking me to school. I can't wait for him to pick me up after class. Sasuke thought to himself, feeling particularly bright and cheerful, especially regarding Itachi. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, he scanned the room and chose an empty seat. Why aren't you surprised? I think he looks quite good, Hinata questioned. Why should I be surprised? Also, please don't sit so close to me, she added, feeling uncomfortable with Naruto's proximity. Her cheeks flushed as she gently pushed him away. It appeared that infatuation knows no age. Observing the budding rivalry between Sakura and Ino, Naruto rolled his eyes, finding it rather dull. Sasuke indeed looked good, but he wasn't lacking either. Was it merely because he was labeled as the demon fox that he seemed to have an inborn filter? How tedious. Nevertheless, it mattered little. These individuals were of no consequence to him. He preferred Hinata, who looked adorably shy and soft, like a dumpling. It was unfortunate that she didn't seem to know how to dress herself well, often wearing the same one or two outfits, which concealed her brilliance. Clearing his throat, Naruto sat upright, focusing intently. Irika entered, cradling a stack of books. Chapter 6, Nine Tails. Nine Tails. As Irika gazed upon the youthful faces before him, he recalled the words of the Hokage. The will of fire? This concept is indeed suitable for instilling in children of this age. However, Treating Naruto as an ordinary student was a challenge he could not surmount. Observing the serious Naruto, Iruka paused before distributing books and commencing the lesson. These were merely 5-year-old children, and there was little for him to teach. Yet, as they all aspired to become ninjas, they were far from the rowdy behavior typical of children their age. The children here were generally quite mature. Naruto was unfazed. His greatest anticipation lay in learning the body flicker technique and chakra refinement methods from Iruka. Time passed swiftly, and a week went by in the blink of an eye. After a period of adjustment, Iruka finally began to teach the chakra refinement technique. For those who had yet to commence their training, this was a true blessing. Naruto, a natural genius, quickly grasped the chakra refinement method, aided by his adult-like thinking. Seated at his desk, he willed his chakra to flow, feeling it surge within him. Almost ready to burst forth. Is this my chakra? He pondered, taking a deep breath, overwhelmed by its vastness. Is this the advantage of being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? A grin spread across his face as he recalled the original Naruto's boundless spiral sphere and other abilities. In the future, he would undoubtedly become a mobile artillery unit. I shall master both ninjutsu and taijutsu. Though Naruto's movements were subtle, Hinata noticed them. Activating her Byakugan, she gasped in shock as she perceived the immense chakra swirling within him. If others' chakra resembled a single strand of hair, Naruto's chakra was akin to a torrent gushing from a wide pipe, incomparable in magnitude. Wow, you're incredible. How are you so strong? Hinata whispered in awe. Just average, I suppose. I don't really know. Hinata felt a pang of envy. Her chakra wasn't weak by any means, but compared to Naruto, the disparity was pronounced. She harbored no fondness for conflict, yet she found herself as the primary heir to the Hyuga clan's leadership, burdened with immense pressure. She exerted herself diligently, but her heart was not in it. In her mind, she would rather delve into other pursuits. Regrettably, being born into the Hyuga family meant a predestined disconnection from certain aspects of life. She struggled to find joy, just a little happiness. And I will take you flying someday. Thank you, Hinata whispered softly, resting her head on the table with a faint smile. Naruto cast a glance at Sasuke and the others, his heart devoid of emotion. Since he was here, he resolved to excel in whatever he undertook, shedding the title of the underachiever. And that Sakura Haruno, sitting right in front of him, was quite bothersome. Her wide forehead was particularly grating. A disdainful glance compared her to Hinata, and the difference was stark. Alas, I never thought I would come to loathe someone so much, murmured Naruto. What was happening? At the moment Naruto was refining his chakra, the Nine-Tails suddenly opened its eyes wide in the ceiling space, bewildered by its surroundings. Why did this ceiling space feel like it was changing? Most crucially, it sensed that its influence over Naruto's chakra was gradually waning. Was it merely an illusion? Moreover, it vaguely felt capable of summoning Naruto Uzumaki. What a farcical jest in the ninja world. The Nine-Tails was taken aback. Naruto was only 5 years old. Logically, this should not be the case. Was something amiss? Yet, perhaps it was for the best. A sinister grin crept across the Nine-Tails' face. A 5-year-old is easily deceived. Let us see how it goes tonight. At midnight, silence enveloped the world, with a full moon illuminating the night sky. Naruto, in a daze, felt something calling out to him. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of water falling echoed in the stillness. What was happening? Startled, Naruto opened his eyes wide, astonished to find himself in the ceiling space. So early? Well, let us take a look. Presently, the Nine-Tails was sealed and posed no threat to him. Since he was already here, he might as well explore this prideful half-beast. Splash, splash. As his feet skimmed the water's surface, he navigated the labyrinthine passages of the ceiling space, suddenly emerging into a vast chamber. Ahead of him stood an enormous cage, its interior shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Suddenly, a pair of eyes, as large as brass bells, snapped open, fixating on Naruto Uzumaki. A deep, menacing voice reverberated. You are not afraid of me. The Nine-Tails, Kurama, was stunned. Fear gripped it. Shock coursed through its being. A myriad of emotions surged within. How did this little brat know its true name? It was certain that apart from the Sage of Six Paths and a few of its kin, no one should know its name. How did this child come to possess such knowledge? Amused, Naruto regarded the incredulous expression on the Nine-Tails' face and cryptically replied, because I hail from the future. Nonsense. The Nine-Tails scoffed. You come from the future? I come from the past myself. With an air of nonchalance, Naruto declared, not only do I know you as Kurama, But I also know the names of your siblings. I am aware of the Sage of Six Paths, and even the existence of Kagaya Otsutsuki. The Nine Tails fell silent. These were secrets buried deep within its soul. How could Naruto possibly know them? It seemed that only this explanation made sense. If you say you come from the future, then let me ask you this. What becomes of me? You dissipate, Naruto replied, his tone somber, his acting prowess on full display, his face filled with sorrow, his voice trembling. We fought to protect the village and those we cherish, employing the heavy ion mode, and you perished. The heavy ion mode? The Nine Tails' menacing expression flickered. Was this child truly insane enough to self-harm for the sake of protecting something? Moreover, this little brat was aware of the heavy ion mode. Could he genuinely be from the future? Such a notion was utterly absurd. It was hard to believe, yet there seemed to be logic in his words. The Nine Tails was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's revelations. Its fierce demeanor softened. It now yearned to know what truly transpired if Naruto's claims held any truth. Why must it endure suffering to protect others? That was not its style. Naruto felt elated. He intended to strike hard from the outset, gradually winning its approval. Apologies. But he wasn't the original Naruto and wouldn't engage in verbal sparring. Instead, he preferred to deliver a decisive blow right away. Chapter 7. The Nine Tails questioning life. Let me tell you about the trajectory of the ninja world if it remains unchanged in the future. Naruto began to elaborate. First, in about 2 years, the Uchiha clan will be exterminated, with only 3 or 4 survivors remaining. Wait, the Nine Tails interrupted, its eyes gleaming with excitement. You say the Uchiha will be wiped out? Who is responsible? Officially, it was Itachi Uchiha, but in the shadows lurked the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki? What kind of force is that? A faction created by Jiraiya's 3 young apprentices, later usurped and manipulated, growing into a formidable entity. Naruto continued. Even Jiraiya met his demise at their hands. Tears welled up. The dragon returns to the sea, yet the sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. Perhaps Jiraiya had many flaws, but his charismatic persona was undeniable. When Naruto sat on the bench with an ice pop, he had to concede that Jiraiya had triumphed. No one could remain indifferent to the shattered Naruto. Throughout Naruto's life, few treated him kindly. Jiraiya was one of them. Yet such a figure perished for a piece of information in the vast ocean. He was a pivotal character. How many wish Jiraiya could still be that carefree and unrestrained mentor? Regrettably, the future holds no alternatives. No, now that he is here, the future must change. The Nine Tails fell silent. A true ninja, worthy of respect. Continue, it urged, having unwittingly shed much of its hostility. Regardless of whether Naruto was a reincarnation, his words were logical and coherent, unlike mere fabrications. The truth would be revealed in 2 years. Moreover, with Naruto's mature demeanor, the Nine Tails had begun to believe him. The public leader of the Akatsuki is Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan. Some say he is a ninja from the Uzumaki clan, while others dispute this. The truth remains elusive. He is a tragic figure, manipulated by Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha, each with their motives, one to rescue a mother, the other to be with the one he loves. Hence, the infinite Tsukuyomi was conceived, leading to the 4th Great Ninja War. Ultimately, the divine tree descended. Wait, the Nine Tails exclaimed, its gaze fixed on Naruto. The divine tree descended? Does that mean? Naruto nodded gravely. Yes, their target is your tailed beasts. Damn it, why is it so difficult being a tailed beast? Everyone wishes to exploit us. Furthermore, there was the shadow of Madara Uchiha looming over this situation. Madara Uchiha? The Nine Tails' expression darkened even further. How is this man still alive? In summary, the future is terrifying and perilous. This is merely the first hurdle. We haven't yet employed the heavy ion mode. Until later, the Otsutsuki will descend. The Otsutsuki. What has happened to this world? Why does it feel so unlike the world I know? So, you mean to say that in the future, we become partners, safeguarding this world? How absurd. The Nine Tails scoffed. It is one thing for me, the illustrious Nine Tails, to become your partner, but to protect the world? It would be merciful of me not to destroy it instead. Fate, who can truly comprehend it? Naruto shrugged. The Nine Tails flicked its tail and, with a nonchalant inquiry, asked, so, hypothetically speaking, if you truly have been reborn, what do you intend to do? Continue to protect? Expecting Naruto to nod in agreement, the Nine Tails was astonished when Naruto decisively shook his head, muttering, protect what? If I get another chance. I've come to understand that being a hero is acceptable, but I must be the hero in the eyes of those who matter to me. The rest? They are of no concern to me. In this life, I simply wish to live well, to grow stronger while safeguarding those I care about. The people of Konoha are not within my protective scope. Well said. The Nine Tails exclaimed with approval. That's the spirit. So, shall we collaborate? Huh. Don't think you can deceive me so easily. Who do you think you are? The Nine Tails glared with derision. Strictly speaking, I am the son of the Sage of Six Paths, huh? The Nine Tails was taken aback. How many generations apart are you from him? What nonsense. Chakra reincarnation? We're merely distantly related. The Nine Tails fell silent, pondering the validity of Naruto's claim. Naruto smiled at the Nine Tails. Well, when one ventures into the world, one defines their own identity. Half-truths resonate more deeply with the heart. Moreover, with this rebirth, I've brought back some remarkable treasures. As Naruto raised his hand, a vibrant cabbage appeared, eliciting curiosity from the Nine Tails. As it sniffed the air, a delightful aroma wafted through, prompting an involuntary bite. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. This tastes exquisite. What kind of cabbage is this? I grew it. Naruto replied. The Nine Tails grimaced at the calculating expression on Naruto's face, though it begrudgingly acknowledged the logic behind his words. Pondering, the Nine Tails fixed its gaze on Naruto. What do you plan to do? I intend to ensure the safety of the Uchiha at crucial moments, then win them over. Enhancing something already splendid serves little purpose. Offering aid in times of need is the greatest gift. They could become my foundation. Naruto, small in stature, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an astonishing confidence. This confidence stemmed from his grasp of future trends and the support of the system space. The powerful sacred water had immense significance. He was assured that even without the Nine Tails, he could achieve his aspirations, albeit the timeline would be prolonged, introducing numerous variables he wished to avoid. Hence, the Nine Tails' willingness to draw him into the ceiling space aligned perfectly with his intentions. As the Nine Tails observed Naruto's soaring confidence, it momentarily envisioned a man safeguarding the world alone in the future. I raise my hands in defense of this world. A voice echoed in the distance. Wow. The Nine Tails remarked, your confidence is truly astonishing. Do you not know that I despise the Uchiha? Here's the deal. If you can reach a satisfactory level of growth within 2 years, cooperation may be possible. The Nine Tails was already convinced to a degree. The story seemed too credible, and Naruto's confidence was palpable. A 5-year-old child, no matter how self-assured, could not possess such confidence in a village like Konoha. The Jinchuriki were regarded as taboo. A good life was nearly unattainable, save for the first wife of the initial Hokage, his first Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido. So, will I truly protect the world in the future? He felt a twinge of embarrassment. The thought of his future self performing such deeds was mortifying. Would he truly safeguard the world? An experience both genuine and awkward. Chapter 8. Either agree now or never. 2 years? Naruto chuckled coldly. Either you agree to collaborate with me now, or forget about any future exit. Hey. Your true colors are showing. Didn't you say we would be partners? Is this how you treat a partner, brat? The Nine Tails roared, its menacing eyes glaring at Naruto with an aura that suggested it would not hesitate to attack. Naruto, arms crossed, replied calmly, on the path to invincibility, I require no timid companions. How dare you? The Nine Tails scowled, feeling insulted. It glared at Naruto, but was powerless due to the ceiling confinement. After a prolonged silence, the Nine Tails surrendered to the floor, feeling utterly helpless against Naruto. The vibrant cabbage hinted that if it declined, the future might indeed be bleak. Having lived for so long, the Nine Tails had encountered countless treasures. The energy contained within this cabbage, coupled with Naruto's Uzumaki lineage, promised that with a little effort, he could evolve into a formidable ninja, and as an Uzumaki, he would naturally counter the Nine Tails. Declining now would indeed spell disaster in the future. Death did not frighten it, but the prospect of being imprisoned for nearly a century, only to have a descendant of Otsutsuki drain its chakra, was a gamble the Nine Tails was unwilling to take. Suddenly, the Nine Tails realized that Naruto had been plotting since being drawn into this ceiling space. A chill ran down its spine. This calculating nature was alarming. The Nine Tails looked at Naruto with a newfound, peculiar gaze. Hey, with my temper, even if I agree, would you dare to release the seal? Not yet. But I suspect that day is not far off, Naruto replied candidly. The Nine Tails felt frustrated. Why couldn't this brat tell a lie to deceive him? Sometimes, the truth could sting more than a fib. If you don't release me, it seems I can't offer you anything in return. Who says that? Naruto grinned. You could teach me ninjutsu. Don't tell me you've lived for so many years without encountering human ninjutsu. Goodness, you're really trying to take advantage of me. The Ninetales exclaimed, your scheming is excessive, I assent it? You're clearly targeting my resources. Naruto shrugged innocently. Who else would I take advantage of? You brought me in here, after all. Not quite. You've revealed your hand, the Ninetales retorted coldly. If you truly came from the future, how could you possibly lack ninjutsu? Oh, busted. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. Witnessing this, the Ninetales nearly spat blood. What is happening? Wait, if you're not from the future, those feelings cannot simply be fabricated by you, can they? What a ridiculous joke. A 5-year-old child conjuring this. And you know so much? Foreseeing the future? A thought flickered through the Ninetales' mind. With countless ninjutsu and diverse abilities, the concept of foreseeing the future did not seem implausible. Ironically, this realization further frustrated the Ninetales. It found itself outmaneuvered by a mere child, tarnishing its illustrious reputation. With a heavy sigh, the Ninetales lamented, this brat is too extraordinary, it's unbearable. After careful reflection, it became clear, regardless of the outcome, cooperation would yield mutual benefit, whereas refusing to collaborate could lead to demise. The strength of the Otsutsuki was well understood, far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Even if Naruto possessed something extraordinary, resisting would be a formidable challenge. It was evident that for the sake of its own survival, cooperation was the only option. This reality deepened its frustration, aligning with the child of an enemy, especially one so prodigious. He felt that in the future, this entity would sell himself and still count the money for him. How terrifying. Very well, let us collaborate. The Ninetales is also a decisively capable beast. After careful consideration, it realized that this arrangement posed no detriment to itself. The stronger Naruto became, the greater his desires grew. Perhaps by courting danger, he could expedite his own release. Even if that did not occur, it would merely mean staying in this place for a few more decades. And what if Naruto's words were indeed true? In any case, there was no loss for him. For the sake of prudence, a partnership of mutual benefit was the way to go. I agree. The Ninetales gradually rose. Its copper bell-sized eyes fixed intently on Naruto, booming in a deep voice. I possess a wealth of ninjutsu, while they may be of little use to me. They are crucial for you. Over the years, the Ninetales had witnessed countless ninjutsu, even observing many techniques created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. This constituted his current trump card. Naruto beamed with a radiant smile. A delightful collaboration. I trust you shall not be disappointed. It is best that way. So, can you perform the body flicker technique? Indeed. Subsequently, the Ninetales imparted the methods of the body flicker technique to Naruto. What is Naruto? A genius. Coupled with the Ninetales refraining from interference and the invigorating essence of the spatial spring, these various enhancements propelled Naruto's talents to new heights. As soon as the Ninetales spoke, Naruto grasped the concept instantly. In my previous life, I was but an inconspicuous member of the masses, leading a mundane existence, toiling away. Now, I have transformed into a genius. The vicissitudes of life are truly ineffable. I leaped from the depths to the pinnacle, merely separated by the thin veil between two worlds. I have mastered the fundamental body flicker technique. Upon returning, Naruto leaned over the edge of his bed, gazing at the scenery outside, and smiled. He was a step closer to freedom. How could his spirits not soar? Let us explore the spatial realm. As Naruto entered the space, he was astonished to find it had expanded slightly. Could this be due to my training? Thus, this space seemingly adapts to my growing strength. Naruto's eyes sparkled as he envisioned myriad potential uses for this newfound space. Perhaps it could be crafted into a world unique to me. However, given its current modest size, such ambitions were unnecessary. Once the Ninetales was released, he could be assigned to cultivate the land here. Such a massive physique. It would be a shame not to put it to use. Naruto chuckled softly. Meanwhile, the sealed Ninetales shivered unexpectedly, opening its eyes to survey the surroundings with suspicion. Muttering internally, how peculiar. Why do I sense an ominous premonition? That little rascal must be plotting something behind my back. The Ninetales quickly pinpointed Naruto. In recent times, he had seen no one else but him. Chapter 9. In my past life, I accomplished nothing. In this life, I strike with full force. In the ensuing days, Naruto diligently trained his body both openly and covertly. Openly, he ran and performed squats for all to see. Covertly, he drew the curtains and engaged in subtle exercises. When thirsty, he drank from the spatial spring, When hungry, he sought some vegetables. His life was incredibly fulfilling and promising. This training regimen was significantly more potent and fervent than that of others. However, the path of cultivation is not one of instant success. It requires steady advancement. This is especially true for ninjas, unless one belongs to an exceptional clan like the Uchiha. Compared to them, Naruto's foundation had improved significantly, and he was quite content. Time was abundant. There was no need to rush. The key was perseverance. Time flew by swiftly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this month, Naruto remained steadfast. Although he appeared unchanged, his spirit quietly coalesced. When a person devotes themselves to a single endeavor, their demeanor inevitably transforms. Especially for Naruto. With the spatial spring and rigorous training. After a month of persistence, Naruto's gaze had sharpened considerably, making him seem somewhat out of place among the crowd. Today was Iruka's lesson on the body flicker technique, was it not? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's office, observing the playground of the Ninja Academy through a crystal ball. Though labeled as a preparatory class, it was not much different from regular schooling, merely extending for an additional 2 years. He was aware that Naruto often skipped classes, or if present, was simply dozing off. Over time, he had earned the reputation of being at the bottom of the class. Curiously, Naruto showed no reaction. Such assessments held little significance. Danzo, leaning on his cane, remarked, "The heirs of the ninja clans surely know the body flicker technique. If one is to observe, let it be the ordinary students. And there is also Uzumaki Naruto." "Indeed, you speak true," Sarutobi nodded. "I too wish to ascertain Naruto's innate talent." This past month, Naruto had been tirelessly training, never once faltering. With such determination, if he possessed even a modicum of talent in ninjutsu, he would truly soar. A powerful Jinchuriki would bolster the village's defenses significantly. Sarutobi looked forward to it. He harbored no fear of Naruto straying off course. Over the years, he had discerned much and provided multifaceted guidance. Were it not for the recent intervention by Ebisu, Naruto would still be frolicking without a care in the world. "I too am eager to see." Danzo approached Sarutobi's side, observing the scene within the crystal ball. At that moment, Iruka stood atop a platform in the Ninja Academy's playground, calmly addressing the small children before him, his expression gentle. "A month has passed, and I believe you have begun to refine your chakra. Today, I shall teach you the foundational body flicker technique. Some among you may have already learned it, but do not grow complacent. Strive to become stronger. First, we shall cover the shadow clone technique, then the transformation technique. Finally, the substitution technique." Iruka demonstrated each in turn, allowing the students to practice and verify amongst themselves. These are fundamental ninjutsu. As long as chakra is refined, they should be learnable. Sasuke and the others were somewhat distracted, and Naruto too, as he had already mastered it. "Hey, what do you plan to do?" The Nine-Tails voice resonated. For some unknown reason, perhaps due to the spatial spring water, they had recently been able to converse. "What shall I do?" Naruto replied with a smirk. "Naturally, I shall showcase my prowess before others." "What do you mean?" The Nine-Tails was taken aback. Was it necessary to be so ostentatious? "Do you know what is most irksome?" Naruto continued confidently. "It is to live better than them, especially for someone like me, a Jinchuriki, who is viewed with disdain." Naruto's voice was as chilling as a biting wind. "The better I live, the more discomfort they will endure. I relish seeing their discomfort, knowing they cannot do anything about it." The Nine-Tails shuddered. Such a vengeful spirit. This was merely an appetizer. Naruto grinned. "In the future, I have many more strategies awaiting them. In my past life, I achieved nothing. In this life, as a genius, I shall strike with full force. To cleanse my past weaknesses and amplify my strengths. To act with abandon, exacting vengeance with pleasure. Having traversed to this world, endowed with both status and power, why should I cower? When my strength is sufficient, I will display my prowess outright. This is the essence of manhood." The Nine-Tails gazed at Naruto, momentarily reminiscent of that godlike figure, Senju Hashirama. No, it was the Sage of Six Paths. A mere child, how could he possess such confidence? The Nine-Tails scoffed, feeling a pang of envy. If only it could also showcase its might, letting those who fear and seek to exploit it witness who the true leader is. Alas, its current state was far from presentable. Sigh, speaking of it only brings tears. The Nine-Tails closed its eyes, choosing to ignore the spirited Uzumaki Naruto before it. There was still one very important matter. Naruto pointed at the children nearby, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I shall encircle the adults with these youngsters. These children are all potential talents. Even if some may not align with him, the majority, due to familial ties, harbor less animosity towards him. Furthermore, the filter of the anime lends him an inexplicable affinity towards certain individuals. Thus, he resolved to win them over and bring them under his wing. With arms outstretched and a smile against the wind, he declared, "Give me hundreds of ninjas, and I shall dare to usher in a new era." Audacious, arrogant. The Ninetales remained silent. One could not deny that such spirited charisma possessed a unique allure. "Naruto, you seem to be enjoying yourself. Perhaps you should see if you've truly learned." Irika's voice floated through the air. Naruto's smile faded as he stepped onto the training ground without hesitation. A swift glance revealed a wide forehead that quickly averted its gaze, ultimately landing on Hinata. Grinning broadly, he silently proclaimed, "Behold my prowess." Transformation technique. In the next moment, a vividly animated Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared on stage, arms crossed behind his back, clearing his throat with a cough. Ahem, greetings, classmates. Today, I shall enlighten you on the will of fire. Irika, with a face full of exasperation, promptly interrupted. All right. Next, the shadow clone technique. Naruto clicked his tongue in disappointment, reverting back to his true form, and with a mere thought, conjured a clone beside him. Irika looked on in surprise at Naruto's evident talent. It wasn't unheard of for someone to master a technique at a glance. Yet few possessed the vivacity that Naruto exhibited. He was indeed a prodigy. Alas, he was a Jinchuriki. As for the substitution technique, Naruto effortlessly passed the examination. Sakura exclaimed, "Impressive." Frustration welled within her. Why, among all the ordinary folk, had she yet to fully master her skills? Stealing a glance at Sasuke, she noticed him secretly observing Naruto. With a glare filled with irritation, she bit her silver teeth. Why is Sasuke paying attention to Naruto? What is so captivating about him? Sakura's face reflected her bewilderment. Wasn't he Naruto merely the boy with the whiskers? Humph. Inazuka Kiba also noticed Sasuke's gaze, curiously scrutinizing Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto stood proudly beside Hinata, exuding confidence. "What do you think? Impressive, right?" "Indeed." Hinata quietly applauded. In her eyes, Naruto was truly remarkable. When she had learned the body flicker technique, it had taken her numerous attempts to master it. Her father had mentioned that those capable of grasping it in one glance were scarcely more than a handful in the entire Hidden Leaf village. And now, there was Naruto, adding to that exceptional list. Such a gifted child, the Ninetales scoffed. A 5-year-old attempting to flaunt like a peacock. Pathetic. The Ninetales closed its eyes, disinterested. This Uzumaki Naruto possessed incredible potential. Danzo, astonished, withdrew his gaze. Why hadn't I noticed this before? Hiruzen observed Naruto conversing with Hinata, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. When did Naruto grow so close to Hinata? It seems an investigation by the Umbu is in order. Meanwhile, he noted that Naruto appeared unchanged. As long as the subject of the Ninetales was not broached, he remained stable. "You are correct," Danzo affirmed. "I've also noticed he continues to wear that cheerful demeanor daily." Children are easily content. I shall check on him tonight." Hiruzen sighed, resolutely stating, "And perhaps inquire about certain matters." Danzo glanced at Hinata, nodding nonchalantly. He had no interest in intervening. His focus was on devising a plan to undermine the Uchiha. Other concerns could wait. The Uchiha posed a significant threat, primarily due to their eyes, which he coveted. Oh, and then their sure sway. His eyes are a ticking time bomb that need to be dealt with. But now is not the time. I require an opportunity. Danzo's eyes glimmered with calculations. Having occupied his position for so long, he had long forgotten his original intentions. People do change. Hiruzen too. At least in this matter, he tacitly agreed. The second Hokage may not have favored the Uchiha, but that was merely to push them away from the center of power in the Hidden Leaf village. Oh, what a tumultuous time. Uchiha Fugaku was currently beset with troubles. Truly, a troublesome child, a mediocre Sasuke, and a powerful clan member incessantly advocating for peace between their clan and the village. This current team was exceedingly difficult to manage. A bitter smile crept upon Fugaku's lips. If only the clan could unite, perhaps they could turn the tide. However, at present, he felt disinclined to engage. Yet, he understood the urgency of the situation. The arrow was knocked, and it must be released. If only an opportunity would present itself. Suddenly, Fugaku thought of Naruto, and subsequently of Minato. Had the fourth still been in power, a smooth transition might have prevented the current predicament. Naruto, Minato, such a pity. Hinata. Father. As soon as Hinata returned home, she was called by Hyuga Hayashi. Hinata looked at him in surprise. Hayashi, hands tucked into his sleeves, gazed at her with a stern expression. You seem to be quite close to Uzumaki Naruto. It's nothing unusual. We are merely classmates. She replied. I noticed your lively conversation, Hayashi remarked. After contemplation, he decided against further comment. Allowing things to unfold naturally was best. As long as he was aware, that sufficed. Intervening now could lead to unintended complications. The third Hokage was already investigating, so it was prudent not to act hastily. As for Naruto, Hayashi held no animosity. The higher-ups were well aware of the situation regarding Jinchuriki. While some may feel discontent, it was a strategy laid forth by the third Hokage. With Danzo lurking in the background, faced with such circumstances, they were powerless. Focus on your training. Since you and Naruto have grown close, feel free to seek his counsel. All right. Hinata nodded instinctively, though the thought of consulting Naruto left her feeling somewhat dizzy. You certainly made quite the impression today, didn't you? Indeed. Naruto strolled along the path, a faint smile lingering on his face. This was merely the beginning. More surprises awaited them in the future. Humans are truly complex creatures. They wish to exploit while remaining guarded, both endearing and repugnant. Don't generalize. Naruto remained contemplative. This matter was indeed intricate. All highly intelligent beings possessed convoluted hearts. Yet, the intricacies of humanity were unparalleled. By the way, do we still have that item? I'd like some more. Cabbage. Can't you procure something else? It's always cabbage. The Nine-Tails grumbled. Get something special. Carrots, perhaps? That could work. A smirk crossed the Nine-Tails' lips as it chuckled. Wait, what is so amusing? The Nine-Tails' smile vanished abruptly. It had no true bond with Naruto, merely a partnership. Indeed, just a partnership, nothing more. Naruto sneered inwardly. The proud little fox, consuming my provisions. I wonder how you'll oppose me in the future. As he prepared to embrace the Nine-Tails mode, he also contemplated mastering Sage mode. This was Naruto's path of growth, and there was nothing amiss about it. It was also quite stylish. His task was to extend this journey of growth, particularly in the realm of taijutsu. That was precisely what he was doing now. There was, however, one more matter to consider. Upon returning home, Naruto suddenly recalled an individual whose demise was indeed a profound loss. What matter? Uchiha Shisui. Is that the renowned Shisui Uchiha? What has become of him? Shisui's reputation is quite formidable, and he belongs to the faction on our side of the village. There should be no significant issues concerning him. Given the mindset of the Nine-Tails, such an individual could be effectively utilized, preventing the Uchiha clan from causing any turbulence. In recent days, he has familiarized himself with the current ninjas of Konoha. Shisui is the type who possesses a profound love for his village, as well as for his clan. His greatest aspiration is for the harmonious coexistence of both. He also has a good friend and younger brother, Itachi Uchiha, with whom he shares similar endeavors. I would wager that Fugaku Uchiha is undoubtedly troubled at the moment. I, too, feel a sense of unease. It is now the year 55. Although the details elude me, it must be this very year. Shisui is likely to fall victim to Danzo's machinations. What? Upon hearing Naruto's words, the Nine-Tails was taken aback. Is this self-sabotage? Utterly foolish. Chapter 11. Scheming. The Nine-Tails was bewildered. He could scarcely fathom that someone would resort to such bizarre tactics. Shisui is incredibly powerful. If Danzo were to confront him, it would likely be through a surprise attack, yet I cannot comprehend the motive behind such actions. What could be the purpose? Killing Shisui would grant Danzo his eyes, and he certainly wouldn't believe that Shisui would betray the village. Eliminating him would simply reduce an unstable element. The Nine-Tails fell silent. So, you wish to save Shisui Uchiha? I find that rather challenging. He is immensely strong, and time is not on your side for such a rescue. Naruto sighed. This aspect is indeed troublesome. If possible, he would genuinely wish to assist. Additionally, he contemplated a means to recruit Shisui into his ranks. There are indeed many powerful Uchiha, yet Shisui stands out among them. With his assistance, the endeavors I aspire to undertake in the future would flow much more smoothly. Ultimately, it boils down to a lack of strength. Naruto furrowed his brow. Is there a way for me to rapidly enhance my abilities? Even if only temporarily, it would suffice. Indeed, there is. The Nine-Tails paused for a moment. Then his eyes sparkled with excitement, his tail sweeping across the ground as he raised his head. I have a splendid idea. What is it? The 8 gates, combined with my chakra for your use. Upon hearing this, Naruto discreetly contemplated. The 8 gates could indeed significantly amplify strength, and when paired with the Nine Tails chakra mode, it could unleash tremendous power in a short span. However, the question lies in whether you can control this sudden surge of strength. The Nine Tails clawed at the ground, stating, "Furthermore, this likely won't be enough to deter Shursui. We don't need to deter him. We merely need to present him with an opportunity. We shall plant a seed of doubt within his heart." Naruto smirked coldly. He did not believe that a ninja like Shursui, who could emerge from a sea of corpses, would be so easily misled. All it requires is to plant a seed, and it shall take root and flourish. Thus, I must swiftly master this power. If Shursui ascends before I do, I can only say that I have done my utmost. Fate and destiny. Undertaking minor actions to secure my own safety is already my limit. Wait. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he conceived a brilliant idea. Perhaps I could slip a note into Sasuke's pocket. This plan astonished the Nine Tails. However, upon further reflection, it seemed like a reasonable compromise. Success would be splendid, and failure would entail minimal loss. We need to address the issue of handwriting. Naruto stroked his chin, his gaze drifting until it settled upon the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails immediately bristled. "What do you intend to do?" Hee. Naruto rubbed his hands together. "I entrust this task to you. I'll speak, and you shall write." "I refuse." The Nine Tails promptly declined. "I would rather die than write. I am not accustomed to your human script. It's atrocious, and I shall not embarrass myself. Daily, I will provide an uninterrupted supply of vegetables." Naruto's voice was laced with temptation, and the Nine Tails' expression faltered. Normally, Naruto would limit his offerings, but now he promised a constant supply. The allure was too strong. Only by having tasted this bounty could one appreciate the quality of what Naruto provided. Even a small portion made him feel stronger. This was remarkable. He was the Nine Tails, born with such power, and the path to becoming stronger was a lengthy one. Yet now, he glimpsed a hope of continual growth. "I shall write." Ultimately, the Nine Tails could not resist the temptation and capitulated. "It is merely a matter of writing a few characters. It's quite manageable." Half an hour later, the Nine Tails scrutinized his written characters, questioning his existence, while Naruto stood by, arms crossed, mocking him. "I cannot believe I failed to write a few simple characters." The Nine Tails gritted his teeth, swiping his paw. "Bring me paper and pen. A deity may vie for a morsel, but I, the illustrious Nine Tails, shall not falter here. It is absolutely impossible. I do not aspire to be a calligraphy master, but I seek to become a beast capable of writing normally. Let us get to work." Naruto, such remarkable determination. He set down the paper and pen, quietly retreating. Sometimes, one must delve into sealing techniques. The sealing arts in this ninja world are truly exceptional. Indeed, he still could not comprehend the principles behind it, how it allowed him to enter freely and even send items inside. Yet, paradoxically, the Nine Tails could not escape. This sealing ability is formidable. Should I manage to unravel its secrets and promote its mastery, the implications would be terrifying. It feels as though I have uncovered another avenue of research. Naruto pondered. Now, the pressing matter is my own strength. Age indeed imposes significant constraints upon me. It is prudent to cultivate diligently. By consuming more, I can enhance my own power. Shaking his head, he cast aside unrealistic thoughts and commenced his unwavering training regimen. As for the Nine Tails, he was engrossed in honing his writing skills. To facilitate this, Naruto even provided a calligraphy book. Approximately 3 days later, the Nine Tails' laughter echoed throughout the ceiling space, reaching Naruto's ears. From this day forth, I shall be a writing-tailed beast. When I encounter Shikaku, the One Tail, I shall certainly mock him relentlessly. Naruto was speechless. Upon examining the Nine Tails' writing, he thought, well, it is legible, if barely. Very well. I shall take care of the remaining matters. With a calm demeanor, Naruto collected the note, observing the Nine Tails continue to practice diligently. 6. Silently giving a thumbs up. Naruto could only express his admiration. La la la. At the end of the school day, Sasuke held hands with Itachi, beaming with joy as he skipped along. In that moment, he was blissful. In stark contrast, Naruto and Sasuke had endured a lifetime of hardship. If given the choice, who wouldn't he desire to live joyfully, free of worries? Most individuals abhor conflict. It is merely a consequence of life's demands. Why is there a note in my pocket? As he neared home, Sasuke reached into his pocket, intending to retrieve a piece of candy. Instead, he pulled out a crumpled note. Itachi initially paid it no mind. It was merely a note. There was no cause for concern. However, the instant Sasuke unfolded the paper, Itachi's expression shifted, and he swiftly reached out to seize it. Sasuke. He glanced at his hand, then at his brother, utterly bewildered. What is happening? Itachi cleared his throat, his smile gentle as he deftly redirected the conversation. After dinner, I will accompany you to practice your shuriken throwing technique. Really? That sounds great. Sasuke's eyes sparkled, and he promptly dismissed the note from his mind. A note? What does that compare to having my brother accompany me in training? Itachi sighed with relief, though his expression soon turned grave. The contents of the note surfaced in his mind. Chapter 12. The paper ball fog. Beware of Danzo. Seize the eyes and avoid betrayal. The handwriting was atrocious, but he could vaguely discern those few words. Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted dramatically. Uncertain of who had slipped the contents into Sasuke's pocket, he felt a chilling apprehension. It was imperative to consult with brother Shisui. Suppressing his shock, Itachi first partook in dinner, then accompanied Sasuke for a brief training session before making his way directly to the Uchiha Shisui residence. Itachi, what brings you here tonight? Shisui inquired, somewhat surprised. Itachi seldom visited, and when he did, it was always at a consistent hour. This unexpected late-night arrival suggested that something beyond even Itachi's control had transpired. With a grave countenance, Uchiha Itachi handed over a slip of paper. Upon glancing at it, Shisui's expression changed subtly. Whose is this? He asked. I don't know. It was found in Sasuke's pocket. I recall you were the one to pick him up today, Itachi replied. After a moment's contemplation, Shisui remarked. Then it must have been placed there at school. This means only those who entered the school today could have done so. Who could it be? The two exchanged glances. Enveloped in silence. The school was bustling with activity. Sasuke could hardly have remained confined to his classroom. As such, pinpointing the culprit seemed impossible. Moreover, the handwriting was so hasty that the perpetrator likely would not be foolish enough to reveal themselves. Was it a scheme to sow discord? Or was there indeed veracity to the matter? Brother Shisui, you must remain vigilant, Itachi urged. Shisui let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, regardless of the scenario, the individual behind this has already achieved their desired outcome. At that moment, a flicker of trepidation ignited within him. Though slight, it was undeniably present. Cursed be them, Shisui exclaimed, striking his fist against the door frame. He loathed the architect of this turmoil, loathed Danzo. Whether true or false, their past could never be reclaimed. They were not naive, they possessed the discernment necessary. In this regard, Shisui subtly felt the assertions within the note were credible. This was not unfounded, as he had previously sensed an ominous shift. Yet, a natural filter had prevented him from contemplating it in that direction. Now, this slip of paper had laid it bare. Intrigue and duplicity. How could such a family coexist with the village? Shisui's heart thundered in protest. Uchiha Itachi sighed, as both felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Unless an individual capable of quelling all arose, there truly seemed no resolution. However, such a person was a rarity, nearly impossible to find, especially within the confines of Konoha. Even two prodigies like them could not help but feel despondent. Regardless, since this enigmatic figure had taken action, further movements were inevitable. After a pause, Shisui turned to Itachi. However, we must remain wary of Danzo. I shall need to exercise greater caution moving forward. Understood. Now, let me have some solitude. It seemed the plan had succeeded. This would afford him additional time. Meanwhile, Naruto nonchalantly entered the ramen shop and ordered a bowl of noodles. I am the kind-hearted waitress, and Tucci, the amiable chef, welcomed him. At this time, Ichiraka Ramen was still quite small, with only a few seats, often filled to capacity. Yet, Naruto's presence typically cleared the place. He felt a twinge of guilt for disrupting their business. Tucci, however, was not particularly concerned. The losses are minimal, he reassured. Have you ever considered expanding? Naruto inquired. I have, but firstly, I lack the funds, and secondly, I have no notoriety. Expansion would be a waste, Tucci replied. Hey, when I grow up to be Hokage, I will definitely ensure you have a grand establishment. Naruto beamed, his smile radiant. The Nine-Tails could hardly tolerate Naruto's insincerity, viewing him as a master of duplicity. Ha ha ha, I shall eagerly await the day you achieve that dream, Tucci chuckled heartily. Naruto merely smiled in silence, confident that the time would not be long in coming. One cannot deny that Tucci's ramen was exceptional. A visit to the village of Hokage would be incomplete without indulging in a bowl. Uncle, I believe your shop will become quite popular in the future. May your words bring fortune, Tsuchi replied. Naruto cast one last glance at the Uchiha gate before departing leisurely. All tasks had been accomplished. Now, only time and the pursuit of strength remained. With resolute steps, Naruto understood that all FA aids were not his true intent. Konoha, await my return. Shortly after Naruto returned home, Sarutobi Hiruzen paid him another visit. Naruto sighed, as the third Hokage's recent frequency was becoming notable. Little Naruto, your grandfather has come to see you again. Naruto raised a brilliant smile. Thank you for visiting me, third Hokage. It brings me great joy. Seeing Naruto's mature demeanor, Hiruzen revealed a self-satisfied smile. Look, today I have brought you a fish to showcase my culinary skills. The Nine-Tails muttered, here we go again with the brainwashing. It's truly tiresome. How had he never before realized how adept this old man was at feigning kindness? Once a formidable ninja, had he truly changed so completely? Perhaps so. The Nine-Tails quietly inquired, will you become like this in the future? Who knows? Naruto pondered, stroking his chin. The Dragon Slayer ultimately becomes the dragon. I have little confidence in myself. After all, those who ascend to such heights are invariably strong. How many of them are free from vice? What then sets me apart from others? Just because I'm the protagonist? In a moment of epiphany, he slapped his thigh. Of course, I am the protagonist. Why should I fear anything? I am destined to maintain my original intent. Wait, what was my original intent? Naruto fell into deep contemplation. Insanity. The Nine-Tails stared at Naruto, utterly befuddled by his current state of inner turmoil, and silently began practicing calligraphy. I must leave. You've made remarkable progress in your chakra control. Those vegetables and water you cultivated are truly commendable. Within the sealed space, the Nine-Tails observed Naruto, who was now proficient in chakra manipulation. It had not been long. Yet Naruto had already achieved this level. If they could truly reach the point he envisioned, they would wreak havoc. Alas, it was not possible. They had yet to attain the level of mutual trust required. Even now, the Nine-Tails did not fully believe in Naruto. How could he become the perfect Jinchuriki? Such a scenario existed only in imagination. The Nine-Tails did not trust that Naruto would ever let down his guard completely. They were equally matched, neither wholly trusting the other. Yet, Naruto's displayed talent was already astonishing. With your current abilities, you should be able to practice that ninjutsu now, the Nine-Tails solemnly stated, fixing his gaze on Naruto. What ninjutsu? Is it the Flying Thunder God technique, or some other extraordinary jutsu? The Nine-Tails began to articulate, enunciating each word deliberately. Chapter 13, Rasengan. Rasengan. It is indeed this ninjutsu. Naruto frowned. This had become his signature technique, birthed in the hands of Minato Namikaze and flourishing under Naruto's prowess. The various forms of the Rasengan were immensely powerful. At times, a single mastery could suffice to dominate all. Was it true that he would not learn any other techniques in the future? No, it was merely that this one technique was sufficient for Naruto to conquer the world. However, it must be noted that a diversity of techniques would be beneficial. It would prevent him from becoming a target. What was the brilliance of Rasengan? It lay in its formless nature, allowing for instantaneous execution. Yet, in this world, there existed others who possessed the talent to execute ninjutsu with similar fluidity. Moreover, there were those extraordinary ninjas with bloodline limits and unique abilities. Were Naruto not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he would likely be on par with such individuals. It was indeed crucial to learn this technique. Naruto vaguely recalled the steps to practice. With the Nine-Tails' assistance, he managed to learn it after just a few attempts. As Naruto held the spinning Rasengan in his hand, the Nine-Tails was almost left speechless, utterly astonished by the spectacle before him, his face a portrait of disbelief. How could he be so fast? The Nine-Tails was bewildered. He recognized Naruto's formidable talent and prowess, yet this seemed exaggerated beyond reason. Had he truly succeeded after merely 2 or 3 attempts? The sight of the Rasengan swirling in Naruto's palm sent a shiver down the Nine-Tails' spine. Such a prodigy, paired with the resources at his disposal, might indeed achieve invincibility in the future, especially with his identity as the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. I acknowledge your potential. The Nine-Tails finally admitted after a prolonged silence. You have indeed managed to elevate your strength in a remarkably short time. Furthermore, with Naruto's myriad cunning thoughts concealed in the shadows, he had already begun to mourn for those who had bullied him, including Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. What a clever ruse they had fallen for. Now, aside from the Nine-Tails, no one else understood the intricacies of Naruto's mind. Ah, this situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. The Ninetales mused with excitement. His disdain for Konoha was palpable, and he eagerly anticipated the unfolding events. Having mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto decisively skipped class. Though he was a well-behaved child, reminiscing about school life, the thought of actually attending was utterly unappealing. It was clear that he could not endure it. Thus, he chose to skip. Irika, observing the empty seat, felt a vain throb on his forehead. Damn it. This brat has only been gone for a short time, and he has already skipped class. You all carry on. I'll go fetch him. Sasuke was preferable. Sakura, smiling brightly at Sasuke. Couldn't he help but grimace at the thought of Naruto. Vortex Naruto is such a naughty child. Not true. Hinata interjected softly from behind, feeling uneasy. He has already learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu, but he still skipped class, Sakura countered. Seeing Hinata defend Naruto only heightened Sakura's irritation. The nickname Wide Forehead was given by Naruto, and she harbored no fondness for him. Moreover, the disdain from others only compounded her dislike for him. Hinata tilted her head, perplexed by Sakura's attitude. Even if you dislike him, there is no need for such hostility. Yes, he named you Wide Forehead, but isn't that a fact? She glanced at Sakura and then at Sasuke. Realizing the truth, this was all for Sasuke's attention. Why? Because of the rivalry between Sasuke and Naruto? How childish. Hinata thought weakly. Oh, I wish I could skip class too. I want to lie down and rest. Shikamaru slumped over his desk, looking utterly defeated. School is so boring. Choji munched on snacks, nodding in agreement. Hey, Choji, Ino sighed. You shouldn't just agree with everything Shikamaru says. You need to have your own opinions. Whatever Shikamaru says is right, Choji replied. Munching away, Ino was exasperated. How did it feel like there were so few normal people in this class? Never mind, I'll just watch Sasuke. At least he is pleasant to the eyes. Where could Naruto have gone? Irika searched the streets, checking the usual spots where Naruto frequented, yet he found nothing. Finally, he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. What did you say? Skipping class? The pipe hanging from his lips nearly fell as he snatched it back into his grasp. What is going on? Perhaps he feels he has learned all he needs to from the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Irika speculated uncertainly. Regardless, Naruto had not attended class today. Wait a moment. I'll use the crystal ball to check for you. You should also look around. By the way, what is that Umbu ninja doing, failing to report such vital information? Sarutobi's brow furrowed deeply. This was indeed a significant issue. What about Danzo? He said he was preparing to invite Uchiha Shursui for a meal and discuss matters concerning the Uchiha clan and the village. It seems trouble is brewing. Sarutobi suddenly realized that Danzo had been preparing for this day for quite some time, aiming for absolute certainty. Under Danzo's orders, Shursui had no chance of survival. Thus, the Uchiha clan would descend into decline. It was crucial to note that Shursui was the powerhouse of the Uchiha clan, a formidable figure known throughout the shinobi world. At least this will eliminate an unstable factor. Non-Uchiha members can't be trusted. The discord between the Uchiha clan and the village had been simmering since the era of the first Hokage. After the first's death, the second Hokage's succession pushed the Uchiha to the fringes. The second Hokage could suppress them, but not indefinitely. Hence, a choice must be made. For the sake of the village, sacrifices must be made. Gazing thoughtfully at the Uchiha clan's territory, this ancient family would eventually fade away under his and Danzo's machinations. Now, where's Naruto? Where could that brat have gone? Sarutobi utilized his telescope technique, continuously searching, only to be astonished to discover Naruto was right at home. He spotted the Umbu ninja keeping watch near Naruto's house. Y&T Irika found him. Squinting, Sarutobi sensed something was amiss. He felt compelled to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha household, Shursui remained silent. Just moments ago, he received an invitation from Danzo to dine at the Root. How absurd. Shursui almost laughed in anger. Why invite him for a meal at the Root instead of at home or elsewhere? Previously, he might not have thought much of it, but now? I'm sorry. I'm on guard. In other words, he had partially awakened. Chapter 14. You'll get a Rasengan regardless of status. It appears rain is imminent. The sky was overcast, with occasional lightning streaking across the heavens. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily, and on the ground, ants scurried about, while birds flew particularly low in the distance. All these signs indicated that a torrential downpour was approaching. Naruto stood at the window, the winds outside beginning to howl, bringing an unending chill. A dark and stormy night. Perfect for mischief. If memory serves, Uchiha Shursui was killed under similar weather conditions. Could it be today? This was easily discernible. Naruto's location was somewhat secluded, and he resided on the second floor. In an era when buildings were generally not very tall, he could see quite far. Additionally, the root base was situated beneath the tree hollows, allowing him to easily spot anyone entering. This geographical advantage was truly remarkable. What are you planning? Naruto grinned mischievously. Causing chaos. Hey, don't do anything reckless. The Ninetales exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out. Your current strength can't activate the Ninetales mode. Even if you could, do you think Konoha is your home? Fear not, I know my limits. Naruto replied confidently. His confidence stemmed from the Rasengan. For some reason, perhaps due to the frequent consumption of spirit spring water, it seemed the attributes within him were continually being enhanced. The fusion of lightning and wind chakra birthed the Rasengan, which he could now launch. However, that was not the most extraordinary aspect. The most impressive part was his newfound ability to become invisible. He could not explain the principle behind it, yet it was undeniably powerful, making him a master of ambush. Who in Konoha could possibly anticipate his involvement? Who would suspect the existence of such a troublesome Rasengan? Caught off guard, the results would undoubtedly be effective. This was the advantage of misinformation. A single intelligence error could determine the outcome of a battle. Especially now, the chances for Danzo have become exceedingly slim. He is now quite curious whether Shursui will fall for his reminders. If so, there would truly be no need to offer assistance. Self-destruction would suffice. For it is utterly worthless. To Naruto, mercy towards one's enemies is akin to cruelty towards oneself. Given his battle-hardened experience, one would expect Uchiha Shursui to comprehend this truth. While he might have previously justified his existence, he cannot continue to deceive himself in such a manner. As time inexorably ticks away, a figure suddenly materializes before the tree hollow. It is Uchiha Shursui. After a moment's contemplation, Shursui strides inside. The moment has arrived. The Ninetales lies languidly on the ground, thinking, what business is it of yours? If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. Alas, this creature has truly become arrogant, believing that the Hidden Leaf Village is as simple as it appears. If it were that easy, he would not have been sealed here for so many years. However, it is merely a matter of time. The Ninetales chooses to ignore him. He is curious to see what confidence Naruto possesses before he is captured. You've arrived, please sit. Shursui respectfully takes a seat, eyeing the lavish spread before him, his brow furrowing. It resembles a banquet of treachery within the shinobi world. What could the elders possibly want to discuss with him? Surely, it cannot merely be for a meal, can it? Indeed, there is a matter concerning the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. With a cheerful smile, Danzo says, come, let us eat while we talk. I have devised a rather excellent plan. Shursui squints his eyes, feigning enjoyment of the meal. He is eager to discover the nature of Danzo's scheme. After much idle chatter, Shursui remains patient. As the seconds slip away, Danzo internally scoffs. He truly is a fool, falling into his trap so easily. Yes, he has poisoned him. Otherwise, they might have been able to stop Shursui, but at a tremendous cost. The root organization is a power he has painstakingly built. He cannot afford significant losses. Poisoning is undoubtedly the best choice. After satisfying his hunger, Shursui looks back at Danzo and asks, Elder, can we discuss matters now? Of course. The solution is rather simple. Your Uchiha clan must vanish from the village, especially you. What? Shursui's pupils constrict sharply as he stands, staring at Danzo in shock. He realizes that Danzo intends to betray him, yet he could never have imagined such cruelty from him. But wait, how could Danzo alone possess such audacity? In that moment, Shursui feels a chilling premonition. The third Hokage is certainly not as innocent as he appears. Thus, Uchiha Shursui forces a smile. Did you ever consider accepting us, the Uchiha? Who can say? Perhaps you should ponder that in the Pure Land. Danzo retorts sharply. Attack. Shursui, surrender quietly. You have been poisoned and cannot escape. Humph. Uchiha Shursui scoffs coldly. Not long ago, someone warned me of your ill intentions. Thankfully, I remained cautious, and now it appears they were right. I am sorry, but I am not poisoned. Boom. Uchiha Shursui unleashes his full power, activating his Manjiki Sharingan, and begins to break through the encirclement of root ninjas. In that instant, Shursui reemerges in the shinobi world. After him, Danzo commands, watching in fury as the prize slips away. He has long feared Shursui's ability. He thought to catch him off guard today, only to find himself outmaneuvered. But what of it? Danzo coldly observes Shirsue's retreating figure. His root organization is brimming with talent. And with his own strength, how could they possibly allow Shirsue to flee? As he pursues, Danzo calmly reflects on Shirsue's earlier words. Someone must have leaked information. Who could it be? His mind immediately drifts to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Among them, only he could know of Danzo's plan. Then there is the overly clever Nara Shikaku. Perhaps he could have guessed. Is it Nara Shikaku? The third Hokage seems unlikely. It appears that the Nara clan warrants closer scrutiny. With these thoughts, Danzo and his men burst forth from the tree hollow. In the pitch-black night, under torrential rain, figures flicker. There, Naruto, hiding by the window, grins widely. Danzo, allow me to present you with a delightful gift. Naruto raises his hands, forming two Raisengans, and hurls them forth. In the astonished gaze of the Nine Tails, the Raisengans spiral and vanish silently into the darkness. An invisible Raisengan. Wait, can it truly be thrown like that? The Nine Tails exclaims in disbelief. He has never seen Minato utilize such a technique. Is this a development of Naruto's own? How many could withstand such an invisible Rasengan? Incredible. Finally, the Nine Tails understands where Naruto's confidence lies. In this environment, Naruto has been hiding for so long, and with his senses, he knows that the hidden ninjas have already concealed themselves. It would be absurd for any ninja to remain on the branches in such weather. He has the advantage of time, place, and circumstance. Therefore, Naruto decisively takes action. Chapter 15. Danzo's fury as he pursues Shirsue. Danzo suddenly senses an impending danger. Instinctively, he raises his hand to block with a kunai. In that instant, his years of battle-hardened experience prevent him from being caught off guard. Boom! The Rasengan strikes Danzo, erupting in a brilliant display of wind and lightning. Taken by surprise, Danzo stumbles back several steps. The others are not so fortunate, caught in the explosion of another Rasengan. The most unfortunate among them is sent flying, losing consciousness on impact. The remaining ninjas are startled, thrown into disarray. In that brief moment, Shirsue has long since vanished. Oh! Danzo's heart roars, his fury reaching its peak. Why? Who? What was that? A flurry of questions fills his mind, casting a shadow over his thoughts. Ha ha ha, how amusing. The Nine Tails chuckles, nearly in stitches. Danzo's expression suggests he would never suspect this was Naruto's doing. Naruto, clever as ever, has disrupted all of Danzo's plans. The Nine Tails eagerly anticipates the Uchiha's next move. Naruto shrugs. He does not believe these two will clash, but returning to the past is no longer an option. The rift has been sown, and all that remains is to wait for it to bear fruit. This will also grant him a moment of respite. Once he grows stronger, he will reclaim the Uchiha clan. Naruto understands, while that ambitions are not bound by age, with sufficient power, one can indeed overcome all obstacles. Those people will bow before him. Moreover, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the child of the fourth Hokage, he possesses an inherent political correctness. Is he rebelling? No, he is merely purging the corrupt, restoring justice to the Hidden Leaf Village. The village has decayed. Soon, he will seek out Orochimaru to unveil a plan for its collapse. Do they truly believe that everyone is satisfied with the current state of affairs? Reflect on the old Hidden Leaf Village. Without the first Hokage, without the second, where are the formidable shinobi like Shirsue and Kakashi? Not to mention the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. And what of the successors, like the prodigious Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha? Let us not forget the indelible stain on Itachi's reputation for annihilating his own clan. If it were not for the actions of Danzo and others, would he have reached this point? Even without attaining the Manjiki Sharingan, his innate talent would have rendered him a formidable ninja. Moreover, there were still protagonists like Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha in the picture, forming a truly magnificent lineup. In such a scenario, would Minato have sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails? Let us not dwell on that. Even Naruto believed that Obito Uchiha would not dare to intrude. Had he not entered, Kushina Uzumaki would have remained safe, representing yet another powerful force. Yet, consider their actions. Tsukumo Hatake fell, the legendary three departed, and both Minato and Kushina ultimately departed for the Pure Land. In the end, even Shirsue Uchiha succumbed to tragedy. What remained were a few inconsequential individuals, until Kakashi and Might Guy's generation emerged, providing some semblance of strength. However, at that time, they were merely jonin. Were it not for Naruto's selfless contributions to Konoha, the village would have crumbled long ago. With such circumstances, what worth is there in defending such a village? It would be better to dismantle it and rebuild the Konoha of one's dreams. A single misstep leads to complete disaster. This is the reality of the Konoha that Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo painstakingly constructed, utterly ludicrous. Even more absurd was Hisashi Hyuga's fate, despite not losing. One of the Hyuga clan's members had to pay with his life, and it was the clan leader's own brother. Surely they do not believe that Hisashi held no resentment? Sometimes, I truly wonder how these individuals think. At times, it feels as though I am in a world meant for women. Naruto's tone was languid. The Nine-Tails remained silent. Yes, he too believed these people were lacking in reason. Otherwise, they would not engage in such foolish maneuvers. The so-called will of fire is worthless. Konoha does not merit such devotion. A cold smile graced Naruto's lips. It was now the time for him to watch the spectacle unfold. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Shursui stumbled into the clan leader's residence. Uchiha Fugaku, engrossed in reading a newspaper, abruptly stood, astonished at the disheveled appearance of Shursui, and inquired, "What happened to you?" Coughing, Shursui replied, "I was pursued by that old thief Danzo, but fortunately, someone aided me from the shadows." "Who?" Fugaku questioned, shaking his head as his mind raced back to a fleeting glimpse. It resembled a technique depicted in ninjutsu, the Rasengan. The Rasengan? Fugaku's eyes narrowed, his heart stirred. It seemed that only Jiraiya possessed such a technique in this era. Could it be him? Yet, that seemed unlikely. The identity of this mysterious benefactor remained an enigma. Coughing again, Shursui accepted the cup of tea offered by Mikoto Uchiha, savoring the warmth flowing through him, and finally relaxed. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at Itachi, who had just entered with a somber expression, and shook his head helplessly. It appears that we have indeed fallen into the trap set by that hidden figure. However, while I was feigning cooperation with Danzo, I inadvertently revealed the existence of this benefactor. Well done. While it is true that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, one cannot trust those who lurk in the shadows. Given their sensitive status, they could not afford to take overt action. Thus, it would fall upon Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo to expose this hidden adversary. Have you given up hope? Fugaku asked, his tone measured. Shursui and Itachi exchanged awkward glances. They had never anticipated that their heartfelt dedication to Konoha would lead to such a disheartening outcome. Their spirits were utterly crushed. You must understand, it is not Konoha that has changed, but the people. Fugaku shook his head. No matter how much time passes, Konoha can never revert to the image you once envisioned. It can only exist as a memory. Times are changing, and the village of the past cannot return. The future we currently see will also never revert. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders, his demeanor serious. Look ahead, strive to live better, and ensure your clan thrives. As long as we endure, so too does the village, for they reside within our hearts. Shursui fell silent. Why did you not say such things before? Would you have listened if I had? Fugaku smiled softly. People cannot be taught by others, but experiences can impart wisdom. Just then, their newfound resolve emboldened Fugaku to confront Hiruzen and Danzo. The game of strategy had only just begun. Chapter 16. Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, thank you. With renewed vigor, Uchiha Fugaku felt invigorated. In the past, his clan had been fragmented, but with Shursui's loyalty restored, he could now contend with certain individuals in the village. Did they truly think the Uchiha clan was powerless? Let them now test the waters. Fugaku felt a surge of exhilaration. Years of pent-up frustration melted away. He was eager to witness Danzo's grim visage. Oh, and Hiruzen Sarutobi too. He was certain their expressions were quite entertaining. What a pity he would not be there to see it. A light laugh escaped Fugaku's lips. Shursui and Itachi remained silent, pondering how long it had been since their clan leader had laughed so freely. Were they truly foolish? They could not help but reflect. Indeed, there seemed to be some truth to it. The clan belonged to them, and they shared both glory and ruin. Yet, their existence was not solely theirs. There were also the Hyuga clan, the Inuzuka, and countless villagers. I understand, Shursui exclaimed, startling Fugaku with his enthusiasm. What have you come to realize? Fugaku feared Shursui might utter something shocking. We must recruit allies to protect Konoha and apply pressure on Hiruzen and Danzo. The Hyuga clan should be our first choice. Hearing this, Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. Upon reflection, it was indeed a sound strategy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The incident involving Hisashi Hyuga could serve as a breakthrough. You make a valid point, but for now, we must maintain the facade of cooperation. A harmonious facade benefits us all. The undercurrents of our struggle will not cease. This is a game of power, a war devoid of swords and bloodshed. Until a victor emerges, none shall act to disrupt the current state of tension. Despite appearing to be in a weak position, the Uchiha clan was better off than they had been before. Failed. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, clutching his pipe. You are too impatient. Danzo's face darkened as he muttered. It is not my impatience. Someone is meddling. Who? Danzo took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and stated coldly, while I pursued Shursui. He informed me that someone had tipped him off. During my chase, someone covertly cast a few jutsu, allowing Shursui to escape. What? Hiruzen felt a jolt of shock. His composure shattered. There was indeed someone behind the scenes, and it was not merely Danzo's blunder. Hiruzen's mind immediately turned to the Nara clan, then to the Hyuga clan. I must say, that jutsu resembled the Rasengan. Only this one was capable of invisibility. Danzo, seasoned by numerous experiences, recognized that the matter had already unfolded. There was no use in further anger. Calmly gathering himself, he leaned on his cane and gazed out at the tempest outside. Assessing the situation, regardless of whether it is the Rasengan, there is clearly a third force at play behind Konoha. We cannot afford to let them gain the upper hand. Hiruzen stepped closer to Danzo, nodding in agreement. Indeed, that is a truth we must acknowledge. If they engage in a fierce battle with the Uchiha clan, ultimately, they will only benefit a hidden force. What is the objective of this force? The Hokage. Both Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi exchanged glances, simultaneously realizing the gravity of the Hokage position, a role of immense value, essentially a pillar of power within the land of fire. The allure of such a position is undeniable. It appears we must conduct a thorough investigation. Let us join forces. Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, exhaled a cloud of smoke, his voice cold and laced with murderous intent. The following day, the Root and Umbu joined forces to commence a sweep, determined to unearth the individual behind these machinations. Unfortunately, under the constraints of a singular ninjutsu attack, it was virtually impossible to draw out Naruto. Their efforts proved futile, revealing a significant gap in their intelligence. Meanwhile, Naruto reveled in his untroubled state, secure in the knowledge that he could not be implicated. He was constantly surveilled, leaving him no opportunity to act covertly, all the while sowing discord within the previously united Konoha. What is happening? Akimichi Chza, Nara Shikaku, and Yamanaka and Noichi sat together, their eyes fixed on Nara Shikaku. Among the trio, Shikaku was the unequivocal sage, steadfastly aligned with the Hokage's faction. Yet, the gravity of the situation left them feeling a sense of unease, as they had not been consulted on such a crucial mission. The lack of communication from above signified a loss of trust. However, the two pondered, had they truly done anything to warrant this? Shikaku forced a smile. As a sage, he often analyzed the happenings within the village, gathering intelligence and deducing from it. This time, he felt a chill. He had come to realize that their faction, once thought invulnerable, had been outmaneuvered. The Uchiha clan faced numerous issues, yet they did not. It now appeared they had been ensnared by unseen hands, and the dread of not knowing who was orchestrating these events was unsettling. Upon reflection, he was astounded by the depth of this conspiracy, a rarity in its cunning. Initially, the rift between Shursui and Danzo had somewhat leveled the playing field between the Uchiha and the village's strength. This alone made Hiruzen hesitant, for they could not afford to weaken their own village in an effort to eliminate the Uchiha. Such a move would only benefit outsiders. Consequently, even with doubts, the Uchiha would feel obliged to reciprocate. This scenario weakened the village while empowering the Uchiha, creating an unexpected favor. What followed would undoubtedly incite the wrath of Hiruzen and Danzo. The more prominent one became, the more suspicion would arise, placing the Nara clan in the crosshairs. After all, who else could be suspected if not the renowned sages? It was common knowledge that the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans were tightly knit, making excessive trust among them precarious. Once again, Konoha faced a fracture. Nara Shikaku continued to analyze. There was also the Hyuga clan, who, though initially hesitant, would certainly be inclined to make a move given the current circumstances. One must not underestimate the Hyuga. Thus, it seemed Konoha was teetering on the brink of collapse. Such a terrifying prospect. Nara Shikaku gasped as he concluded his analysis. Chapter 17, Experts. The gravity of the situation left Nara Shikaku increasingly unsettled. This entire series of events suggested Konoha was nearing a precipice. The mastermind behind these schemes was formidable. Akimichi Chza stared at Nara Shikaku, his snack forgotten, while Yamanaka and Noichi silently regarded him. Is it possible you are being overly dramatic? Even you have been ensnared? Nara Shikaku nodded solemnly. Only strength remains. The two gasped at the realization. The strength of this hidden figure was alarming, and with their presence in the open, they risked being ensnared themselves. Shikaku, we rely on you, Yamanaka and Noichi urged, grasping Nara Shikaku's hand. You know how the third operates. Once a hint arises, we are in peril. I will do my utmost. Shikaku replied, feeling the weight of his companion's expectations. After seeing off his old friends, he released a long breath, his eyes sparkling with renewed determination. If he felt pressured moments ago, now he felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. He had finally encountered an opponent worthy of his full effort. Let us engage in a war without smoke. Meanwhile, Naruto sneezed, puzzled. His health had always been robust. Why would he sneeze now? Who is talking about me? He murmured, almost amused by the thought. After all, countless individuals mentioned his name daily. Keeping count was impossible. What s with your Rasengan? Hey kid, speak up. The Ninetales had been growling in Naruto's ear all night, genuinely curious as to why Naruto's Rasengan differed from others. Having witnessed Minato's Rasengan, he knew it could not be thrown nor made to disappear. So what made Naruto's so special? Who could withstand the vanishing Rasengan? The Ninetales grew increasingly intrigued by the surprises this young boy presented. He mused that if Naruto were to conjure a Mangeki Sharingan, he would not be overly surprised. I don't know, Naruto shrugged, a smile playing on his lips. He enjoyed watching the Ninetales' frustrated curiosity. The creature's antics were amusing. A far cry from the proud beast he once knew. It now appeared as a frustrated fox yearning for something unattainable. Damn, this human child is insufferable, the Ninetales thought. His ire surpassing even that of Uchiha Obito. Alright, enough with the jest. It's simply a change in chakra properties, nothing extraordinary. Naruto was busy cooking, having completed his tasks, now awaiting his companion's performance. He understood that in the short term, no victor would emerge as they had to consider the other villages. Any misstep could trigger the fourth great ninja war prematurely, heralding doom for the land of fire and Konoha. Such an outcome was undesirable for all involved, and thus, Naruto was confident they would exercise restraint. Even without such considerations, he was unafraid. He welcomed the chaos. Give me something to eat, the Ninetales conceded, realizing that perhaps this was the only explanation for Naruto's peculiar Rasengan. With this understanding, the Ninetales began to covet Naruto's cooking, recalling the exquisite flavors from previous meals. Naruto chuckled to himself, reflecting on the saying that the way to a person's heart is through their stomach. It seemed applicable even to the Ninetales. After all, who could refuse the exquisite taste of spiritual spring water? Come, let us eat together. Naruto and the Ninetales enjoyed their meals, one outside while the other in a sealed space, sharing delightful conversation. However, for others, the situation was far less idyllic. The events in Konoha village spread rapidly. In the village of Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage, A furrowed his brow as he examined the intelligence report in his hand, eventually setting it down after a considerable time. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was reputed as a formidable ninja, he had undeniably been declining in recent years. In the past, he would have never made such a decision. It is simply a sign of aging, one as thoughts inevitably change. Moreover, the Uchiha clan undeniably posed a significant challenge, adding to his pressure. How intriguing this situation has become. I shall remain passive and allow you all to tear each other apart. I placed the report away, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The leaders of other nations and villages shared a remarkably unified perspective. They were eager to observe the unfolding drama. Such opportunities are rare, and it was genuinely amusing that the third Hokage would orchestrate such events. My dear teacher, you have indeed grown complacent. In the Sound Village, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized the intelligence report, remaining silent for a long while before retreating to his quarters. He found it difficult to comprehend the third Hokage. It was one thing to deny him the position of Hokage, but to prevent him from conducting research was entirely unjustifiable. Why? During his time in Konoha, he had exercised restraint. He firmly believed that for a village or a nation to progress, a spirit of research was essential. Yet, why did they fail to grasp this? Orochimaru sighed, having already conceived a plan for the downfall of Konoha. To realize this ambition, he required extensive preparation. To his surprise, even before he had acted, someone had already dealt a severe blow to Konoha from the shadows. This strike was both precise and ruthless. He was curious to discover the identity of this individual. He longed to witness their prowess. Everyone presumed that a formidable figure was behind this. Naruto, if aware of their thoughts, would likely scoff at them. He had not contemplated the situation so deeply. It was purely a matter of timing and circumstance, with fate seemingly favoring him. Who would have anticipated that the third Hokage would make such a blunder? Once he had taken this misstep, returning to the past would not be so simple. A headache. The Hokage's office was suffused with the scent of smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled clouds of it, his face etched with worry. Over half a month had passed, and they had yet to uncover any leads. Logically, this should not be the case. They had turned Konoha upside down, yet yielded no results. Old man, are we perhaps searching in the wrong direction? Danzo pondered, his expression grim as he recalled the rigorous search efforts of recent days. With such intensity, even those hiding in the dark should have revealed some hint of their presence. Yet, they had found nothing. They had identified a few undercover agents, but to what end? The two exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness. Chapter 18, Building My Own Faction. The third Hokage and Danzo must be feeling quite distressed. Naruto lounged leisurely against a large rock, a fishing rod by his side. His days were blissfully unhurried. Aside from his regular training, he spent his time fishing. It was only through fishing that he discovered its true joy. Even though his bounty was meager after his novice protection period, he remained undeterred. One of the benefits of having the Ninetales' presence was that pests like mosquitoes dared not approach him. This aspect was indeed quite pleasant. Recalling a time in his previous life when friends had dragged him out fishing late at night, he grimaced at the memory of returning home covered in welts. You are far too relaxed. Have you made sufficient progress in your ninjutsu studies? This can come gradually. I am contemplating another matter, Naruto replied, tugging on the fishing rod. A blade of grass clamped between his teeth, a smile upon his face. The second plan can commence. What plan? The Ninetales inquired, taken aback. After observing Naruto's leisurely demeanor for days, it had assumed he had grown complacent. The mention of a second plan surprised it. 10 years to grow trees. 100 years to cultivate people. I need to establish my own faction. Naruto gazed towards the Uchiha clan's territory. The first step had already been taken. And now he awaited the next phase. In such a supernatural world, while one could certainly go solo, it would prove exhausting. Even if one were invincible in this realm, the life of a lone wolf would be far from ideal. Only those who ascend to the pinnacle of power can truly enjoy the world's resources. Akin to ancient emperors, Naruto's ambitions had swelled alongside his growing powers. He deemed this a favorable development. After all, individuals possessing strength yet opting for a life of idleness were exceedingly rare. He did not see himself among them. He relished the notion of being revered by the masses. Thus, to ensure a more comfortable future, it was imperative to cultivate his own allies. Individuals like Hinata and Shikamaru were firmly in his thoughts. As members of the Konoha 12, they were endowed with remarkable talents, each possessing unique qualities. With the right support, their future achievements could soar to new heights. Whom do you wish to nurture? The Ninetales raised its head, puzzled. You currently lack even a single ally, and you are still but a child. Hinata. Humph. The Ninetales scoffed at Naruto's choice. Are you jesting? Who is Hinata? I've discerned your recent conversations with her. You seem quite taken with her. At such a tender age, how scandalous. She is even more formidable than Jiraiya. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Hinata harbored little desire for combat. Her mind was simply not attuned to such aspirations. How could you expect to cultivate someone like that? What sort of thoughts do you harbor? Infatuation? The Ninetales mused, still struggling to comprehend Naruto's logic. I have an idea I wish to test. Naruto remained undeterred, secretly eager to experiment. As the princess of the Byakugan clan, Hinata's lineage was undoubtedly potent. It could be said that if Hinata's bloodline were swapped with Hanabi's temperament, she would emerge as an exceptionally proficient ninja of the Hyuga clan, destined for greatness. Regrettably, Hinata exhibited little interest in combat. However, Naruto was not overly concerned. A lack of combat fervor? He could simply elevate her abilities incrementally, akin to stacking boxes. For instance, the Byakugan, a unique bloodline limit exclusive to the Hyuga clan. Above it lies the Rinnegan. Naruto's ambition was to discern whether he could subtly enhance Hinata's bloodline through his spiritual spring water, potentially unlocking the Rinnegan without any external medium. If successful, it would prove immensely advantageous. The Rinnegan? The Tsutsuki clan. The Ninetales was taken aback. Why did it feel like Naruto possessed an uncanny understanding of the secrets of the ninja world? Even with foresight, such knowledge seemed improbable. A bite. Naruto suddenly yanked on the fishing rod, capturing a small fish that flopped in the sunlight, held within his palm. Even such a tiny creature. You don't let it escape? Shikamaru approached, his expression sour. What's wrong? Skipping class as well. Indeed. Shikamaru leaned lazily against the rock, watching Naruto deftly cast his line with envy. Your life seems rather pleasant. Mine is rather dismal. Hey, don't say that. You have it worse than me. Indeed. Shikamaru fell silent, considering Naruto's circumstances. The atmosphere in Konoha felt peculiar. Even he could sense it. His father had not invited him for a game of shogi in ages, and the frequent visits of Choji and Ino to his home had increased significantly in recent days. Shikamaru keenly sensed that certain matters were veering towards an uncontrollable direction. Why ponder too much? If those above cannot withstand the pressure, surely we can. Thus, he resolved to eat well, drink well, and embrace the notion that all was well. Naruto cheerfully shared some fish with Shikamaru before departing with a smile. The following day, Naruto arose early, stir-frying some vegetables to pack into a lunchbox, and casually headed to the Ninja Academy. Oh, look who's here, our king of truancy. How rare to see you today, someone remarked as he entered. Upon arrival, Naruto inadvertently caught Sasuke's gaze, and they exchanged disdainful glances. Naruto feigned indifference, while Sasuke genuinely harbored irritation towards him, though he could not articulate the reason why. Witnessing this, Sakura mocked them, her fists already metaphorically landing on Naruto. Naruto's expression darkened. Get lost, wide forehead. Sakura trembled with indignation at being called wide forehead once more by that insufferable Uzumaki Naruto. You should be grateful I'm in a good mood today. After shooting a cold glare at Sakura, she instinctively recoiled, her mouth opening in protest, yet no words escaped. She could be fierce with anyone else. But facing Naruto instilled a sense of trepidation, for he would not hesitate to retaliate, disregarding her status as a mere girl. Hey, Hinata, you're here quite early today, Naruto said as he approached his seat, smiling at Hinata, waving the lunchbox and whispering, I excel at cooking. You must try my stir-fried vegetables at lunch. Shikamaru, observing Ino inching closer, pulled her back and said, What are you doing? It's obvious Naruto has a soft spot for Hinata. They could hardly interpret this affection as romantic. Given that they were merely 5 years old, it could only be seen as a strong friendship. Hinata reciprocated Naruto's sentiments without any reservations. The Ninetales scoffed, thinking this boy relied on his culinary skills and Hinata's innocence. Just wait until they grew up. He would surely be whisked away. Childhood sweethearts, blissfully naive. Wait. The Ninetales suddenly realized that he no longer harbored any aversion towards Naruto. Astonishing. The power of good food was indeed formidable. Chapter 19. The Astonishment of Hyuga Hayashi. Delicious. At lunchtime, Hinata, unable to resist Naruto's charm, shyly sampled the vegetables he had poured into her bowl. Upon tasting, her eyes sparkled with delight as she mumbled, tasty. Her words barely audible. If it's good, eat more. Naruto encouraged. Ah yes. Hinata blushed, burying her face in her meal. Nearby, Ino felt a pang of jealousy. I want some too. Go ahead and eat yours. Shikamaru calmly offered a piece of his meat. Ino grinned, accepting it gratefully. Naruto smiled softly at them, akin to a proud elder brother, his lips curling into an enigmatic smile. You should stop smiling, Shikamaru teased, wide eyes. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue across the sky, Hinata walked ahead, with Naruto closely trailing. In his eyes, Hinata was one of his own, now a friend. He would not allow anyone to bully her. This gentle girl, so fragile, seemed unaware of how to defend herself against bullies. Such scenarios should never unfold as depicted in anime. Thus, he had been silently escorting her these past few days. I'm home now, goodbye, Hinata waved, a radiant smile gracing her features at the entrance of the Hyuga clan. Niji lingered at the back, frowning at the sight. How could she smile so brightly? It was she who had caused their father to vanish. With a disdainful huff, the 6-year-old Niji ignored Hinata and strode away. Hinata's smile faltered. Naruto rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. To him, Niji was undeniably talented, possessing both character and aptitude that were exceptional. In an average person, emotions might spiral out of control, for strictly speaking, It was the village's misfortune. However, children have simplistic thoughts. He would surely perceive it as Hinata's fault, and indirectly, that of Hyuga Hayashi. In such circumstances, Niji was solely focused on altering the clan's rules. This was something even many adults struggled to accomplish. One could only imagine the stability of Niji's character. To think such a person would ultimately meet his demise was difficult to accept. He was the only one among the Konoha 12 to perish. What eyes? After dinner, Hinata and Niji trained in the yard. Hinata opened her eyes, commencing her practice. Suddenly, Hyuga Hayashi, who had been reading the newspaper, felt something amiss and looked up to see Hinata still activating her Byakugan. What was particularly striking was that it seemed she had exceeded the usual duration of its use. Hyuga Hayashi quietly activated his Byakugan, his brows furrowing in surprise. He observed the chakra flowing within Hinata. Even after all this time, her vitality remained abundant. This was unusual. Though it was a minor change, it was not expected to last this long. Looking through his Byakugan again, he noted that it had surpassed previous limits. What was happening? Hyuga Hayashi was perplexed. The training of a ninja is a gradual process. Apart from the explosive growth seen with the Byakugan and the Uchiha clan Sharingan, other advancements require time to accumulate. Physical constitution and mental fortitude necessitate diligent effort. No one becomes strong without hard work. Under stable conditions, one's growth should be traceable. Yet, before him, Hinata seemed to have improved slightly in just one day. What did you do today? Tell me, Hyuga Hayashi inquired with interest. Setting the newspaper aside to focus on Hinata, though pale, Hinata recounted her day's events. What? Naruto cooked for you? Upon hearing about the meal, Hyuga Hayashi's voice suddenly rose. Ah, yes, is there a problem? Hinata and Niji shuddered at his sudden outburst, looking at him curiously. Hyuga Hayashi felt an odd sense of deja vu, suspecting that little Uzumaki Naruto was coveting his daughter. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. He was only 5. How could he understand such things? It was merely suspicion without evidence. He opened his mouth, wanting to advise Hinata to keep her distance from Naruto, but then recalled the sensitivity of the matter. Moreover, Naruto had not acted inappropriately, making such a warning seem unjust. Cursed, suppressing his inner discontent, Hyuga Hayashi pondered and found nothing amiss. Surely, it couldn't be the food Naruto provided that caused this? Hyuga Hayashi promptly dismissed this bizarre idea. Food was merely food. Could it mutate? The problem must lie elsewhere. Nothing seemed wrong. So what could be the cause? Perhaps it was her bloodline? He scrutinized Hinata's eyes again, concluding that this might be the only plausible explanation. It seemed he would need to pay closer attention in the coming days. Well, if there's nothing else, carry on, he finally said, returning to his seat and picking up the newspaper. His mood lightened. Regardless, this was a positive development. The mastermind behind all this was indeed cautious and adept at concealing their intentions. Nara Shikaku wandered along the path, inadvertently arriving at the base of the root organization. Narrowing his eyes, he recalled the intel passed on by the third Hokage days prior. The third was not foolish, following the last incident. He felt something was amiss and began to take timely remedial actions. For now, they still appeared to be on the same side, retaining their trust in Nara Shikaku. He accepted this with apparent ease while he continued investigating the matter. The only breakthrough he knew of was the incident when he took action. At that moment, Nara Shikaku and his team were ambushed here. Calculating the distance, power, and direction, his gaze shifted to the apartment where Naruto resided. He strolled over, memories of intricate connections flooding his mind, his steps halting at the second floor of the apartment. Glancing around and comparing the surroundings, he found himself beside Naruto's residence. Oddly enough, it seemed that only Uzumaki Naruto lived here. That Rasengan. Nara Shikaku narrowed his eyes, a flicker of intrigue stirring within. As a strategist, he understood the necessity of encompassing all possibilities. Perhaps others wouldn't connect the dots to Uzumaki Naruto, and he found it improbable himself. But what if it were indeed him? Then everything began to make sense. The only concern was Naruto's strength. After a moment's contemplation, Nara Shikaku moved on nonchalantly. Whether or not it was true, this suspicion would remain locked in his heart. If it were false, voicing it could lead to harm. After all, he was the child of the fourth Hokage. He wouldn't go that far. If it were true, however, the implications could be immense. A misstep could cost him and his family dearly, and as a wise man, he chose to refrain. Ultimately, the ability to execute a silent attack under the watchful gaze of Umbu ninjas was a chilling feat. Was it Naruto alone? Or were there others present in his room at the time? Dangerous. It was time to retreat. Chapter 20. Midnight Visitor. After some time, Naruto opened the door, glanced around, and chuckled softly before closing it again. Had he been discovered? Perhaps, if not now, it would be soon. This individual was formidable. How could he find his way here? After all, he belonged to the Nara clan. Though somewhat surprised, Naruto found it not entirely strange. Sitting at the table for dinner, he felt a growing sense of vigilance. Indeed, one must not underestimate these people. They could trace even the slightest clues. He was certain that had he not been just 5 years old, more people might have connected the dots to him. These individuals had been in conflict for so long. Their wisdom and methods were nothing short of impressive. He had merely benefited from their lack of information. Yet, Nara Shikaku had sensed certain indications. No wonder the Nara clan served as the intellectual backbone of Konoha. This alone was undeniable. Taking a relaxed journey home, Nara Shikaku exhaled, but as he reflected on the events of the day, an unsettling feeling crept in. Could it truly be Uzumaki Naruto? Rationality urged him to dismiss the idea, yet his heart whispered that anything was possible. Indeed, everything is possible. If Naruto were indeed the one behind this, the situation would become intriguing. Nara Shikaku thought of the fate of the Uchiha clan, the death of Hyuga Hayashi, and the predicaments faced by Kakashi and Orochimaru, and his mood soured. He decided to probe further that night. Contemplating the fates of these individuals, Nara Shikaku could no longer remain passive. He could not tether his family's fate to the current third Hokage. Had it been the fourth Hokage, he would not have doubted, nor would he have acted this way. The same went for the younger third Hokage. However, the myriad of questionable actions by the third Hokage and Danzo over the years left him uneasy. Truth be told, had they any choice, they would not support the current third Hokage, especially with Danzo scrutinizing the third. A single misstep could exact a heavy toll, as seen with the Hyuga clan and the current Uchiha clan, both bloody lessons. Who wishes to follow an unstable ticking time bomb? Are you still awake? In the dead of night, Naruto lay quietly in bed, serenely enjoying the moonlight. After the Nine Tails finished its training, it curiously inquired, "What are you waiting for?" Perhaps yes, perhaps no. I simply feel that someone as astute as Nara Shikaku would inevitably magnify his thoughts. As expected, there he was. With a soft sigh, Naruto turned to see Nara Shikaku standing quietly in the shadows. A flicker of alarm surged within Naruto as he slowly sat up in bed, looking intently at Nara Shikaku, his heart racing with caution. Remarkably, his keen senses had failed to detect how Nara Shikaku had entered. Indeed, those who stood resilient in Konoha possessed unique capabilities. This individual, who had always presented himself as a paragon of intellect, was surprisingly formidable. His concealment had proven effective, yet it had ultimately been uncovered. Rest assured, aside from me, no one else will uncover you, Nara Shikaku said, leaning against the wall, hands in his pockets, calmly observing Naruto. At that moment, however, Nara Shikaku's heart was anything but tranquil. He often saw Naruto. During his visits to the Hokage's office, the third occasionally peered through the crystal ball to observe Naruto. Initially, Naruto had struck him as a reckless child, one who thrived on chaos to attract attention. But now he retracted that notion. It had all been a fade. The true Naruto before him radiated intelligence and maturity. His composure in the face of discovery was commendable. With such confidence, his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. May I inquire how you accomplished this? The Rasengan. Naruto raised his hand, a Rasengan materializing in his palm, and smiled silently. It's quite simple. Merely a combination of lightning and wind chakra. I trust you understand. Indeed. Nara Shikaku fell silent for a moment before finally asking, "What drives you to undertake these endeavors?" Naruto smiled. At the moment Nara Shikaku posed this question, he had already made a decision in his heart. To reach the pinnacle, become Hokage? That could be one interpretation. Nara Shikaku shook his head. That will be quite challenging. Your status is precarious. Most villagers harbor disdain towards you, making it unlikely for you to ascend. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Naruto scoffed. Do you really think I'm oblivious? Hearing Naruto's derisive laughter, Nara Shikaku withdrew his hands from his pockets, only to return them. His once relaxed palms had now balled into fists. How do you know? To keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. The villagers have made their sentiments abundantly clear. Do you truly think I'm a fool? What would be your first order of business upon becoming Hokage? Cleaning up the trash. With all due respect, Nara Shikaku gazed earnestly at Naruto, speaking with a hint of seriousness. Such actions will garner no support. Moreover, your greatest obstacle will be the daimyo. Everything is dictated by strength. Naruto raised his hand and clenched it tightly. A strange, sinister chakra surged in his palm, gradually enveloping his entire being. What is this? Nara Shikaku, who had been leaning against the wall, stood upright, regarding Naruto with heightened vigilance. At that moment, Naruto appeared transformed in his eyes. The Nine-Tails chakra mode. Uncle, have you heard of the perfect Jinchuriki? You have gained the Nine-Tails acknowledgement. Nara Shikaku could no longer maintain his composure. If he had been relatively calm moments ago, he was now utterly unsettled. A perfect Jinchuriki? Moreover, the perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? What a terrifying existence. As a strategist, he was well versed in many matters of the shinobi world, including the concept of a perfect Jinchuriki. Just to mention, the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could be considered a perfect one. Uzumaki Mido had also made her mark. That brief account remained etched in his memory, comparable to the second Hokage. Such was the description. Yet, that was sufficient. If Naruto grew and continued to evolve, his future prospects were truly incalculable. Nara Shikaku contemplated within. He came this time merely to steal a glance, yet he stumbled upon such astonishing news. Naruto, a person of exceptional intellect, spoke without fear of his words escaping his lips. This surely indicated he possessed formidable strength. Indeed, as the perfect Jinchuriki. Even though Naruto was still young and his body could hardly withstand it, a brief surge of power would be sufficient to inflict severe damage upon Konoha. Moreover, there was the ever-watchful Uchiha lurking in the shadows. Chapter 21, Nara Shikaku's Resolution. Additionally, as the perfect Jinchuriki, it would be quite effortless for Naruto to escape. Even if besieged, breaking through would not be simple, but given Naruto's intelligence, it wouldn't be overly challenging either. As for the notion of deception, Nara Shikaku harbored no such doubts. The mere ability of Naruto to unleash this concealed Rasengan already marked him as extraordinarily powerful. Coupled with the innate abilities of the Uzumaki clan, it was unfathomable, a formidable mobile cannon. In summary, pursuing this high-risk endeavor would yield no benefits. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind, leading Nara Shikaku to arrive at the most prudent decision for himself, to conceal and refrain from reporting. Who could have anticipated that the fourth Hokage would spawn a dragon? He could now rest in peace. What a joke. Naruto scoffed. If he knew how I was living now, he'd probably leap from his coffin. Nara Shikaku chuckled awkwardly. This affair indeed reflected poorly on the third Hokage and the others. However, other villages had conducted themselves similarly, if not more so. It was merely that they perceived him as lacking support. Naruto placed his hands on his thighs and spoke plainly. Look at my mother's status, and then consider the first Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido. Would they dare? Bullying the weak. This was the essence of the will of fire in Konoha. So what if one was a Jinchuriki? Were they not human? It was laughable. As he vented his frustrations, Naruto felt a sense of relief. Nara Shikaku could only endure in silence, unable to refute Naruto's tirade. When Naruto finally ceased, he smiled wryly and remarked, "This matter is beyond our control, nor do we dare intervene." "I understand," Nara Shikaku replied, pulling a chair and sitting down, observing Naruto earnestly. He no longer viewed Naruto as a mere child. In fact, he felt that Naruto's thoughts were remarkably mature, even more so than his own son. Wait. Nara Shikaku's thoughts shifted. Recently, Naruto had been spending a great deal of time with Hinata. Could it be, hissing softly in realization, previously overlooked? Naruto's behavior now suggested that the Hyuga clan would likely be drawn into this web as well. In light of this, with the Uchiha, the Hyuga, and himself providing silent support, the future seemed promising. Such youthful ambition and foresight were remarkable. The third Hokage might soon find himself at a loss. It was intriguing to envision the third's astonished expression when Naruto finally revealed his true capabilities. After a moment's contemplation, Nara Shikaku continued, "I will not offer you any overt support." "Understood," Naruto replied. In large families, there are always several offspring. As long as one succeeds, the legacy continues. In the future, Shikamaru will follow in your footsteps. That is acceptable, he agreed. Their eyes met, and in that dimly lit room, an unspoken pact was formed between the elder and the youth. Nara Shikaku departed quietly, his heart racing until he reached home. This was the boldest decision he had made in years. It was not a matter of trusting Naruto's character, but rather a belief in his potential for greatness. From their conversation, It was evident that Naruto's emotions were stable. Although the third and the villagers may have complained, there was little malice in their words. He regarded them with indifference, akin to observing ants. What bolstered this confidence? The perfect nine-tails Jinchuriki. Once he matured, he would undoubtedly become a force surpassing even the Hokage. Would Naruto not grow? That was a certainty. He was the nine-tails Jinchuriki. The third would not allow harm to befall him. As long as he navigated these years safely, the future would be Naruto's dominion. Working under such a powerful ally, there was no need to fear a repeat of the Uchiha incident. Just as the first Hokage had no fear of the Uchiha rising, he was more concerned about Naruto's potential stagnation. Only when his subordinates flourished could he pursue his own ambitions with ease. I truly look forward to the future. Shikamaru, are you still awake? Upon returning home, Nara Shikaku observed his 5-year-old son, Shikamaru, and smiled. He was indeed clever, but Shikamaru's intellect seemed to surpass his own slightly. I've been waiting for you, father, Shikamaru exclaimed. Where have you been? His gaze was piercing as he prepared to voice his suspicions. Nara Shikaku raised a hand to halt his son, chuckling. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. Could it be that you were sneaking off to an inn? Shikamaru's face bore an expression of disbelief. Nara Shikaku's face stiffened, a dark line forming on his brow. Is that what you think of your father? He glared at Shikamaru before pulling out a chessboard, stating nonchalantly, let us play a few games. How hasty. Upon seeing the chessboard, Shikamaru's face instantly contorted in agony. Humans are so complicated. The Nine-Tails mused. Is Nara Shikaku contemplating following you? Don't be absurd. It's merely a matter of hedging bets. Naruto, clothed and ready for bed, sank into the confines of his ceiling space, casually tossing a large cabbage into the void. The Nine-Tails accepted it, nibbling thoughtfully before exclaiming, hedging bets? Isn't that being indecisive? You misunderstand. These individuals prefer to play it safe when options are limited. Yet they hedge when opportunities arise. It's simply survival. Naruto found no fault in this approach. In fact, he saw it as advantageous. With Nara Shikaku's discreet assistance, he could work to win over the Uchiha. Thus, his strength would be sufficient to contend with both factions. What I don't understand is why you strive so hard. Is it merely to become Hokage or to exact revenge? No. Naruto shook his head. I simply wish to take it easy. The pinnacle of leisure lies in enjoying the bounties of effort. Therefore, I'll exert myself a bit in the beginning to revel in comfort later. Time for bed, good night. Still no leads? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, perplexed, while Shursui stood by, equally puzzled. The third Hokage and Danzo had turned Konoha upside down, yet not a trace remained. This was indeed peculiar. Something is amiss, Uchiha Itachi frowned. Logically, given that Konoha has been under their management for so long, they should have sensed any disturbance. Uchiha Itachi systematically analyzed. Even if this instance is an exception, with such intensive searching, they should have discovered something by now, even if just a hint. The three furrowed their brows, entirely at a loss. Even the slightest clue would allow them to follow the trail, yet there was nothing to grasp. With their backs against the wall, they found themselves in opposition to Konoha, and the third had begun to subtly target them. As time passed, it was conceivable that their situation within the village would grow increasingly precarious. How could they break this deadlock? Chapter 22. A chilling revelation for Uchiha Obito. Ever since his conversation with Nara Shikaku, Naruto had resumed his routine. Naruto, I sense someone is watching us. One day, after school, as Naruto headed to Ichiraku Ramen, the Nine-Tails suddenly spoke up. I have detected a probing gaze. What a coincidence, I feel it too. Typically, the gaze of a member who lurks in the shadows is calm and steady, displaying little fluctuation. However, on this occasion, the gaze wavered, revealing an unstable emotion. Who could it be? Several figures flashed through his mind. Why would their mood shift upon seeing me? Naruto mused, convinced that this person must be intricately connected to him. Such individuals are rare, and those capable of drawing his intense attention are even fewer. Is it Kakashi? Jiraiya? As Naruto squinted, a bolt of realization struck him. He thought of one person, Uchiha Obito, who was laboring within the Akatsuki organization. Considering the timeline, he had likely already engaged with the Uchiha clan. Perhaps he had long been conspiring with Danzo to dismantle the Uchiha and thereby weaken Konoha. One must acknowledge that Danzo was a fool, foolishly courting disaster. Had Naruto not risen to prominence, Konoha would undoubtedly face extinction. This was the choice made in Danzo's relentless pursuit of the Hokage position. Do you know who it is? I do not, but I have an inkling. It seems I must continue to strategize. Though Naruto's strength is indeed limited at present, the groundwork must be laid step by step. He had initially aimed to accumulate strength, but now that the Nara clan had presented themselves, he had no reason not to take advantage of the opportunity. A combination of overwhelming strength and strategic calculations would undoubtedly enhance his quality of life. Observing the villagers and some foolish ninjas with disdain, Naruto scoffed. The next day, 2 notes quietly found their way into Shikamaru's and Sasuke's pockets. The Ninetales remarked on the stealthy nature of this operation, noting how proficient Naruto had become. This note had even been pilfered from Sakura. Striving to avoid using his own resources, he exhibited remarkable caution. As Shikamaru, still within the confines of the academy, found the note while idly digging into his pockets. He unfolded it to reveal neat handwriting. Yet, upon reflection, he realized none in the class could match this writing style. Aside from a trip to the restroom, he hadn't left the classroom. Pondering this, he returned home nonchalantly and handed the note to Nara Shikaku, who was at the table eating. Shikaku instantly recognized it as a message from Naruto. The Akatsuki. Tapping his fingers on the table, Nara Shikaku's pupils constricted. Uchiha Obito? How could this be possible? Obito was supposed to be dead. Although he hadn't participated directly in that war, he was aware of the general circumstances. Kakashi had acquired Obito's Sharingan during that time. Where had Naruto sourced this intelligence? Furthermore, he was audacious to use such a risky method to convey information. What would happen if he were discovered? Kakashi should be oblivious to this, or he wouldn't still be so despondent. Konoha had some degree of collaboration with the Akatsuki, which only revealed Danzo's duplicity. Shikaku examined the details in Naruto's intelligence. Unable to recall the current members of the Akatsuki, Naruto had listed a few. First, Nagato. Second, Konan. Third, Setsu, also known as the carnivorous plant. Fourth, Uchiha Obito. He also emphasized Obito's intentions and actions, diverting the impending disaster. Immediately, Nara Shikaku conceived a clever strategy. After contemplating for a moment, he continued his meal, while a plan began to take shape in his mind. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, along with Uchiha Fugaku and a few others, exchanged glances upon discovering the note in Sasuke's pocket, their expressions inscrutable. Here we go again. This time, what could it be? Uchiha Obito, the Manjiki Sharingan, and the leader Nagato wielding the Rinnegan. Upon reading the note, Uchiha Fugaku was bewildered. In truth, they were struggling to maintain their own safety, and this matter hardly concerned them. Yet the note indicated that Obito originally intended to use Danzo to sow discord and simultaneously obliterate the Uchiha. What enmity, what grievance? The three exchanged glances, their mouths twitching. We are all of the same clan. Why the urgency to turn against one another? Wait. Uchiha Itachi pondered. Perhaps we could turn this to our advantage and eliminate Danzo. Elaborate. Uchiha Fugaku and Shursui were intrigued. Itachi pointed to the note, stating that the information was quite detailed, indicating that their actual target was the tailed beasts. This meant Naruto was their primary focus. However, with their presence in Konoha, alongside the third Hokage and other strong figures, they would not dare to act recklessly. But what if we aligned with another faction? Uchiha Shursui's expression shifted. They would have the means to abduct Naruto. Precisely. Uchiha Fugaku interlaced his fingers solemnly, adding, when the plan unfurls, Naruto will undoubtedly be captured. Obito's original intent was for Shursui to perish, eliminating a formidable foe, while recruiting someone to collaborate with Danzo, the Akatsuki, and an insider to obliterate the Uchiha at an opportune moment. The three furrowed their brows. Shursui and Fugaku's gazes fixated on Itachi. Among them, only Shursui and Itachi could be the potential culprits. Shursui should have perished, so Uchiha Itachi felt a chill run down his spine. He recognized that to safeguard the village and their clan, he would likely resort to such measures. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became that he would play the double agent, leaving Sasuke within the village. Feeling increasingly uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes, Uchiha Itachi offered an awkward smile. What a venomous scheme. Uchiha Fugaku admired the ingenuity, realizing that the unknowing victims would surely fall into the trap. At that juncture, the Uchiha would undoubtedly face ruin. With the village severely weakened, should an unforeseen event occur, such as the third Hokage's death, Konoha would be left in disarray. At that point, an enemy could easily seize Naruto. I find this mastermind behind it all even more terrifying. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, examining the note in his hand before setting it down, gravely stating, he managed to gather this information. We have heard of the Akatsuki's reputation. The village has openly collaborated with them. Their disguise is impeccable, and their ambitions are far-reaching. However, now that we are aware, why not execute a counter-strategy, diverting disaster? A sly smile crept onto Uchiha Itachi's lips. Standing by the grave of Rin Noara, Uchiha Obito suddenly shivered. Chapter 23. Obito and Zetsu are bewildered. Uchiha Obito trembled, casting a suspicious glance around, finding no one amiss. What was happening? Why did he feel as if he were being plotted against? Taking a deep breath, he cast one last lingering look at Rin's grave and departed quietly. His purpose for this visit, aside from paying respects to Rin, involved a matter of greater significance. Uchiha, do not hold it against me. I act for the sake of this world. When the infinite Tsukuyomi commences, you shall all awaken anew. Rest in peace. With a cold smile, Obito stealthily made his way to the root. Who goes there? Danzo, engrossed in his work, looked up sharply, his demeanor icy. Approaching was a figure donned in a spiral mask. The newcomer was tall and ungainly. Is it you? Danzo set down his pen, rising to stretch. What brings you here? I heard you failed, so I came to see. You've come to witness my humiliation, have you? Danzo regarded Obito with indifference. Did you not claim that collecting intelligence would be a simple task for your Akatsuki? Assist me with that. What? Obito questioned, puzzled. Do you know why I failed? As Obito's confusion deepened, Danzo began to elaborate. The more Obito listened, the more he sensed something amiss. Raising his hand in a gesture of pause, he interjected, wait, are you referring to the Rasengan? In recent days, I have pondered extensively, and it appears that only the Rasengan remains. But wait, Obito is bewildered. How could he possibly be unaware of the Rasengan? After all, it is the signature move of his own teacher, frequently demonstrated before them. Moreover, he often lamented their lack of wind affinity, which prevented them from fully harnessing the Rasengan's power, thus refraining from teaching it. However, this does not imply their ignorance of the technique. On the contrary, they are quite familiar with it. Can the Rasengan be thrown? Surely, it must be Jiraiya. Swiftly, Obito fixated his first suspicion on Jiraiya, as he is the sole individual in this world capable of wielding the Rasengan. Others simply do not possess the knowledge or ability to learn it. Is that even plausible? Jiraiya is likely entangled with some woman at this very moment. How curious. Leaning against the wall, Obito stroked his chin, lost in thought. I acknowledge your words. I will have someone investigate upon my return. The existence of such a person poses a perilous threat to me as well. Nonetheless, we must devise a new strategy. I have been contemplating this. Danzo rubbed his temples. Securing another opportunity like this will be arduous. Bang. Frustrated, Danzo slammed his palm against the table. That wretched scoundrel, such a splendid opportunity squandered. Obito's expression darkened. Indeed, it was an exceptional opportunity. How could such a calamity occur? The most disheartening revelation is that Konoha harbors a profoundly hidden force, of which they remain blissfully unaware. Upon returning, I must ensure that Zetsu conducts a thorough investigation. After a moment of contemplation, Obito raised his gaze to the infuriated Danzo and calmly analyzed. We are now faced with two opposing factions. You can no longer act recklessly. The Akatsuki also requires time. Thus, we must prevent chaos from engulfing Konoha at this juncture. Should Konoha descend into turmoil, it would ignite a war across the entire ninja world. It is not that a fourth great ninja war cannot erupt. It is simply not the appropriate moment. If it were to commence now, the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain would inevitably be swept into the fray, jeopardizing our plans. Perhaps this current state is not so unfavorable. No, I must take action. Otherwise, it will be challenging for Danzo to operate effectively in the future. I need to concoct a scheme to deceive Danzo. I shall consult with others to see if we can diminish the combat prowess of the Uchiha clan. Obito stated earnestly before departing gracefully. Danzo regarded him with suspicion, feeling as though he was attempting to flee. Zetsu. Not far from the Hokage rock, Obito's voice was cold. What are you doing? Did you not go to see your beloved? Zetsu emerged from the ground, casting a curious glance at Obito. What's wrong? Has your sweetheart been disturbed? Get lost. Obito's expression darkened, and he coldly inquired. I ask you, have you not sensed the hidden forces within Konoha at all? What did you say? Zetsu paused, then laughed. That is impossible. My intelligence cannot possibly be flawed. Absolutely not. Yet, reality proves that nothing is impossible. Obito recounted the information he had just acquired from Danzo. Zetsu stood there, dumbfounded. This is impossible. He was perplexed. Truth be told, the 5 major villages have always been his primary focus. Thus he has dedicated the most energy to them. In such circumstances, it is virtually impossible for Konoha to conceal anything from him. Honestly, even if you asked him what underwear the 3rd Hokage wore today, he could uncover it without issue. This is not an exaggeration. He simply has not found it necessary to delve into such trivialities. But now, Obito claims there are hidden individuals within Konoha, a notion that is somewhat surreal. It seems I have recently grown complacent. Zetsu's expression darkened, and he stated earnestly, "Rest assured, I will continue to closely monitor Konoha, leaving no stone unturned." One more matter. Rubbing his temples, Obito also calmed himself, sitting cross-legged on the ground, frowning as he said, "We need to stabilize Danzo. The only way to do so is to ensure that the Uchiha clan pays a price. I see that the Uchiha and the village are already at odds. Perhaps we can delay matters, and when we are ready to act, we might be able to bring the Uchiha clan to our side. You are on the same wavelength as me. They are confident in their ability to face the entire ninja world, yet allies are always welcome. The Uchiha clan is indeed a commendable choice. By the time we are ready to act, the Uchiha will likely be overwhelmed by the village, making our intervention timely. Thus, the pressing question arises, how do we stabilize Danzo? Zetsu and Obito exchanged a glance, both furrowing their brows in unison. It is exceedingly difficult. The space has expanded. And what is this peculiar object? Naruto, observing this, remains unfazed. It is not yet his time to reveal his strength. For now, he can develop in secret. Thus, he remains at ease. At this moment, he re-enters the space, only to discover that it has indeed grown larger, and within it, 3 bizarre entities have sprouted. They are 3 trees, oddly shaped and quite peculiar. Approaching, he crouched down and poked one of the trees with his finger. A brilliant light erupting as information flooded his mind. Transformation technique. In growth limit, 36 heavenly stems, 72 earthly branches. Hiss. Naruto let out a peculiar cry. Nearly jumping with joy, he was engulfed in boundless elation. My word, this is a leap from the realm of the supernatural to a terrifying existence capable of achieving immortality and traversing the cosmos. The immense surprise nearly overwhelmed Naruto. Clutching his heart, he suddenly fell silent. Indeed, it is in growth, yet this growth rate is exceptionally slow, seemingly without end. TCH, what a letdown. Naruto grinned, unable to suppress his excitement. Chapter 24, Throwing a Black Pot. Although the transformation techniques 36 heavenly stems and 72 earthly branches may seem like mere embellishments, it does offer gradual benefits. For instance, at present, his transformation technique has acquired an additional ability, allowing him to transform into others and gain some of their abilities based on his own strength. It is akin to a diluted version of Ditto. However, this is not a significant issue. Naruto believes that as he continues to grow, this ability will also strengthen over time. Next, he examines the shadow clone technique. Naruto, intrigued, points to another plant. Soon, he discovers its capabilities. Shadow clone technique. In growth limit, equivalent to the host's strength, possessing a physical form. Capable of body refinement and cultivation. 6. Naruto inhaled deeply, unable to contain his excitement. Body replacement technique. In growth limit, mark a target, transferring all damage you receive to that target. Why does it feel as though this growth is random? The earlier abilities seemed formidable, yet these later ones feel somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, they remain incredibly powerful. The wheel of fate turns. Naruto's mind began to conjure various mischievous and unsavory tactics. Regrettably, he has no idea when the growth limits will be achieved. Moreover, why are there no Rasengan among these? Naruto wandered about, failing to find any other plants, and finally resigned himself. It seems that he must grow stronger once more for them to potentially emerge. Standing on the land of the space, Naruto pondered, I wonder how the strength perception within this space is measured. However, it matters little. The fact that the space possesses such capabilities is something I never anticipated. My future efforts can be adjusted accordingly. Naruto shook his head in disappointment. Indeed, even the system encourages my lackadaisical attitude. Then let it be so. For now, I can afford to shorten the time spent on ninjutsu training. Speaking of danger, it may not be as beneficial as this natural growth. Yet body refinement still requires diligent effort. With a decision made, Naruto harvested a handful of greens, intending to roast them for dinner at home. In an effort to remain undetected, he would venture out to purchase groceries, selecting items identical to those he cultivated himself, thus alleviating any concerns of being discovered. Why have you ceased your training? The Ninetales suddenly observed, noting Naruto's uncharacteristic leisure, devoid of any practice in ninjutsu. I've given up, Naruto replied. The Ninetales scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? I trust you as far as I can throw you. No one works harder than you. And your rate of growth is nothing short of astonishing. If you weren't merely 5 years old, your physical prowess would already be celestial. Naruto paid no heed, feeling quite fulfilled in his current life. Why do I suddenly sense a strange gaze upon me? Furrowing his brows, Naruto discreetly leaned over the table, mentally inquiring, Ninetales, do you feel anything? Not at all. I sense nothing. The Ninetales shuddered at the revelation of its own insensitivity. The notion that Naruto would deceive it was unfathomable. There was no need for such deceit. Thus, it became apparent that someone was covertly observing Naruto, undetected by him. Who could it be? Can you discern the direction? I cannot pinpoint it. Naruto shook his head inwardly. The sensation felt as though it emanated from all directions, shrouded in secrecy. Had he not recently grown marginally stronger, he would have remained oblivious. In fact, without the enhancement of his spatial awareness, he would have sensed nothing of this faint scrutiny. Absolute. Suddenly, a name invaded Naruto's thoughts. What have you recalled? An intriguing matter, he pondered for a moment, intending to alert Nara Shikaku and the Uchiha clan. The clandestine observation posed little threat to him, but it could spell trouble for others, particularly the Uchiha. Heaven knows what mischief this individual might be plotting behind the scenes. To rescue his mother, he would go to any lengths, a commendable filial devotion, albeit at the expense of others' interests. Naruto clasped his hands together. Pass. Third Hokage. In the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, engrossed in studying a crystal ball, looked up with a puzzled gaze at Nara Shikaku. What brings you here? I recently stumbled upon something intriguing. What is it? Sarutobi straightened, sensing Shikaku's seriousness. He knew he wouldn't approach without reason, indicating he had uncovered a clue. Nara Shikaku presented a piece of information. Take a look at this. Sarutobi accepted it, scrutinizing the contents, and after a prolonged silence, he looked up in shock. Is this information authentic? Indeed, I came across it by chance. A mysterious Uchiha, suspected to be Uchiha Obito, along with Rasengan and the fourth Hokage. As evidence flooded his mind, Sarutobi's expression darkened, gritting his teeth. Akatsuki, how delightful. He had come to believe much of it. Such coincidences could not be mere happenstance. A series of coincidences suggested inevitability. What remained was to verify the truth. His eyes flickered as he waved his hand. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall investigate personally. Understood. Nara Shikaku left with a smile, content with the successful diversion of blame. Akatsuki, you shall bear this burden. This would provide Naruto with the opportunity to grow. Moreover, it hardly constituted blame. As the shadows of Akatsuki were already present, he stood upright and had nothing to fear from scrutiny. Conversely, Nara Shikaku whispered with a smile, Danzo, you too shall prepare to shoulder the blame. Within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku regarded Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui with gravity. The two were taken aback, witnessing Fugaku's eyes twirl into the shape of a kaleidoscope. Patriarch, how is this possible? Did you think I possessed only the 3 tomo? Fugaku chuckled. If I had not concealed my strength, I would be unaware of where my bones lay buried. Shisui fell silent. Itachi cast a glance at his elder brother, bowing his head in deference. They had never anticipated their patriarch held such profound hidden depths, revealing himself as a wielder of the kaleidoscope. With 2 kaleidoscopes, it seemed the disparity between the Uchiha and the village would not be significant in impending conflicts. Exchanging knowing glances, Shisui solemnly stated, Patriarch, I shall cooperate to enact this ruse. Boom. The moon hung high, stars twinkling. Suddenly, a cataclysmic battle erupted. Naruto drew back the curtain. As the Ninetales cried out in terror, Ah, Naruto, it's the Uchiha Susanoo. There are 2 of them. We must flee. Naruto was at a loss for words. Are you still haunted by shadows? Why such fear? The Ninetales retorted, if you had been pinned down repeatedly by Uchiha Madara, you'd bear psychological scars as well. Chapter 25. Too many coincidences, unreasonable. The battle arrived abruptly and departed just as unexpectedly, coupled with Uchiha Shisui's body flicker technique. Sarutobi and his team had not organized an effective assault before they vanished. Sarutobi, his face ashen, scrutinized the battlefield. They had clearly witnessed two members of the Uchiha clan in combat. With a cold snort, Sarutobi waved his sleeve, instructing, "Summon Uchiha Shursui to the Hokage office." Third Hokage, Uchiha Shursui calmly entered the office. Observing Shursui, Sarutobi felt a headache brewing. This once dashing young man had been a steadfast heir to the will of fire. But now he found himself positioned against them. "Speak. What transpired just now?" "It was a masked man," Uchiha Shursui replied candidly. "I approached him, sensing something amiss at the Uchiha compound, only to discover he too belonged to the Uchiha clan." Shursui continued, astonished. "I had no inkling there were others who wielded the kaleidoscope in this world." Sarutobi's heart sank. A masked man, Uchiha clan. Memories from years past resurfaced. It was a dark, tempestuous night when a masked figure stirred turmoil in Konoha. The Watergate couple perished, leaving behind the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, Uzumaki. The village suffered grievously. The enemy being that enigmatic masked man, whose origins remained shrouded in mystery. Sarutobi gestured for Shursui to leave, standing by the window, gazing into the boundless night. "Hokage-sama." A shadow appeared silently. "Kakashi, have you uncovered anything?" Kakashi remained silent for a time before hoarsely responding. "That mysterious individual is quite peculiar. He possesses space ninjutsu. But someone witnessed him entering the root base." "Who?" "Uzumaki Naruto." "Who did you say?" Sarutobi spun around, his voice rising in disbelief. "You mean Uzumaki Naruto? Surely you jest." "I do not," Kakashi replied, squinting lazily. "This revelation came by chance. While investigating, I happened to glance at the scene and witnessed this." Kakashi handed over a drawing, explaining, "This is a piece Naruto created. I inquired with the ninja who was observing him, and they confirmed he was indeed the artist." "Such coincidence?" Sarutobi's suspicion lingered. "Why does this all seem excessively coincidental?" "Initially, I too found it overly coincidental, so I conducted a further investigation." "What were the results?" "Naruto has long since taken up painting. Lacking friends, he often sits by the window to depict the scenery outside. Due to time constraints, I only obtained this one piece. The third Hokage may wish to see the numerous scrolls of paintings depicting the view from Naruto's window." Sarutobi raised an eyebrow, his skepticism unshaken. He resolved to investigate. One event led to another, and he felt himself being drawn into an inescapable vortex. The identity of the person behind all this remains a mystery to him. Akatsuki? Suddenly, he recalled the intelligence that Nara Shikaku had delivered not long ago, hinting at a presence resembling Uchiha Obito. It seemed to have come full circle. Akatsuki, the hidden enemy lurking in the shadows, was plotting against Konoha. How intriguing. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger twisted into a sardonic smile. If this proved to be true, he would ensure that this organization faced dire consequences. It had come to his doorstep, even after sitting in the Hokage seat for so many years. Maintaining his composure like a mountain that would not tremble, he found himself deeply incensed, feeling as if he had been played for a fool for years. What were they planning since the death of the fourth Hokage? Sarutobi inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, as he carefully stored the scroll that Kakashi had handed him. Sitting expressionlessly in his office chair, staring blankly at the crystal ball, Kakashi quietly withdrew, his confusion only intensifying. During the previous battle, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with one of the figures, so much so that his heart seemed to quiver. Who could it be? Absently, he touched the eye concealed by his mask, a strange thought beginning to take root in his mind. "Hey, Naruto, I drew another picture today." Naruto was lost in thought, gazing out the window, with an old drawing board in front of him. In recent days, the Nine-Tails had become rather enthusiastic, practicing calligraphy and now even taking up painting, frequently urging Naruto to critique his work and sometimes insisting on framing it. "Come on, you're the Nine-Tails, not a painter." At this, the Nine-Tails would assert, "I'm bored inside here. I found that painting and writing helped me find peace." Fine. Such a modest request was easily granted by Naruto. Indeed, the noise had quieted down significantly. To mask his own indulgence, he even set an old drawing board in front of him, idly sketching to feign casualness. "Don't you think we're missing a painting here?" Naruto mused, flipping through the scrolls with a smile. The missing piece was the artwork of Obito that he had instructed the Nine-Tails to create during a moment of inspiration. This was a collaboration, with Naruto describing while the Nine-Tails painted, both contributing to what the latter proudly claimed was his pinnacle work. Naruto clicked his tongue and chuckled. It seemed someone had made off with it. Who could it be? A sudden sense of impending doom washed over him. Knock, knock, knock. As he pondered, Naruto felt a stirring within and walked over to answer the door. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood there, smiling and holding fruits and vegetables. Upon seeing the door open, he waved the items in his hand and cheerfully said, "Little Naruto, how about I join you for dinner today? When have you ever come over without mooching a meal?" Naruto rolled his eyes, accepting the fruits and vegetables from Hiruzen and leading him inside to wash them. In terms of daily life, Naruto never skimped on himself. Seizing the opportunity while Naruto was in the kitchen, Hiruzen wandered around and arrived at the drawing board, casually flipping through the pages, his eyes narrowing. Indeed, Naruto had been painting recently, and he had started several days ago. Each piece bore a date, revealing Naruto's remarkable learning ability and swift progress. From chaotic scribbles to discernible outlines, it was evident he was improving. Hiruzen returned the scrolls to their place, deep in thought. To be cautious, he decided to inquire further. At the dining table, under the dim light, Naruto and Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in silence, eating their meal. Hiruzen organized his thoughts while chewing, finally asking, "Little Naruto, have you been painting lately?" Here it came. Both Naruto and the Ninetales thought simultaneously. The Ninetales chuckled softly. "Naruto, it's time to test your acting skills." Chapter 26. Danzo, who is scheming against me? Naruto smirked. "I'm just being myself." As Hiruzen's words fell, Naruto looked up, slightly dazed. As he shoveled rice into his mouth and mumbled, "Yeah, what about it?" "Nothing. Just felt you have a knack for painting." Right. Naruto beamed with a radiant smile, filled with self-satisfaction. "I told you, I could totally become a painter and make money. Isn't your goal to be Hokage? Being a painter wouldn't interfere with becoming Hokage. Didn't the third Hokage often paint?" Naruto tilted his head, utterly confused. Hiruzen cleared his throat, hastily shifting the subject, pondering for a moment before continuing. "What have you been painting?" "Oh, just whatever I see out the window. Sometimes I draw strange things I come across." "Strange things?" Hiruzen recalled a particular painting. Though not aesthetically pleasing, its intended message was clearly conveyed. He chose not to press further. He had already gleaned the answer he sought. Danzo, alas. After filling their bellies and indulging in idle chatter, Hiruzen took his leave once he noticed Naruto yawning. Stepping outside, he turned back to glance at the dimly lit house, a smile gracing his lips before he departed. "Danzo, you've arrived." In the Hokage's office, under the shadowy light, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared somewhat ominous and foreboding. Danzo approached, leaning on his cane, puzzled by Hiruzen's summons at such a late hour. "Here, take a look." Hiruzen handed over a scroll. Danzo took it, his pupils contracting sharply as he recognized the figure depicted, the masked man. "What is this?" Danzo felt a sudden wave of unease wash over him. Could this be a trap? Only he and his adversaries understood the depths of his grievances. He had always been the one to ensnare others, but now he found himself ensnared. Where did this painting come from? Danzo's face darkened, feeling as though he had swallowed something vile. Setting aside the painting, why was this masked man visiting you? What exactly transpired between you two? I am genuinely curious, old friend. Danzo's mouth twitched. This was bad. It seemed he couldn't wash his hands of this matter, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Damn it, who is scheming against me? Not going to speak? Hiruzen sneered. Since you won you might as well relinquish your position as the root leader and return to raising pigs. Hiruzen waved his hand, dismissing Danzo from his post. Danzo realized he had lost Hiruzen's trust. From the intelligence received from Narashikaku to the conflict involving the Uchiha clan, he had never suspected Danzo. However, Naruto's drawing had woven these elements together, linking the unrelated. Could it be Naruto? He had always been under Danzo's watchful eye. And could a 5-year-old child concoct such a meticulous scheme without anyone around? After all, he had watched him grow up. If he harbored such intentions, they would have surfaced long ago. Even in his current silence, he merely enjoyed staying home, never causing trouble, and his resolve was unwavering as he trained daily. What drove him? The Hokage he spoke of, the will of fire he cherished. And what of Danzo? With a checkered past, did he truly believe Hiruzen was unaware of his ambitions? The mere fact that he had not contested Hiruzen's accusations confirmed that, regardless of the truth of his innocence, he was undoubtedly entangled with that masked individual, shrouded in ambiguity. This alone was enough for Hiruzen to take decisive action. Konoha was about to face an upheaval. The second in command of Konoha, Danzo, had returned home to raise pigs. Naruto almost burst into laughter at the absurdity. He realized who was behind the scheme. It was undoubtedly the Uchiha clan attempting to shift blame, with his drawings serving as a catalyst. This orchestrated plot had Nara Shikaka's fingerprints all over it, for he had witnessed the Nine Tails artwork when he came by. What a terrifying individual. Merely a slight movement sends Danzo off to tend to pigs. Today, I'm in good spirits, so I shall indulge in a bowl of hot and sour cabbage. Nine Tails retched in disdain. Can't you prepare something different? I'm utterly tired of carrots and cabbages. Each has their own preferences. Naruto shrugged. He wished for variety too, but these were the only seeds available. He then cast a disapproving glance at Nine Tails, muttering, I see Hinata enjoying her meal, so why are you weary of it? Nine Tails could only respond with exasperation. Who knew why that little girl had such a hearty appetite, relishing everything without fatigue? Was it truly that simple to succeed? Uchiha Fugaku felt an unreal sensation, akin to winning the lottery. Initially, they only intended to plant a seed of doubt in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, never considering they would succeed on the first attempt. When it came to schemes, they certainly could not rival the likes of Sarutobi. Yet, this time, their plan had surprisingly flourished, which was astonishing indeed. Could there be an unseen force at play? Uchiha Itachi remained composed. He understood that their clumsy act alone could not have achieved this. A third party must have intervened. The only third party he could conceive of was that covert saboteur. Quite likely. Uchiha Shursui snapped back to reality, nodding in agreement. I think so too. But let it be. Uchiha Fugaku smiled. It had been a long time since he felt so at ease. Even if Danzo was reinstated after a few days of being ousted, he felt a sense of relief. This was merely the beginning. Uchiha Fugaku was invigorated. He seemed to have rediscovered that fearless spirit from his youth, which was intoxicating. What was happening? Why did the situation take such a drastic turn? Uchiha Obito was at a loss. He merely took a nap, and upon waking, was greeted with this shocking news. Danzo had been ousted. Zetsu's half-exposed form leaned to the side, reminiscing about the information gathered over the past few days, feeling as though a crucial link was missing. What do you think? Upon hearing Obito's inquiry, Zetsu snapped back to focus, casually stating, Naruto Uzumaki is quite the enigma. Naruto Uzumaki? Obito paused, falling silent. If he were to reflect on his past, he would feel most guilty towards Naruto, for it was his actions that turned this once joyful child into an orphan. However, the thought that his envisioned future surely included his teacher and his wife eased his conscience. Eventually, they would all return. What was there to feel guilty about? What was there to regret? Upon hearing Zetsu's words, Obito immediately dismissed the notion. What could this 5-year-old possibly do? Did he think Naruto was Kakashi? Even Kakashi, at 5, wasn't that extraordinary. He drew a picture depicting your appearance at the root. Ha ha ha, impossible. Obito denied. I was extremely cautious at root, not utilizing any abilities, merely slipping in quietly. How could anyone discover me and even draw me? Look, this is the restoration based on Naruto's drawing. Obito took it and fell into an abyss of silence. Chapter 27. Zetsu's Hypothesis. Is this truly me? Obito was bewildered. The drawing bore a striking resemblance. Yet his memory insisted he had not done such a thing. You've forgotten your own actions, and it's only been a few days? Zetsu nearly spat blood. He knew Obito was unreliable, but this was taking it too far. I shouldn't have done that. So why would Naruto draw this? The location was familiar to him. It indeed offered a clear view of the root headquarters. If he hadn't done it, how could Naruto have drawn it? Zetsu pointed at the drawing, puzzled. Logically, he shouldn't know your abilities unless someone told him. Who? Nine Tails. Hiss. Uchiha Obito suddenly understood. Indeed, in the village of Konoha, only one being was aware of his abilities. No. It was a tailed beast, Nine Tails. He must have seen his power when he infiltrated the pregnant Kushina's chamber. This meant Nine Tails and Naruto had established a connection. Zetsu, astonished, looked up at Obito. Could it be possible that Nine Tails has recognized Naruto? You're overthinking it. Naruto is merely a small child. What could Nine Tails want from him? Zetsu struggled to retort, unable to find an answer. What could it be? His body? That notion was utterly ridiculous. Naruto was the child of Minato Namikaze. Nine Tails would be more likely to despise him than to acknowledge him. Then the question arose, why would he act this way? Or was there a deeper reason unbeknownst to him? I've been keeping a close watch on Naruto. I must uncover his secret. Suit yourself. Watching Zetsu grit his teeth, Obito sighed and smiled. However, Danzo's departure to tend to pigs is a blessing for us. At least for the time being. We need not worry about how to respond to him. I've been away for too long. If I don't return soon, Nagato will likely grow suspicious. I shall return to the Akatsuki and notify you as soon as I have news. Go on. Zetsu was unconcerned. Although this visit did not meet his expectations, he had gained valuable insights. He now felt a pressing need to closely monitor Naruto Uzumaki. For reasons unknown, he sensed that Naruto harbored an extraordinary secret. TSK. It appears I still hold the upper hand. Nara Shikaku moved the pieces in his hand, smiling faintly. This is merely the beginning. The strategy must be subtly executed, allowing them to turn against one another. Uchiha Obito, this is only the beginning. Nara Shikaku recalled that spirited and warm young man. Minato Namikaze possessed a remarkable charm and formidable strength. It was astonishing that such a person could be slain by his own disciple. Reflecting on those years, he realized that the rise of Konoha was partly due to their efforts, including the contributions of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. They had anticipated Konoha's resurgence to greatness. Yet it unexpectedly plummeted, with the Nine Tails incident reverting everything to square one. The subsequent fate of Naruto Uzumaki sent shivers down the spines of many. Each ensuing event was more explosive than the last. At times, he truly believed the third Hokage was no longer the original shinobi hero but a genuine ruler. Coupled with Danzo, these two wielded their dual blades, making Konoha appear peaceful and stable while, in truth, it was rife with turmoil. In this, he did not harbor much hatred for this masked man. After all, he was an enemy, not a friend. Any outrageous actions by an enemy could be understood. He would employ every means necessary if he were in their position. However, upon learning that this masked man was Uchiha Obito, his animosity surged to new heights. The Akatsuki organization had toyed with Konoha, and now they would experience the taste of being manipulated. Nara Shikaku placed a piece down and suddenly thought of Naruto Uzumaki. Perhaps, in this world, there truly exists a cycle of cause and effect. Uchiha Obito, you will ultimately fall into Naruto's hands. Clap. Shikamaru looked at his father in confusion, sensing an unusual intensity in his father's demeanor while playing chess. And the third Hokage, along with Danzo, were also present. Nara Shikaku's lips curled into a significant smile. I wonder what expressions they would wear if they knew that all this chaos was initiated by Naruto Uzumaki. I truly look forward to it. Casting a glance at Shikamaru, Nara Shikaku reached out and ruffled his son's hair, cheerfully saying, "Come, let us play another round." Shikamaru glanced at the pieces in his hand, then at his father, whose fierce demeanor was palpable. He casually tossed aside a piece and promptly fled. A terrifying man. A father radiating menace. Engaging in a game of chess with you is akin to seeking torment. Do you take me for a fool? Nara Shikaku smiled lightly. Engaging in a solitary match. Concealed in a shadowy corner, Danzo was perplexed, struggling to comprehend how events had escalated to this point. He found himself unjustly accused, ensnared in a conspiracy, leading to his current predicament. His concern was not for himself, but rather that this blemish might hinder his aspirations of becoming Hokage. Do not let me discover who is orchestrating this against me. Danzo was no fool. On the surface, it appeared to be a scheme devised by the Uchiha clan. Yet if they were so adept at plotting, they would not have found themselves in such a situation. There had to be a mastermind behind it all, though he remained unaware of their identity. Fortunately, the root members largely obeyed him, allowing him to conduct discreet investigations. Operating from the shadows suited him, providing the advantage of knowledge while keeping his enemies in the dark. Danzo inhaled deeply. He was not one to surrender easily. Naruto panted heavily. Having run several laps around the village of Konoha, despite his unique physique, he was beginning to tire. Sweat dripped from his brow as he leaned against a wall, taking a few refreshing sips from a nearby water bottle, relishing the cool sensation. With his head bowed, his golden hair danced in the breeze, while his eyes sparkled with a chilling glint. For days, he had felt an elusive gaze upon him, and he was nearly certain that this individual was the mastermind behind the scenes. Yet, he had been unable to pinpoint their location. My current strength is still somewhat lacking, he mused, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. Within the confines of his mind, his ninjutsu continued to evolve, with fragments of insights surfacing daily, all of which he eagerly absorbed. It felt as though someone were methodically dismantling a complex object, guiding him piece by piece. He believed that it would not be long before he could master the body flicker technique and dominate the shinobi world. I should be able to open the first gate of the 8 gates now, Naruto murmured to himself. The Ninetail sighed, exasperated. Please, you are only 5 years old. What do you intend to do? Despite not grasping Naruto's sense of urgency, The atmosphere still affected it, prompting a blunt response. I can also use the 8 gates. Naruto paused, frowning. Is this Nine Tails an encyclopedia? How does it know everything? Chapter 28. The action begins. Flying Thunder God Technique. Do you know how to perform the Flying Thunder God Technique? Of course, the Nine Tails grinned. I know much more than you think. Your mother didn't keep secrets from me, so I've witnessed most of it firsthand. However, it is regrettable that I am not human, and thus cannot utilize many ninjutsu. A living compendium of ninjutsu, Naruto rubbed his hands together. Come on, teach me the Flying Thunder God Technique. Focus on mastering your 8 gates first. The Flying Thunder God Technique is not something you can learn so easily, the Nine Tails refused. It had only a few trump cards. Exposing them all would leave it vulnerable. What will happen in the future? Good things must be revealed gradually to maintain their significance. A lesson the Nine Tails had learned over its long existence. Naruto shrugged and began studying the 8 gates as instructed by the Nine Tails. The 8 gates were essentially a means of utilizing one's physical prowess, unlocking potential to dramatically enhance strength in an instant. The more gates one opened, the more formidable the power unleashed, yet the burden on oneself also increased. This technique should only be reserved for critical moments. While the earlier gates could be employed in combat, much like Might Guy, who, without Naruto, would have long since passed away, yet even in his later years, he remained confined to a wheelchair, incapacitated. Such a fate was not one Naruto wished to endure. Sweet potatoes are good, corn as well. Naruto busied himself in the space like a diligent little bee. However, that irritating gaze was quite bothersome, making it difficult for him to retrieve items from his space discreetly. He was not pleased by the hidden scrutiny. If I catch you, you will learn why flowers are so white. He cursed silently. What a little pervert. After half a month of observation, Kaguya had reached a conclusion. Moreover, it appeared to be a sycophant. Kaguya chuckled bitterly, contemplating how powerful Minato Namikaze was. Yet his son turned out to be a mere sycophant. Daily, he brought meals to Hinata Hyuga, even threatening her if she refused to eat. What was so captivating about Hinata, clad in the same outfit day in and day out? It baffled him. He truly could not fathom human aesthetics. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation. Kaguya decided not to monitor the situation personally any longer. He had numerous matters to attend to. He would leave it to his clones to gather intelligence from Konoha. Finally, the day came when, after witnessing Hinata shyly consume the meal he had prepared, Naruto felt a flicker of realization. The elusive gaze had vanished, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Now, he could commence with his next plan. What do you think? Naruto smiled at Hinata. After persistent feeding, she no longer resisted him as she once did. He also noticed her eyes had begun to exhibit a more enchanting quality. Despite being merely Byakugan, they possessed a crystalline allure that could evoke feelings of shame in anyone who dared to gaze too long. The power of her Byakugan had undoubtedly strengthened. He just did not know how much. Moreover, he could not ascertain when she might awaken the Rinnegan. It would likely take some time. The Rinnegan was exceptionally powerful and not easily awakened. Now that his transformation technique had matured to a considerable extent, it was time to execute his next plan. After tidying up the lunchbox, Naruto contemplated briefly before reaching a resolution. The Uchiha clan was awaiting his move. Thus, he would make his move. After school, he returned home, proceeding with his usual routine until the midnight hour. Under the astonished gaze of the Nine Tails, he stealthily entered the bathroom. What are you doing? Sneaking around? The Nine Tails found Naruto's behavior curious. He had always perceived Naruto as calm and collected. Today, however, he seemed rather suspicious. Transform. In the next moment. Without the Nine Tails grasping the situation, Naruto executed the transformation technique. Minato Namikaze? What do you intend to do? You will find out soon enough, Naruto replied, disregarding the Nine Tails query as he retrieved a wooden kunai he had pilfered from Sasuke's desk and began inscribing seals upon it. Wait. The Nine Tails stood up abruptly in its cage, nearly wide-eyed with shock. What is this? A jutsu? Indeed, it is the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto grinned. The words he spoke were astonishing. This is impossible. The Nine Tails exclaimed in disbelief. How could you know the Flying Thunder God technique? No, you've transformed into Minato Namikaze and are inscribing the jutsu. Could it be that your transformation technique? Smart. Naruto snapped his fingers, grinning. I have enhanced my shadow clone technique to absorb a person's abilities. Although this ability can only be utilized after transforming, it is exceedingly useful for me at this moment. The Nine Tails stared at Naruto in stunned silence, unable to voice its thoughts. Do you realize the monumental feat you have just accomplished? The transformation technique is a foundational ninjutsu, established over millennia. Now, you have taken the transformation technique to unprecedented heights. In awe, the Nine Tails gazed at Naruto, unable to suppress the astonishment swelling within. As Naruto focused on his sealing technique, the Nine Tails couldn't help but inquire, so, the ability you've acquired from the fourth Hokage is the Flying Thunder God? Indeed. Luck is on my side, Naruto replied with a grin. The Nine Tails twitched a corner of its mouth, sensing an air of pretentiousness. After a while, Naruto ceased his actions and cheerfully announced, "Tomorrow we can proceed with the next step." The following day, Sasuke, noticing that the wooden kunai he had mysteriously lost the day before had reappeared, scratched his head, not dwelling on it any longer. Initially saddened, he found himself feeling better. Although he was unaware of the origin of the mysterious design on the kunai, it appeared quite enigmatic. Perhaps it was drawn by a kind-hearted individual, enhancing the kunai's aesthetic appeal. Sasuke shrugged it off, bouncing home joyfully after school. In the evening, tendrils of smoke curled into the sky from the chimneys of various homes. Within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha and several others were enjoying their meal. Meanwhile, Naruto summoned a shadow clone and, while the clone remained, he slipped into the restroom to transform into the likeness of the fourth Hokage. With a flicker of thought, he sensed the location of the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next instant, Naruto vanished from the restroom and reappeared before Sasuke's backpack. With a sudden whoosh, the unexpected arrival startled those present. Fugaku Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha jumped to their feet, kunai in hand, warily eyeing Naruto. Fourth Hokage? No, it can't be. Fugaku scrutinized Naruto with a grave gaze and coldly inquired, "Who are you?" "Me?" Naruto chuckled lightly. "I am one who aids you." With that, he leisurely pulled a chair beside him and sat down, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the gathered individuals. Sasuke, however, had already been ensnared in a genjutsu by Fugaku the moment Naruto materialized. "You possess the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique. Not to mention you've transformed into the fourth Hokage." Fugaku inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. This individual was not the fourth, yet there was an undeniable connection. "Thanks for your assistance last time. Otherwise, Shursui would not have escaped this calamity." "It's nothing. You should understand that my intervention was for the benefit of the Uchiha," Naruto replied nonchalantly. Fugaku's expression cracked slightly. This person was remarkably straightforward. "To be succinct, I find the current state of Konoha quite displeasing." Lowering the kunai, Naruto stated coolly, "Thus, I intend to topple it and start anew." "Why should I trust you?" Fugaku challenged. "No, you've misphrased that," Naruto corrected him with a shake of his head. "It is you who must place your trust in me. We might also consider trusting others, such as the Akatsuki." Itachi, with calm composure, fixed his gaze on Naruto. "I trust they would welcome our inclusion." "Indeed," Naruto acknowledged with a glance at Itachi, a light chuckle escaping him. "However, let us speak plainly. If you choose the Akatsuki, I will be the first to ally with Konoha to eliminate you. Trust me, I possess that capability." The Nine Tails remarked on Naruto's remarkable composure, noting his boldness in fabricating such claims without a hint of embarrassment. Fugaku and Itachi fell silent, fully aware of the enigma and terror that this individual represented. The Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique alone were formidable enough to rival most ninjas. They remained uncertain whether he operated alone or was backed by a powerful organization, a risk they could not afford. "What must we do to gain these benefits?" After some time, Fugaku finally resolved to sit across from Naruto, initiating serious negotiations. He knew that this choice left them with no retreat. It was either victory or the annihilation of their clan. With no other options available, hesitation was futile. A wise decision, Naruto smiled, interlocking his fingers and reclining in his chair. "My singular ambition is to become Hokage." Fugaku's eyes flickered with contemplation. "Thus, when I act, you must act in concert with me as my aides. As for my identity, you will learn it when the time comes. For now, your task is to hold steady and ensure that Danzo and his ilk cannot exploit any weaknesses." "You can count on us," Fugaku nodded and then added. "Are you interested in bringing the Hyuga clan into our fold?" "Absolutely," Naruto responded, realizing that this marked a genuine shift towards his side. As for the Hyuga clan, he regarded Fugaku intently, then raised his hand and grasped the air, pulling forth a large sack of carrots. This action left Fugaku and Itachi astonished. revealing a spatial ability they had never encountered in Konoha. Fugaku, deep in thought, struggled to recall anyone fitting this description. A sense of reverence mingled with curiosity arose within him as he pondered the purpose of the carrots. "Here," Naruto declared, handing the sack over casually. Rising, he added meaningfully, "Trust me, you will come to appreciate these. They are treasures." As they witnessed Naruto's sudden disappearance, Fugaku returned his focus, his brow furrowed. He realized that Naruto must have sensed his earlier technique, which did not surprise him. What astonished him was Naruto's complete nonchalance towards it. His Jinjutsu had no effect on Naruto, which was precisely why he had agreed so readily. Examining one of the pristine carrots, Fugaku contemplated before passing it to Mikoto Uchiha. Soon after, a bowl of shredded carrots appeared on the dining table. Fugaku took a bite, and an unusual energy coursed through him. "What is this?" he exclaimed, standing abruptly. His eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the platter of carrots. "What happened, father?" Itachi questioned, surprised by his father's astonishment. "This can actually restore visual prowess." "How is that possible?" Shock, disbelief, and terror surged within him. For the first time, Fugaku felt a sense of reverence and fear towards another. These carrots held immense power, nearly controlling the very fate of the Uchiha clan. The Manjikyu Sharingan, while formidable, possessed significant drawbacks. Each used diminished one's sight until blindness ensued. The only remedy was the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. However, this principle was shattered by a mere sack of carrots. He also noticed that consuming these carrots could enhance his energy, even bypassing emotional fluctuations to facilitate the opening of his eyes. When Fugaku shared this discovery, both Mikoto and the recently arrived Shursui and Itachi fell silent. It seemed they had been ensnared. "This is a positive development," Itachi remarked with a wry smile. "Now we need not worry about him turning against us, for he has effectively grasped our lifeline." The group remained quiet, their emotions fluctuating throughout the evening, a roller coaster of events. But as Itachi pointed out, this was indeed a fortunate turn of events for them. It was almost ironic that they could regard this situation as advantageous. The carrots could restore them to their peak and allow them to bide their time. Furthermore, Itachi, you should consume more and see if you can awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. If he manages to do so, though Fugaku Uchiha did not articulate it, everyone present was aware that once Itachi activated the Manjiki, their safety would be significantly enhanced. By such calculations, this shadowy figure was indeed a benefactor to our Uchiha clan. Fugaku Uchiha, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the heavens. There was a thought unspoken. Perhaps this extraordinary individual and his miraculous nourishment could enable the Uchiha to surpass their previous zenith. Naruto rolled his eyes, realizing he had been led astray. Such matters could only be subdued by absolute strength. Otherwise, possessing something valuable would only lead to trouble. Next, he turned his focus to the flying thunder god technique. Naruto dismissed his shadow clones and retracted his appearance as Minato Namikaze, his mind delving into the intricacies of the technique. Meanwhile, the Ninetales lay restless within its cage, pondering whether it should have an earnest conversation with Naruto to foster a friendship. The more the Ninetales interacted with Naruto, the more it sensed the depth of his character. Even from a divine perspective, Naruto's actions were astonishingly bold and meticulous, adeptly leveraging his resources for gain. Once the carrot was tossed aside, as long as Naruto did not overstep, combined with a modicum of strength, he would become an invaluable ally. The prowess of the Uchiha clan requires no elaboration. With the resources provided by Naruto, their ascension was inevitable. Additionally, Hinata Hyuga was now firmly under Naruto's influence. According to Naruto, her Byakugan was akin to the Sharingan, with even more formidable ocular powers hidden within. Thus, once activated, it would serve as a potent ally. At that point, the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly rally behind Naruto, and the two clans would switch allegiances. Nara Shikaku was no different. If the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans constituted the heart of Konoha, then Shikaku was the core of the three families. Hence, should Shikaku fully align with Naruto, the outcome would be nearly settled. Casting a glance at the diligent Naruto, the Ninetales suddenly shivered. Unbeknownst to it, the scheming had already spread widely, awaiting the moment when Naruto deemed himself powerful enough to command a response from all. The Ninetales was confident that Naruto's strength would burgeon within a few years, perhaps even within 5, allowing him to raise his hand and summon legions. The Ninetales was curious to witness the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others when that time came. It would surely be amusing. A soft chuckle escaped the Nine Tails as it contemplated its relationship with Naruto. As a tailed beast, a conglomeration of chakra, it was quite adept at sensing emotions. It could distinctly perceive that Naruto was fundamentally different from the others outside. He genuinely regarded himself as a friend. There were no signs of disdain or wariness in his gaze or gestures. Rather, it felt as if he shared moments with a friend or family. This sensation captivated the Nine Tails. With a swift motion, it slapped its paw onto its own head, suppressing its inner turmoil and inwardly roaring. Damn it. This is a sugar-coated shell. I am the esteemed and powerful Kurama. How can I capitulate? Indeed, it was a sugar-coated shell, endeavoring to invade its heart. How could Naruto be so cunning? It must be so. The Nine Tails engaged in self-hypnosis, feeling its heart racing, and thus seized a nearby sheet of paper and a pen to begin writing and drawing. Only through this outlet could it find tranquility. This flying thunder god technique is rather challenging. I still lack any clear direction after all this time, Naruto sighed, exhaling a breath of frustration. Suddenly, he became aware of the unusual silence from the Nine Tails, which was uncharacteristic of it. A thought crossed his mind, and he found himself in the ceiling space, where he spotted the Nine Tails fervently scribbling away. What has gotten into you? Gaining some insight, I see. TSK, perhaps you'll become a calligraphy master, even as a tailed beast. Observing the Nine Tails writing, Naruto felt a mixture of confusion and awe. How is your understanding of the flying thunder god technique coming along? Not too bad. I suppose I have made a smidgen of progress, Naruto replied, shaking his head. However, mastering it entirely may take quite a while. The flying thunder god technique involved spatial manipulation, and ordinarily, Naruto would have been incapable of mastering it. Yet, due to his innate spatial abilities and the copious amounts of spatial essence he had consumed, his physical and innate talents had significantly enhanced. Perhaps it was precisely this that allowed him to engage with the flying thunder god technique. Despite the vast talent pool in Konoha, only 2 individuals had fully mastered the technique, underscoring its formidable complexity. Naruto was not in a rush. He was merely 5 years old, nearing 6. Time was on his side, and he prioritized safety and discretion. Slowly, without haste. Is there truly information you cannot uncover? When Zetsu returned to the land of rain, Nagato looked at him in astonishment, as if he were hearing things. Zetsu had always been exceedingly confident, often boasting that he could uncover even the most concealed secrets of a village leader. For years, he had operated under this assumption. However, the revelation that there existed information beyond his grasp struck them like a bolt from the blue. For reasons unknown, Nagato felt a sense of relief wash over him. Observing the visibly dejected Zetsu, he pondered for a moment before asking, is there truly no trace whatsoever? Well, there is a hint. I find Uzumaki Naruto rather suspicious. Uzumaki Naruto? Nagato mused. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Logically, he has been under surveillance since childhood, and you have been monitoring him these past few days. There should be no issues, right? I thought so too, but there's something about Naruto that feels off, Zetsu responded with a wry smile, questioning his own sanity for suspecting a mere 5-year-old. Yet, an inescapable shadow loomed over his heart. Conan, standing quietly to the side, finally spoke up. Sometimes, feelings defy logic. Why not focus your attention on Naruto for a month and see what transpires? Everyone reveals their true nature eventually. A month should suffice, considering we operate in the shadows. Seeking out any clues. If nothing surfaces, it might just be a false impression. A month posed no risk to them. The Akatsuki's plans required a prolonged timeline, measured in years. You make a valid point. I shall proceed accordingly. Zetsu recounted the recent events involving Danzo and Sarutobi, noting the lack of any useful information. This group was adept at concealing themselves. Nagato scoffed. Within their plans, he would not permit any forces that exceeded their comprehension to emerge. If they had revealed themselves, they must be suppressed. Though the Akatsuki might struggle to act overtly against them, who said only they had hopes for Konoha's downfall. Sometimes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zetsu remarked meaningfully, I intend to sell this information. Nagato paused, contemplating. Perhaps those individuals had already received word, though they likely lacked the full picture. If so, this indeed presented a promising opportunity. There were undoubtedly hidden agents from other villages still lurking within Konoha. While the Akatsuki might momentarily struggle to uncover any traces with their involvement, Nagato understood. Conan's gaze settled on Zetsu, nodding in agreement. That sounds feasible. Take care of it. Understood, but there is one more matter. What? Both Nagato and Conan were taken aback, wondering if there was another issue that had not been reported. Chapter 31. The Prophecy of the Great Toad Sage Altered. That Uchiha Fugaku turned out to be a formidable ninja who had activated the Mangeki Sharingan. Ju solemnly addressed Nagato. This fellow has concealed himself remarkably well. Had it not been for their attempt to scheme against Danzo, he would not have been exposed. What? Nagato furrowed his brow. Does this imply that the Uchiha clan harbors two extraordinarily powerful ninjas? Fortunately, they had managed to create a rift between them and the village. For the first time, Nagato felt a sense of relief, grateful that they acted swiftly to expedite the separation process. Otherwise, infiltrating Konoha with such a configuration, even with the Rinnegan, would be exceedingly challenging. Such a scenario would have dealt a significant blow to their infinite Tsukuyomi plan. It could be considered a fortunate accident. Conan exhaled. Now that they are divided, it works to our advantage. However, this information must be documented, and you must exercise greater caution and diligence in your intelligence gathering. This time, Konoha has revealed numerous issues. Ju understood internally. He realized he had been too lax previously. This was unacceptable. The recent events in Konoha served as a stark wake-up call, leaving him in shock. He was astonished to discover how many matters had escaped his notice. He engaged in deep reflection and resolved to strive harder. At Mayaboka Mountain, the resting great sage Toad slowly opened his hazy eyes. The bewilderment in his gaze gradually transformed into clarity. Sensing the awakening of the great sage Toad, Fukasaku and Shima hurriedly arrived at the main hall. You have come, the great sage Toad exclaimed. What new prophecy have you foreseen this time? Fukasaku scrutinized the great sage Toad with a grave expression, for he had caught a glimpse of the astonishment lingering on the Toad's face upon entering. Who is the great sage Toad? He is a creature that has lived for over a millennium, wise beyond measure. Having witnessed countless events, he had long attained the ability to remain unflappable even in the face of monumental upheaval. Yet, he had just witnessed a scene that left him utterly shocked. Could it be that the future has changed once more? Exhaling deeply, the great sage Toad spoke gravely. Indeed, the future has been irrevocably altered. What? Fukasaku and Shima's expressions darkened. How is this possible? How can a predetermined future be altered? Who possesses such tremendous power? The two Toads exchanged uncertain glances, both turning their eyes towards the great sage Toad. A boy frolicking with tailed beasts shone with golden radiance, heralding a monumental shift in the entire ninja world. Two pairs of terrifying eyes emerged in the sky. Recalling the harrowing scene he had just witnessed, the great sage Toad felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. The impact of that vision was unparalleled. Summon Jiraiya, he commanded. This time, the vision was not so nebulous. Perhaps informing Jiraiya could hasten his search for the destined individual. Struggling in a tavern, Jiraiya was abruptly summoned by Fukasaku and Shima through reverse summoning. I say, esteemed elders, could we perhaps receive a heads-up in advance? Jiraiya calmly adjusted his trousers, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment. Ignoring Jiraiya's thick-skinned demeanor, the two Toads dragged him along, exclaiming, Hurry! The great sage Toad has received a new prophecy. What? Jiraiya paused in surprise, hastily following. A new prophecy was not something to be missed. He had been searching for the destined individual for many years without a single lead. Perhaps this time, he might uncover a clue. Ah, young Jiraiya, you have arrived, greeted the great sage Toad. It has been quite some time. You remain as courteous as ever. The great sage Toad smiled and began to analyze the prophecy from his dreams. Though this prophecy was more terrifying than the previous ones, it was surprisingly clear. Especially with the resurgence of the golden light, he immediately thought of Minato's flying thunder god technique. Do you have any leads? Jiraiya's heart jolted as distant memories surfaced, and he bitterly smiled. None. No need to rush. Take your time, the great sage Toad reassured him. There are two pairs of eyes involved. One pair belongs to the Rinnegan, while the other seems capable of rivaling the Rinnegan, bearing a resemblance to the Byakugan. The Rinnegan has appeared. What significant events are about to unfold in this world? Jiraiya pondered. In any case, this time, the intelligence is more abundant than before. You must remain vigilant. The future of the ninja world rests upon your shoulders. Rest assured, great sage Toad, I will find them, Jiraiya affirmed with a resolute nod. After bidding farewell to Fukasaku, Shima, and the great sage Toad, Jiraiya returned to the ninja world. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to linger outside for a while before heading back to Konoha. When it comes to eyes, What clan could possibly rival the Uchiha and Hyuga clans? Being close to the source, he might as well return to investigate. And then there was the golden light once again. If it truly was the flying thunder god technique, it could very well be linked to Konoha. Having not returned to Konoha for quite some time, he suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia. What's wrong? Why are you constantly touching your face? Naruto, who had just finished training, rubbed his cheek, feeling a strange tingling sensation. The Ninetales observed him with curiosity. I suddenly feel like something is scratching me. A bug, perhaps? Maybe, but I didn't find anything after checking. Naruto felt perplexed, sensing something was off. Yet he couldn't pinpoint what it was. I'll just take a shower. Shaking his head, Naruto disregarded it and entered the old restroom to bathe. Wait for me in the ceiling space. We need to talk. All right, give me a moment. Naruto quickly finished his shower and, after changing into clean clothes, concentrated. Arriving in the ceiling space. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The ceiling space remained unchanged. Walking on the surface of the water, Naruto quickly approached the Ninetales. Looking up at the massive beast, he felt that the existence of tailed beasts could easily disrupt the balance of the world. Why can't you just tell me what you need instead of making me come here? The Ninetales began to reminisce about the events of late. Numerous signs indicated that the boy before him, Naruto Uzumaki, was indeed extraordinary. He possessed a unique source of water and vegetables. Most importantly, unlike others, he bore no ill intentions toward the tailed beasts. Sometimes, the Ninetales felt that Naruto was somewhat out of place in the ninja world. Perhaps he could indeed attempt to befriend him and trust him. The Ninetales understood that Naruto's strength merely required time. As he matured and his body's resilience improved, he would unleash terrifying power. If they were to join forces, perhaps they could truly achieve greatness. Naruto, let us be friends. Chapter 32, When I Tear Off the Seal. Are we not friends? Naruto retorted. The Ninetales shivered, disdain evident on its face. Ugh, how disgusting. What? Naruto was left speechless. The last time the Ninetales had mentioned a slight smile, it had included this phrase. Though he often entertained Hinata with modified tales when he had nothing else to do, he never expected the Ninetales had been listening all along. Indeed, it seems we have unconsciously become friends. The Ninetales suddenly sighed. You truly have a certain charm, far superior to your father. So, does this mean you acknowledge me? Hey, does it matter if you acknowledge me or not? The Ninetales pondered, sensing the seal within Naruto growing stronger. Moreover, it was still true that Naruto held their fate in his hands. The Ninetales yearned to grow stronger. Previously, its nature made it exceedingly difficult to evolve, as it was a tailed beast, but ever since consuming the vegetables Naruto provided, it could feel a transformation within itself. As long as this entity exists, Naruto is certainly not lacking in followers. Moreover, his strength grows stronger by the day. While others may be oblivious to this transformation, it is something that can be felt intuitively. Given these various factors, the Ninetales has succumbed. It feels a sense of comfort and joy living alongside Naruto. A sentiment that has not been experienced since the departure of Sage of Six Paths. Naruto perceives the Ninetales' sincerity and smiles. Ah, gaining your approval is truly no easy feat. Indeed, it is mutual. Did you think it was easy to earn your approval? Grudge-holding creature. The Ninetales remarks. Once you succeed, those people will surely suffer. And I eagerly anticipate that moment. Once again, it must be reiterated that only those who have remained by Naruto's side know the extent of his grievances. No one else is qualified to forgive those who wronged him. Only he holds that privilege. Forgiveness or suppression rests solely in Naruto's hands. As it happens, I can now unravel the seal. Naruto stands before the seal, and the Ninetales looks on with anticipation. Ha ha ha, I can finally escape this prison. The Ninetales grins widely, unable to contain its excitement, its chakra-infused fur flowing with energy. Under the watchful gaze of the Ninetales, Naruto slowly raises his hand. Closer, nearer. The Ninetales' heart races with anticipation. It touches the seal and tears it away. The Ninetales roars joyfully. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from the side, seizing Naruto's wrist. The Ninetales is taken aback. Without surprise, Naruto turns to face the man who has interrupted him, Minato Namikaze. With a gentle smile, akin to a warm sun, and a voice rich with charisma, he speaks. Little Naruto, this is not something that can be casually torn away, you know. The Ninetales' smile gradually fades as its claws grasp the railing, directing a furious roar at the unexpectedly appearing Minato. Grr. Minato, you left your chakra here in the ceiling place. How clever of you to make it so secure. You think too highly of yourself. My primary concern was merely to see my child. Minato's expression remains warm as his gaze shifts from Naruto to the Nine Tails. Upon seeing it, Minato is stunned. How do I feel as if you have grown stronger? Oh, that is thanks to your excellent son. Speaking of which, the Nine Tails chuckles. You have no idea. Your son is a prodigy. What do you mean? Minato queries, observing Naruto, who appears to be no more than 5 or 6 years old. Is it possible that his son is as swift in training as his disciple Kakashi? But what does that have to do with your own strength? The Nine Tails beams with pride. It suddenly realizes it has something to boast about in comparison to Minato, its understanding of Naruto. This is a point that strikes deep. With this thought, the Nine Tails excitedly recounts everything Naruto has accomplished. As the Nine Tails narrates, Minato's expression shifts dramatically. The third Hokage, Danzo, and those villagers, ha ha ha. Minato, filled with rage, laughs bitterly. He suddenly realizes how ridiculous it is that he sacrificed his life for such a village. Was it worth it? At that time, he believed it was worth it, but now he wishes he could drag them out and let the Nine Tails trample them. Hatred. Looking at Naruto's pitiful demeanor, he wonders what the child has endured. Trembling, Minato reaches out to touch Naruto, but is filled with guilt. This man has faltered. He has done right by everyone. Yet he feels he has failed Naruto. Perhaps if he had not sealed the Nine Tails within Naruto, so many issues might have been avoided. No. Perhaps it would have been even worse. Naruto opens his mouth, but cannot utter a sound. Witnessing this scene, Minato feels even more distressed. He hears not of Naruto's triumphs, only of his tragedies. Truly splendid. He gazes with disappointment at the Nine Tails, and then at Naruto, suddenly feeling like a failure. Your chakra won't last much longer, will it? It is Naruto who regains his composure first. After all, they are his parents, filled with pure love. Naruto calms down and gazes steadily at this man before him. Minato suppresses his sorrow, smiling gently at the composed child. Indeed, he is my offspring. Even in such dire straits, he can rise above. He has heard the Nine Tails' words and wishes only to commend him. Well done, splendidly done. After all, he is the fourth Hokage, and Naruto is a child of noble lineage. Since you have chosen this path, let Naruto seize his own destiny. Those who emerge from the battlefield may have their flaws, but they will undoubtedly not be pedantic. Naruto, please share with me the details of your life over these past few years. I wish to hear. The Nine Tails snorts, remaining silent. This is a moment for father and son, and it wisely takes a step back to observe quietly. The Nine Tails has already spoken its piece. And now we shall address another matter. What matter? In response to Minato's astonished gaze, Naruto raises his hand, revealing a kunai, and states calmly, Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God? Minato's heart leaps with joy as he looks at the kunai in Naruto's hand. You can train in Flying Thunder God? Ha ha. Truly worthy of being my great son. But wait, where did you learn Flying Thunder God? You still don't understand how exceptional your son is, do you? The Nine Tails sways its tail, lifting its head and shaking it. He has improved the transformation technique. By transforming into your likeness, he can acquire one of your jutsu. What? Stunned beyond measure, Minato gazes at Naruto, as if he were an extraordinary creature. He had yet to fully grasp the Nine Tails' earlier prideful demeanor, but now he does. My heavens, what kind of prodigy have I birthed? Chapter 33, Minato Namikaze. Damn. Even the transformation technique can be taken to new heights. Impressive. What about shadow clone technique? Body replacement technique? The shadow clone technique is still in the conceptual phase, but some progress has been made. No way. Minato stares at Naruto in shock. He feels that he has never been so astonished in his life as he is in this brief encounter with Naruto. The Nine Tails looks over, equally surprised. When did you come up with this? How come I was unaware? And which route? Minato glares at the Nine Tails disdainfully. Does my son need to inform you about everything? Huh. The Nine Tails raises its head defiantly. What's wrong? Unconvinced. Your son even teaches me to write and paint. Do you have that? Minato feels envious and frustrated. Why did I have to die? If I hadn't died, I wouldn't have to endure this insufferable Nine Tails mockery. Indeed, what route? Out of sight, out of mind. Minato, uninterested in the Nine Tails, eagerly looks at Naruto. He is also keen to learn about Naruto's thoughts on the shadow clone technique. It could train the body and learn jutsu, just like a real person. That's impossible. Minato shakes his head immediately. Shadow clones can train in jutsu, but honing the body is utterly ludicrous. The Nine Tails agrees wholeheartedly. Body training must be done by the individual. If Naruto truly achieves this, it would be a groundbreaking creation. But is that even possible? They both believe it is unlikely. This is akin to splitting off a real person from thin air. How exaggerated can it be? We shall see. Naruto does not argue, for there is no need. Boldly imagine, cautiously verify. This is indeed a ninja's greatest virtue. Minato gives a thumbs up, expressing admiration, then shifts his tone. You keep at it. Let us now study Flying Thunder God. All right. Naruto and Minato lean in together. With Minato, the expert in Flying Thunder God, guiding him. Naruto's understanding of the technique advances rapidly. Soon, he fully grasps the first stage of Flying Thunder God. So that is how it is. Naruto smiled. Having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, a whimsical thought crossed his mind. What if he could embed the technique within his Rasengan? Wouldn't that allow him to teleport anywhere at will? How intriguing. He stroked his chin, tucking this idea away for future exploration. For now, having just learned the Flying Thunder God, he decided to focus on walking before attempting to run. Farewell, Naruto. Time had come. As he gazed at Naruto's determined, yet youthful visage, Minato Namikaze felt a pang of reluctance. Their time together had been fleeting, and the thought of departing was truly heart-wrenching. He longed to stay by Naruto's side. If only I could return from the Pure Land, I would certainly teach them a lesson, Minato mused with a bittersweet smile. In that moment, he was but a wisp of chakra, powerless to affect anything. Naruto looked deeply at Minato, whose form was beginning to fade away into the ethereal. Suddenly, he stood and embraced Minato's leg, whispering, "Goodbye, father." Minato trembled, emotions swirling within him, his eyes glistening. A stoic man does not shed tears lightly, yet he felt overwhelmed. Silently brushing away the moisture from his eyes, he chuckled heartily, giving Naruto a thumbs up. "I am proud of you." In an instant, Minato's figure dissipated into shimmering particles, vanishing from the ceiling space. Naruto stood quietly, gazing ahead. In the cage, the Ninetales opened its mouth, letting out a silent sigh. This scene reminded it of its past encounters with Sage of Six Paths. Essentially, there was no difference. This seemed to echo Naruto's sentiment. A child wishes to care for his parents, yet they are no longer present. Ninetales, do you believe in reincarnation? Reincarnation? The Ninetales was perplexed. What is that? It shrugged off the notion, dismissing it as a passing thought. Regaining his focus, Naruto decisively raised his hand and tore away the first layer of the seal. The Ninetales perked up. Before anything else, it needed to breathe freely. Only one final layer of the seal remained. Naruto hesitated, not out of fear of the Ninetales, but out of dread at the prospect of encountering another lost loved one. The Ninetales watched Naruto expectantly, puzzled by his hesitation. Was he afraid it would betray him? Not at all. Naruto was confident, if he dared to act. It indicated his trust in his own abilities. Moreover, he had already mastered the Flying Thunder God. What was there to hesitate about? Ninetales. Yes? Can you break the defense? What do you mean? The Ninetales was confused. What is breaking the defense? I've never heard of it. The term seemed too advanced for its understanding. Yet it sensed a mischievous tone in Naruto's voice. With a slight exertion, Naruto placed his hand on the seal, and it peeled away slightly. In the next moment, a delicate hand reached out. A gentle voice came from behind him. Child, this seal cannot be recklessly torn apart. Naruto turned around. History was repeating itself. Before him stood a woman with long, flowing red hair, her strands dancing in the air. Kushina Uzumaki gazed affectionately at Naruto, clad in worn garments. Her face radiated a complex expression. Little Naruto, how could you attempt to tear down the ceiling space at such a young age? She looked up at the astonished Ninetales, a cold snort escaping her lips. Ninetales, have you been tempting my son? The Ninetales roared in response. You two old schemers. Leaving contingencies here, how despicable. It roared, finally realizing what Naruto meant by breaking the defense. The moment Kushina appeared, it intuitively grasped the meaning behind Naruto's words. How insidious. You both left your chakra in the ceiling space. Did you think I wouldn't notice? The Ninetales gritted its teeth in frustration. Seeing the Ninetales' exasperation, Naruto couldn't help but smile. It was indeed quite amusing. If only there were a camera to capture this moment for future reflection. Kushina observed the Ninetales, then turned her gaze to Naruto, contemplating. There seemed to be an unusual camaraderie between them. Cough, cough. There appeared to be a bond of friendship. How could that be? Her curious eyes darted between Naruto and the Ninetales, struggling to comprehend. Yet, despite her fiery personality, she possessed a woman's delicate sensibility. It didn't take long for her to realize her intuition was correct. There was indeed something between the boy and the beast. Wait. Kushina clapped her hands together, exclaiming with delight. You two should get married. Astonishment filled the air. Both Naruto and the Nine-Tails wore expressions of disbelief. This woman had a knack for saying the most shocking things. The previously aloof Nine-Tails stood upright, growling deeply. You haven't changed one bit. Naruto glanced at Kushina, speechless. He had not anticipated that his quirky mother would exhibit such a bold personality. Ah, just kidding. Don't take it to heart. Kushina placed her hands on her hips, laughing heartily before turning to Naruto with a softer tone. Little Naruto, it seems you've had a tough time all these years. What happened? Has the third Hokage neglected you? At this point, the Nine-Tails felt an overwhelming desire to share its grievances. It recounted Naruto's struggles over the years. Kushina listened in silence, and after a long pause, she finally expressed her regret. I never imagined such things could transpire. It is my fault. No, it is your fault. She pointed at the Nine-Tails. Had you not acted recklessly, would we have faced such a fate? If we had survived, everything could have changed. Seriously? You blame me? You should blame the one who released me, Obito. What did you say? Obito? Uchiha Obito? Kushina stared at the Nine-Tails in shock. Had she just misheard? It seemed as though the Nine-Tails had mentioned Uchiha Obito. Hadn't that child perished long ago? A flurry of questions flooded her mind, causing her to feel momentarily dazed. Indeed, it was that disciple you cherished so much. He was the one who set me free. The Nine-Tails scoffed. Look at how miserable your lives have become. Even your disciple betrays you. A shadow crossed Kushina's face. Although she had never thought poorly of Obito, she couldn't understand why he would act in such a way. If he were alive, why hadn't he returned? In response, Naruto relayed what he knew about the situation. Was this truly his motive? To bring about the world's destruction? The concept of infinite Tsukuyomi reeked of a sinister plot. Kushina seethed in anger. Has he lost his mind? Regardless, I am already dead. After a lengthy pause, she composed herself, her expression serious as she addressed Naruto. I understand what the Nine-Tails was implying. Naruto, it is we who owe you an apology. However, such a person does not deserve to inhabit this world. Her voice was icy yet brimming with rage. If given the chance, I will eliminate him. I will, Naruto affirmed. Nodding earnestly, he would certainly take action. If his disdain for Sakura stemmed from her indifference to him while caring for Sasuke, that was manageable. But Obito was a different story. He deserved to face justice for both old and new grievances. In both public and private matters, he finds no common ground with the Akatsuki, and the future is destined to bring them into conflict. Uzumaki Kushina nodded, casting a remorseful glance at Naruto. It was their inability to discern character that resulted in Naruto's tragic childhood. However, the damage was done and could not be undone. After a moment's reflection, she beckoned to Naruto, saying, I see you have notable talent. Allow me to impart some sealing techniques and sensory abilities to you. These are jutsu that only our Uzumaki clan can master. She continued, there are many varieties, and my time is limited, so you must memorize them and practice gradually. Our clan is indeed blessed. Any one of 6 abilities could create a formidable ninja. You must have sensed the immense vitality and chakra within you. Next comes our unique sealing techniques. Kushina sighed. The Shiki F gene, the 4-symbol seal, and the 8-trigram sealing technique are our specialties. Alas, perhaps it is the potency of these sealing arts, coupled with the allure of the tailed beasts, that led to our clan's downfall. Pausing, she shook her head. There is another technique called the diamond lock, which, while considered a sealing technique, differs from the orthodox ones. There is also a capability you should not use or expose, physical healing. This ability is not typically possessed by ordinary members of the Uzumaki clan, but you should be able to harness it. Isn't that a bit abstract? Naruto's lips curled in surprise. The final ability she mentioned was the Kagaya's Eye. Naruto recognized this as a form of sensory perception. The stronger the chakra, the greater the range of perception. Mastering it could reveal a person's precise location and movements. Such power was formidable indeed. Viewed in this light, the Uzumaki clan was undeniably a fearsome lineage, their comprehensive abilities unmatched. It was no wonder they were feared to the point of extermination. Much of this prowess was inherent, yet Kushina offered to teach him the diamond lock and sealing techniques, hoping to equip him with more self-defense capabilities in their absence. Naruto listened intently. This was the legacy of the Uzumaki clan, and it must not be squandered. As she began to teach, Kushina found herself increasingly astonished by Naruto's ability to draw inferences and his solid theoretical knowledge. What is happening? Kushina marveled. The Nine-Tails could no longer contain its laughter. Kushina, this is all thanks to me. Ha ha ha. Kushina shot a puzzled glance at the Ninetales. Could you possibly be so benevolent? We are friends. Naruto smiled gently at the Ninetales. Kushina exchanged glances between the two, a smile spreading across her face. Initially skeptical, she was now convinced. Instinctively, she reached out to ruffle Naruto's hair, feeling a mix of emotions with Naruto's capabilities. I can rest easy. As her figure began to fade, Naruto looked down before raising his head with an exuberant smile. Mom, once I conquer Konoha, I'll send word to the Pure Land to bring you joy. Ah, I suspect that news will shock me. Thinking you've revolted, Kushina remarked, hands on her hips, before dissolving into shimmering light. Those two care for you deeply. The Ninetales' voice echoed in Naruto's ears after a while. Naruto nodded, reflecting, indeed. How many adults in this world do not cherish their own children? Quite a few, the Ninetales retorted, its lips curling disdainfully. You simply have not noticed. Perhaps, Naruto shrugged. Unconcerned. One must grow strong independently. Parents cannot accompany us for a lifetime. Look at the plight of those without the Sage of Six Paths. The Ninetales' expression darkened. I'm referring to you. Why drag me into this? It grumbled. Enough, it is time to break this final seal. Naruto raised his hand, reaching for the last layer of the seal. Chapter 35, Seal Unleashed. With a rip, a sound akin to tearing echoed faintly, and the cage before him gradually dissipated. Strangely, the space of the seal remained intact, not vanishing. Ha ha ha. The Ninetales, am finally free. The Ninetales leapt up, spinning in place, its tail swaying as it howled to the heavens. What a delightful sensation it was to stretch its form and move freely. Naruto took a small step back, chuckling as he watched the seemingly frenzied Ninetales. Although he had never been imprisoned, he could empathize with the creature's exhilaration. He refrained from interrupting until the Ninetales had calmed down. Hey Naruto, I'm going to eat you, Rar. The Ninetales lowered its head, its eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Don't joke around, Naruto replied, rolling his eyes. Try it. Can you even get out? Disappointed, the Ninetales withdrew its gaze, sensing no reaction from Naruto. Is this person overly confident? Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, the Ninetales tested its limits and exclaimed, I can escape. This space can no longer contain me. However, this place is rather nice. I think I shall make it my home. The Ninetales fell silent, contemplating that leaving now would not benefit either of them. Besides, there was nothing particularly wrong with the current surroundings. It could exit whenever it wished. There was no need for haste. As long as you like it. I only wonder if I can bring some soil inside for decoration, it mused. That should be possible. You can certainly bring in those vegetables. The Ninetales' eyes lit up. Gazing around, it noted the emptiness, wishing for some adornments. By the way, when shall we test the Ninetales mode? I am eager to see how powerful our combined form can be. The Ninetales rubbed its hands together, already impatient to get out and cause a stir. Not yet. Naruto shook his head. Now is not the time. The Ninetales expressed regret, but nodded thoughtfully. You're right. You're only 5 years old, and your body is still developing. Frequent exposure to my chakra would be detrimental to your future, and with your current chakra levels, using the Ninetales mode would be risky. However, trying out the Ninetales chakra mode could work. It should last a significant amount of time. I know that, Naruto replied, standing beside the Ninetales and reaching out to touch its fur. It felt just like real fur, soft and smooth. The Ninetales glanced at him, but did not mind. Over time, it had developed a familial bond with Naruto, a sentiment that no other tailed beast could provide. Let us get accustomed to this place before continuing to build our strength. How long will that take? The Ninetales inquired, eager to know if it truly had to wait 5 or 6 years. Not too long. I'm waiting for my shadow clone technique to be perfected. Naruto's eyes sparkled. With a clear goal for the future, he would relentlessly strive towards it. The small village of Konoha was merely the beginning. The ninja world was vast, and he yearned to explore it. Konoha was only his starting point. What truly piques my interest right now is Orochimaru, the research maniac. The Ninetales paused, surprised. He was expelled by Sarutobi Hiruzen, supposedly for conducting human experiments. Indeed, Naruto scoffed. Orochimaru was also tricked by Danzo. Human experimentation is certainly vile, but if individuals volunteer for research, that changes the context. However, ethical considerations abound, making it difficult to navigate. Orochimaru was undoubtedly a super genius of research. Setting aside his venomous and cunning nature, his brilliance was unmatched. Among the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru was the researcher, while Tsunade was the healer. Jiraiya, indeed, possesses formidable combat prowess. However, in terms of value, Tsunade and Orochimaru hold greater merit. Jiraiya's significance lies in his role as a stalwart protector, akin to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Regrettably, Tsunade has now become incapacitated. Incapacitated? The bewildered Nine-Tails queried. She is one of the legendary Sannin, renowned for her strength. How could she have become incapacitated? Due to hemophobia, came the response. You must be jesting. The Nine-Tails exclaimed in confusion. Are you saying that a seasoned ninja, who has faced death countless times, suffers from hemophobia? Indeed. Naruto nodded regretfully. Her condition stems from the trauma of losing her loved ones and brother. The Nine-Tails contemplated the complexities of human emotions, coming to terms with the fact that even an immensely powerful ninja like Tsunade could succumb to such vulnerability due to her bonds with others. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru could be persuaded. Naruto chuckled lightly, beginning to devise a plan. Orochimaru will surely come if there is something to gain. The Akatsuki organization is a prime example. Convincing Tsunade may prove challenging, but it is not insurmountable. However, her hemophobia does complicate matters. As for Jiraiya, he indeed presents a significant challenge. Reflecting on the impactful moments from his youth, he recalled the profound shock of certain scenes on television. Nevertheless, Jiraiya's status as his father's mentor afforded Naruto a certain advantage. It appears there is ample opportunity, mused the Nine-Tails. I have just realized how extensive your network of relationships is, provided you know how to leverage it. I feel the same way, Naruto replied. Sharing a knowing glance with the Nine-Tails, a peculiar grin forming on their faces, suddenly sensing an ominous premonition. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. Recent days had been fraught with difficulty due to the pressing matters concerning the Uchiha clan, leaving him unable to indulge in his usual idleness. He had been tirelessly strategizing how to suppress the Uchiha clan, leaving him exhausted and disheartened. As he occasionally woke in the middle of the night, he pondered the possibility of finding a successor. It dawned on him, with a chill, that Konoha had yet to produce a suitable candidate. Kakashi had potential, but the recent losses of Obito Uchiha, Rin Noara, and his own mentors had left him despondent. As for the others, none seemed appropriate. Danzo? That was utterly out of the question. Why had it come to this? Hiruzen felt lost, clutching his chest when suddenly a ninja hawk soared in and landed on the windowsill. Intelligence? Whose? Hiruzen questioned as he opened the letter, and a smile broke across his face as he clapped his hands together, exclaiming, How could I have forgotten him? Jiraiya. He is indeed a very qualified successor. Hiruzen contemplated how to retain Jiraiya within Konoha, preventing him from leaving. Meanwhile, Naruto, having emerged from the ceiling space, stood atop Hokage Rock. He recalled the words of Ebisu from the moment of his awakening and reflected on the cold glares, taunts, and disdainful expressions he had encountered throughout his journey. Slowly raising his hand, he pressed down, revealing a sinister smile upon his face. Chapter 36. The Wheel of Fortune Turns, No Innocence Beneath the Boomerang. What do you intend to do? The Nine-Tails gazed at Naruto, who appeared somewhat unhinged, feeling a pang of sympathy. Due to the circumstances surrounding the third Hokage and Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he had endured far too much over the years. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child. The Nine-Tails was unsurprised by Naruto's actions. He could shatter Konoha if he desired. I shall not allow them to benefit so easily. Naruto murmured, My so-called father sacrificed his life to save this village. What have I gained now? When the offspring of heroes receive no recognition, who will aspire to be a hero? These many people, do they not enjoy the peace obtained through my father's sacrifice? If it is peace, it can be shattered. The Nine-Tails spoke earnestly. To enjoy the fruits of peace while humiliating the descendants of those who brought it is fundamentally unjust. The Nine-Tails believed that all should perish. Naruto, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the throngs below with a faint smirk. Death. That would be too lenient for them. After enduring years of insults and hostility, he could not fathom how many times he might have perished were it not for his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Perhaps this incessant disdain stemmed from that identity. But what of it? It mattered not how one was judged. The choices made must bear their consequences. All the grievances accumulated over the years would be repaid in due time. There was no need for haste. He would take his time. With a leap, he effortlessly landed on the ground, homeward bound for a meal. As midnight approached, the stars twinkled in the sky, and the moon hung high. Under the astonished gaze of the Nine-Tails, Naruto created a shadow clone and returned to the restroom. The same actions, the same routine. What was he planning? The Ninetales pondered. Naruto had always been a man of action. He spoke during the day and prepared to act by night, demonstrating remarkable speed. He wondered how Naruto intended to make his entrance this time. Transformation Jutsu. Transform. In the next moment, a tall figure with crimson hair appeared before the Ninetales. Oh, fortunate indeed. Naruto raised his hand and grasped at the air, sensing an overwhelming power, a radiant smile spreading across his face. At the sight of this smile, the Ninetales shivered. Today's Naruto was terrifying, resembling an innocuous devil. Many would soon find themselves in dire straits. Let us depart, Naruto declared, hands clasped behind his back. And with a thought, he abruptly materialized amidst a cluster of residences in Konoha. Not a single inhabitant here was innocent. He had marked those who had hurled the harshest insults at him, those who wished him dead. If that is the case, then I shall take action against you. Naruto slowly raised his hand and softly uttered, Shinra Tensei. Boom. The power of the Rinnegan unleashed its bloody blooms for the first time in Konoha. Although Naruto was still young and his energy limited, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, he had undergone rigorous training and was not weak. The Shinra Tensei he employed exhibited considerable might. Under the astonished gaze of the Ninetales, a vast area surrounding Naruto was obliterated by the terrifying force. The cacophony of cries filled the air, a chilling spectacle. Gazing down upon the chaos, the Ninetales recalled the moment he was released by Obito. The wheel of fortune had turned. The boomerang had returned to its thrower. This time, no one could stem the tide. The Ninetales felt a surge of exhilaration, tempered by a sense of dread. Naruto's calm demeanor and ruthless actions were entirely uncharacteristic of a 5-year-old child. What was happening? The earth-shattering explosion jolted Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and others from their slumber. They hastily donned their clothing and rushed out, swiftly arriving at the scene. Upon witnessing the devastation before them, their expressions turned to shock. Hiruzen's face paled as he bellowed. Who was responsible? Where are the patrolling ninjas? Did none of them notice anything? Danzo's face darkened as well. The expressions of Tsunade and Mito were equally grim as they stood beside Hiruzen. How long had it been since Konoha had experienced such a horrific incident? It's him. They soon recognized Naruto, who slowly extended a finger and raised it in a vulgar gesture towards them. Lips slightly parted. A sinister grin spread across the face. This is merely the beginning, little brats of Konoha. Are you prepared to embrace death? With that, he vanished before the stunned and horrified expressions of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others. Space-time ninjutsu. Sarutobi gritted his teeth, articulating each word with precision. Just moments ago, a cadre of ninjas had silently surrounded them. Yet now, it seemed nothing more than a jest. Where were the Uchiha? Where were the Hyuga? Third Hokage, we are here. But we have long since ceased to concern ourselves with Konoha's security. Seeking us is futile. Uchiha Fugaka stepped forward, raising an eyebrow at the grim scene before him. Was that individual part of the organization behind this? If so, was their collaboration not excessively reckless? This man evidently harbored a brutal disposition. Hyuga Hizashi nonchalantly emerged, responding matter-of-factly. You ought to inquire with the Root. All our Hyuga personnel are stationed there. The Hyuga clan members within Root had nearly severed ties with their family. Sarutobi directed his gaze toward Danzo. Danzo scoffed. Don't look at me. I'm currently tending to my pigs. Even the perceptive could discern his absurdity, yet officially, it rang true. Sarutobi stared intently before gesturing, everyone, to the office for a meeting. This night was destined to be sleepless. While reporting intelligence to Nagato, Zetsu suddenly halted, his expression transforming dramatically. What happened? Nagato, initially drowsy, became intrigued at Zetsu's demeanor. What could possibly unsettle the usually composed Zetsu? Konan, who had been folding origami, glanced up at the commotion. Zetsu, unable to suppress his shock, stammered, Konoha has just suffered a terrorist attack. Who did it? Nagato and Konan were momentarily taken aback. The entire ninja world appeared relatively stable. Logically, no one would instigate chaos at this juncture. They were monitoring all individuals capable of impacting Konoha. This should not be happening. It's you, the leader of the Rain Country, Nagato. Ha ha ha, you must be jesting. Nagato attempted to chuckle, but upon witnessing Zetsu's expression, his smile faded, and his brow furrowed. Are you speaking the truth? Indeed, he possesses the Rinnegan and can use space-time ninjutsu. Nagato and Konan exchanged glances, their expressions grave. This jest is hardly amusing, Konan coldly inquired. You did not miss C? The Rinnegan can only be wielded by one with the eyes of the sage. Do not tell me there is another with the Rinnegan in this world. Zetsu opened his mouth, feeling a sense of frustration. He, too, was bewildered. The three shared a glance, nearly in unison screaming. This is bad. We've been set up. It's a trap. Chapter 37. The Frustrated Nagato. Set up. Although he could not fathom how this individual could wield the Rinnegan, it only deepened his discomfort. There was no way to wash this away. The burden had been thrust upon him. This sensation was utterly revolting. Who could it be? Zetsu, you must uncover this person's identity. It is imperative. Zetsu silently vowed. He was determined to track down this individual. Otherwise, it posed a grave danger. Konoha. Once again, Konoha. What on earth is happening in Konoha? That such diverse individuals are present? I suddenly sense this organization is rather ominous, Conan remarked. Recently, Zetsu's intelligence had been consistently flawed, with no information forthcoming. The events in Konoha unfolded one after another, all outside their expectations. Distress and frustration, this encapsulated their current sentiments. Fortunately, others remained unaware of his possession of the Rinnegan. Nagato self-soothed. Otherwise, he would be unable to cleanse himself even by plunging into the Yellow River. Could it be possible that the adversary intends to disseminate this news? Zetsu and Nagato fell into silence at Conan's words. This seemed inevitable. It's over. Nagato's complexion drained of color. The well-laid plans had devolved into a hellish ordeal. Investigate. Nagato bellowed, his fury palpable. Zetsu, what on earth is happening? As Zetsu emerged, Obito hurried to inquire. He was keen to understand what event had incited Nagato's ire. Zetsu recounted the scene he had witnessed in Konoha. Obito stood, agape, this is impossible. The Rinnegan is not the Sharingan. The Rinnegan is the mythical eye of the gods. If it exists, it would not be so readily available. Thus, two possibilities loomed. Either another ninja with the Rinnegan had emerged in this world, or a mysterious individual was orchestrating this. Yet the Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei could not be a fabrication. Headaches and irritations clawed at Obito's mind. Investigate. We must investigate. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi slammed his hand on the table, roaring, "This is lawlessness, sheer lawlessness." With hands behind his back, concealing his trembling palms, Sarutobi paced, his brow knitted in worry. After a lengthy silence, he addressed those present coldly. "I care not for our past grievances or misunderstandings. However, this is a critical juncture. The intruder undoubtedly seeks to divide us. For the sake of Konoha, all personal matters must be set aside. What are your thoughts?" Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glance at Uchiha Fugaku. "I am indifferent. I shall do my utmost," Fugaku replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Narashikaku pondered deeply. He had received intelligence from Naruto that only one person possessed the Rinnegan, the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato. However, that Nagato seldom ventured out. And today this individual was fully capable. Who could it be? Another enigmatic figure. He hoped this person was allied with Naruto. If not, it would imply that Konoha had infiltrated yet another organization. This was terrifying. Hyuga Hizashi stood by, silent and uncommunicative. He had adopted an indifferent stance, unconcerned with the unfolding events. His sole focus was on nurturing a worthy successor. Recently, he had observed Hinata's eyes growing increasingly pure, yet her appetite had diminished. The cause was unknown. Danzo, however, brightened, sensing an opportunity. Clearing his throat, he casually remarked, "I shall assist as well, but Hiruzen, I require the help of the root." Sarutobi eyed Danzo with suspicion, but nodded faintly. In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. He lacked the energy to juggle both sides. Henceforth, Mito Kazuma and T-Rune K. Haru will take on the role of second-in-command. Danzo's expression darkened. This was an attempt to usurp power. Yet he felt powerless. Reclaiming control of the root was a fortuitous turn of events. The following day, Naruto sauntered through the ruins, feigning nonchalance. Surprisingly, only a few had perished. The deceased were primarily those who had vehemently opposed him. Had his mastery over power grown so formidable? The Nine-Tails whispered, "So, has the bitterness in your heart subsided somewhat?" "Not at all," Naruto replied calmly. "Konoha cannot compensate for all their losses. Thus, their wealth will dwindle. The expenses in Konoha are substantial, and it will not be long before their quality of life diminishes. I intend to show them what a life of hardship truly entails. Gradually, I am in no rush." The Nine-Tails remained silent. This revealed another ruthless facet of Naruto. Murder may be merely a matter of hitting the ground. But his true intention was to ensure these individuals lived in torment. Such a method of vengeance was indeed terrifying. The Nine-Tails contemplated the situation. If it were subjected to such scheming, it might very well wish for death. Yet, upon glancing at Naruto, the Nine-Tails scoffed. It could only be said that during an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. These individuals are unworthy of pity. As Naruto stated, forgiving them is a divine matter. His duty is merely to escort them to meet the divine. This is merely the beginning. The Nine-Tails remarked, I am well aware that this is just the inception. Naruto possesses a character that foresees 3 steps ahead with each move he makes. He relishes in various strategies, regardless of their success. He operates from the shadows while those individuals remain exposed. They can exert themselves as they wish. Failure bears no consequence. Success, however, is a delightful surprise. Take this instance. For example, he has truly elevated deception to a new pinnacle. Those individuals must be utterly perplexed as to why someone identical to themselves, yet capable of utilizing their own skills, has emerged. The thought alone is amusing, and they are likely questioning their very existence at this moment. Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata Hyuga strolled leisurely out of the Hokage's office, feeling utterly fatigued. After a night of discussions, they had reached no conclusions. However, Danzo seized this opportunity to restore his position, which was entirely expected. In truth, he was unaware of the mastermind behind these events. He merely wished to take a look. Upon his arrival, he spotted Naruto passing by. Observing Naruto's retreating figure, Hinata pondered deeply. It appears another individual is harboring doubts. Only the third Hokage and a few others remain oblivious to the subtle clues surrounding them. Following closely behind, Nara Shikaku did not feel particularly triumphant. Although the third Hokage and his associates had not discerned his involvement, Hinata's suspicion stemmed from evidence left behind by Naruto himself. Feeding? Who feeds a little girl daily at the age of 5? It is evident that there are ulterior motives at play. If such a young child possesses knowledge of seduction, what might transpire as they mature? At this moment, Hinata quietly trailed behind Naruto, his hands tucked within his sleeves, his posture upright, yet giving an impression of stealth. He reflected on Hinata's recent changes. In a prominent family, investigating a matter is not particularly challenging. Although Naruto seemed to have done nothing overtly, the transformations in Hinata, which he closely monitored, were unmistakable. Everything about her diet and habits was traceable, except for the food gifted by Naruto, which lay beyond his control, thus eliminating all impossibilities. No matter how implausible it may seem, the food Naruto provided is undoubtedly extraordinary. Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata was suddenly jolted from his reverie. Upon acknowledging that Naruto harbored secrets, the events of recent days began to coalesce into a singular narrative. Everything seemed to be manipulated by an unseen force, with that force directing its attention toward Naruto. The thought sent a shiver down Hinata's spine. He could not fathom that a mere 5-year-old could orchestrate such complexity. There must be deeper motivations at play. It appeared that a remarkable vortex was forming within the village of Konoha, destined to create a tremendous upheaval upon its completion. Hey, what are you lost in thought about? Hinata's expression stiffened, and upon turning to see Nara Shikaku, he sighed in relief. Tightly clasping his hands within his sleeves, he managed a slight smile. I was contemplating the unfortunate plight of these individuals. Unfortunate? Sometimes those who evoke pity possess equally contemptible traits. As a sage, despite feeling compassion for Naruto, he recognized that this was merely a demonstration of resolve. He understood the scene before him rationally. If he were in Naruto's position, he might even exceed his actions. Have you thought of something? Walking side by side on the fragmented path, Shikaku leaned in, quietly inquiring. Hinata was taken aback, staring at Shikaku in astonishment. Is it you? No, I lack such ambition, Shikaku replied, shaking his head. He was acutely aware of his role, content to serve as Konoha's second or even third in command. However, the position of Hokage was out of reach. The bonds among the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are too intertwined. Should one family ascend to the role of Hokage, the connection would be irrevocably severed, a cost too great to bear. To be candid, had Sarutobi and Danzo not engaged in so many dubious maneuvers, he would have never considered others. After all, he was the heir of the Will of Fire, designated by the second Hokage. Yet, circumstances are rarely so accommodating. What of your intentions? Just wait. When they make their move, you shall see your choices unfold. Shikaku patted him on the shoulder, smiling. But I suspect you will act. Why? Hinata queried, perplexed. Our clan is currently in such a precarious position. What significant interest could compel us to intervene? The two ceased their conversation, exchanging a few casual words before parting ways. Upon returning home, Hinata observed Hinata sparring with Niji. Although she retained her gentle disposition, her strikes had grown significantly more powerful. Uzumaki Naruto. Nara Shikaku. Uchiha. Hinata stood beneath the eaves, grasping a nearby newspaper, deep in thought. As he mentally replayed recent events, he was astonished to discover how interconnected the hidden forces were, formidable beyond belief. What if the Hyuga clan were to join? He inhaled sharply, feeling a surge of ambition. No, he must resist. Taking a deep breath to suppress his restless desires, he was unaware that his grip on the newspaper was turning pale with tension. The situation was escalating. Naruto stood within the confines of his space, sipping on some spiritual spring water while surveying the mountains of vegetables before him. Carrots, bok choy, and cabbage piled high enough to feed pigs. These were valuable resources, essential for solidifying the allegiance of those who had begun to lean toward his side. First and foremost, he must acknowledge the Nara clan, whose support, both overt and covert, could not go unrecognized. The Uchiha clan was also a priority, while the Hyuga clan could be addressed later. Naruto gathered several sacks, sorting and packing the produce. Once completed, he would await the stillness of the night. Simultaneously, he required Shikaku and the others to procure some seeds for him. The space had expanded slightly, yet aside from the 3 seedlings of ninjutsu, there were no new additions, a somewhat regrettable situation. I suggest you procure some new seeds. Consuming the same fare repeatedly grows tiresome. I'm precisely planning to request a few. I've already instructed the Uchiha to prepare them. Rest assured, there will be plenty for you in the future. Now that sounds promising. The mere thought of the diverse culinary delights that awaited made the Nine-Tails mouth water uncontrollably. I must also consider fruit trees, perhaps watermelons or melons. Naruto listed eagerly. In time, as the space continues to grow, the surplus of vegetables will become unmanageable. Providing too much will lead to a lack of appreciation. Thus, I intend to maintain an air of mystery. Therefore, I must find ways to consume the excess. Livestock would be an excellent choice. Naruto's gaze drifted toward the Nine-Tails, who shivered at the attention. What are you looking at me for? Nothing, Naruto replied, redirecting his focus, determined to observe further. As midnight approached, the night was still, and the sky roiled with clouds. Konoha was illuminated only by scattered lights. Sarutobi had endured yet another arduous day. Naruto smiled faintly, confident that in a day or two, they would identify the correct target. There was no need for haste. The bullets could fly a while longer. Naruto first transformed into the likeness of Minato Namikaze, utilizing the flying thunder god technique to appear beside Fugaku Uchiha. Startled from his slumber beside Mikoto Uchiha, Fugaku sprang up, his countenance slightly pale. Naruto chuckled. Nine-Tails, how ungracious of you to leave your shuriken technique in the room. He covered his face, lamenting internally. Arriving early is indeed a pity. Fugaku, nearly choking on his surprise, had not anticipated this at all. What brings you here this time? He asked, his irritation palpable as he shot a glare at Naruto in the reception room. Are the carrots delicious? Absolutely splendid. Fugaku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quietly remarked, this substance can actually influence the Sharingan, enhancing my ocular prowess significantly. Would you like more? Indeed, if available. Now that he was drawn into this alliance, it was only reasonable to request some benefits. Naruto raised his hand and tossed over 3 large sacks. Here you go. Wow, so much. Fugaku's expression grew serious as he looked up at Naruto, earnestly inquiring. What do you require from us? Naruto smiled, penning a few characters on the table. Chapter 39, The Scapegoat, The Foundation of Success. Akatsuki, Leader, Pain, Rinnegan. Upon seeing this, Fugaku nodded, understanding the implications. Framing someone for a crime was a specialty of his. No, this was about redirecting internal conflicts to present a united front. Everything had a logical outlet for venting frustrations, all seemingly reasonable. Furthermore, it allowed him to strike back at Danzo. Some strategies, when employed repeatedly, remained remarkably effective. In that brief moment, Fugaku contemplated extensively, and a profound wariness arose towards the individual before him. The ability to wield the Rinnegan made him ponder whether Naruto might also possess such an eye. I understand. Over the next few days, I will continue my investigations as planned, subtly leaking the information. Pleasure in collaboration. Naruto's thoughts shifted, and he abruptly vanished before Fugaku's eyes. What an enigmatic figure. I'm fortunate to have allied with him. After sitting in contemplation for a significant time, Fugaku finally rose to leave, with the 3 heavy sacks of valuable items awaiting careful examination. Finally, I have awaited your arrival. When Naruto reached Nara Shikaku's residence, he found himself seated directly across from Shikaku, who was engrossed in a game of shogi, thoroughly engaged in the competition. How goes the collection of seeds? We possess most common varieties and have even gathered some rarer ones. I do not oppose your actions from yesterday, yet I hope you exercise some restraint. Rest assured, I am not so bloodthirsty, Naruto replied with a broad grin, revealing his bright white teeth. Shikaku smirked inwardly, thinking, who would believe you? Here, these are gifts for you. Consume them cautiously. Shikaku pondered the vegetables Naruto offered, wondering if there was something extraordinary about them. Though Naruto had mentioned their potential, he remained skeptical. Could anything truly be that miraculous? Perhaps it was slightly exaggerated, though the effects might still hold some merit. Smiling, he accepted the offering, then turned to Naruto, saying, I have an inkling of your intentions. Are you certain about this course of action? This step must be taken sooner or later. Fiddling with a piece on the shogi board, Naruto replied with a slight smirk, if there is someone in this world who is beyond forgiveness, it must be that individual. Indeed, Shikaku wholeheartedly agreed, confident that most ninjas in Konoha would share this sentiment, reflecting Minato's esteemed reputation. Do not disclose these vegetables. Once you experience their effects, you will understand. I speak no exaggeration. Moreover, Naruto gestured towards the sacks, glancing outside. Hasten to elevate your strength. The future will not be as simple as the present. What do you mean? Shikaku blinked in surprise. At that moment, Naruto had already slipped away without a sound. Staring at the empty seat, Shikaku's expression shifted. The implications were clear. It seemed the Akatsuki and their affairs were merely the tip of the iceberg. How could this be? Shikaku mused, momentarily dazed. He wished Naruto were mistaken, but he understood that Naruto would not speak without purpose. Alas, what a tumultuous time we are in. Father. As Shikamaru entered, witnessing the lingering astonishment on Shikaku's face, Shikaku passed over a shogi piece with a smile, saying, let's have a match. I will analyze everything for you. All right. Shikamaru accepted the piece, beginning the game. As they played, Shikaku recounted selectively the events of the past few days to the 5-year-old boy. Shock, dismay, utter astonishment. Though only 5, Shikamaru, due to his family's traits, was precocious and astute. He comprehended the magnitude of the revelations, never anticipating that the previously lackadaisical Naruto had orchestrated such significant happenings. So that was why father urged me to befriend Naruto discreetly? Shikamaru looked at Shikaku, realizing that his father had likely intended to align with Naruto even then. Shikaku chuckled softly, refraining from elaborating. At that moment, it was merely a nascent inclination, not a firm resolution. The true commitment had only arisen recently. You know what to think, and you ought to know how to act. Now, let us discover what makes Naruto's vegetables so remarkable. I will cook. You can have juice while I enjoy some sake, and we'll toast together. Shikaku stood and donned an apron. Soon, a bowl of somewhat overcooked greens was placed before Shikamaru. Must I eat this? Shikamaru grasped his chopsticks, unsure of how to proceed. You cannot. He sighed inwardly, resigned to the dual torment of body and soul. He reluctantly picked up a somewhat acceptable piece of bok choy and placed it in his mouth. At that moment, Shikamaru's eyes widened in astonishment. After a moment of careful savoring, he abruptly blinked, looking incredulously at Shikaku. Seeing his son's reaction, Shikaku squinted, confirming that Shikamaru was not merely feigning enjoyment to trick him into eating. Finally, he sat down and took a bite himself. The moment he tasted it, Shikaku was left dumbfounded. After a long while, he exchanged a glance with Shikamaru, both shaken by the experience. With this, Naruto had secured his foundation and confidence. The position of Hokage was assured. As for Naruto's future plans, Shikaku dared not speculate. I am eager to see Shikaku's expression. The Ninetales finally spoke when Naruto returned home. Chuckling softly, such intelligent beings are rarely astonished by anything. These are our cornerstones, yet without strength, they become mere death knells. Naruto was not complacent. He understood that these were merely castles in the air. The connection lay in his own strength. Ignoring the Ninetales, he entered his space, placing the mature vegetables aside. He then retrieved the newly acquired seeds, carelessly scattering them onto the soil. These seeds included corn and potatoes, signifying that Naruto's space was now vibrant with flourishing crops. Sipping from the spring water, feeling the refreshing nourishment within, Naruto stretched lazily. The space was expanding, yet it was chaotic. Systematic planning was essential. However, being a lazy person, he preferred enjoyment over exertion. After some contemplation, he resolved to see if he could draw the Nine Tails into his plans. To waste such a powerful beast would indeed be a travesty. Moreover, he indulges himself without paying rent, enjoying lavish meals and drinks. What a disgrace. Is it unreasonable to ask him to assist in farming to offset his debts? Naruto let out a peculiar chuckle. Suddenly, caught in his laughter, he paused, turning to the patch of land beside the spring. Chapter 40. The Powerful Clone Technique. Success. Naruto swiftly moved to the 3 saplings. One of them shone brilliantly. A gentle touch of his finger sent a stream of light into Naruto's brow. Instinctively, he closed his eyes as knowledge flooded his mind, decomposing and merging in a dazzling array. After a while, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, having grasped the essence of the first stage of the clone technique, the flesh and blood clone. It was remarkably powerful. Naruto smiled. This clone could train physically and cultivate ninjutsu. Aside from a slight mechanical sensation, it was nearly indistinguishable from his true self. It resembled the 4 symbols fist. Contemplating, Naruto decided to test it out. He shifted his thoughts and entered the ceiling space. The Nine Tails, engrossed in drawing, looked up in surprise. What brings you here? Is something amiss? It found Naruto's sudden appearance strange. He should have been tending to his so-called vegetable patch. Was there an issue? Naruto shook his head, urging the Nine Tails to continue its work while he sat cross-legged, recalling the theoretical knowledge of the clone technique that had just surged into his mind. It was rich and full of whimsical ideas. The Nine Tails set down its brush, observing Naruto seriously. Such a demeanor was rare for him. What was he planning? A sense of foreboding washed over the Nine Tails. It felt that Naruto was about to accomplish something monumental. But what could it be? Curious, it awaited patiently, believing it would bear witness to history. Ignoring the Nine Tails, Naruto, after familiarizing himself with the theoretical knowledge, slowly raised his hand, forming a seal. With a fierce gaze, he opened his eyes, his body twisting and changing as wisps of blood mist enveloped him. In mere moments, a clone identical to Naruto appeared beside him. The Nine Tails jumped up in shock. A flesh and blood clone. It could clearly see that this clone was not a mere ordinary clone technique, but a being with flesh and blood. How could this be possible? The Nine Tails stared at Naruto in astonishment, its tail flicking unconsciously. It recalled a recent conversation between Naruto and Minato. At the time, it had dismissed it as mere jest, but now it realized how hasty it had been. The true fool was itself. Did you truly succeed? The Nine Tails' voice trembled. Naruto opened his eyes, rising to glance at his clone. It exhibited no consciousness. He needed to issue commands, and once given, the clone would train according to those instructions. How should he put it? It was quite satisfactory. Yes, success. This is just the first stage. I still need to make improvements. Improvements? You aim high. The Nine Tails thought silently, gazing at Naruto. It had always known he was exceptionally talented, but this seemed to surpass even that. He was incredibly powerful. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was a genius capable of creating ninjutsu, but in comparison, the Nine Tails felt like a mere junior before Naruto. The transformation technique was already formidable, and so was the current clone technique. What about the substitution technique? A flicker of anticipation arose within the Nine Tails. It was eager to see what Naruto would do with the substitution technique. Not quite sufficient. Naruto shook his head. I've only divided half my power. The Nine Tails paused, understanding. It was akin to slicing a watermelon in half, weakening the original strength. That indeed was inadequate, but could the clone be recalled? Yes. Then it's not a significant issue, Naruto nodded. Currently, I remain in the hidden stage. Practicing alongside my clone is quite advantageous. There was one crucial point. What is it? The Nine Tails gazed at Naruto, puzzled. The clone was already strong. What more could there be? The 8 inner gates. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails' pupils dilated in shock, drawing a sharp breath, its voice cracking again. How did I not think of that? If the clone possesses flesh and blood, opening the 8 gates at a critical moment, all 8 gates unleashed simultaneously, would that not be invincible? Such a feat would be difficult for others, but for Naruto, it was entirely different. His innate talent was extraordinary. Coupled with the ceaseless supply of spring water and vegetables, his physical training could ascend steadily. The current flesh and blood clone could train at double the rate, but the most formidable aspect was indeed Naruto's mention of the 8 gates. No, there's another factor. Should Naruto grow stronger, he could coordinate with the clone for a sudden assault. Ultimately, this flesh and blood clone would undoubtedly rival forbidden techniques. The Nine Tails stared blankly at Naruto, feeling an overwhelming urge to open his head and see what was inside. This clone will train here. I feel quite weak and need to replenish my energy. Naruto issued the command. He would also provide some spring water and vegetables to sustain it. With one transformation technique and one clone technique being so powerful, what would the combination of the substitution technique yield? Naruto felt a surge of excitement. However, he needed to replenish himself first. He felt quite drained. Oh, and there was also the multi-shadow clone technique. While eating, he pondered. He had a preliminary grasp of Rasengan, Flying Thunder God technique, Body Flicker technique, and the 8 gates, but he couldn't afford to be greedy. The Flying Thunder God was crucial, yet the multi-shadow clone technique also warranted attention. This was a skill of divine caliber for the later stages. No, even earlier in Naruto's hands, it could unleash tremendous power. Especially now, excluding the Flying Thunder God. The invisibility of the Rasengan could lead to overwhelming bombardment. At that moment, he would become a human-shaped bomb. Thinking of that astonishing scene made Naruto tremble with excitement. He would seek out Deidara and show him what true art, explosion, entails. Bliss. After filling his belly, Naruto tidied up the dining area and returned to the ceiling space. At that moment, his clone was diligently training. The Nine Tails sat nearby, at a loss for words. After gathering its thoughts, the Nine Tails asked somewhat flatteringly, can I train this too? I don't know, Naruto replied, taken aback. This was a flesh and blood clone. Did the Nine Tails even possess flesh and blood? Never mind. The Nine Tails considered that it couldn't train anyway, and learning it would serve little purpose. Sigh, I suppose I'll return here. Meanwhile, outside the village of Konoha, a white-haired man, arms crossed and carrying a scroll, gazed at the village with a complex expression. I wonder how things have been in Konoha lately. I must go see. Jiraiya quietly entered the village without causing a stir. It was indeed true. The Uchiha and the village had reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. And that mysterious figure, there was something familiar about their description. A chill ran down Jiraiya's spine. Jiraiya-sensei. He turned at the sound to find Nara Shikaku quietly observing him. A stack of documents in hand. For some reason, an ominous feeling stirred within Jiraiya. Chapter 41. Jiraiya's roar. It's you, Nara Shikaku. What is going on? Suppressing his strange feelings, Jiraiya raised a hand in greeting. Shall we grab a bite? Sounds good. Nara Shikaku nodded after a brief moment of contemplation. The two then entered a barbecue restaurant, one after the other. After ordering some grilled meat, Jiraiya also requested some drinks. Sipping his beverage and squinting his eyes, he sighed contentedly, remarking that the village's brew was indeed delightful. It had been quite some time since he last returned. Ah, it's been ages, he mused. But enough about me. What about you? Jiraiya pointed to the documents in Nara Shikaku's hands with mild curiosity, asking, what do you have there? Oh, this? Nara Shikaku smiled knowingly at the papers on the table, his expression hinting at something deeper. Jiraiya shivered slightly. That smile gave him an uneasy feeling. Never mind. I think I'll pass on hearing it. He waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing major, just that after the attack on Konoha, the third Hokage asked me to gather intelligence. This is the intel. Nara Shikaku replied cheerfully, adding, by the way, this matter has a slight connection to you, Jiraiya-senpai. Huh. Jiraiya's lip twitched. He had anticipated trouble upon encountering this fellow. Eat up, senpai. Once we finish, let's go see the third. You haven't changed a bit, have you? Nara Shikaku teased. Flattery will get you nowhere. After a brief silence, Nara Shikaku quietly inquired, aren't you going to check on Naruto Uzumaki? How is he faring? Jiraiya took a sip of his drink, his expression turning complex. To be honest, not very well, as you should know. This time, the third intends for you to take on the Hokage position. If you ascend, perhaps his situation would improve. Let us not dwell on that. Who knows what the teacher is thinking? I'm not particularly fond of the village these days. Jiraiya grimaced. After all these years away, was it because he didn't wish to return? It was simply that the village was in disarray, and he had no interest in it. Moreover, with the burdens weighing him down, he had stayed away. Were it not for the prophecy of the great sage Frog, he might still be wandering outside. Let us go find the third. Having feasted, the two made their way together. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered the intelligence report in his hands. This information had been gathered through the collaboration of Root and the Umbu. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the desk, his expression grave. Third Hokage, I have made significant progress on the intelligence you requested. Come in. As the two entered, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Jiraiya with surprise and nodded. You're back. Indeed. Old man, you're still as unfortunate as ever. It's you three. None of you bother to alleviate my burdens. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot a glare at Jiraiya before turning his attention to Narashikaku. Seeing this, Narashikaku hesitated no longer and handed over the report. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, this person is suspected to be the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato. However, there is little information on him, save for the fact that he is believed to possess a pair of strange eyes reminiscent of a frog, quite eerie. Narashikaku glanced at Jiraiya, continuing, he is accompanied by a young woman, and they seem very close. Most importantly, these two appear to be the children you saved in the land of rain. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Jiraiya's gaze shifted to Narashikaku as distant memories surfaced in his mind. How could that be? There is nothing impossible, Jiraiya-senpai. Narashikaku pointed at the report. Although much remains uninvestigated, one is named Nagato, and the other is Conan. Is it truly them? Jiraiya felt incredulous. Had these two achieved such heights? As for Yahiko, he chose not to inquire. In a world fraught with peril, silence often signified death. Look at the mess you've caused. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Jiraiya. You and your disciple really know how to create trouble for the village. Jiraiya opened his mouth to protest. How did this involve my disciple Minato? You might not know, but the fourth apprentice, Uchiha Obito, is not dead. This has been confirmed. Subsequently, Narashikaku recounted the details to Jiraiya. Jiraiya took a few steps back, bracing himself against the wall, slightly breathless. Even with his resolute spirit, the sudden revelation was overwhelming. The very person who claimed he would become Hokage was the one responsible for his disciple's demise. Why? Jiraiya's face turned ashen, his heart raging with confusion. He couldn't fathom what could lead someone to become so cold and ruthless. Had Minato wronged him? Nonsense. Kushina had treated him with such kindness. Very well, very well. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, a surge of hatred welling up inside him. So it turns out everything related to my lineage is the doing of this scoundrel. How delightful. With a sharp glance at Narashikaku, Jiraiya's eyes turned icy. I demand precise intelligence. I will personally eliminate this treacherous scoundrel who betrays his master and ancestors. Such filth cannot even be described as garbage. Wait. Even calling him garbage is too generous. By the way, does Kakashi know about this? We haven't mentioned it, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied solemnly. That boy has complex feelings toward Uchiha Obito. I fear it may alert him. That makes sense, Jiraiya agreed. It was indeed a delicate matter that should not be discussed with him. All right, you may go. Leave this intelligence here for now. Once Narashikaku and Jiraiya departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved another report from his drawer. This was intelligence gathered secretly by Uchiha. The three reports aligned in essence, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen felt no joy. Who is scheming against me and Konoha, orchestrating these three reports to fall into my hands? His inner turmoil brewed with a murderous intent. He had often found it peculiar. Had he truly become a mere fool? Everything pointed towards the Akatsuki organization in the land of rain. The lines between truth and deception blurred, ensnared in a fog. I have presided over Konoha for decades. What kind of monsters have I not encountered? Attempting to deceive me is futile. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed. However, a frown soon clouded his brow, irritation creeping in. Setting aside the notion of being deceived, the Akatsuki was indeed a formidable force that had been underestimated. One suspected of having the Rinnegan, another confirmed to possess the Sharingan. It was rumored that there were powerful rogue ninjas within the Akatsuki. Together, they could form a significant power, especially with the backing of the Land of Rain. If not contained, they could potentially emerge as the sixth great nation after the five great shinobi countries. It seemed that the time had come for another summit of the five great shinobi villages. You both heard that? Narashikaku and Jiraiya exchanged glances, staring at the dejected figure before them. Chapter 42, Kakashi's Torment, would release. Beneath his mask, Kakashi wore a pained expression, his voice hoarse. Is what you just said true? Narashikaku cast a sympathetic glance at Kakashi and beckoned. Let us move to a different location. Jiraiya shrugged. The three made their way to the Hokage Rock. Overlooking Konoha below, Kakashi fixed his gaze upon Nara Shikaku. With a sigh, Nara Shikaku placed a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder. It's true. That mysterious individual was indeed Uchiha Obito. He activated the Sharingan and orchestrated the deaths of the 4th Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina. Why? Kakashi's expression turned anguished as he roared. Why would he do such a thing? I don't know. Nara Shikaku shook his head. So many years have passed, and he has concealed himself so thoroughly that we still have no clarity on his motives. Nara Shikaku told a white lie. If he revealed the specifics, Kakashi might very well crumble under the weight of the truth. It was better for him to accept it gradually. After all, who could have imagined that this individual would commit such vile acts over a deceased girl? The air of despair enveloping Kakashi dissipated entirely. His gaze sharp. I will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly. Moreover, you need not worry about my actions. Kakashi appeared forlorn, harboring distrust towards everyone. Could it be that what he heard was deliberately orchestrated by the 3rd Hokage and others? Furthermore, if the truth had eluded discovery for so many years, why was it now so meticulously unveiled? Everything seemed to weave an intricate web of mystery. Nara Shikaku withdrew his gaze, the groundwork laid. It was now time for Naruto to take action. He understood well that Naruto's objectives extended beyond the Hokage position to include the Akatsuki organization, specifically Uchiha Obito. Indeed, Naruto had not divulged much information, but he was aware that far more astonishing revelations lurked beneath the surface. The depths were profound. His immediate task was to swiftly consolidate power. Once Naruto ascended, he would be able to rapidly integrate forces and strike at the Akatsuki. As for the 3rd Hokage, Shikaku had long since abandoned any hope. The once mighty shinobi had been entombed in the annals of time. The individual occupying that position now was merely a competent politician. His gaze returned to Jiraiya, who shivered slightly. He felt he ought not to have returned this time. It seemed Kakashi was full of schemes. Cursing softly under his breath, Jiraiya swiftly departed. Naruto. At school, Shikamaru observed Naruto amusing Hinata with a complex expression. He could hardly fathom how, despite his own intelligence, there existed someone even more extraordinary. He had not slept a wink the previous night, sporting faint dark circles under his eyes as he fixated on Naruto. Naruto playfully ruffled Hinata's hair, contemplating acquiring some fashionable attire. Hinata's constant outfit was excessively simple. Upon seeing Shikamaru approach, Naruto beamed. Surprised, are you? Indeed, it was a surprise and an unexpected delight. Yet, was it truly a surprise? No, it was more akin to horror. Under the peculiar gazes of Ino and Akimichi Choji in the mountains, the two drew closer together. Father said you could try to win Kakashi over, Naruto remarked, raising an eyebrow and nodding in agreement. Since he suggested it, perhaps meeting with Kakashi was in order. Truthfully, he bore some grievances against Kakashi. After all, he was the son of his teacher, yet he only lurked in the shadows. Couldn't he take some tangible action? Nevertheless, recalling the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, those old schemers, he felt a sense of resignation. The break was fast approaching, Naruto mused. Days passed, and while events appeared urgent, a considerable amount of time had indeed elapsed. Unbeknownst to him, an entire semester had slipped by. Time waits for no one. Contemplating, Naruto planned to drag Shikamaru to a clothing store after school. What do you need to go to a clothing store for? Shikamaru yawned. Why not just go home and rest? I intend to buy some outfits. But your clothes look quite new. Do you really need more? No, they're for Hinata. Shikamaru's expression widened in astonishment. Hey, you're only 5 years old. Is this the legendary childhood friends and lowly nurturing plan? This is a wife cultivation plan, Naruto retorted. Shikamaru regarded Naruto with a look of incredulity. It was confirmed. He indeed had feelings for Hinata. But was Hinata truly that attractive? Cute but somewhat plain. The pressing matter was they were but 5 years old. Wasn't this too precocious? Beast. Shikamaru's gaze turned peculiar. What are you thinking? Naruto shot Shikamaru an annoyed glare and firmly stated, I merely view her as a sister. I understand. Shikamaru wore an expression of comprehension. Oh, a sister? Identities can change. Can't they? TSK. Uzumaki Naruto. So this is what you are like. Yes, sister, I get it. Shikamaru and Naruto linked arms. Sasuke passed by. Disdain etched across his face, proudly striding home, unaffected by the village or family atmosphere. Naruto purchased a few items, packaging them to take home, intending for Hinata to wear them the next day. Wearing the same outfit all day long, Hinata's future father-in-law really had no sense of style. Upon returning home, while cooking, Naruto also planned to summon the Nine Tails into his space. They were now friends, and he held absolute authority over the space, unperturbed by potential complications. However, he needed to resolve the Kakashi issue first. A glimmer flashed in Naruto's eyes as he quietly enjoyed his meal. In the stillness of night, Kakashi's pupils focused intently on the kunai in his hand, which bore a strange sealing pattern. Jiraiya sat beside him. Earlier, at Hokage Rock, Narashikaku had stealthily handed Kakashi a kunai. Such a subtle act could not escape Jiraiya's keen perception. His curiosity piqued, he had followed discreetly, only to be astonished by the pattern on the kunai. Both were closely connected to Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and were well acquainted with the Flying Thunder God technique. The fourth had long since passed away. Who was the person behind this? A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. How could he not investigate? At that moment, both men fixated on the kunai before them, silently awaiting the arrival of its master. What transformation will you undergo this time? Observing Naruto slip into the restroom, the Nine Tails straightened up. It sensed Naruto was about to engage in mischief again. With a thought, Naruto commanded, "Transform." The next instant, Senju Hashirama appeared before the Nine Tails. After a long gaze, the Nine Tails smirked, expressing incredulity. "You truly possess no sense of reverence." To the villagers of Konoha, Hashirama was regarded as sacred, yet Naruto seemed utterly unfazed. With style, Naruto raised his hand, producing a withered piece of wood. "Haha." Naruto chuckled awkwardly. "This wood style is quite challenging. I'm far inferior to Yamato in its execution." The Nine Tails gazed at Naruto in astonishment. Wood style? Goodness. An unusual thought surged within its mind. Would Naruto one day resurrect wood style? In the past, Senju Hashirama's mastery of wood style was terrifying, rendering him invincible, with only Uchiha Madara able to rival him. Such a formidable technique had since vanished. Would Naruto truly revive it in the future? The Nine Tails inhaled sharply, its inner astonishment reaching unprecedented heights. If it truly manifested, combined with Naruto's current techniques, suddenly, the Nine Tails felt a shiver run down its spine. How powerful would Naruto be in the future? It was simply unfathomable. Anticipation blossomed within the Nine Tails as it yearned to leap into the future and witness Naruto's strength firsthand. The journey began. Today marked a pivotal moment. Lowering his gaze, Naruto felt the nodes of numerous techniques within Konoha. Selecting one, he vanished from his location. "Here we go." The instant Naruto reappeared, Jiraiya and Kakashi looked up. Upon locking eyes, their pupils constricted, and they sprang to their feet, their hearts racing. The first Hokage. No. This individual possessed remarkable audacity. Jiraiya's anger flared, ready to strike, while Kakashi narrowed his eyes, stealthily drawing a kunai. "Hold on." Naruto raised his hand, and a Rasengan rapidly formed. A powerful energy swirled around, causing the confined space to stir with wind. Jiraiya and Kakashi halted their movements, staring intently at Naruto. Jiraiya coldly huffed. "Who are you, and why have you taken on the appearance of the first Hokage?" "The first?" Naruto tilted his head, and the Rasengan in his hand dissipated. Under the astonished gazes of Jiraiya and Kakashi, a withered branch slowly rose from Naruto's palm. "Would release?" Hiss. The two instinctively turned to the calm Naruto, gazing at the visage of the first Hokage, along with the bound technique of wood release. It appeared that this individual bore an intricate connection to the first. "Who are you, really?" Jiraiya's voice was hoarse. He understood that the figure before him was certainly not the first Hokage, yet he undoubtedly shared a remarkable relationship with the Senju clan. "Me? Just a passerby," Naruto replied, his hands clasped behind his back, his face etched with weariness and melancholy. "Ugh." The Nine Tails sighed in exasperation. Upon witnessing Naruto's demeanor, he knew this individual was about to spin a tale. Yet, the words he spoke were half-truths that invariably instilled trust in others. "A passerby?" "Indeed," Naruto lamented. "In Konoha, do you still see the Senju clan holding any status? Or the Uchiha clan? A new ruler brings forth new subjects. It is no longer the era of the Senju and Uchiha clans." Jiraiya and Kakashi fell into silence. "I don't care about any of that now," Kakashi stated, fixing his gaze on Naruto with a cold inquiry. "I want to know about Uchiha Obito." "Him? Oh, right, you are good friends. But I advise you to reconsider such friendships," Naruto replied. "No matter what, I must understand why he did this," Kakashi insisted, his fists clenched as he growled softly. "I cannot believe he would act in such a manner. Naruto scoffed. There is no reason. He is simply a love-stricken fool, a madman, garbage. Let me tell you, if I had to choose one unforgivable person in this world, he would undoubtedly be at the top of the list. Kakashi stumbled back, collapsing to the ground. His expression filled with despair, his heart on the verge of collapse. With a glance of pity towards Kakashi, Naruto remarked, "You have been wallowing in despair for years. Will you continue to do so? Have you ever cared for Uzumaki Naruto? After all, he is also your teacher's child. Moreover, if you seek the truth, you must embark on that journey yourself. When your strength reaches a level capable of bearing the Manjiki, perhaps then you will discern the veracity of my words." What? Kakashi was taken aback, looking up at Naruto with anticipation. What I say is true. This eye of yours is his. Since he has awakened the Manjiki, your bloodline connection allows you to awaken it as well. However, you have squandered many years, and your body cannot bear it, which is why it has yet to manifest. A glimmer of hope flickered in Kakashi's eyes. Jiraiya patted Kakashi's shoulder, saying, "Kid, I know you may not believe this. If you wish to seek the truth, then go ahead. I understand." Kakashi nodded solemnly while seated on the ground. For the sake of pursuing the truth, he could no longer afford to wallow in despair. Kakashi then turned to Naruto, silently contemplating before speaking. "Naruto, I will certainly go and investigate, and I will do so frequently." Naruto's heart stirred. "Is that so? Why have I never noticed? You thought Uzumaki Naruto always had someone to sell him items when he went shopping? I had to disguise myself as a vendor, as I couldn't show too much concern for him on the surface. Whenever Naruto faced difficulties while purchasing something, I would transform into a seller. Over the years, he has bought numerous items from me," Kakashi explained with a sigh. Naruto realized that Kakashi was not as heartless as he seemed. The Ninetales was astounded. Naruto was also taken aback by this revelation. Upon reflection, he indeed often encountered such situations before awakening. "Ahem, that's not too bad," Naruto coughed awkwardly. Turning his gaze towards Jiraiya, Jiraiya stepped forward, scrutinizing Naruto with curiosity. "I find it puzzling. With your abilities, you should hold a significant position in Konoha. Why is that?" Naruto scoffed. "Look at how those who have achieved something in recent years have fared." Jiraiya paused, recalling this deeply, his heart trembling. Kakashi remained unfazed. His father had perished in such a way. How could such a powerful individual resort to suicide? It seemed absurd. If one's heart were so fragile, how could they call themselves a ninja? How could they attain such accomplishments? The machinations behind it were unclear, but it was undoubtedly not as simple as it appeared. The legendary three ninjas now resembled a farce. Tsukumo Hatake took his own life. The fourth Hokage was dead. And now the Uchiha, along with the former Hayashi Hyuga, whose fate had been sealed by Naruto's piercing words, struck deeply into Jiraiya's heart. Observing Jiraiya's silence, Naruto scoffed. "Do not blame me for being conspiratorial. It is simply too coincidental. Be cautious." "You are not wrong," Jiraiya replied, scratching his head in irritation before curiously asking, "What do you intend to do?" The moment he posed the question, he felt it was inappropriate. This inquiry seemed too forward. The weight of Naruto's earlier words had unsettled him. Naruto's voice was cold, yet filled with ambition. "You wish to become Hokage? Is there a problem with that?" Naruto clenched his fist, sneering, "If under his governance Konoha does not thrive, as long as it can maintain its status quo, I would not complain. But now I must assert, he is unworthy. The position of Hokage rotates. This year it is my turn. I shall be Hokage, so what?" His unabashed ambition, unwavering confidence, and mockery of Sarutobi Hiruzen were unmistakable. Jiraiya listened, feeling a sense of irony. He knew Naruto was correct. Compared to the past, Konoha was indeed in decline, and it was a steep drop. Casting a glance at Kakashi, he understood that if given the choice, he might remain indifferent, perhaps even lend no assistance. Or he might outright rebel. One more thing. Naruto gazed thoughtfully at Kakashi, delivering a final blow. Chapter 44. The last straw that broke the camel's back. Jiraiya and Kakashi turned their attention to Naruto. Naruto grinned widely. "I forgot to mention, Uchiha Obito visited not long ago to make contact with Danzo." Under the astonished stares of the two, Naruto snapped his fingers and casually remarked, "Their goal is to eliminate Uchiha Shisui first, then collaborate to annihilate the Uchiha clan. In doing so, Konoha would lose a powerful family, paving the way for the capture of the Ninetales." Capture the Ninetales? Does that not mean capturing Naruto? Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically. He did not believe Naruto would deceive him. Even if he did, uncovering the truth would merely be a matter of time. Thus, It was highly probable that this was indeed true. Kakashi chuckled bitterly. After all these years, I have been lost in the past. Now I realize how foolish I have been. Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. This revelation was explosive. Hearing such a story sent chills down his spine, let alone the likelihood that it could be true. They had not only eliminated their teacher and mentor, but also sought to extinguish the life of their son. Was this something a person could do? Despicable. So, your purpose? Jiraiya finally inquired of Naruto. I have no ulterior motive. I merely came to inform you of certain matters and to sow discord between you and the village. Nothing more, Naruto replied nonchalantly. How audacious. Jiraiya nearly spat blood in disbelief. This individual was remarkably self-assured, presenting his intention to sow discord as if it were a matter of course. Yet, it must be said, he succeeded, setting aside his own feelings. Jiraiya knew that Kakashi's internal wound had likely been inflicted deeply. It would be improbable for him to return to his former self. Naruto was a person who, it could be said, was straightforward in his actions, doing evil deeds with an air of legitimacy. He aspired to be Hokage and was unashamed of his intentions. He stated bluntly, "What can you do?" Jiraiya felt the urge to take action, yet an inner voice warned him that any attempt would be futile. And what of Narashikaku? What role did he play in this scenario? If the Uchiha clan was indeed saved by this individual, they were likely coerced as well. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio shared a deep bond. Alas, old man, this time I cannot assist you, Jiraiya sighed. He held no concern over who would become Hokage. His only priority was the well-being of the village. His true concern lay with the prophesied one, the Rinnegan, and that capable of rivaling the Rinnegan. Who was their master? The Rinnegan belonged to Nagato. Jiraiya's gaze darkened. Perhaps this Rinnegan was indeed referring to him. A torrent of thoughts flooded his mind as he sensed that the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen was drawing to a close. Whose era would follow? Gazing at Naruto, Jiraiya shook his head uncertainly. Until the dust settled, no one could foresee the future. Do not underestimate Sarutobi Hiruzen's capabilities. His very presence here indicates his confidence. Moreover, can you stop that flying thunder god technique? Jiraiya remarked. Kakashi fell silent. He could not. Sitting across from Jiraiya, Kakashi felt a sense of disillusionment. His worldview seemed to be crumbling. Do not overthink it. Focus on diligent training. With sufficient strength, many issues can be resolved easily. Pouring Kakashi a drink, Jiraiya raised his glass with a smile. As for matters within the village, we are rather powerless. Jiraiya spoke the truth. Why did he not become Hokage? Primarily because he had other obligations and lacked any desire for that position. Another reason was that despite bearing the title of one of the legendary three, years away from the village would render him a mere puppet if he were to assume the Hokage role. Konoha had not yet reached a state of utter despair. The soil of discord still existed. Danzo, Mito came in, and the likes were not to be trifled with. Why bother with such trivialities? The two raised their glasses in silence for a moment. Goodness, you truly are audacious. Upon returning home, the Ninetales lay sprawled on the ground, unwilling to move. It had been tense, fearing Jiraiya would strike. What a jest! He was one of the legendary three, immensely powerful, with Kakashi at his side. Naruto, too, was bold, casually engaging in light-hearted banter. What are you doing? Not hearing Naruto's response, the Ninetales curiously glanced over, only to see Naruto with his palms open, seemingly engaged in some task. I am studying wood release. Naruto replied enthusiastically. After consuming an abundance of spirit spring water and vegetables, he was acutely aware of how much his attributes had improved. The wood release he had just utilized felt insincere. Now, he aimed to experiment on his own. If he could indeed achieve it, the outcome would be fascinating. It's not that simple. The Ninetales' thought was interrupted as it beheld a sprout suddenly appear in Naruto's palm. You. The Ninetales was bewildered. Is it really that easy to cheat like this? Did you succeed on your first attempt? Not quite. Why rush? Naruto shook his head in disappointment. This is my current limit. I must admit, mastering wood release is indeed challenging, and emulating the first Hokage will require a long journey. You are just showing off. The Ninetales roared internally, yet its face beamed with joy. Ha! This is my partner, indeed excellent. The stronger he becomes, the safer I am. The Ninetales chuckled to itself. Is this what it feels like to cling to a strong ally? Quite delightful. With Naruto around, I can navigate the ninja world with ease. Reflecting on my previous solitary struggles, had I sought the first Hokage support back then, would my life not be much more comfortable now? Sighing. The past was not worth revisiting. Indeed, Beneath the bright lights, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure faded into the shadows as a flicker of flame ignited upon the intelligence he held. Chapter 45. Probing the Enemy. Indeed, the individual behind this is not simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent as he gazed into the pitch-black night. The words on the intelligence were vivid in his mind. Although definitive information was still lacking, he sensed a growing unrest among the villagers. With hearts scattered, leading the team would prove challenging. From Uchiha Shirsue's prior actions to the current assaults on Konoha, no clear reasons had emerged. It was no wonder that anxiety permeated the populace. The one behind this was cleverly concealed. Instinctively, Sarutobi Hiruzen held his pipe, exhaling wisps of smoke as he waited patiently. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Danzo, leaning on his cane, entered at a leisurely pace. "Old man, it appears you will ultimately collaborate with me." Danzo sauntered to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, a mocking tone in his voice. "Do you have any other options?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's retort silenced Danzo. Danzo's expression turned grave. The current enemy cast an aura of enigma. Nothing could be investigated. Not even the faintest clue was available. Was this normal? It was not. Thus, there must be a traitor among them. Who the traitor was remained unclear, as suspicion could fall on anyone. Yet, openly expressing such doubts was even riskier. After much contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo considered seeking outside assistance. It seemed they had no other choice. "Who do you think the traitor is?" "Narashikaku." Danzo hesitated before uttering the name through gritted teeth. He had no concrete evidence, yet theoretically, only he and Konoha possessed the capability for such treachery due to his intellect. "Indeed, I sincerely hope it is not him. If it were, it would mean the Ino, Shika, Cho trio has betrayed us." A headache ensued. Troubling. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio and the Uchiha clan were vital pillars of Konoha. If Narashikaku was indeed the traitor, Konoha would face dire straits. Let us hope not. Furrowing his brow, Sarutobi Hiruzen eventually turned to Danzo and spoke in a low tone. "Last time, you mentioned that the Akatsuki's intelligence network was formidable." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Let us try cooperating. Did you not say a few days ago that external threats were paramount?" Danzo jeered. Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissed him. "That was merely superficial talk. To engage effectively with external foes, we must first stabilize our internal situation. If the internal is unstable, how can we confront external threats? First, we must lull them into complacency, identify them, and suppress them. Only then can we address the Akatsuki organization with a sense of security." Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, remarked casually, "Moreover, I have already established communication with the leaders of several other villages. They will be vigilant." Cunning and astute, he decided to make contact. Yes, as soon as possible. It seemed that even Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer remain idle, seeking assistance from them. Nagato cast a glance at Zetsu, setting down the letter in his hands, his expression darkening. What good is seeking help? They have yet to uncover anything. It was as if the unseen adversary was acutely aware of Zetsu, proceeding with utmost caution. Up to this point, Zetsu had not gleaned even the slightest hint of a clue. Such a situation had never occurred before. "Do you have any intelligence?" "A little," Zetsu grinned, revealing his black and white teeth. Both Nagato and Konan turned their gazes toward him as a figure hidden in the shadows slowly raised his head. Orochimaru. He had just arrived and coincidentally encountered this call for aid from Konoha. Orochimaru chuckled inwardly. How decayed they had become. The third Hokage had sunk to the level of seeking assistance from the Akatsuki. It was truly ironic. He was also curious about who could compel Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo to this extent. Although lacking concrete intelligence, connecting the dots, he believed that Uzumaki Naruto was at the center of it all. Once again mentioning Uzumaki Naruto stirred a peculiar feeling within Zetsu. It is him. It is definitely him. The unseen hand is him. Or perhaps he has someone backing him. In any case, Zetsu felt that Uzumaki Naruto was suspicious. Your intelligence has never been wrong. Even if this time it lacks certainty. Nagato responded coldly. Better to kill an innocent than to let a guilty one go free. Investigate thoroughly. Let them probe Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru observed the scene before him with great interest. Uzumaki Naruto? Isn't he the son of the fourth Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Who could be scheming behind him? Orochimaru sensed that the hidden figure was about to reveal itself. No jesting. Recently, Konoha had been making headlines, capturing everyone's attention. As everyone else was developing, occasionally engaging in minor skirmishes, Only Konoha was bustling with significant events day after day. I, too, wish to know who is behind this. Be sure to inform me when you find out. All right. Nagato was quite lenient toward Orochimaru. He was indeed a talent. Were it not for his financial backing, Orochimaru would not have been so willing to stay. One could only wonder what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, disregarding such a promising disciple. Perhaps his mind was muddled. Uzumaki Naruto? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. He had never considered that this matter could be related to Uzumaki Naruto. Upon reflection, there seemed to be some vague connection. Danzo observed the intelligence in his hand with a calm demeanor, analyzing, it may not necessarily be Uzumaki Naruto. After all, he is only 5 years old. How could he orchestrate such a far-reaching scheme? He paused, continuing, the most crucial point is that we have been monitoring them, haven't we? If Naruto could act right under their noses, then his strength, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Both shook their heads in unison. Such a notion was too absurd, too ludicrous. Thus, as the intelligence suggested, someone was indeed behind it. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled coldly. Instead of speculating, why not strike decisively? Let us send someone to test the waters tonight. Since this individual was connected to Uzumaki Naruto, they would undoubtedly be nearby. Testing the waters would surely yield results. That makes sense. Danzo leaned on his cane, grinning maliciously. I'm familiar with this kind of situation. I'll handle it. Good. I await your news. At midnight, the darkness was palpable, as if one could not see their own hand before their face. Naruto cheerfully transported vegetables within the space. The Nine-Tails voice resonated. Are you still in the mood to sleep? What's the matter? What's the matter? The Nine-Tails stammered. Don't you think that spreading out so much increases the risk of being discovered? Worry not. I have several contingencies in place to ensure that their attention won't turn to me so quickly. The Nine-Tails responded with confusion. Naruto smiled mysteriously. A clever rabbit has 3 burrows. He valued his life highly, naturally preparing for the possibility of being discovered. Just as he was thinking, Naruto's heightened senses detected several individuals stealthily approaching. Their target was his old apartment. Chapter 46. Naruto, you have already fallen into my trap. They have finally come. Naruto stood up, leaving the space. His shadow clone exited the ceiling space, deftly pulling back the covers and lying down. His original self made his way to the bathroom. The Nine-Tails raised a paw to cover its face upon witnessing the scene. Here we go again. Who will be the unfortunate one this time? Transformation technique. Transform. In the next instant, a tall, somber figure stood quietly in place. Oh, a cursed seal. It seems ineffective against me. Sticking out his tongue, which resembled a snake's. He appeared ominously terrifying. Orochimaru. The Nine-Tails suddenly felt that Naruto was about to confront all the major players in the ninja world. It felt fortunate for it to be a tailed beast rather than a ninja. With ears twitching, Naruto and the Nine-Tails simultaneously looked up at the rooftop and then out the window. 3 ninjas. No, there were more hidden in the shadows. Naruto shook his head, placing a finger to his lips, chuckling softly. There's also a rat lurking in the sewers. Most likely, it was Zetsu. That creature was indeed troublesome. Capable of spawning clones everywhere, with a remarkable ability to conceal itself. Such a person was truly adept at gathering intelligence. Confirming that Uzumaki Naruto was asleep, still snoring. Someone whispered into the radio, Uzumaki Naruto currently shows no signs of abnormality. In the bathroom, another voice stated in a low tone, I saw a shadow. His chakra is immense, most likely a powerful ninja. Proceed with caution. Take action. They had come. Naruto was eager to see who it truly was. Zetsu's gaze fell upon the clone, eager to see who was meddling in Konoha. A faint sound was heard, under the astonished gazes of the others. Naruto pushed the door open. A Rasengan in his hand effortlessly struck the ninja hiding behind the door. Boom. An explosion erupted, and the ninja before him disintegrated. Substitution technique. Naruto soared gracefully, landing on the railing as he departed the apartment. Chase. The others were undeterred and followed closely behind. There you are today. I shall see who you truly are. Hidden in the shadows, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was icy. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed aside his outer garment, revealing the ninja attire underneath. Today, let me show you that I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am not to be trifled with. At Hokage Rock, Naruto stood with his hands behind his back, calmly observing the ninjas encircling him. Hey, this seems to have escalated. The Nine-Tails voice echoed in Naruto's ear, don't forget. You currently possess only half your strength. The Nine-Tails shuddered. This scene's impact momentarily reminded it of the night it was unleashed by Uchiha Obito. This time, however, it was not as exaggerated, lacking many elements. The Uchiha clan had not arrived, while a few others had shown up. Roughly estimating, there were nearly 100 ninjas gathered. The impact of this scene was profound. It's Orochimaru. How could it be him? How did he master the Rasengan? If it were him, it wouldn't be too surprising. Naruto made no move, nor did he hide. Everyone saw his face, dark and foreboding. This shadowy demeanor resembled Orochimaru's, accentuated by the flick of a snake-like tongue. It was clear that it was Orochimaru. How could it be him? Zetsu was bewildered. How could Orochimaru be here? Uncertain. He scrutinized further. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached from behind, his cold gaze fixed on Naruto. It is you. It has been a long time. Naruto chuckled lightly, implying, what a grand gesture for our first meeting. I must consider myself fortunate. What are your intentions? I intend to execute the plan for the collapse of Konoha. You have rotted away. Those who decay should quietly meet their end. Naruto's eyes narrowed, his ominous voice echoing across the Hokage rock. Sarutobi's expression remained impassive. You are not Orochimaru. Who are you? Naruto was taken aback. Had he been discovered so easily? Nonetheless, it was manageable as long as his true identity remained concealed. I am curious. Why do you hide within Uzumaki Naruto's residence? What is your objective? Ha. You asked too many questions. Naruto laughed heartily, his demeanor icy as he swept his gaze around nonchalantly. Unfortunately, you are already surrounded. What? Every ninja present, as well as those observing from the shadows, were momentarily taken aback, their tongues tangled by Naruto's audacious claim. Does this man truly believe he can encircle us? There are hundreds of ninjas here, and reinforcements are arriving continuously. You claim we are surrounded? How absurd. Patriarch, shall we take action? Do it. Uchiha Fugaku signaled his like-minded clan members to move silently forward. In the next instant, Danzo emerged from the shadows, his gaze calm as he regarded them. It appears he is the mastermind behind this. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so bold. What a pity. It seems we must engage in battle after all. Danzo fixed his eyes on Uchiha Fugaku. You may be strong, but breaking through my defenses will prove challenging. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened as he exchanged glances with Uchiha Shursui. Shursui stepped forward, utilizing the body flicker technique. Danzo made no effort to stop him. This individual was beyond their capacity to obstruct. He would leave that to Sarutobi. What he sought was to divide the Uchiha clan. Perhaps today, he would have the opportunity to weaken their strength. Shikaku, shall we remain idle? No need. Nara Shikaku remained remarkably composed. He understood Naruto had a backup plan and glanced at Yamashiro Aoi and Akimichi Choza, whispering, when the time comes. Unleash all your might against Orochimaru. Be formidable, yet hold back slightly. Understood, the two replied. Ever since they consumed the food provided by Nara Shikaku, they had made their choice. Strengthening their abilities, expanding their clan, and selecting allies, these three elements converged. They were not foolish. Wasn't this merely a change of Hokage? We consented. If it weren't for the mysterious figure's hesitance to act, we would still be in the dark about their identity. They all desired the Hokage's mantle. Moreover, judging by Nara Shikaku's words, this person is not the true mastermind. Has even Orochimaru been drawn into this? The figure behind this truly wields significant power. Words are futile. Sarutobi, your title as ninja hero is unearned. Naruto had no interest in wasting words with those before him. The numbers were sufficient. The stage was set. It was time to demonstrate his prowess and astonish the ninja world. With a swift hand gesture, he formed a seal. A brilliant, ominous smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Multiple shadow clone technique. In the astonished gaze of all present, numerous clones of Orochimaru suddenly emerged from all directions, easily exceeding 500. Such an overwhelming chakra. Each ninja present nearly had their eyes bulging out of their sockets. The Uzumaki clan. A thought flashed through Sarutobi's mind. In the next moment, he observed the Orochimaru clones slowly raising their hands, a standard Rasengan materializing in each palm. This is bad. Take action. Sarutobi's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 47. Take my kick. In the following instant, over 500 Rasengans were hurled forth, vanishing from sight. Every individual present turned pale. Even though they knew Naruto's Rasengan would dissipate, the mere act of throwing them caused Sarutobi and the others to change their expression. They were unpredictable and chaotic. You can never anticipate where a Rasengan might emerge or where it will strike. However, the seasoned ninjas quickly devised a countermeasure. Since they could not predict, they would evade. Body replacement technique. Boom. Raisengans manifested, crashing to the ground and exploding. Smoke billowed, enveloping the Hokage rock. Ha ha ha. Truly, Konoha is a village of formidable warriors. Until we meet again. Attempting to flee, Sarutobi scoffed, dispersing the surrounding smoke and pursuing closely. Behind him, Narashikaku and the others followed suit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the forest, figures leaped and dashed forward at breakneck speed. Clap. Naruto perched on a branch, gazing intently ahead. Before him, a group of ninjas silently regarded him. Humph. I have laid a trap. You cannot escape. Sarutobi slowly emerged, his cold gaze fixed on Naruto. Today, he would ensure that anyone who dared to provoke him would learn the consequences. Turning, Naruto faced Sarutobi, a grin spreading across his face. As expected of you, Sarutobi. You have indeed created an intricate web. Hey, this is not the time for jokes. Let the revelation be, then. The Ninetales growled. If this continues, we're finished. By the way, don't you possess the Flying Thunder God technique? Why not use it? Naruto spread his arms, surveying the surrounding ninjas. Why not? I aim to experiment with my newfound abilities. 3 saplings, 3 techniques. The first transformation technique seemed a distant goal. However, the body replacement technique and shadow clone technique were gradually reaching maturity. He could now awkwardly employ one of these abilities. The shadow clone technique had produced a flesh clone lacking intelligence. Yet, he had yet to experiment with the body replacement technique. The time was ripe. First, it could temporarily eliminate suspicion as Uzumaki Naruto. Second, it would allow him to test the effectiveness of the body replacement technique. Third, it would provide Sarutobi and his allies with something to occupy their time. Naruto lowered his gaze. Great achievers do not concern themselves with trifles. His forces appeared vast and cohesive but were, in reality, built on shaky foundations. Only through diverse experiences could one bridge the gap. Moreover, one could refine their focus. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? Body replacement technique. The Ninetales suddenly rose, astonished as he gazed at Naruto. You have managed to create that? What capability does it possess? Have you heard of the term transmutation of the stars? Naruto moved forward. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, he was reaping the benefits. Not long had passed, yet his chakra was once again abundant, thanks to the delicious cabbage he had just consumed. Sweet and delightful, it invigorated his cells and body. Transmutation of the stars. The Ninetales murmured. What a powerful name. How mysterious. Attack. As long as you live, even if you are missing limbs, it matters not. At Sarutobi's command, a barrage of various ninjutsu was unleashed upon Naruto, with even taijutsu ninjas closing in. Naruto sprang lightly, his kunai clashing with one of the ninjas. Raising his other hand, he struck forcefully. The Umbu ninja remained unfazed, raising his hand to deflect. In that fleeting moment, an enigmatic technique was inscribed upon his arm. The two swiftly separated, and Naruto slid his feet, leveraging his retreat to position himself before Sarutobi. Body replacement technique. Sarutobi observed clearly, in that instant. Naruto had executed both the body replacement and body flicker techniques, appearing abruptly before him. Capture the leader first? A clever strategy, but you have underestimated my abilities. Sarutobi had long been prepared. Witnessing this scene, he remained unfazed, his face adorned with the same confident, carefree smile. You have always been the tempest behind the scenes. Today, let me unveil your true identity. With the technique of the 5 elements, the 4 shadow clones worked in tandem with the body of Sarutobi Hiruzen, simultaneously unleashing their ninjutsu. The 5 elemental chakras of fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind coalesced into a formidable display of ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he instantaneously produced several shadow clones of his own, while his original self surged forward. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. Is he throwing caution to the wind? Who fights like this? Charging headlong into battle, not even Mado Guy displays such recklessness. Ah! A scream echoed from behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned sharply to see a ninja who had just engaged with Naruto collapsing, blood spewing from his mouth. Looking back at Naruto, he noted the wounds adorning his body, though none were too grievous. What is happening? There was no time for contemplation as Naruto had already formed a Rasengan, pressing it against his opponent. Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he performed a summoning technique, and a monkey materialized beside him. Well, it's been a while, old friend. The tides rise and fall. This moment passed in the blink of an eye. Behind them, the other ninjas surged forward once more. Haha. Naruto laughed heartily. As expected of Konoha village, so powerful. When the mountain shifts, the water flows, we shall meet again. With a mere thought, he vanished before the dismayed faces of the crowd. Space-time ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth. Such a technique is utterly despicable. The monkey spirit looked on. Perplexed. Flying Thunder God? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a shift in his heart. Flying Thunder God? This is bad. Uzumaki Naruto. A diversionary tactic? Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer retain his composure. Could it be that this fellow aimed to draw them out? At present, only Danzo and his faction remained in the village. Yet he also remembered the Uchiha clan and the hidden threats lurking in the shadows. Nara Shikaku's expression changed drastically. This is dire. We cannot allow Uzumaki Naruto to come to harm. We must move immediately. In the mountains, Inuzuka Kiba and Akimichi Choji unleashed their full power, their demeanor reflecting unwavering loyalty. After a moment of hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen followed suit, anxiety gnawing at him. Uzumaki Naruto must not come to harm. The ever-watchful Shursui remained passive, watching the unfolding events with skepticism. Could it be that the puppet master was truly after Uzumaki Naruto? If so, then Naruto should have been captured by now. Even the shadowy figure tailing them was filled with trepidation. A series of twists and turns. Could this truly be a diversion? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He moved swiftly, arriving at the apartment in an instant, gazing upon the soundly sleeping Naruto, lost in thought. Is this right? This feels off. This fellow ran amok. What is his true intention? Everyone harbors secrets and motives. Yet this individual seems devoid of purpose, merely seeking to divert their attention. In the Uchiha living room, Naruto sipped tea, reflecting on the earlier harrowing encounter. You are quite the madman, acting recklessly without the strength to back it up. The Ninetales finally exhaled in relief, then inquired, Aren't you going back? Back? Why would I? It's too dangerous, Naruto replied, narrowing his eyes. He never underestimated these individuals. Many ninjas had likely been left dazed by his Rasengan. Is this tantamount to advertising? Perhaps it could even attract Deidara. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the sleeping Naruto with a myriad of emotions swirling within him. What now? Danzo arrived late. Is everything all right? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, and Danzo breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Take this. Chapter 48, The Kick's Charm. In the shadows, the expression of Jutsu was one of shock as a figure suddenly appeared, delivering a swift kick to the unsuspecting Danzo. Thud. The strike was quick and fierce, catching them completely off guard. Danzo had no defense and was sent flying. Who was it? Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly caught Danzo, staring in disbelief at the empty space behind him. The place was deserted, devoid of any presence. Flying Thunder God. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen, yet he secretly felt grateful. Thank goodness that kick wasn't aimed at me. My old bones might not withstand it. That despicable rogue. Danzo, rubbing his sore back, wore a grim expression. Never before had he felt such humiliation. Who on earth could it be? Danzo's mind roared in frustration. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the slumbering Naruto. Naruto rubbed his eyes, looking bewildered at the two men before him, as Danzo's lips twitched. I got kicked, and you're sleeping soundly. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, tucking Naruto's blanket snugly around him. I merely came to check on you. Sleep well. Oh, the flesh and blood clone could manage some basic movements, responding with a grunt before drifting back to sleep. Let us go? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo exited together. You. I. Naruto mimicked the Ninetales' voice. The Ninetales nearly sputtered blood, vexed. What on earth are you thinking? Now is not the time to kick him. I just dislike him, Naruto retorted, his reasoning unassailable, leaving the Ninetales speechless. Are you feeling a bit too confident? Not at all. My wings are merely growing stronger. I need not cower anymore. As for being discovered, Naruto shrugged indifferently. If I get found out, so be it. It seems you are fully prepared. Indeed, I am always prepared. Each phase has contingency plans. Naruto nodded, not denying it. He had always considered the worst-case scenarios, and fortune had favored him thus far, guiding him to this juncture. Though he still had many opponents he could not best, so what? With his current strength, he could afford to be audacious. I don't believe it, the Ninetales suddenly interjected. I can't fathom you being so reckless. Oh dear, I've been found out. TCH. It's always like this. Why did you go earlier? Because I was uncertain. Naruto sipped from a cup of spiritual water, stating nonchalantly. I just had a brief skirmish with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who knows if he can mark others like I can? Though the clones were sufficiently safe. This one was a bit wooden and struggled to impersonate convincingly. Naruto explained to the Nine Tails, taking the risk to kick Danzo was partly because I dislike him, but also to create a diversion. It seems luck was on my side. You're impressive, the Nine Tails gave a thumbs up. It appears that all trouble has shifted to Danzo. I do not manipulate, everything is serendipitous. Such a crude approach can only be employed once. It cannot be repeated. Watch closely. The time until our exposure is short. One cannot underestimate them. We nearly revealed ourselves this time. If I couldn't use Flying Thunder God, I would have been forced into a fierce battle. That moment would truly signify a decisive confrontation. The first battle is the decisive battle. One clash will determine the fate. Naruto sat in the Uchiha Fugaku's reception room, awaiting the return of Fugaku and his clan. This minor test of strength has inadvertently implicated the Uchiha clan. If that is the case, Sarutobi Hiruzen will surely eliminate this malignant tumor, even at the cost of his future. Even if I remain undetected, a real confrontation will soon be unavoidable. Perhaps this outcome is not so bad after all. Ideally, Jiraiya would allow me to journey to Mount Myaboku, which would bolster my confidence. Naruto silently calculated, realizing his trump cards were still insufficient. Sage mode could contend with pain. Once I master Sage mode, the world may well be within my grasp. Additionally, Tsunade must be brought into the fold. However, her hemophobia is quite troublesome. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the door. Following the sound, Naruto beheld Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by the menacing Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, with Uchiha Mikoto trailing behind. At that moment, Naruto had already transformed into the visage of Minato Namikaze. Ha ha ha, I never expected you would be here waiting for me, he exclaimed. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, indicating that he had released years of pent-up frustration, feeling quite relieved. You suffered quite a bit, didn't you? Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, the expressions of Fugaku and the others dimmed. In battle, casualties are inevitable, especially in this instance, which could be deemed a rebellion. It was certain that the future for the Uchiha clan would be fraught with challenges, likely drowning in disdain. Yet, he held no regrets. This action had long been overdue, and many of his clansmen had joined him without fear. Here, Naruto raised his hand, conjuring forth an abundance of vegetables, an even greater variety than before. This was the advantage of space. The growth rate was extraordinarily rapid. He also presented Fugaku with a barrel of spiritual spring water as a reward. Fugaku's eyes sparkled with delight. Although he had not revealed his true abilities today, Shursui later returned and unleashed Susanoo, pushing through numerous opponents, which placed a heavy burden on their eyes. Now, with this resource, a few days of consumption would alleviate any side effects. It could be said that, with these provisions, the side effects suffered by the Uchiha could be rendered nearly negligible. As long as someone awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, they would be entitled to enjoy this divine boon. Imagine, after a fierce battle, returning with damaged eyes, only to recover in a few days and be ready for combat once more. How formidable would that be? They could transform into relentless fighting machines. In essence, they would evolve into a true warrior clan. In the future, as long as the person before them harbored no fear, they could sweep aside any obstacles. As for the Hokage position, only a fool would believe that such a role could satisfy this individual. Fugaku lowered his head, a subtle smile gracing his heart. He had always understood that as long as one is human, desires are inescapable. Only a sage might be devoid of wants. An occurrence so rare it may not happen in millennia. He did not believe Naruto was such a person. Human ambition expands in tandem with power. Hokage? Perhaps his ambitions reached far beyond that. Thank you for assisting me. I will ensure you reap rewards in return. Naruto remained unfazed. The bond forged by mutual benefit is both the most robust and the most fragile of connections. When the stakes are high enough, everything else can be cast aside. At least for now, the benefits he could provide were substantial and plentiful. Coupled with the fact that they were being targeted by the village of Konoha, he found himself with a unique opportunity. The space has undergone a new transformation. Just as Naruto intended to continue speaking, he suddenly sensed a change in the space, which dampened his mood. With a wave of his hand, he vanished before Fugaku and the others. In an instant, he cast a shadow clone into the ceiling space and reclined on his bed. Stretching comfortably, he focused his thoughts and entered the space. Chapter 49. The Ninetales grumbles and exits the chat group. The space had expanded significantly. Upon entering, Naruto immediately felt the increase in size. Once, he believed it was tied to his strength, and indeed, this had been proven true. As he wandered about, measuring the land, he pondered and eventually realized, perhaps it was his narrow perspective. The expansion of space might not solely be linked to strength, but could involve other factors as well. Today's expansion must correlate with the events that transpired. Numerous occurrences had taken place. Could it be a matter of reputation or acknowledgement? He contemplated extensively, yet failed to arrive at a definitive conclusion. There would be time to verify such matters later. Presently, he had tasks to attend to. With the space having increased, the cultivation of vegetables had reached a sufficient amount. Now, it was time to engage in other endeavors. Naruto's eyes sparkled as he swiftly reached a decision. This was part of his initial plan, albeit accelerated. It was indeed a fortuitous development. What he needed to do now was strategize. It was time to bring the Ninetales into the fold. Let's experience the joys of labor. The Ninetales suddenly shivered. And then, in a blink, found itself bewildered in its surroundings. Where have I been taken? Ninetales, welcome to my world. The Ninetales turned, gazing at the grinning Naruto, who was now earnestly surveying the area. Is this truly where you cultivate vegetables? Indeed, you've answered correctly. With a snap of his fingers, Naruto spread his arms wide. This is my world. Then why have you brought me here? Although somewhat touched by the trust bestowed upon it, the Ninetales had long been aware of Naruto's shamelessness. Being summoned here could only spell trouble. This rogue surely harbored some ulterior motive. Help me manage this piece of land. This plot isn't particularly large, so why the delay? I'm lazy. Naruto opened his eyes lazily and replied nonchalantly, besides, I'm still a child. Can you really expect a little one to tend to crops? You, a 5-year-old child? The Ninetales nearly choked on a mouthful of spiritual spring water. Staring in disbelief at Naruto, it stammered, how can you even utter such shameless words? Just answer me. Am I not telling the truth? The Ninetales fell silent. After a prolonged moment, it begrudgingly agreed, grumbling under its breath. What choice did it have? The benefits Naruto offered were too great. Besides, Naruto had a valid point. At 5 years old, he was indeed a child. He was merely speaking the truth about his laziness. It was an unassailable justification. The Ninetales found itself utterly ensnared. Come, let me share my plans with you. I intend to designate a plot of land for raising pigs. Ha cough cough cough. What did you say? The Ninetales coughed, staring blankly at Naruto. It had not anticipated that Naruto would harbor such an idea. Raising pigs? I wouldn't even raise a dog, yet pigs must be raised. The Ninetales suddenly snapped back to reality. What is wrong with raising pigs? I think it's quite splendid. Eating vegetables alone is insufficient. A balanced diet is essential. Pigs. The meat from pigs raised in this space would undoubtedly be delectable. We could learn to grill and stir-fry. Wait a moment. The Ninetales suddenly realized. Why should I learn such things? Naruto patted the Ninetales on the shoulder. Excellent. Your awareness is commendable. From now on, our blissful life shall rest upon your shoulders. The Ninetales felt it had been ensnared in a scheme. It seemed as though it had willingly walked into this trap. What was happening? Scratching its head, the Ninetales felt as though it needed to grow a brain. Naruto chuckled to himself, realizing that the Ninetales had been led astray by him ever since it began writing. It had started learning all sorts of peculiar skills. It was becoming increasingly distant from the fearsome Ninetales of legend. After spending time writing and drawing, the Ninetales exuded an air of sophistication, appearing gentle and cultured. What on earth is this? Naruto grinned. He had never imagined that such traits could emerge from the fierce Ninetales. The space was not vast, and under Naruto's guidance, they quickly traversed it. The Ninetales soon noticed 3 saplings and curiously inquired about them. Nothing of concern, you needn't worry about those. Oh, the Ninetales cast another glance at the 3 saplings. Beside them, a small seedling was breaking through the soil. Naruto noticed it as well, and upon instinctively touching it, he received a surge of information. Naruto was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. This was the advancement of the Rasengan, and this time it was even more refined. Each tree had a trunk and branches, with each branch corresponding to a transformation of ability. Hiss! Naruto gasped in awe. This is incredibly powerful. The spiral sphere has undergone such a transformation. What of the others? Naruto instinctively glanced at the saplings of the shadow clone technique, reaching out to touch them with a finger. As expected, These 3 saplings had also undergone the latest changes. Most intriguingly, aside from the abilities residing in the main trunk, the powers of the branches could indeed be imparted to others. Naruto trembled slightly, slowly rising to his feet, feeling a bit weak in the legs. This ability was overwhelmingly potent. It felt almost surreal. However, it was still in its developmental stage, with only one new branch sprouting from the transformation technique, which had yet to fully mature. He yearned to discover what it truly was. Naruto shook his head in mild regret, yet his heart raced with exhilaration. This was yet another hidden trump card. In due time, his comrades could be trained, thereby granting him an undeniable advantage in strength over others. It was yet another beneficial asset. I have granted you access. You may enter at any time. Rising, Naruto intended to enrich the space. Where are you off to? To sleep, then to find some good items to bring back. The Nine-Tails opened its mouth. Yet before it could speak, Naruto had already departed the space. Hey, so eager? The Nine-Tails fell silent, surveying its surroundings, its excitement indescribable. Rubbing its claws together, it resolved to embark on a grand endeavor. I, the Nine-Tails of Shinnome, am officially online. The Nine-Tails cackled with glee, only for its laughter to abruptly cease. Wait, how do I farm? And what about raising pigs? These are all technical skills. By dawn the next day, Naruto had stealthily arrived at the bookstore. Intent on purchasing some books, casually employing the transformation technique, he morphed into an inconspicuous passerby and strolled into the store. Hey, Nine-Tails, focus. What's up? I'm buying you a few books. Upon hearing this, the Nine-Tails returned to the sealed space, immediately spotting the stack of books in Naruto's hands, its expression darkening. Chicken raising strategies, postpartum care for sows, cultivation techniques for various vegetables, sources and techniques for fertilizers. The Nine-Tails cursed inwardly. Do you really think I'm your housekeeper? You little rascal. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki organization, everyone was casting peculiar glances at Orochimaru. Orochimaru pondered, perplexed. What have I done recently to warrant such looks? I've merely been conducting research. Zetsu scrutinized Orochimaru before abruptly inquiring, do you have any siblings? None. Orochimaru replied decisively, incredulous at the suggestion. Wait a moment. He suddenly realized. Staring intently at Zetsu, could someone be impersonating me to commit misdeeds? That shouldn't be possible. The transformation technique is merely a ninjutsu. It hasn't reached the level of perfectly replicating another's abilities. Zetsu shook his head. No, someone has indeed taken your form, but it's a counterfeit. We're still unclear on who it is. Could it be Naruto Uzumaki? Zetsu mused. He is related, but likely not. Zetsu sighed, recounting the events that had transpired. Orochimaru listened with keen interest. Someone has assumed my likeness? The plan to collapse Konoha? How intriguing. Is this person perhaps a manifestation of my own thoughts? Given the uncanny coincidence, Zetsu elaborated, we do not know their identity, only that they possess the Flying Thunder God technique, the invisible spiral sphere, and a unique ability to transfer damage. Nagato furrowed his brow. With just these 3 abilities combined with the strength of the Uzumaki clan, this individual could indeed become a formidable force in the ninja world. The fact that they remained enigmatic adds another layer of complexity. Naruto Uzumaki, Nagato suddenly felt a chill. Their target may very well be the tailed beasts. It is highly probable, Zetsu affirmed, sharing the same suspicion. Otherwise, why would this person appear in Naruto's home? Is it merely due to being of the Uzumaki clan? Such a motive seems insufficient. If that were the case, they could approach openly. This individual undoubtedly has ulterior motives. And Naruto's greatest secret is the tailed beasts. It appears we now have a competitor. Nagato felt a headache brewing. The Akatsuki was still far from its peak, with several members yet to be recruited. They needed time, yet time was precisely what they lacked, as others had already begun to set their sights on the tailed beasts. Zetsu, intensify our efforts against Konoha. Don't you have many clones? Send a few more over. Nagato coldly instructed, leave no stone unturned. We must swiftly unearth this rat in our midst. Understood. I have already initiated the process. Nagato exhaled, relieved. He trusted Zetsu to handle matters competently. By the way, what is Sasori of the Red Sand currently engaged in? He is still absorbed in his research, even more fervently than Orochimaru. I see. Notify him. We may soon require his assistance. All right, Konan nodded. The Akatsuki had numerous sources of sustenance, not to mention the money-making endeavors of Kaku, and the Land of Rain alone was sufficient to nurture several talents. The Akatsuki was not merely a facade of a few members. Beneath the surface, a multitude of operatives contributed to this vast organization. Those at the top merely needed to focus on their own responsibilities, intervening only when their involvement was critical, as was the case with Orochimaru, Sasori, and Kakazu, each a formidable warrior. Indeed, it was due to the existence of Kakazu, a bounty hunter of unparalleled zeal, that the entire ninja world enjoyed a semblance of harmony. After all, rogue ninjas were a perennial issue, yet not sufficiently numerous to withstand Kakuzu's wrath. Kakuzu had little choice. The task list was replete with rogue ninjas, one of the most lucrative sources of income. If not you, then who? The Nine Tails addressed Naruto. Once you have gained strength, you must bring those others here. I shall take the lead. I cannot be the sole one managing these affairs. I'll do as you say, Naruto readily agreed, grinning at the sight of the Nine Tails digging into the earth. Indeed, the advantages of its size were becoming apparent. With just a few swipes of its claws, the Nine Tails had turned a patch of land. Observing the Nine Tails, one paw clutched a book while the other worked diligently. The once chaotic land began to exhibit order. The sowing of seeds commenced with precision, and everything appeared to flourish. However, chickens and ducks had yet to be introduced. Once this space expands, we can create a pond to raise fish, striving to cultivate a miniature ecosystem. Lobsters, oysters, lotus roots, these are all exquisite delicacies. Naruto eagerly anticipated the flavors that would emerge from this venture. The Nine Tails, enticed, found itself salivating at the thought. Some of these delicacies were entirely unfamiliar to it. Yet it had unwavering faith in Naruto's palate. He was an unadulterated foodie. If a connoisseur like him deemed something delicious, it surely could not be far from the mark. Then I must exert myself even more, the Nine Tails resolved, redoubling its efforts. Now, it was terrifyingly powerful, capable of writing, painting, and farming. In the past, such thoughts would have been unimaginable. Given my longevity, why not pursue some side professions? Thank you, Naruto. You have helped me discover the significance of my existence. Naruto chuckled. The Nine Tails felt rather strange now. Naruto. Just as Naruto was engaged in his studies and reflecting, an external voice called out to him. He looked up to see Hinata, who was quietly rubbing her shoulder with her fingers. What's wrong? The teacher is calling for you. Irika's face was grim. Naruto Uzumaki was undoubtedly a student he both cherished and despised. His academic performance was commendable, yet he often skipped classes or dozed off during lectures, showing little regard for his teacher's authority. What's the matter, Irika-sensei? The third Hokage wants you in his office. Go now. Naruto was taken aback, but nodded with a smile. Eventually, this was bound to happen. He stood and walked leisurely out of the classroom. Hey, do you think he discovered something? The Nine Tails inquired while continuing its tasks. I don't know. Why overthink it? We'll find out once we go. Naruto was unfazed, yet he acknowledged the need for preparation. After some reflection, he realized there was nothing specific to prepare for. Grandpa Third, I have arrived. His voice echoed through the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, his expression stern. As he observed the beaming Naruto approaching, his demeanor softened, transforming into a kind smile. Little Naruto, you're here. Come, have some water. Thank you, Grandpa Third. Naruto's sweetness was evident, his smile radiating warmth, devoid of any discord. How has school been lately? It's been good. I've made a few good friends. Is that so? Hiruzen's smile grew ever more benevolent. Aside from your young friends, do you have any adult friends? Adult friends? Naruto's expression turned quizzical before he lowered his gaze, his voice subdued. Besides you, Grandpa Third, Irika-sensei is the only one who treats me well. Hiruzen fell silent, suddenly regretting his choice of words, realizing the sensitivity of the topic. All right, there are two more. Who? Hiruzen's eyes brightened. Could it be that the hidden figures were finally coming to light? He looked at Naruto with anticipation. His curiosity was fueled by the recent troubling events, which had left him in a state of distress. Just as he was preparing for a peaceful retirement, he found himself embroiled in a scandal that tainted his legacy as Hokage. This was a disgrace that could only be cleansed by the blood of enemies. The ramen shop owner and sister SHBU, they have been very kind to me. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. That makes sense. He pondered, a strange thought creeping into his mind. Could it be that individual? Upon reflection, aside from a handful of people, only the ramen shop owner consistently treated Naruto with kindness. Even Irika had only begun to show a change of heart after getting to know him better. Why the ramen shop owner? Is he truly just a nice person? That's rather suspicious, Hiruzen thought, narrowing his eyes, contemplating further investigation. The ramen shop owner? The shadowy figure of Danzo was intrigued. It seemed this could indeed be a breakthrough. They could covertly monitor the situation to ascertain the truth. If so, this could provide a significant lead. Hey, you are quite the strategist, the Ninetales remarked, exasperated. Didn't you see the ramen shop owner's troubled expression yesterday? He knows someone is eyeing his recipe. And now he is taking precautions. That is not exactly cunning. You're overestimating me. Naruto shook his head. We can't act hastily right now. Besides, that person is still using relatively mild methods. However, the future is unpredictable. With a smile, Naruto declared, this trend needs to be suppressed. It's best that we let the third investigate and deal with this recipe thief. I admire your perspective, the Ninetales replied, raising a claw in respect. Upon reflection, the ramen shop had become a repository of many cherished memories for the villagers. Its flavors were indeed exquisite and one of the signatures of Konoha. Moreover, given that Hiruzen was Hokage, it was unacceptable for anyone to commit wrongdoing under his watch. It seems you have a considerable number of friends. Keep it up. Strive to make the whole village your friend, to be liked by everyone. Hiruzen reached out and affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. Then you can become a great Hokage. Yes, I will do my best, Naruto exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement, visibly invigorated. The Ninetales facepalmed. This is too much to bear. Time passes, Naruto, Hiruzen remarked, feeling a sense of relief. Naruto was still the same enthusiastic boy, his face flushing with excitement at the mention of Hokage. How infuriating it was that such a steadfast inheritor of the will of fire would be targeted by a shadowy figure. Unforgivable. Just wait, I will uncover you. Hiruzen was confident he was drawing closer to the truth. One by one, he would investigate, tracing lead after lead until he exposed the perpetrator. However, at present, there was another pressing matter weighing on his mind, the Uchiha clan. He tapped his fingers on the table absently, taking a deep breath and resolving internally. It was time to address this malignant tumor. Konoha was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Allowing this blight to persist served no purpose. Yet, to eliminate this obstacle, external assistance would be required. He could seek support from the feudal lord, but the ninja's strength there was inadequate. Additional allies were necessary. Hiruzen wrestled with his thoughts, uncertain of his next move. Take the plunge, Hiruzen. Danzo entered, casting a cold gaze at Hiruzen. We no longer have a choice. The Uchiha clan is too formidable. They are the ones hindering us this time. Though we have severed many of their supply lines, a family of their stature possesses deep roots. Time is of the essence. Indeed, time waits for no one, Hiruzen sighed. You go and make contact. Once they are in position, we will act. It should have been done long ago. Danzo smirked ominously. This time, Uchiha, I want to see how you evade this. Will Jiraiya intervene? He shouldn't. He seems to have vanished, Hiruzen replied, shaking his head. At present, he could not command the others. Though Jiraiya appeared to respect him, he had his own ideas. At most, he would refrain from involvement. There was no chance of persuading him to assist unless Orochimaru aligned with the Uchiha, which might prompt him to act. As for Tsunade, finding her now was nearly impossible. Even if they did, it would be futile. The Senju clan had nearly vanished from Konoha, leaving only the Uchiha clan to survive. However, an unexpected turn of events might suffice. Danzo and Hiruzen exchanged glances. Delving into the details, a sense of foreboding lingered. Naruto rubbed his temples as he wandered through Konoha. He couldn't shake the feeling that something significant was about to unfold. Perhaps it would even impact his plans. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it, the Ninetales remarked. Sprawled on the ground, occasionally lifting its head to sip some spiritual water before returning to its reading. It had become quite fond of this newfound sensation. Hearing Naruto's words, it casually responded. Perhaps, but caution is paramount, especially in these times. Many have faltered at the final step, and he certainly does not wish to join their ranks. You might consider seeking out Nara Shikaku. He is exceptionally perceptive and is likely to sense something amiss. Even if nothing has transpired yet. You speak wisely. Naruto's eyes sparkled with determination as he resolved to consult Nara Shikaku that evening. Meanwhile, Danzo, having just exited the Hokage's office, stealthily arrived at the root base. Come forth, the contact, he commanded. So you finally intend to take action? However, it is rather late for that now. What do you mean by late? Danzo frowned. Are you not planning to act? Oh no. Zetsu shook his head. What I meant was that the price has increased. Chapter 52. The first battle is the decisive battle increased price? Danzo's face darkened. Are you attempting to extort us? Zetsu grinned, revealing a row of stark white and black teeth, and replied coolly, previously, we would have adhered to the original price, but that is no longer feasible. Why is that? Danzo gritted his teeth. What difference does it make? It's all essentially the same, is it not? Is it merely because of the addition of Shursui? It appears so. The value of Uchiha Shursui is indeed significant. Anyone bearing such a title is undoubtedly formidable. Contemplating this, Danzo exhaled deeply and acquiesced to the price hike. How much more? Double? No, tenfold. You might as well rob a bank. Danzo nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Even with the addition of Uchiha Shursui, there is no need for such a steep increase. Ah, you are mistaken. This is not robbery, but rather a standard price. Zetsu's displeasure was evident. Let me offer you a piece of intelligence at no cost. Intelligence? Indeed, a piece of highly valuable information. Zetsu spoke with gravitas. Uchiha Fugaku is a wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan. In essence, this means he possesses strength comparable to Shursui. What? Thud, thud, thud. Danzo instinctively recoiled a few steps. Gazing at Zetsu in shock. Was our last battle merely a performance? Correct, you guessed it. Danzo's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated being outmaneuvered in such a manner, especially without prior knowledge. Very well, if it is merely a price increase, we accept. Danzo's smile was cold. If Hiruzen Sarutobi had hesitated before, now, even with the increased price, he would have no choice but to act. After all, the worth of 2 Manjiki Sharingan is extraordinarily high. Should they truly decide to suppress them, it would result in significant losses for them. This would undeniably be a losing proposition. Rather than that, it would be wiser to seek external assistance. You will be grateful for your decision today. Zetsu felt exhilarated. Another substantial influx of wealth was on the horizon, and he could potentially eliminate the Uchiha clan. The previous notion of inciting conflict between the two parties had quietly dissipated. He understood that the forces behind this were intent on recruiting the Uchiha. The current key lay in who would act first. Since I cannot find you in the short term, I shall diminish your support. Without the Uchiha's backing, your overall strength will significantly decline, leaving you with little means to contend with my organization. Zetsu quietly retreated. The news soon reached Nagato. He conferred with Konan, deciding to deploy Kakazu and Sasori together. With their presence, and the assistance of those from Konoha, it should suffice. After further contemplation, Nagato added, Kisame will provide support from the shadows. To hedge against any unforeseen circumstances, he included another individual in the plan. The Uchiha clan must be eradicated, preventing them from gaining strength and simultaneously weakening Konoha. Regrettably, he had hoped for a scenario where they would turn on each other, allowing no time for development. Nagato shook his head. It seems that opportunity is past. Nevertheless, the current situation is not without merit. Plans can never keep pace with change. Conan's hands fluttered like butterflies as she remarked, if we are to act, let us do so decisively. You speak wisely. I hope for their success, Nagato replied, gazing pensively at the drizzling rain outside. Yahiko, are you watching from the Pure Land? Once I create a perfect world, you will surely be pleased. As for the Uchiha clan, they must possess considerable wealth. Upon receiving the news, Kakuzu recalled his long-range attack against Senju Hashirama, exclaiming softly, it had been ages since he last visited Konoha, and this time it would be worthwhile. Sasori, after a moment of silence, set aside his research and quietly departed from the Akatsuki. Even Kisame shouldered his sword and set off toward Konoha. All the individuals you sought are now en route. The informant swiftly relayed this to Danzo, 3 of them, all capable of clashing with the Kage. Danzo's pupils constricted as he nodded. Zetsu chuckled lightly, and that is not all. Uchiha Obito will also be providing support. To annihilate a single Uchiha, they had dispatched 4 formidable warriors. With the cooperation of Konoha's forces, it seemed the problem would be manageable. When Danzo reported this news to Hiruzen, even the Hokage inhaled sharply. 3 opponents capable of standing against them, and that was not accounting for Uchiha Obito and the suspected Rinnegan user, Nagato. Moreover, the woman accompanying Nagato was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Considering all this, the strength of the Akatsuki was rather alarming. No cause for concern. Reflecting on the previous 5 Kage summit, Hiruzen concealed his astonishment. Everything remained within controllable limits. Step by step, he would remove these malignant elements one by one. At midnight, Naruto silently arrived at Nara Shikaku's residence. You have come, Nara observed. You seem quite certain I would. Nara gazed at Naruto's youthful visage, scarcely believing that it was due to him that they had reached this point. Do you regret it? Not in the least. Regret is unnecessary, regardless of the outcome. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio are bound by blood. Currently, they publicly stood united with Hiruzen. As for failure, he did not perceive Naruto's chances of failure as particularly high. Naruto was inherently powerful, bolstered by the identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, coupled with the Uchiha clan's support and the Hyuga clan's presence. Such a formidable alliance held the potential to reshape the world. Coincidentally, I was also on my way to find you, Narashikaku said gravely. While I have not received any news, I am certain that the third Hokage will exert all efforts to eliminate the Uchiha clan. I see, Naruto comprehended. Indeed, at present, his most formidable ally was the Uchiha clan. Should they be eradicated, not only would their vast resources be lost, but it would also significantly diminish his support. To eliminate the Uchiha with minimal cost, the third Hokage would undoubtedly seek external aid. Thus, the Akatsuki would be the most likely candidates. Narashikaku felt a headache coming on at the thought of the Akatsuki's formidable strength. Naruto, it appears that a showdown is imminent. Plans seldom survive contact with reality. I had hoped for more time to develop. Naruto sat on a stool, his thoughts turbulent. The pivotal moment was approaching, and even he could not maintain his composure. Indeed, it seems so. Nara scrutinized Naruto thoughtfully before gently inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" "When the time comes, I shall act." Naruto raised his hand, clenched his fist tightly, and declared coldly, "The first battle is the decisive battle. One fight will determine the fate of Konoha." Chapter 53. The rejection of the great toad sage Mount Maiboku. I have returned once more. Jiraiya had taken the initiative to visit Mount Maiboku this time. The last encounter with the enigmatic individual who had transformed into the thousand-handed Hashirama left a lingering sense of mystery. Although he was not entirely aware of the sordid history between this person and the village, he understood there existed a profound animosity. His purpose for visiting was to seek answers, particularly regarding whether the great sage toad would permit this individual to enter Mount Maiboku. "Ah, Jiraiya, what a rare visitor. Have you dined yet?" the great sage toad inquired, observing Jiraiya's pale countenance. Jiraiya hurriedly waved his hand. "I've already eaten. I'm not hungry." He chuckled. "One cannot simply indulge in this fare indiscriminately. It lacks any appeal to my appetite. We are, after all, entirely different species. What brings you here this time?" Sage Shinsaku asked, guiding Jiraiya toward the palace with a hint of curiosity. "Did you find the destined one as foretold by the great sage toad?" "Not quite," Jiraiya replied, shaking his head. "Someone wishes to meet the great sage toad. I believe he seeks to learn the sage mode." "Who is this individual?" "I'm not certain. He possesses the flying thunder god technique and the Rasengan. At times, I even feel he resembles Minato Namikaze. However, it cannot be him, for if it were, he wouldn't present himself with the face of the first Hokage." Sage Shizuma perched on Jiraiya's shoulder, visibly surprised. Such a mysterious figure is unlikely to gain an audience with the great sage toad. Jiraiya produced a kunai inscribed with the technique, expressing his reluctance. "Though I share your sentiments, it's prudent to approach someone like him with caution." Sage Shinsaku and Sage Shizuma exchanged glances, acknowledging the kunai's significance as a flying thunder god technique. Soon, they arrived at the palace. Sensing their presence, the great sage toad slowly opened his bleary eyes, gazing at them in astonishment. "Ah, little Jiraiya, have you discovered the destined one?" "Not yet. There is someone who wishes to see you." "To see me?" the great sage toad questioned, puzzled. "Where is he?" "I did not bring him. I am uncertain whether you wish to meet him. He gave me this." Jiraiya extended his hand, revealing the kunai resting within. The great sage toad scrutinized the kunai, momentarily lost in a vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. "This is a harbinger of death." A bead of sweat trickled down his aged face as he glimpsed a future rife with carnage and suffering. Such an individual was clearly not a person of virtue. Sage mode is not something to be bestowed lightly. After careful consideration, the great sage toad firmly declined, "I shall not meet this person. Jiraiya, your efforts are better directed toward finding the true destined one, for only they can save the world and bring peace to the ninja realm." "Very well. I shall take this with me." Jiraiya was not surprised by the great sage toad's decision. If sage mode could be granted so easily, it would be commonplace rather than remaining an enigma revered by many. The three great sage lands preserved their mysterious allure and formidable power, underscored by their hidden abilities, such as sage mode. With these thoughts in mind, Jiraiya took his leave hastily, worried that the two sages might become overly enthusiastic. The great sage Toad sighed, contemplating the implications of this decision. Whether it would bring fortune or misfortune remained uncertain, but the ominous aura surrounding this individual was unmistakable. Upon his return to the village, Jiraiya felt a growing sense of unease. Not only did he sense an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the entire village, but he also noticed a shift in personnel movements. What has transpired? He pondered, his expression shifting as he resolved to seek out Hiruzen Sarutobi. Is there an issue in the village? Jiraiya inquired, sensing Sarutobi's surprise at his perceptiveness. However, Sarutobi merely replied nonchalantly, recently, we've detected a few rogue ninjas within the Fire Country, and I'm mobilizing our forces to eliminate them. Is that so? Jiraiya remained skeptical, unable to discern any inconsistencies, and departed with lingering doubts. He decided to linger in the Hidden Leaf Village a while longer. Strolling through the streets, Jiraiya's thoughts drifted back to the destined one mentioned by the great sage Toad, a boy frolicking with tailed beasts. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. The intelligence he had gathered, including that which Hiruzen had provided, coalesced into a startling realization. What manner of individual could frolic with tailed beasts? The most likely candidate would be a Jinchuriki, that being Naruto Uzumaki, the host of the Nine Tails. Rasengan, Flying Thunder God. A cascade of thoughts ignited as he pieced together the information, leading to an astonishing conclusion. Forget the Rinnegan, the thousand-handed Hashirama, or Nagato. The true mastermind is likely Naruto Uzumaki. Good heavens! Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback by this sudden revelation. It seemed utterly absurd and fantastical. Yet an undeniable intuition suggested it might be the most accurate direction. If it were indeed Naruto, what could he possibly intend? Jiraiya pondered deeply. It remains uncertain. I shall observe further. I need to test this theory. He felt an urgency to investigate, convinced that a mere 5-year-old could not orchestrate such complexity. Yet what if Naruto truly was the destined one? Everything began to align in a coherent manner. Destined ones must possess divine favor. It is only natural for a prodigy to emerge at such a young age. Jiraiya mused, increasingly convinced of the possibility. I cannot wait any longer. I must investigate this matter immediately. With that, he set forth, making his way to Naruto's residence. Chapter 54. Indeed, it is you, Naruto Uzumaki. Sated in content. The Nine Tails reclined languidly in the clearing, patting its belly. It had finally grasped the essence of a divine existence, reveling in the experience. Feeling invigorated, it savored the pure spring water and fresh vegetables, relishing the flow of energy coursing through its form. Though the sensation of growing stronger was subtle, it was persistent. Curiously, despite being a manifestation of consciousness, it could still relay feedback to its sealed counterpart. The mechanics of this phenomenon remained elusive, perhaps forever beyond its comprehension. Yet, it mattered not. All that mattered was the knowledge of its own burgeoning power. Hey, Naruto, when are you going to bring in some chicken or duck? At this rate, we won't have room for any more vegetables. Just a moment, I'll figure something out. Naruto replied, glancing around the space. Realizing that the Nine Tails' systematic cultivation had led to an overabundance of vegetables. I'll send some to Nara Shikaku and a few to the Uchiha clan. The remaining matters are still numerous. Naruto felt a headache. Where could he procure these chickens and ducks? Surely, he couldn't resort to becoming a thief. Perhaps. Naruto's gaze fell upon the belly of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails suddenly shivered. What are you plotting with that look? Chickens and ducks are hatched. Why not let you do it? Get lost. The Nine Tails roared. Damn that Uzumaki Naruto. He is becoming increasingly audacious. Now he dares to think of such absurd ideas. Indeed. After a moment's thought, Naruto nodded in understanding. Those he hatched would surely hold affection, making it hard to consume them. Sigh. I suppose I'll have to think of another plan. The Nine Tails scoffed. Affection? Are you joking? I am the Nine Tails, a tailed beast. Those are mere chickens and ducks. Entirely different species. How could I possibly feel reluctant to eat them? Come, bring me some. With a swipe of his paw, the Nine Tails declared, to taste meat early. What harm is there in a little sacrifice? Ha ha ha, that sounds splendid. Naruto chuckled as he intended to venture out to see if he could procure some hatching eggs. Just as he opened the door, an elderly man with a white beard approached. Jiraiya? Naruto questioned skeptically. What could this person want at this hour? Oh, isn't this Naruto? Jiraiya grinned at the adorably clueless Naruto, reminiscent of Minato in his childhood. It was nostalgic and warm. Reflecting on the past, Minato had been his proud disciple. Yet Jiraiya never anticipated encountering such circumstances. However, gazing at Naruto now, he felt a sense of legacy. Naruto, on the other hand, did not share this sentiment. He sensed that a kunai still resided with Jiraiya. Previously, he had felt that kunai grow distant, intending to approach directly. But he reconsidered. Mount Myaboku was not weak, and such directness would be somewhat impolite. Furthermore, if the toads there had no intention of teaching him, what then? Most importantly, Zetsu was still lurking in the shadows. For various reasons, he refrained from acting. Now sensing the kunai with Jiraiya, he realized that perhaps Mount Myaboku did not intend to teach him Sage Mode. Naruto dismissed the thought. Sage Mode is essentially the refinement of natural energy. Although he did not fully grasp the principles, he now had shadow clones to experiment with. If one attempt failed, there would be another. If two failed, then three. As for Mount Myaboku, Naruto remained unfazed. As I achieve great success, then we shall confront them directly. Currently, he indeed lacked the qualifications to challenge Mount Myaboku. But soon, that would change. As thoughts swirled in his mind, a look of confusion spread across Naruto's face. Who are you? I am your grandmaster. You may call me Jiraiya-senin. Observing Jiraiya's exaggerated gestures, Naruto rolled his eyes. He could not comprehend why these individuals enjoyed such posturing. Was it not awkward? Perhaps this was the nature of the strong. As long as one is not embarrassed, the embarrassment falls upon others. This was indeed a lesson worth learning. He suddenly recalled the Ginyu Force from Dragon Ball and their poses. How amusing. Truly, Jiraiya ceased his antics. Finding clarity within himself, he understood. The figure in the shadows was likely Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto had probably learned of his heritage, aware of who his family was. Otherwise, he would not be so composed. Where did his information come from? It could only be the Nine Tails. Given that the entire Hidden Leaf village was under the control of Hiruzen Sarutobi, acquiring such information would be exceedingly difficult. However, the Nine Tails was different. His previous two hosts were the wives of the Hokage, privy to much knowledge. As for why the Nine Tails would divulge this to Naruto, Jiraiya naturally speculated that Naruto was the boy who frolicked with the tailed beasts. Being the destined one, it was only natural for him to earn the Nine Tails' approval. Moreover, it seemed that Naruto had backing. Aside from the Uchiha, there was also the Senju clan, capable of transforming into the Sage of the Six Paths and wielding the Rinnegan, known for their wood-release techniques. Jiraiya felt a tremor within. He envisioned an intricately woven net enveloping the entire Hidden Leaf village. If things went awry, the village could be ensnared, leading to unforeseeable losses. Jiraiya found himself torn, pondering whether to speak up or remain silent. If he revealed this, Naruto would surely face restrictions, and the premature exposure of the impending conflict was something the village could scarcely afford. Yet, remaining silent felt wrong. After all, Naruto was also raised by the third Hokage, and it was unlikely that Sarutobi would perish. I should not return, nor should I uncover this dreadful truth. Jiraiya's head throbbed. He had not anticipated that his typically carefree self would think so deeply. Ultimately, Jiraiya resolved to keep these matters to himself, unwilling to speak a word. He preferred to believe that the destined individual could bring about a different change in the world. In other words, could someone who could converse with the Nine Tails, who could mend the grievances held by the beast, truly be a scoundrel? He believed not. Hence, there was little more to discuss. He would watch the clouds drift by, remaining hidden in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. Observing the silent Jiraiya, Naruto felt a pang of unease, pondering if he had misspoken. I'll see you later. I shall take my leave. Just as Naruto contemplated, Jiraiya vanished in a flash. Why do I feel you were discovered? It matters not, Naruto replied nonchalantly. The more one does, the more mistakes one makes, and the easier it becomes to be discovered. He was well prepared and unruffled. Sai-sensei, it is precisely your inaction that has led to this situation. Empathizing, Jiraiya felt that had he been in Naruto's place, he would have long since lost his mind. Watching Naruto stroll away from a distance, Jiraiya sighed. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, his expression hardened, and he fixed his cold gaze upon a figure in the streets of the Hidden Leaf village. Chapter 55. Gathering. The final preparations. Why does this person seem so familiar? Jiraiya fell into contemplation, feeling as though he had seen or heard of them somewhere before. Hey, it's of little concern to me. I shall instead go watch beautiful women bathe. My paradise of pleasure needs continued updates. Why fret over such trivial matters? Shaking his head, Jiraiya disregarded these trifles and silently vanished. Deidara. Naruto spotted him, narrowing his eyes and feeling a sense of certainty. It seemed Sarutobi was indeed restless. External assistants appeared to be in position, preparing to make a move. It was clear that he too needed to prepare. The final battle was swiftly approaching. Casually, he arrived at the Ninja Academy and resumed his classes, occasionally teasing Hinata beside him or chatting lightheartedly with Shikamaru and others. As for Sasuke, that aloof fellow, Naruto couldn't be bothered. Sakura was outright ignored. They were all just 5-year-old kids. Naruto's experiences were a veritable dimensional strike. Shikamaru and Ino had begun to look up to Naruto. Of course, this was largely due to Shikamaru's leadership. That evening, after lunch, Naruto exercised, took a shower, and went to bed fully clothed. Everything seemed as it always had. Until midnight, Zetsu watched Naruto sleep soundly before retracting his gaze. In that very moment, Naruto's main body swapped with a clone, and the original headed straight for the Uchiha compound. Knock, knock, knock. In the pitch-black night, silence reigned. The sound of Naruto's fingers tapping on the table was particularly jarring. Uchiha Fugaku was roused from his slumber by a rhythmic knocking sound, his expression shifting slightly as he donned his attire and stepped outside. He chanced upon Naruto, who had transformed into Minato Namikaze, leisurely seated on a bench, gazing at him with an air of tranquility. You've arrived. Is there something you wish to discuss today? Uchiha Fugaku pondered briefly, recalling that the items he had been given previously remained uneaten, indicating that today was likely not about that. Speaking of which, those vegetables were indeed remarkable. They showed no signs of wilting regardless of their placement. The energy contained within them had proven immensely beneficial, not merely aiding in the recovery from the injuries inflicted by the Manjiki Sharingan, but also enhancing the duration of their training due to the presence of that other energy. I have come to inform you that the decisive battle is imminent. As Fugaku's expression shifted with concern, Naruto continued, this time, the spark that ignites the conflict will originate from your Uchiha clan. Understood. Fugaku was no fool. As soon as Naruto's words fell, he grasped the gravity of the situation. This time, Hiruzen Sarutobi was targeting them, and the impending danger was undeniable. With a solemn nod, Fugaku expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the advance notice. Although we were prepared, we would have been caught off guard, which could have proven perilous. It's nothing, we are allies. Fugaku's lips twitched at the phrase, feeling as though it likened them to a band of ruffians. Allies. The logic was sound, yet it sounded oddly peculiar. I spotted Kakuzu in Konoha. It was confirmed that Kakuzu was indeed among them, and with the formidable ninjas of Konoha, there would undoubtedly be covert reinforcements. Naruto and Fugaku deliberated for quite some time before departing quietly. There was little need for notification at Narashikaku's end. The Hyuga clan would observe their performance. Everything was already in place for continuation. What a pity. Naruto sighed as he lay in bed. I have yet to master Sage Mode. Those toads were quite formidable, and Sage Mode was immensely powerful. The Nine-Tails, engrossed in a book, remarked, I possess some knowledge of Sage Mode. While I am not entirely clear on the specifics, I understand it amplifies one's abilities significantly. If you were to activate Sage Mode now, there would be few in Konoha who could stand against you. And combined with my power in the Sage Fox Mode, you would be virtually invincible. The Nine-Tails exuded confidence. The Nine-Tails mode was already powerful. If it were to merge with Sage Mode, the magnitude of strength would be unfathomable. If Naruto were to mature further, capable of bearing an even greater force, the outcome would be dreadfully formidable. Indeed, it is regrettable that I have not mastered Sage Mode. However, I can conduct my own research. The Nine-Tails was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's unexpected declaration. Was this something one could simply deduce independently? It seemed ludicrous. The Nine-Tails contemplated a light jest at Naruto's expense, yet reconsidered, reflecting on Naruto's prodigious capacity for understanding. He had mastered the shadow clone technique with remarkable finesse. Crafting a Sage Mode seemed within the realm of possibility. Very well, you are impressive. I shall place my faith in you. Naruto smiled, choosing not to elaborate. He was not jesting, he was earnest. If all went according to plan, the spring water and vegetables were indeed the legendary natural energy. Furthermore, they were assuredly distinct from the pervasive natural energy that transformed individuals into various monstrosities. What he possessed was the purest form of natural energy. Thus, A foundation for attaining Sage Mode was established. With this foundation, he merely needed to explore independently, confident in his ability to discover it. Eventually, he would possess a Sage Mode unique to himself. My Bokuzen, he chuckled softly, gradually drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, unable to sleep, dressed and summoned Itachi and Shursui. Even inviting Mikoto. They were among the few he trusted most, and were also among the strongest. Itachi, how do you feel now? I feel well, Itachi replied, touching his eyes, a rare smile gracing his face. I believe that with the right opportunity, I can awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Fugaku reflected in the past. Awakening the Mangekyou was an arduous task, yet I never anticipated such an opportunity would arise. A silence fell among them. Indeed, these vegetables were astonishing. And the spring water was an extraordinary presence, brimming with potent energy. All right, focus, Fugaku declared with gravity. The pressing matter is that we must remain vigilant. Konoha is preparing to confront us. Shursui, Itachi, what do you think we should do? Strike preemptively. It is better to take the initiative than to suffer the consequences. Shursui and Itachi exchanged glances, speaking in unison. We are nearly prepared, awaiting the command from the individual behind the scenes. Good, Fugaku whispered, clapping his hands together with a cold smile. Let us create chaos, ensuring that Konoha understands the Uchiha clan is not to be trifled with. Konoha, it is time for a new Hokage, and that detestable Danzo shall pay dearly this time. They exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Chapter 56. The Eve of War, Are We to Take Action? Akimichi Choza sat in the living room, snacking incessantly, the table laden with an array of food, grilled meat, grilled fish, and an assortment of carrots and cabbage. These vegetables, gifted by Nara Shikaku, held more allure for the Akimichi clan than the grilled meats. Coupled with Nara Shikaku's intentions, he resolutely followed suit. At this moment, the night was silent. He recalled the trio's earlier walk, during which Yamenka and Noichi inquired. Nara Shikamaru had simply stated, indecision breeds disdain. If one is to act, one must go all in. Do not fret. Victory will lead us to a brighter tomorrow. And should we lose, then so be it. Nara Shikaku maintained a calm smile. I know the odds of losing are slim, yet if fate decrees our defeat, there is little we can do. Cheers. Choza rose, his large and robust frame shaking slightly as he chuckled coldly. The current Konoha was entirely different from its former self. Given the interests at stake, he had made his decision. Perhaps, after this, Konoha would experience a resurgence, or perhaps it would plummet into despair. The outcome remained uncertain. This was a pivotal moment in history. Yamenka and Noichi opened the door, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Ino, taking a deep breath. He too felt a sense of confusion about the future. However, just as Nara Shikaku had said, he could not envision Konoha's future. Historically, Konoha had indeed been in decline. Had it not been for Naruto Uzumaki's emergence, Sasuke would have undoubtedly stood in opposition. No, there was no need for Sasuke to intervene. The moment Nagato took action, Konoha's demise was sealed. In such circumstances, if an individual capable of turning the tide, while also providing ample benefits emerged, how would one choose? It seemed there was no room for hesitation. In a few days, the world would change. Quietly closing the door, Inoichi's resolve solidified, rather than remain in uncertainty. It was better to take a gamble and strive for a brilliant future. Kakuzu had already infiltrated Konoha. In a shadowy corner, Zetsu whispered to Uchiha Obito. He is relatively close. Hoshigaki Kisame and Deidara will require at least another half-month. This time is ample for Sarutobi to make sufficient preparations. Kakashi had been dispatched. Zetsu meticulously analyzed the intelligence. Jiraiya is still engrossed in those chaotic matters. It appears Sarutobi has no intention of informing him. It is certain that Jiraiya has long sought the one destined by fate, becoming increasingly indifferent to the affairs of the village, even stating his reluctance to intervene. Had it not been for his overwhelming disappointment, he would not have become so detached. Obito, concealed behind his mask, revealed a sinister smile. Nevertheless, it matters not. This time, the Uchiha clan must be eradicated from this world of shinobi. As for those eyes, Shursui's eyes must not be left to Konoha. We must also gather some Sharingan. Just in case. I understand. Zetsu gradually descended underground. Obito's true intent in coming here was not to obliterate the Uchiha clan. In their view, their current formation was already sufficient to annihilate the Uchiha several times over. Their target was that enigmatic figure lurking in the shadows. This operation to eliminate the Uchiha would also serve to draw out the snake from its den. Since he hides so deeply, let us force him into the open. A venomous serpent in plain sight would no longer instill fear. Whether or not they could capture him was of little consequence. What mattered was uncovering his identity. The wind began to rise. Gazing at the slumbering Naruto, the Ninetales peered through the confines of the seal towards the window. The gentle breeze swayed the branches. I never imagined I would experience such a day. Reflecting on this period, from Naruto coaxing him from the future to the present, time has not passed long. Naruto remains but 5 years old, soon to grow another year older. Yet, he has accomplished so much astounding feats. Along the way, Naruto's actions have repeatedly left him in awe. Until now, despite unforeseen circumstances, who could predict such events? Even without Sage Mode, unable to dominate the battlefield, one could still stand undefeated through sheer strength. The Ninetales calculated carefully, astonished to realize Naruto's foundation had become remarkably solid. Should he ascend this time, the next step would involve cleansing those in his way. The Ninetales looked back at Naruto, his gaze softening. Thank you, Uzumaki Naruto. You have brought me immense joy. Tending to the earth, writing, painting. It turns out, this world governed by humanity is filled with delightful pursuits. How foolish I was back then. With a long sigh, I bid farewell to the past and embrace a new tomorrow. Fear not, Naruto. Should danger arise, I shall unleash a particle mode, just as you envisioned the future. Ha ha. The Ninetales laughed heartily. Ah, you have transformed this space into something quite splendid. Indeed, it is only fitting to consider who is responsible. The next day, Naruto entered the space and, upon close inspection, felt a gradual aesthetic perfection taking shape. The Ninetales, proud of his work, replied, I've been researching these lately. You may want to consult me for your future architectural endeavors. So, you truly intend to become an all-encompassing Ninetales, do you? Naruto remained speechless, internally lamenting. This Ninetales has become overly diligent. Once languid, recently he has been extraordinarily industrious, as if invigorated. Ah, a new function has emerged in this transformation technique branch. Naruto approached, sensing carefully. To his surprise, a new capability had been born. A light touch, and information flooded his mind. So this is it. What a remarkable asset. After a while, Naruto opened his eyes wide with excitement. This is a branch ability that extends the duration of the transformation technique. Generally, a ninja's transformation does not last long, for if it did, chaos would ensue. Moreover, the basic transformation is merely a means of deception, unless one has extensively studied a specific individual to transform into them. One might as well masquerade as the neighbor Wong. However, the duration is fleeting and emotional fluctuations can break the illusion. Thus, becoming the neighbor Wong is not so easily achieved. Yet, what I possess now is considerably powerful. Not only does it prolong the duration, but the primary transformation can also allow the user to harness one ability of the transformed individual. In an instant, Naruto devised a splendid plan in his mind. Time flowed swiftly. Half a month slipped by unnoticed. On the eve of battle, Chapter 57, The Wind Rises. This is Konoha. Deidara, with his hunched back, concealed behind his puppets, observed with keen eyes. It had indeed been a long time since he last visited Konoha. The village existed only in images and imagination within his memory. Before him, Konoha appeared vibrant, bustling with life and continuous movement. Though merely a small village, it harbored many capable shinobi. A quick glance revealed the atmosphere of relaxed exteriors masking a tense interior. I wonder if the Uchiha bloodline can allow me to break through once more. After surveying for a while, Deidara withdrew his gaze. He need only focus on his purpose of aiding in the Uchiha's demise. The rest was inconsequential. Rather than waste time, he could spend it in the laboratory conducting research. Kakuzu had already arrived. They would discuss matters after meeting. Deidara pondered, deciding to wait until nightfall. Going now would attract undue attention. This operation required an air of mystery before commencing to avoid early exposure. He glanced around, feigning the guise of a traveling merchant, even carrying some local specialties from the land of rain to avoid standing out. Sure enough, after registering, he could move freely. As long as he did not enter restricted areas, he could roam at will. This was Konoha's confidence. At times, he wondered where Konoha derived its audacity, especially with Sarutobi Hiruzen at the helm. Deidara snickered repeatedly. With the current state of Konoha, even a few members of the Akatsuki from the land of rain could easily make them drink from the cup of defeat. If their leader Nagato were to come, he could likely flatten the place, couldn't he? Just this? They were evidently still trapped in the glory of the past. Those who lag behind will suffer. In his eyes, Konoha had little hope left. The personnel had gathered. These two were capable of confronting them, which should suffice. In the root base, Obito, adorned with his vortex mask, arms crossed, quietly observed Danzo, narrowing his eyes as he casually said, "I have no significant demands." After a pause, Uchiha Obito continued coldly, "After this matter concludes, I want to uncover how the individuals behind this knew of my abilities." This thought gnawed at him. His powers were seldom revealed. How could they possess such knowledge? The most terrifying aspect was that they had even drawn him into a frame-up. Until he resolved this issue, he would not find peace in sleep. Let us each obtain what we desire. Danzo, seated at the table, placed his hands upon it and sneered. They sought a stable Konoha. As for strength, as long as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails remained, those foes would not dare initiate conflict for the time being. Presently, they were merely recuperating. No one could bear the toll of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. In essence, they were all licking their wounds. This was their confidence, their foundation. Konoha's geographical advantages and wealth of talent meant that even if one Uchiha fell, other clans would rise to fill the void, and among the commoners, new shinobi would emerge. The world would continue to advance, regardless of who was missing. He felt no fear. In a few years, Konoha's overall strength would continue to rise steadily. It was the Uchiha who had long since paved their path to annihilation. The day of the Uchiha's demise had finally arrived, a day he had long anticipated. Excellent. May our collaboration be fruitful. Oh, and remember to provide compensation. Uchiha Obito turned to leave, offering a kind reminder before departing. Our intervention is not without its costs. I understand, Tawanzo replied, his expression darkening. The thought of such a significant financial burden caused him to feel a sharp pain in his chest. At times, the finances of Konohagakure required the support of the Land of Fire, yet the vastness of the Land of Fire meant that securing funds was not always feasible. Most of their wealth was acquired through missions, and now, to expend such a large sum, despite the potential covert backing from the daimyo, still left him feeling distressed. With a sigh, Tawanzo watched as Uchiha Obito departed, relieved. Well, wealth is merely a material concern. There are always ways to earn more. This opportunity is rare. Everything was in place. All that remained was to gather and act. With a wave of his hand, Tawanzo issued commands. Subtle directives were dispatched, and the hidden members of the root began to disperse silently. Simultaneously, when Sarutobi Hiruzen received the news, he paused momentarily before expressionlessly issuing his orders. The Umbu and root ninjas, entirely loyal to Tawanzo and Sarutobi, sprang into action. Even the likes of Kurama, Shikamaru, and Midogate were mobilized. The formidable machinery of Konohagakure began to churn, an undercurrent of power surging, poised to unleash astonishing force at any moment. Hey, Ninetails, do you sense it? Naruto, attending the Ninja Academy, suddenly looked up. Thanks to his Uzumaki lineage, his perception had developed to an extraordinary level, allowing him to sense even the most concealed movements. Now, he could detect the swift, subtle leaps of ninjas surrounding Konohagakure. I feel it too, the Ninetails replied, his expression serious as he set aside the pen he had been using to practice calligraphy. His eyes shone with excitement. Naruto, is it about to begin? It was evident. Naruto glanced at Hinata beside him, then at Nara, Shikamaru, and others nearby. After a moment's contemplation, he decided not to alarm them. It was a break between classes. Just a few minutes of respite. Rising, he excused himself to the restroom, leaving behind a clone while his true self vanished in an instant, reappearing in the Uchiha clan's living room. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui were in discussion. Upon seeing Naruto transform into the visage of the fourth Hokage, they were momentarily taken aback. This enigmatic figure had never appeared in broad daylight. The three exchanged solemn glances. It seemed the time had come for the village to take action. We need you to help bring my son, Uchiha Sasuke, back, Uchiha Fugaku implored, rising to bow deeply. On the eve of battle, we cannot afford to leave any vulnerabilities for our adversaries. I hope you can retrieve Sasuke at the moment the conflict ignites. Of course, Naruto replied, choosing not to comment further. As long as the Uchiha were prepared, that was sufficient. He merely needed to act at the crucial moment. I have awaited this moment for a long time. Though we may not be entirely ready, plans often falter in the face of change, yet it matters little. Naruto's gaze was resolute. He had grown weary of the disdainful looks he encountered along the way. Now that the situation had escalated, it was time to take decisive action. With renewed vigor, Naruto fixed his gaze on the Hokage monument, landing finally on the likeness of Minato Namikaze. He murmured softly, "The winds are stirring." Chapter 58. Why have you all betrayed us? Indeed, the winds were stirring. In that moment, a sudden gust swept through. The wind intensified, culminating in a howling tempest that bent the branches beneath its force. Dark clouds began to gather ominously. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. This tempestuous weather was perfectly timed. The Ninetales remarked, "You can't deny it. You truly cannot." The seemingly ordinary change in weather took on a mystical quality in light of Naruto's words. Naruto chuckled lightly. "Ninetales, if we succeed this time and Konoha embarks on a new chapter in its history, what words might future generations use to describe the transformation in the weather?" In the year 53 of the Leaf, during winter, the great fifth Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, initiated a coup to purge corruption from the court. That day, the heavens shifted, bathed in golden light, with fierce winds aiding our cause and thunder accompanying our steps. The Ninetales spoke solemnly. That year will be remembered as Stop. Naruto interrupted hastily. "What nonsense is this? You're bringing up imperial tales now? Focus on the task at hand." The Ninetales chuckled sheepishly before turning serious. "Naruto, while our forces appear formidable, Konoha remains the stronghold of that old man, and we are still outnumbered." "And so what?" Naruto retorted with a cold smile, his spirit undaunted. "In the past, Li Erfeng spilled blood at Xuanwu Gate, and Zhu Laosi initiated the Jingnan Rebellion. Compared to their feats, this is but child's play. I refuse to bring shame upon my predecessors. Moreover, this is a supernatural world where true strength reigns supreme." Naruto clenched his fist, confidence radiating from him. "I have long awaited this day." The Ninetales fell silent. While he did not fully comprehend Naruto's tales, he knew they must be thrilling. "Hey, you might be onto something," the Ninetales suddenly exclaimed. "Considering your hidden strengths, it seems we are about evenly matched. Is there some enchantment surrounding the number 800? Naruto replied, "What?" He was momentarily taken aback. "When did you start calculating?" The Ninetales yawned lazily, responding nonchalantly, "You're either training or teasing Hinata. I've been watching you closely. It's about that number, just a bit less." "Ah, the advantage is mine," Naruto shrugged, managing a rare jest before the impending battle. As night fell, Towanzo stealthily approached the Ninja Academy. If action were to be taken, it would be with swift and unyielding force. The school, bustling with students, was not the ideal setting for a covert operation, but with school letting out, the timing was perfect. With a throng of people at the gate, it would pose no challenge to quietly seize Uchiha Sasuke. "What's going on? Where is Uchiha Sasuke? Why hasn't he emerged yet? This is not good, elder." Noticing the root ninja keeping watch, Towanzo felt a twinge of foreboding. A stranger appeared, resembling the fourth, and he took Uchiha Sasuke. It was the flying thunder god. "What?" Towanzo's countenance darkened. "They've discovered us." He realized he had underestimated them. With a grim expression, Towanzo waved his hand decisively. "Let us go." The twilight sky remained overcast, with smoke curling upward. It should have been an ordinary day, yet shortly after school let out, ninjas began leaping throughout Konoha, heading towards the Uchiha clan. The sight evoked memories of the terror instilled by the Ninetales. Many ordinary citizens, lacking strength, trembled in fear, hastily retreating to their homes for safety. Having been discovered, Sarutobi no longer concealed his intentions, directing those nearby to retreat to pre-prepared safe zones. Everything progressed in an orderly fashion. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui arrived together, their eyes shifting as they activated their Sharingan. Behind them, Uchiha clan members eagerly drew their kunai, exuding an imposing aura. They had long grown weary of the oppression. Previously, Uchiha Fugaku had feigned ignorance while Uchiha Shursui and Itachi betrayed them, leaving them to endure the scorn of the villagers in silence. Indeed, the Uchiha clan's reputation within the village leaves much to be desired. At long last, they can hold their heads high. In this transient existence, death is merely an endpoint. The Uchiha are inherently emotional beings, and at this moment, the surge of emotions is palpable. Kill. There is no room for idle chatter at this juncture. Words are rendered meaningless, leaving only the stark reality of life and death. Uchiha Fugaku is mine to confront. Kakuzu smirks, charging directly at Uchiha Fugaku. Deidara remains impassive as he faces Uchiha Shursui. Behind them, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his comrades unleash their full might, advancing towards the Uchiha clan. They have mobilized all their strength, even calling upon a multitude of ninjas from the feudal lord. Even if these ninjas lack prowess, the overwhelming numbers and sheer force are undeniable. It seems the demise of the Uchiha clan is but a matter of time. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. Nara Shikaku approaches with a light smile. Third Hokage, this is the last time I shall address you as such. It is indeed you. Witnessing Nara Shikaku lead the entire Inoshikacho clan in defection, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly chokes on his own blood. His voice, laced with fury, bellows. Why? He cannot comprehend it. He has always valued the Inoshikacho clan highly. They have been steadfast defenders of the will of fire. Why would they betray him? He truly cannot fathom it. Is there a monumental benefit he is unaware of? Hyuga Hayashi, poised to intervene, is momentarily taken aback. He thinks of his brother, Hyuga Niji. He recalls the precarious position of the Hyuga clan within the village. Perhaps it is time for me to make a choice as well. He no longer conceals his intentions. Hiding has proven futile. Over time, even he has perceived the Hyuga clan as an inconsequential entity. This moment presents a rare opportunity. To ignore the heavens invites disaster. With a resounding laugh, Hyuga Hayashi unleashes a palm strike, sending his Leaf Village allies crashing backward. His clear voice reverberates. Those of the Hyuga clan. If you wish to stand against me, follow my lead. Boom. Hyuga Hayashi forges a path straight towards the Uchiha clan. This sudden turn of events allows him to break through the enemy lines. Hyuga Hayashi's gaze locks with Uchiha Fugaku's. Their long-standing enmity transforming into an unspoken collaboration as they press against Kakuzu. Kakuzu exclaims, "What in the world? Is the Leaf Village a mere bottleneck? Is Sarutobi Hiruzen a fool? The Inoshikacho clan has defected. The Nara clan has betrayed us. The Akimichi clan has turned. The Yamanaka clan has joined the fray. Oh, and the Uchiha clan as well. How on earth has he endured for so long?" Just then, another figure appears on the battlefield. Golden hair billowing. A gentle smile gracing his features, his tall form stands out amidst the chaos. The mastermind has arrived. Chapter 59, Ninetales Chakra Mode Activate. Instantly, all eyes turn towards him. The wind howls, his golden hair flowing like a banner. Minato Namikaze, what are you doing here? Who are you really? Sarutobi Hiruzen is momentarily stunned. Then his expression darkens as rage surges. You dare take on the appearance of the fourth and act with impunity. I shall not spare you. Teacher, wait. In the shadows, Uchiha Obito is equally astonished. How can this be? Wasn't he dead? Even Zetsu is left doubting. Who is the individual masquerading as Nagato? And what of the Rinnegan? Everything seems shrouded in mystery once more. Unbeknownst to them, the battle halts, all eyes fixed upon him. Outside the fray, many are momentarily dazed upon witnessing the fourth's return. Is it really him? Why is he here? Some are overwhelmed, others in disbelief. Why is the fourth here? They are not fully aware of the recent events, but they have heard whispers. At this moment, seeing the revered fourth standing against them, their emotions are understandable. Sarutobi Hiruzen regards Naruto coldly, demanding, "Who are you?" "I am Minato Namikaze." Naruto, arms crossed, stands atop a post, his gaze calm as he faces Sarutobi Hiruzen, declaring, "I am the fourth Hokage." Naruto's true identity remains concealed. The primary reason he does not reveal himself as Naruto is that he still cannot claim absolute supremacy. Moreover, he seeks to strike at the heart of his enemies. All the grievances and burdens he has endured over the years shall not be overlooked. No, he intends to gradually unveil the raw wounds, exposing the festering scars for all to see. Only then can he justify his actions. Only then can they endure the torment of their own conscience and experience the terror of the very rumors they have spread. Nara Shikaku studies Naruto, instantly grasping his underlying intentions, and discreetly positions himself by Naruto's side. Behind him, Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino follow closely. Hyuga Hayashi strides forth, accompanied by numerous members of the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha clan stands quietly beside Naruto. At this moment, the balance of power has shifted. Tension fills the air as the atmosphere grows heavy with menace. Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside Kakuzu, Danzo, and Deidara, gazes intently at the unfolding scene. None could have anticipated that Naruto has amassed such formidable allies. Deidara tilts his head. "Third Hokage, how amusing it is that even your own have turned against you." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkens. Danzo's countenance is equally grim. They never dreamed of encountering such a dramatic turn of events. What was supposed to be an overwhelming conquest now feels like they are the ones destined for slaughter. Third Hokage, long time no see. Do not think that by adopting the guise of the fourth, you have truly become him. Sarutobi Hiruzen glares at Naruto, desperately searching for a flaw. Yet, regrettably, he finds nothing. Standing there, Naruto's demeanor and gentle aura mirror that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. But how could this be? They had buried the fourth with their own hands, still resting peacefully in his grave, or so they believed. Naruto gazes intently at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then shifts his focus to Danzo, ultimately scanning the nearby throng. Calmly, his voice resonates. Years ago, I sealed the nine tails, imprisoning half within my son. For what purpose? What? The crowd erupts in chaos. Some, unaware of the implications, suddenly pale. Many astute individuals quickly connect the dots. The fox demon, Naruto Uzumaki. That unmistakable golden hair. Before they can repent or lament, Naruto's chilling voice cuts through. Alas, I never anticipated that my child's life would unfold in this manner. I often ponder, what am I truly fighting for? The will of fire? To protect the Leaf Village? How laughable. Naruto's words pierce their hearts like icy daggers. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkens. And with a sweeping gesture, he commands, enough, attack. Regardless of whether this individual is truly Minato Namikaze, I cannot allow him to continue speaking. If he does, the very foundation of the will of fire that I have built will crumble. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen glances toward Naruto, who is seemingly lost in thought, staring blankly at Minato. No, he is gazing at Minato Namikaze. This is not good. Naruto Uzumaki must have heard, or he would not appear so dazed. Damn it. This individual possesses an astonishingly profound understanding of the affairs of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, fully aware that lamentation is futile at this juncture, resolved to employ decisive measures. Intending to surmount this challenge first. Summoning technique. Monkey King, I beseech you once more to assist me in battle. Sarutobi, despite his advanced age, queried. What calamity has befallen Konoha this time? The Monkey King surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixating on Naruto, gasping in astonishment. The fourth Hokage? This cannot be. He is not alone. Everyone attack. Sarutobi bellowed. Some hesitated. Others, however, resolutely sprang into action. Hidden amidst the crowd, Kisame Hashigaki's expression turned grave as he grasped the Samahata tightly. Fortuitously, he reflected, Nagato's foresight in sending him here spared him from impending doom. Our strengths are disparate. Do you have allies? Uchiha Fugaku's voice resonated. Though we can maintain a stalemate, achieving victory will prove exceedingly difficult. Should we not withdraw and seek another path? Their faction was not lacking in power and could easily defect from the village. Survival is paramount. There is no need for needless sacrifice, Naruto mused. The scene before him ignited a fervor within. Rather than retreat, his youthful spirit surged with excitement. Since childhood, he had nurtured dreams of martial prowess and later, of transcendent heroism. His idol? Sun Wukong. He often envisioned himself performing miraculous feats before an audience, even fantasizing about being an academic prodigy, basking in the adoration of many. Alas, those were mere daydreams. Yet today, circumstances afforded him this opportunity, and he could not contain his exhilaration. Whether to establish his reputation, redefine Naruto Uzumaki's identity, or subdue his adversaries, action was imperative. Nine Tails, it is time to reveal our true power. Naruto stood tall as the tempest swirled around him. An astonishing spectacle unfolded before the onlookers. Nine Tails Chakra Mode. Activate. With his movements, a resplendent golden light illuminated Konoha. Golden chakra enveloped him, and ethereal horns emerged amidst his hair. The collar of his attire shimmered with six tomo, emanating a mysterious radiance. In that moment, Naruto felt his perception enhance exponentially. A mere gesture revealed a remarkable surge in both speed and attack power. Nine Tails Chakra Mode, activate. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Nine Tails Chakra Mode? He recalled the enigmatic figure's previous mention of splitting the nine tails between yin and yang. Could it be that this individual was indeed Minato Namikaze? How could this be? Time for the hunt. Under the scrutiny of all present, Naruto whispered as a kunai materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, he executed the body flicker technique, appearing before a ninja in an instant. His kunai slicing through the air and vanishing without a trace. His form became ghostly, akin to a golden specter gliding across the battlefield. With each appearance, a vibrant life was extinguished. In that moment, the golden flash returned. So fast, a thought raced through everyone's minds. Soon, anxiety enveloped them, prompting all to fortify their defenses. Damn it, Danzo, Kakuzu, why do you not engage? Attack with all your might. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. Minato Namikaze, you too are the fourth Hokage. Why do you turn against your own? He sought to awaken the benevolence within Minato. Ha ha ha, third Hokage, how laughable. Naruto's voice echoed. You are well aware of my son's treatment in the village. Where were you during those times? I have slain only those who deserved it. I regret not why I lost my life to protect you wretches. Those who had mistreated Naruto felt remorse, fear, and regret. No, fourth Hokage. We did not know that Naruto Uzumaki is your son. We were wrong. We repent. Some shouted, while others knelt, tears of regret streaming down their faces. You do not truly regret. You are merely afraid. And why should I forgive you? What if Naruto had no background? Naruto scoffed, dismissing further discourse as he maximized his speed. At this moment, he had become a living weapon on the battlefield. He targeted those who had long been cold and loyal to the third Hokage and Danzo, striking without mercy. Damn, such incredible speed. The overwhelming presence of Naruto shifted the balance, as his terrifying velocity exerted immense pressure, leaving them gasping for breath. The Nine-Tails watched with interest, internally sneering, an expression of delight gracing its visage. Occasionally, it exclaimed, "Go, Naruto! This person is not your ally. Yes, and that one too. Indeed, this one despises you most. Enough with the chatter, be quiet." Naruto retorted. Oh, the Nine-Tails complied, momentarily silenced. By the way, why not use your full form? Your power would be far greater. My body cannot endure it. Naruto vanished in a flash, and from the ground, lethal spikes erupted. I can now perfectly control the Nine-Tails chakra mode. For the present, it suffices. As for the Nine-Tails sage mode, we shall see. The Nine-Tails chakra mode proved immensely powerful. Its primary drawback was that the Nine-Tails could siphon Naruto's chakra, and if it so desired, could drain him in no time. Moreover, lacking a deep bond limited the chakra's availability. However, the situation had changed. The Nine-Tails chakra was now under his command, significantly enhancing his endurance in prolonged battles. Under these circumstances, he deemed it far superior to using the Nine-Tails Sage mode. He could even transition into the Sage mode at will. This was the advantage of the perfect Nine-Tails chakra mode. Akin to the distinction between the Scion God forms of red and blue, they represented different states. The imperfect Nine-Tails chakra mode felt coercive. The perfect Nine-Tails chakra mode felt effortless, while the Nine-Tails Sage mode embodied complete synergy. Among these three forms, the most exhilarating was self-evident. Naruto surveyed the battlefield, taking in the entire scene. Danzo, the third Hokage, and other formidable opponents were momentarily detained. The tides had turned. Hinata Hayashi and the Uchiha clan were invigorated. Their spirits lifted at the prospect of victory. A new dawn awaited them. It seemed that everything was poised to settle. Yet Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui wore grim expressions as they activated Susanoo. The battle intensified, engulfed in blood and fire, showcasing an array of ninjutsu and taijutsu. Following the Nine-Tails incident, the largest conflict in Konoha's history had begun. Thank goodness you arrived. In the shadows, Zetsu inhaled sharply, his gaze fixed on Obito Uchiha. You must intervene. Konoha cannot withstand much longer. Teacher. Obito's expression was complex. He had not anticipated this revelation. He recognized the signature Flying Thunder God technique and the authentic Rasengan. Something was amiss. There must be others concealed within, for the imposter Nagato had yet to reveal himself. However, without intervention, Konoha would surely falter. What of Jiraiya, that rascal? Will he not lend a hand? Zetsu rolled his eyes, internally lamenting. Do you think everyone can act against their kin, sacrificing their beloved teacher and mentor? Jiraiya is no fool. While he may refrain from certain actions, he will not abandon his disciple. What purpose would it serve for him to act? This matter is inherently the concern of Konoha village, and it would be unwise to show favoritism. Thus, one can merely observe from a distance. Why not take pleasure in such a scenario? Uchiha Obito cast a cool glance at Ju, inhaled deeply, and with an ethereal presence, surged towards the battlefield. Upon Obito's sudden appearance, Naruto halted momentarily, casting a cold gaze in his direction. Fourth Hokage, it has been a long time. The battlefield was fragmented, and everyone retreated in unison, instinctively seeking their adversaries. Rebellious disciple. Kneel. Naruto bellowed. Uchiha Obito, how dare you show your face again? Let us settle old scores along with new grievances. Prepare to meet your end. Disinterested in further banter with this loathsome entity, Naruto's thoughts shifted. Flying Thunder God. Just moments ago, as he struck, he left behind a mark of the Flying Thunder God. Now, numerous marks dotted the battlefield, conveniently including one near Uchiha Obito. To claim victory in this rebellion, Obito must be vanquished. Even if he cannot be killed, he must be severely incapacitated. As everyone marveled at the emergence of a formidable foe, and as Obito was horrified to realize that his mentor knew his true identity, the revelation that this individual was the supposedly deceased Uchiha Obito left all in shock. Naruto unleashed his full power. With a mere thought, he entered the Nine-Tails mode, making his presence known. Chapter 61, Emergence. With a flourish of his cloak, its color deepened, and his strength was enhanced across the board. In his hands, a Rasengan materialized. Flying Thunder God. A flash of golden light heralded a miraculous reappearance. Naruto abruptly manifested upon Obito, pressing down with his palm. Boom. The ground trembled as Obito phased out of reality, only for Naruto to vanish and reappear on the opposite side. Attempt that move again. It won't work, sensei. Obito reemerged. His masked face twisted into a more chilling demeanor. Is that so? Naruto smiled enigmatically, aware that Obito's fate was uncertain. In the next moment, Obito's body stiffened. Ah! He screamed, struck by an overwhelming force, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying. Cough, 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 a hidden Rasengan. Obito gasped as he struggled to rise. Prince's strategy. Naruto spun around, his cloak billowing, resonating in the air. Golden light radiated across the battlefield with exuberance. Behind him, numerous golden arms appeared, each wielding a Rasengan, which Naruto hurled with reckless abandon amidst their rapid rotation. Yet, this was not the end. Relying on his current Nine-Tails mode, with an immense chakra reserve, Naruto clasped his hands together, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, countless Narutos emerged on the battlefield, each armed with a Rasengan, charging forth, particularly targeting Obito and Danzo. Boom. The terror of the Prince's strategy was vividly displayed. Even the substitution technique could not withstand the catastrophic explosions. Cries of anguish echoed throughout. Danzo was struck by several Rasengans, coughing blood, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it, I wasted an eye. Obito clutched his bleeding eye. Disbelief etched on his face, despair flooding his heart. Was this truly his mentor? How could he be so powerful with the Nine-Tails? This was the embodiment of a one-man army. He was akin to a human bombardier, transforming the battlefield into a landscape of craters. The mere presence of hidden Rasengans was already unbearable, and now this bombardment. Who could withstand it? Unless the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara were alive. Who could stand against such might? Let us go. Ju emerged from the shadows, his voice trembling with urgency. It is futile. We shall fight another day. With a swift motion, Ju vanished with the severely injured Obito. Kisame, damn it. Sasori, what the hell? Retreat. The group exchanged glances, employing every ounce of strength to withdraw in unison. How could they continue this fight? They envisioned the first Hokage reborn, effortlessly overpowering all. Kisame often boasted about surviving under the first's command, yet it was merely self-aggrandizement. He had indeed once faced the first, but the cost had been losing a heart, an utterly terrifying thought. Now, Konoha had produced another such figure. Was Konoha village a treasure trove of fortune? While clutching his heart during the retreat, Kisame internally cursed. Sasori, having sacrificed his tail for survival, quietly slipped away. Defeat came crashing down like a landslide. Kisame lamented. Why am I the only one injured? He watched as the clones of Minato Namikaze effortlessly crafted Rasengans, feeling utterly despondent. This is too much. Resigned, he lowered his weapon, contemplating how to escape. He would not concede so easily. The tumultuous winds continued to swirl. The battlefield, however, had become clear. In a brief span, Naruto had single-handedly turned the tide. Nara Shikaku, bearing a coal-black visage, gazed in awe at Naruto, while others recognized him as the fourth Hokage. Thus their shock was mitigated. Only he comprehended that this individual was Uzumaki Naruto. It was precisely this realization that rendered his astonishment profound. How old was Naruto? Just 5 years. reflecting on what he had accomplished at that age, merely boasting and asserting superiority over others. Then looking at Naruto now, he could not fathom it further. He withdrew his gaze, erasing the traces of battle from his face, and offered a wry smile. If he continued to ponder, his sanity might unravel. Fourth, you are alive. Welcome back, fourth Hokage. The crowd gathered around, expressing their concern and warmth, their faces glowing with victorious smiles. They had won. Even now, they found it hard to believe. Nearby, Hiruzen Sarutobi lay incapacitated, internally crumbling. He had done his utmost, with all his might, yet age rendered him ineffective, and he had nearly perished under the assault of several shadow clones wielding Razengans. Straining to turn his head, he looked at his longtime companion, who appeared to be on the brink of death. Observing the surroundings, Hiruzen's demeanor turned despondent. Death surrounded them, cries of anguish echoed everywhere. The stench of blood wafted in the wind, drifting into the distance, yet it could not dispel his inner sorrow. Defeated, utterly defeated. Huh. Cough, cough, cough. I am the third Hokage of Konoha, the sage of the ninja world, and a warrior. He wobbled to his feet, leaning on his staff, barely managing to stand. The staff revealed a pair of eyes, anxiously watching Hiruzen. Old friend, will you fight again? Yes. Hiruzen laughed heartily, his aged voice resonating across the battlefield. The jubilant crowd turned to him. Naruto stepped forward, silently observing Hiruzen, gazing at the forlorn figure before him. The expressions of those led by Nara Shikaku were complex. Was there hatred? Indeed. If not for him, many bizarre occurrences in Konoha would never have transpired. He was well aware of this. As Hokage, having served in that capacity for so many years, he would have needed some means to retain such a position. However, throughout his tenure, he had accomplished many deeds, receiving both praise and condemnation. In that position, there are no purely good or purely evil figures. Observing the pitiable elder before him, the group, led by Shikaku, remained silently watchful. Naruto approached, standing resolutely before Hiruzen. Minato, you truly are remarkable. Cough, cough, cough. I regret any harm done to Naruto. My previous strategies were also to protect him. I know. Perhaps you believe you have treated him well, fulfilling all your obligations. But have you ever pondered this? Naruto paused, inquiring, is this what Minato Namikaze wished to see? Is this what the Uzumaki clan desired? Or rather, is this the life I aspire to? The somber tone caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils to constrict sharply. Boom. Something within his mind exploded. Bits of information and scenes interlinked. An astonishing revelation surfaced. The individual before him was none other than Uzumaki Naruto. Excellent. 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 Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily, a mixture of relief, hatred, and complexity reflected in his gaze towards Naruto. Ultimately, his expression settled into an impassive calm. Raising his golden staff, he struck it forcefully towards Naruto. I, the third Hokage of Konohagakure, can only perish on the path of protecting the village. A roar echoed. Boom. Chapter 62, the finale, a crucial moment approaches. Out of respect for this elder, and to ensure he departs with dignity, Naruto held nothing back. Observing the still-standing figure, the staff transformed from the Monkey King supported him. His eyes held relief, shock, reluctance, and a sense of unwillingness. In the end, he closed his eyes in resignation. Thus, the era of the third Hokage concluded, and his successor would be Uzumaki Naruto. Danzo ha. Ha ha. He could no longer articulate words. He had heard Naruto's final declarations. Ironically, they had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by a mere 5-year-old child. Their defeat was deserved. Slowly raising his hand, Danzo's expression twisted as he struggled, his arm wavering as if attempting to seize something, yet it remained futile. Old fools, the Hokage position. I am unwilling to concede. Boom. His arm crashed heavily to the ground. This ambitious man, this scapegoat, concluded his brilliant life. Clean up the battlefield. Naruto's voice was calm, yet it resonated with authority in the ears of others. In this war, they witnessed what true strength entailed. Those who had never seen the first Hokage in action finally comprehended what it meant to be a battlefield bulldozer. A new dawn began. Nara Shikaku washed his face as the crowd below commenced the cleanup. The high-ranking officials gradually gathered in the Hokage's office. Victorious, yet aware that a long road lay ahead. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya regarded Minato Namikaze with a complex expression. Who are you? I am Minato Namikaze. You cannot deceive us. Perhaps many were misled momentarily, but the astute will quickly regain their senses. You shall soon understand. Before long, amid Jiraiya's anxious emotions, Nara Shikaku and others arrived in succession. Excellent, everyone is here. These are the senior officials. We will need to work together in the future. Naruto paused, smiling as he remarked, I hope we can collaborate harmoniously. Hearty laughter ensued, albeit with an awkwardness. We are all in the same boat, and with your strength, how could we dare not collaborate? I am easy to negotiate with. In essence, we shall all benefit, but do not engage in duplicity with me. The Hokage is merely a stepping stone. At that moment, Naruto unveiled his true ambition. Many felt a tremor within, falling silent. Since we are all collaborators, all in the same boat, there is something I must confess. Naruto swayed slightly, revealing his true form. Uzumaki Naruto? Everyone present, except for Nara Shikaku, stood in stunned silence. Shock and horror gripped them as they gazed at Naruto, a diminutive figure exuding extraordinary poise. How could it be you? Jiraiya's voice cracked, his finger trembling as it pointed at Naruto. What the hell? What is happening? Jiraiya slapped his thigh, realization dawning upon him. Previously, he recognized Naruto's strength, but assumed someone was aiding him from behind. When Minato appeared, he felt a moment of disorientation. Naruto's candidness now unraveled everything. What of the Rinnegan? What of the mysterious figures? All were but Naruto's ruses. Shadow clone technique? Transformation technique? Hiss. Jiraiya staggered back a few steps. His voice dry. You have actually improved the shadow clone and transformation techniques. A monster indeed. No wonder the truth was so close. Yet the third Hokage and the others remained oblivious. Besides Nara Shikaku's efforts, the primary reason lay here. The others were not fools. At this moment, they too comprehended. Gazing at Naruto in astonishment. A youthful visage, formidable strength, an astonishing strategy. These few exchanged glances, sensing a resemblance to a colossal Sarutobi Hiruzen. Would their lives henceforth be overshadowed? A smile graced Naruto's lips as he awaited their digestion of this earth-shattering secret before continuing. Now, it is time for the benefits to be distributed. Naruto, known for his straightforwardness, directed his gaze towards the still reeling Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku jolted, looking at Naruto with reverence. From this moment forth, the Uchiha clan would continue to serve as the guard while also stepping into the power center of Konoha. In essence, everything would be dictated by strength. The positions of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi would remain unchanged. As for the Hyuga clan, no need to hide their talents. Let them exert their strength. Understood. The group nodded in unison, devoid of dissent. Konoha, being a village, did not have an abundance of positions. Presently, they had all received satisfactory answers. Furthermore, I intend to adopt a more laid-back approach. Huh. The group stared at Naruto, perplexed by his meaning. This implies that at this stage, Konoha requires development, and I too must take the time to settle. Henceforth, Minato Namikaze will remain in the Hokage's office while Naruto continues his studies, preparing for the future. Devious. Quite devious. The group gazed at Naruto, speechless. With such immense strength, he still harbored such cunning. What was his intention? Do not underestimate the tempests of this world. Naruto smiled meaningfully. The future held immense challenges for them. That mere Nine-Tails mode may seem formidable now, but in the future, it would scarcely suffice. I must grow even stronger. Naruto chuckled lightly. Nara Shikaku felt a sense of urgency within. If Naruto, at present, needed to conceal his capabilities, how formidable must their enemies be? Is this still the shinobi world they once knew? One final piece of good news. Naruto raised his hand, grasping at the void, and a series of burlap sacks materialized in the Hokage's office. What is this? The group looked on with curiosity. It has arrived. Nara Shikaku and Uchiha Fugaku wore expressions of excitement. Only they understood that this was the true treasure, the greatest benefit for which they were willing to risk alongside Naruto. These are some fruits and vegetables I cultivated. Please help yourselves. For specifics, you may inquire with Nara Shikaku and Uchiha Fugaku. Nine-Tails, these are clearly my crops. Do not concern yourself. We are one body. Yours are mine, and mine remain mine. Nine-Tails, I have something to say that has been lodged in my throat. I must express it. Meanwhile, Hinata Hizashi and others had already grasped the significance of these fruits and vegetables, casting incredulous glances at Naruto. Hiss, if this is genuine, would not the strength of their shinobi village continuously rise? At that point, who would dare to oppose them? This rebellion had indeed been fortuitous. Jiraiya observed the group mumbling, scratching his head in curiosity. He too yearned to know the true nature of these fruits and vegetables. What expressions are these? Nara Shikaku and Naruto exchanged a knowing smile. The meeting concludes here for today, but there remains a matter of utmost importance. A solemn air envelopes the room as everyone observes Naruto's expression turn grave. Standing at the window, he realizes that the moment he has awaited has finally arrived. In Chapter 63, Deep Sea Thunder, sweeping through the ninja world, he declares, "It is time to reveal my identity and the experiences I have endured. A true warrior never laments their circumstances. Now is the moment to prove myself and initiate a thorough cleansing." Nara Shikaku and the others regard him with solemnity. They understand that this moment heralds a dark epoch for many in Konoha village. Most of the ninjas who bore animosity towards him have been vanquished in battle, leaving only a few insignificant adversaries. As for the ordinary citizens, should they be purged, Konoha's population would dwindle significantly. No worries, Naruto gestures dismissively. What is Konoha? It is the embodiment of military strength in the land of fire. There will always be people drawn here. Why fear a lack of inhabitants? The villagers are predominantly newcomers. While in the village's early days, it was established by ninja clans. Even the common folk are essentially part of these clans. The remaining populace consists of those who have gradually migrated. Although a cleansing has taken place, he believes it won't be long before Konoha's population increases again, provided that opportunities are opened. Gazing out the window, Naruto smirks coldly. As for those who harbored deeper animosity towards him, he had already dispatched them with Rasengan during the battle, leaving them with virtually no chance of survival. Since they are enemies, there is no need for mercy. As for the common people, one of the ninja rules prohibits harming them. Apologies. The strong dictate the rules. He is now the unequivocal leader of Konoha. What if the foreign ninjas are dissatisfied? Come, if you dare to step foot in Konoha and challenge me, I will respect you as a true warrior. Congratulations to you. Hinata's family. After their discussion, the group departed with camaraderie. On the way, Nara Shikaku and the others respectfully bowed to Hinata Hayashi, their faces full of envy. Hayashi, however, wore a dark expression. While he acknowledged Naruto's strength, the fact that Hinata was being nurtured by him left him with an unsettling feeling, as if she had been lured away by a blonde-haired rival. Even with Naruto's undeniable excellence, he felt a twinge of discomfort. It's fine. They are merely friends, just children. How could there be any such thoughts? Hayashi reassured himself. We shall see what the future holds. For now, Konoha has many pressing matters, and he can afford to let it go. By the way, there is another concern. Uchiha Fugaka hesitated for a moment. Patting Nara Shikaku's shoulder, he whispered, "The remains of the third Hokage should be interred with the highest honors. Death extinguishes the light of life, and they have served Konoha. There is no need for petty actions." Nara Shikaku recollected Naruto's words. It can only be said that his vision is commendable. It is rare for someone as young as Naruto to possess such strength and capability. He is a born leader. No, he still entertains thoughts of doing nothing. This is unacceptable. Nara Shikaku pondered deeply, believing he must encourage Naruto to rise to the occasion. With so many matters concerning Konoha, he cannot remain idle. Before long, news spread among the informed, leaving them collectively shocked into silence. Minato Namikaze, the Golden Flash, the tragedy of the third Hokage, clans betraying. Each revelation struck them like thunder, leaving their hearts in turmoil. The Mizukage and Reikage, among others, gripped their intelligence reports with grave expressions. Had Hiruzen Sarutobi still been alive, they would not be so concerned. However, they now faced a pressing issue, the strength of Konoha. Despite the current turmoil, it may appear weakened, yet that is not the case. One need only consider Minato Namikaze to understand the headache he presents. Furthermore, the return of the Uchiha clan and the rise of the Hyuga clan means that these families are now more formidable than ever, united as one. Bang! Kakashi, preparing to return from a mission, received the news, and his expression changed dramatically. The scroll he held slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. Staring vacantly into the distance, he murmured, "How could such a thing happen? Sensei, is that truly you?" He rubbed his eyes, his demeanor calm. He was no longer the despondent figure he once was. This matter was shrouded in mystery, and he was determined to uncover the truth. "Obito Uchiha, wait for me." My lord, we are in grave trouble." Ino rushed into the gambling den, pulling Tsunade, who was engrossed in a game, out forcefully. "What on earth is happening?" "Ino, did I not say to wait for my return? A great calamity has occurred." "What calamity could be so dire?" Tsunade rolled her eyes, crossing her arms. She glanced around, then lowered her gaze. Tsunade silently dropped her arms. The third Hokage has died. Dead. Tsunade frowned, then waved her hand dismissively at his age. Death is not surprising. But who will take the mantle of Hokage? Surely not that old man Danzo. He has also perished. What is going on? Tsunade's intuition began to stir. One death is manageable. How could two vital figures die simultaneously? The news claimed that the fourth Hokage, alongside the Uchiha clan, had betrayed and killed the third Hokage and Danzo. What? Are you joking? Tsunade was taken aback. Wasn't the fourth already in his grave? Moreover, even if they did betray, are the people of Konoha so inept? Not only them, but also the Inuzuka, Nara, and Hyuga clans have turned traitor. Many clans have chosen to remain passive and unresponsive. This old man has been Hokage for so many years and has truly failed. Tsunade sighed. Regardless, this matter does not concern me. With that, she slipped back into the gambling den. Ino stood speechless, stamping her foot in frustration. If the adults are indifferent, why should she worry? In any case, Konoha once again made headlines, and the fervor remained high. Yet, this had little bearing on Naruto, who was currently reveling with a grin stretching across his face. The Ninetales remarked, "The crooked-mouthed war god, is it? Your mouth is crooked too." Together, they observed the transformation of their surroundings. As Naruto inadvertently assumed the role of Hokage, the space around him began to expand. Remarkably, it stretched to twice its previous size. What does this signify? It implies the potential to cultivate more resources, including poultry and fish. It seems this place is closely tied to one's status. Could he still entertain notions of idleness? What you say implies that I became Hokage merely to toil endlessly. I only need to provide them with good resources and under the lure of benefits. They shall naturally report to me. I merely need to maintain my position. Naruto stated cheerfully as he sipped from a fountain of spiritual water and splashed some on his face. The Ninetales fell silent. Indeed, it appears to be true. By the way, we seem to have entered a misconception. What misconception? The Sage Mode. The Ninetales regarded Naruto earnestly. I believe we may not need to create it ourselves. You can achieve it now. Naruto paused, listening intently. Aren't you skilled in transformation techniques? I remember you mentioned Jiraiya could enter Sage Mode. Perhaps you should give it a try. Of course, Naruto exclaimed, as if struck by enlightenment, slapping his thigh. How could I have forgotten about this? Perhaps too many recent events have clouded my mind? The Ninetales cautiously suggested. You were distracted and overlooked it. You are absolutely right. Naruto nodded decisively, affirming that he had not forgotten due to a moment of absent-mindedness. The Ninetales chuckled and remarked, who else but Jiraiya could do that? I recall Orochimaru has some proficiency as well, and Tsunade should too, although I lack specific intelligence on that. Naruto shook his head, sitting down in contemplation. When it came to transformation techniques, he realized he could morph into many forms, including the Great Toad Sage or the Deep Meaning Sage alongside Shima. He pondered whether transforming into a toad could grant him access to the training methods of Sage Mode. It was worth a try. With a spark of determination in his eyes, he stood up and declared, Transformation Technique. Transform. In the next moment, a vividly animated and somewhat lecherous Jiraiya appeared before the Ninetales, even playfully lifting the Ninetales' chin and grinning. Hey, Fox Spirit, show me a beautiful woman. Get lost. The Ninetales snapped, its expression darkening as it swatted Naruto's hand away. Unfazed, Naruto focused intently. This indeed was Sage Mode. He understood how to cultivate it. Yet despite this knowledge, he hesitated to proceed. He returned to reality, and, noticing the Ninetales' expectant gaze, Naruto offered a wry smile and shook his head. It still needs refinement. That's still commendable. I trust you, but why isn't it feasible? Because the natural energy is saturated with something peculiar, Naruto explained. It's akin to a pot of porridge tainted by mouse droppings. Could you not choose such a disgusting analogy? The Ninetales retorted, disregarding Naruto's critique. Naruto continued. Perhaps the three great sage habitats are in unique zones, rich in natural energy, and the assistance from the indigenous inhabitants minimizes this threat. However, Naruto shook his head. Even so, among 10 practitioners of Sage Mode, only 1 or 2 might succeed, which is already remarkable. Nonetheless, it's not a significant issue. He shifted his tone, picking up a carrot and confidently stating, this is brimming with natural energy and is entirely harmless. If we can ascertain the proper methodology for utilizing Sage Mode, we will undoubtedly make use of this. Indeed, I rely on you for this. The Ninetales clapped its paws together. You exhibit a surprising amount of confidence in me. Of course, the Nine-Tails tail flicked playfully. You should understand my confidence, you creature. Naruto contemplated the carrot deeply, prompting the Nine-Tails to ask, what mischief are you concocting? Do you truly perceive me as such? Isn't it so? The Nine-Tails scoffed. Then tell me, has anyone ever escaped misfortune when you were that expression? Let's set aside sage mode for now. Don't you find the three great sage habitats perilous? What do you mean? They are too enigmatic, too exalted, don't you think? Naruto calmly illustrated three mountains, stating, take Mayaboka Mountain for instance. Jiraiya was led around by the nose there. The destined one? Doesn't that seem ethereal? Consider this. Do you know anyone from the ninja world who doubts Mayaboka Mountain's reliability? A mere word from there can inspire immense trust. That speaks volumes. The Nine-Tails scratched its head, puzzled by Naruto's intentions. You see, once I acquire sufficient strength, this information will inevitably be disseminated, though not excessively. The Nine-Tails nodded in agreement. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. If it spreads too much, it will certainly leak out. Even you cannot alter this, unless you share very little. With a wry smile, Naruto suggested, what if I said these sacred places could cultivate such items? What do you think would be the outcome? The Nine-Tails stared at Naruto in horror. You must be a devil. So ruthless. Never underestimate humanity's reactions driven by greed. Even I find this to be a precious commodity. If such news were to circulate, even if the sacred sites were currently undiscoverable, those driven by madness would seek them out. Once those sacred sites remain in the ninja realm, they would be unable to hide. You hold on to grudges? The Nine-Tails stared at Naruto, feeling a sense of exasperation. Naruto shook his head, smiling silently. Grudges? Pettiness. It matters not. In a state of carefree abandon, I will be invincible. Even foes from the heavens will falter before me. Only then can I truly let go. Should he succeed in the future, the three great sage habitats would become his primary targets. To avoid being targeted, they must obediently align with him. Only those who are kin can receive the gentle winds of spring from him. Returning to the matter at hand, Naruto began discussing with the Nine-Tails how to transform the land before them. His very foundation lay here. Everything else was trivial. The energy within vegetables was ultimately limited. The Nine-Tails had designated a section for cultivating medicinal herbs, noting that the potency of these herbs would only intensify with time. For now, let us plant them and see. We could carve out a spiritual pond in the center for fish, and those little crayfish you mentioned, the Nine-Tails suggested. On the side, I plan to build a fence for chickens, ducks, geese, and even cows. We could raise pigs, too. Naruto stroked his chin, nodding in approval of the Nine-Tails' ideas. He was unbothered by any unpleasant odors. This space had an automatic filtration system. Any odor would dissipate upon creation. If we placed this in a restroom, it would be miraculous. So, make haste and procure some for me. I will accept all eggs, be they from chickens or ducks. The Nine-Tails exclaimed in desperation. I want to eat. Coughing, Naruto stifled a laugh at the sight of the Nine-Tails, transformed completely. One could only wonder what the other tailed beasts would think of the current Nine-Tails. Konoha village was bustling with activity, proceeding in an orderly manner. The operations of the Ninja Academy were not significantly hindered. Many students continued their education, albeit with fewer familiar faces. The atmosphere still bore a hint of oppression, yet it also brimmed with vitality. Take Uchiha Sasuke, for instance. He had grown even prouder. Naruto, in a state of ennui, engaged in casual conversation with Hinata over noodles and bantered with Shikamaru. With the absence of those annoying flies, everything seemed remarkably pleasant. The detestable Minato Namikaze. After bringing Obito and others back to the Akatsuki, he reported the news, leaving Nagato astounded. So powerful, can my Rinnegan even compete? We must expand our ranks, Obito, still recuperating and bedridden, sighed solemnly. Obito, peering at him, asked curiously, what do you mean? One of my clones has already gone to recruit these individuals. Really? Who? Obito inquired. Are they seeking revenge? Asuma Sarutobi? Chapter 65. The Old Village Returns. Who are you? Asuma Sarutobi looked at the strange figure before him. A creature neither human nor ghost. With a cold glance, he scoffed. It seems every Tom, Dick, and Harry is trying to recruit me. Do you truly think my heart harbors such great anger? Obito was taken aback. Something's off. Asuma's demeanor was entirely uncharacteristic. Narrowing his eyes, Obito scrutinized him, pondering for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion. Why did he appear so calm, so unperturbed? There was no trace of hatred, only a sense of melancholy. Leave. Trash. Asuma Sarutobi coldly warned, do not compel me to take action. Obito's expression darkened. He had indeed failed, realizing the futility of his efforts. He cast one last lingering look at Asuma before departing silently. With a snap, he lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke that enveloped him. As he slowly sheathed his weapon, uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Who was this man? He had barely restrained himself from striking out, if not for various considerations. He would have shown no mercy just now. Asuma. Suddenly, at that moment, Might Guy's rough voice echoed. Before long, Might Guy approached and took a seat in front of him. Kai, recently, many have come to seek you out. The two fell silent. Might Guy scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Don't you harbor any hatred? Hatred for what? The fourth Hokage? Asuma Sarutobi smiled wryly, setting aside the fate of a ninja. The fact that my father showed little concern for Naruto's decisions has rendered today's events inevitable. Moreover, he died valiantly in battle and received the highest honors and burial. What more could I desire? The distinction between dying from being manipulated and dying fighting until the last moment is significant. His legacy will undoubtedly be esteemed. Thus, he had no grievances. Although Asuma felt immense resentment at that moment, he pondered, could this change anything? The most pressing concern was Konoha. He remained in the Hidden Leaf Village, likely unable to escape. Revenge? Would he risk Konohamaru's life? He wasn't afflicted with such madness. He knew that Minato Namikaze, regardless of his motives, would never act recklessly toward the Sarutobi clan. Perhaps I will return, or perhaps I shall spend my life guarding the village here. Kai, please look after Konohamaru. All right. After a brief silence, Might Guy nodded emphatically. The plan has failed, Zetsu remarked, his expression dark and filled with confusion. That was your father. Aren't you seeking revenge? It seemed they could only recruit others now. Obito Uchiha revealed a sly smile. I have a candidate in mind. With a bit of nurturing, he could be quite impressive. The key is that he also has a promising child. Who? Zabuza Momochi. It's him. Zetsu's heart stirred, deep in thought. Zabuza indeed possessed considerable strength, likely at the level of an elite jonin. And that child with the unique bloodline was certainly worth attempting. All right. The task of recruiting him falls to me. There are a few more. Obito and Zetsu began to strategize, planning to enhance the strength of the Akatsuki organization. The pressure Naruto exerted was immense. To capture the tailed beasts, they would need to proceed with caution. Also, keep a close watch on the Hidden Leaf Village. I have a nagging suspicion that Minato Namikaze is not who he appears to be. Lying on his bed, Obito covered his face and coldly stated, I always have this feeling that he is an imposter. The primary issues were the Nine Tails and the Flying Thunder God technique. Intelligence. Despite our extensive preparations, we still lost. The crux of the issue lay in our lack of information. Obito reflected deeply. Their defeat stemmed from insufficient intelligence. If Nagato had joined them this time, the outcome would have been different. I understand. We must exercise even greater caution next time. Zetsu also felt that this failure was too significant. However, one setback was not catastrophic. The foundation of the Akatsuki remained intact. Not a big deal. Here, these are for you, chicken and duck eggs. I also brought some chickens, ducks, and geese, and even a few calves. They are over there. You can take them whenever you want. The Nine Tails, engrossed in painting, brightened at the mention of eggs. Go fetch them quickly. I want to hatch the eggs and raise chickens and ducks. No need to rush. Naruto chuckled inwardly. When had the Nine Tails ever been this eager? Clearly, it was keen to taste the culinary delights that awaited. It's late now. We can discuss this in the morning. After a moment's thought, Naruto looked at Nara Shikaku and nodded, understood. He set down his pen and walked to the window. At that moment, the moonlight shone brightly, and the stars twinkled. Before him lay a sea of lights from countless homes. On the streets, Uchiha and Hyuga ninjas walked arm in arm, chatting and laughing. Nearby, the Inuzuka clan gathered to converse. Not far away, Yamato led a group of workers repairing the damage from the recent battle. Everything appeared orderly and harmonious. Nara Shikaku approached Naruto, gazing at the scene before them, and remarked softly, the village of old has returned. The village of old? Yes, the village of old. Nara Shikaku reflected. Though I did not experience it firsthand, I grew up hearing about it. He pointed outside, smiling as he spoke, when the first Hokage was still around. When Uchiha Madara was present, the village was likely like this, harmonious, carefree, filled with laughter. Although there were many ninja clans, they did not regard each other with suspicion. Instead, they became friends. That is what a healthy village looks like. Narashikaku cast a deep glance at Naruto. He suddenly felt grateful for the decision he had made. Perhaps they were not as strong as in the days of the first Hokage, but there was a glimmer of hope. He believed that if things continued this way, it wouldn't be long before prosperity would once again flourish. All of this is thanks to you. Don't pin that on me. My intentions are not pure. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. The position of Hokage is merely a starting point. My motives are anything but pure. Narashikaku smirked. You are quite sincere. Nine Tails. This scene is splendid. Make sure to capture it in your drawing. I don't know you. A memento means little to you. You surely want future generations to praise you. So, will you draw it or not? I will draw it. It is essential. The Nine Tails schemed. I want to include both myself and Naruto in the drawing. Yes, I will portray myself standing on Naruto's shoulder, gazing out through the window at the sea of lights. This will be the turning point for my fame. Ah ha ha ha. Wait a moment. Suddenly, the Nine Tails was astonished to see several small saplings breaking through the soil. Seeing this, it could not help but exclaim, Naruto, a few strange saplings have sprouted. What? Naruto, who had been chatting with Narashikaku, was taken aback, a surge of joy swelling in his heart. The hanging wall could advance further. I'm coming. With a thought, his consciousness plunged into the space. Chapter 66. Jiraiya's Dread. Let me see what has grown this time. Upon entering the internal space, Naruto spotted 3 saplings standing tall in the wind, radiating brilliance, while the Nine Tails lay nearby, curiously observing. It still could not comprehend the purpose of these saplings. However, Naruto was quite attentive to them. They must be something extraordinary. 3 saplings. Naruto exclaimed in surprise, shoving the obstructive Nine Tails aside and grinning broadly at the saplings. Damn. Humanity is devoid of love. Body flicker technique. Breakthrough to the extreme can traverse space. My goodness. Naruto gasped. The first sapling brought him such immense delight. He had little expectation for the remaining 2. Good things are indeed welcome, but their absence would not be a loss. After caressing the second sapling, he read, Shadow Clone Technique. Evolved to the extreme can inherit 80% of the original strength and is less prone to destruction. Oh, this ability is also quite decent. It compensates for the Shadow Clone Technique's inherent frailty. When that time comes, he could truly become an army of one. His transformation technique? Forget it. I shouldn't overreach, but it's somewhat similar. Overall, reaching such a level could indeed be deemed invincible. Naruto held no illusions. This growth was exceedingly arduous. Even his transformation technique had only yielded minimal benefits thus far. The wait for its maturation felt overwhelmingly difficult. Sage Mode grows to the extreme. Can draw natural energy into the body. Am I seeing this correctly? Naruto suddenly leaped up. Drawing natural energy into the body? Was this what he had in mind? Cultivating immortality? Ha! Naruto placed his hands on his hips and laughed joyously. Yet soon, he felt disheartened. This was also quite challenging. There is always hope. Naruto could only comfort himself with this thought. The Sage Mode was an unexpected delight. Even if he did not reach its pinnacle, the growth of his abilities would still yield considerable benefits. What I lack now is time. Rising to his feet, Naruto chose to shift his focus. For what he needed most was patience, leaving the rest to the passage of time. Of course, this was not an excuse for idleness. Training was still imperative. I'm heading out now. I leave this space in your capable hands. Rest assured, I shall manage it with meticulous care. With a gesture of approval towards the proud Nine Tails, Naruto felt at ease. The Nine Tails was indeed reliable, showing great interest in everything at present. As Naruto's consciousness returned, he heard Narashikaku's serious voice. Naruto, there is something you must be mindful of. The daimyo is on his way here. The daimyo, indeed. Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded, gazing out into the night breeze with a gentle smile. The daimyo? Would I be intimidated by him? Yet, the presence of the daimyo was undeniably a concern. Since his defection, the tacit understanding between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Fire Country daimyo had effectively dissipated. Whether the daimyo's visit would bring fortune or misfortune remained uncertain. Moreover, this daimyo was exceptionally bold, showing no fear of potential repercussions. A misstep could lead to considerable trouble. Narashikaku rubbed his temples, explaining, the daimyo is, after all, the supreme leader of the Fire Country. If he were to target us, it would be remarkably simple. The most direct approach would be to sever our financial resources and cut off our avenues of support. Naruto's eyes flickered with understanding. Despite the strength of the Hidden Leaf Village, it remained merely a village. If the daimyo truly wished to undermine them, he could easily blockade all entrances and exits, leading to widespread discontent in no time. This tactic was indeed swift and ruthless. Naruto nodded, unperturbed, and chuckled softly. In the face of absolute power, all resistance becomes futile. Nara Shikaku tilted his head, and under his curious gaze, Naruto whispered, "Do you think I would be afraid? My inactivity is simply due to unpreparedness. However, if chaos were to arise, I would not cower." "You madman." Nara Shikaku's lips twitched. He conceded that Naruto had the audacity to act recklessly. They had all witnessed Naruto's formidable strength, which could only be described as terrifying. Some even compared it to the first Hokage. Such power could indeed push through any opposition. Yet, Naruto refrained from taking further action, which only suggested one thing: there would be even stronger adversaries in the future. Taking a deep breath, Nara Shikaku felt a sense of relief. His restraint stemmed from a desire to avoid being ensnared in the vortex of war. Could Naruto not contend with them? Managing a nation was no simple task, and the Hidden Leaf Village was only beginning to stabilize. Haste would yield no reward. Should he act rashly, it might trigger a chain reaction. No more talk. Let the daimyo come. Once he arrives, we shall understand his intentions. Very well. I shall take my leave. Nara Shikaku smiled. I still need to deal with Jiraiya. He must be quite impatient by now. Indeed, after so many days, he is eager to learn the uses of those vegetables. Perhaps the Hidden Leaf Village is about to gain another formidable ally. You're back. At home. As Nara Shikaku stepped through the door, Jiraiya sprang forth, his gaze intense as he fixed it upon Nara Shikaku. Observing this, Nara Shikaku chuckled lightly. No need to rush. Let us have a late-night snack. Jiraiya's eyes flickered, calming himself. Indeed, he had been overly anxious. His curiosity was piqued. Why did everyone fall silent after their return? It was merely some vegetables. Could there be a secret hidden within? As the dishes were served, Jiraiya, under Nara Shikaku's teasing gaze, took a bite. Delicious. A wondrous energy surged through him. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment, leaping into the air, his voice trembling. Natural energy. This is impossible. Such pure natural energy existed in the world? Most crucially, this energy bore no side effects. How could this be? What on earth was this? Jiraiya looked towards Nara Shikaku with difficulty, his eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of fear he was unaware of. What did this natural energy represent? He could not help but ponder. As a legendary Sannin, he was far from foolish. Observing Nara Shikaku's profound expression, Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine. Wait. Natural energy, Kanai, flying thunder god technique, Sage Mode. Suddenly, he recalled Naruto's pursuit of Sage Mode and the refusal of the great Toad Sage. What would the repercussions of that refusal entail? In the past, he would have said none. Most powerful ninjas sought Sage Mode, and the three Holy Lands maintained a policy of exclusivity. But this time, inexplicably, Jiraiya sensed that Mount Myaboku had miscalculated. There was a significant possibility that it had gone awry. A cascade of information linked together, a profound panic surged within him. He envisioned a terrifying possibility. Could Naruto's character inflict significant damage upon Mount Myaboku? Observing Naruto now, he possessed that capability. This was bad. It truly seemed catastrophic. He needed to issue a warning. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya suppressed his growing agitation. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? Not even the great Toad Sage likely anticipated this. A sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Indeed, it appeared that it would unfold this way. Yet Naruto might very well be the fabled child of destiny, the boy frolicking with tailed beasts. It seemed he had indeed found them, but the developments were entirely unforeseen. Rather than forging friendly relations, it appeared to have turned adversarial. For now, it was best to consider how to remedy the situation. Sighing, Jiraiya resolved to make another visit to Mount Myaboku when time permitted. What on earth was happening? Vibrant vitality. When the daimyo once more arrived at the Hidden Leaf Village, he was astonished to discover several differences. The oppressive atmosphere had dissipated. Instead, a sense of positivity and vitality flourished. It was akin to an ancient tree, once withered, now rejuvenated with life. Wave Wind Watergate, the fourth Hokage. Retrieving a newspaper from a nearby kiosk, the daimyo squinted at the headlines. It detailed the unjust treatment Naruto had endured over the years. Hidden Leaf Fort? What could that be? The daimyo felt puzzled, but upon closer inspection, the descriptions elicited a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was indeed apartment. Yet, it appeared these individuals had engaged in some rather unscrupulous behavior. The daimyo stroked his chin pensively. In truth, he had little influence over the affairs of the Hidden Leaf Village. The matters of ninjas were inherently different from those of ordinary people, especially in the case of the Hidden Leaf Village. While they represented the military might of the Fire Country, they maintained a cooperative relationship as well. There was no denying that the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village were exceptionally formidable. Nevertheless, nominally, the Hidden Leaf Village still owed allegiance to the Fire Country and its daimyo. Yuan Fei, that old rascal, at least he died a hero's death, not too shabby. Let me see what this fourth Hokage intends to do now. The daimyo tucked away his folding fan and strolled leisurely towards the Hokage's office. Watergate. Long time no see. In the office, Naruto and the daimyo sat across from one another, sipping tea. The daimyo raised his cup, smiling broadly. Could you enlighten me on how you managed to come back to life? Come back to life? I was never dead. Naruto shook his head, earnestly stating, I may have appeared lifeless at the time, but in reality, my soul was locked in a duel with the Shinigami. Shinigami? The daimyo was taken aback. Beside him, Narashikaku wore a peculiar expression. Nonsense. Where would a Shinigami come from? Even if there were one, your father would surely have been devoured. Kaibai, for reasons unknown. He felt an uncanny certainty that Naruto spoke the truth. Could it be that Minato Namikaze is currently engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the Grim Reaper? So, did you emerge victorious? Verily, my soul has returned, only to discover that I have been buried. Naruto sighed, reflecting, time holds no sway in training. It scarcely felt like any duration had passed, yet upon my return, I found that 5 or 6 years had elapsed. Impressive. The daimyo's expression turned grave, realizing he had been tricked. The affairs of ninjas are often peculiar. Even the Pure Land allows for transient returns. Grim Reapers? Evil deities abound. Nothing remarkable about that. If anything is extraordinary, it is this Minato Namikaze before me. Having been dead for 5 or 6 years, his body shows no signs of decay. The method of corpse preservation in Konoha is rather remarkable. I must ensure to employ it upon my demise, so that future generations may admire my grandeur. The daimyo mused internally, feeling a surge of excitement. Who wouldn't desire to remain uncorrupted for a millennium? After all, he is a daimyo and must maintain such stature. How shall I put it? You have been somewhat hasty this time. However, it seems that Konoha thrives under your stewardship, so you shall be the next Hokage. A smile graced the daimyo's lips. After all, you have previously held the title of Hokage. It should be a simple task for you. Quite so, Naruto's smile radiated sincerity. The daimyo's grin deepened in authenticity. They exchanged a glance, bursting into laughter. The daimyo raised his cup, to tea, together. After taking a sip, he cast a sidelong glance, inwardly lamenting, my goodness. To be able to escape the clutches of the Grim Reaper. This individual is truly remarkable. I must tread carefully. I hope he refrains from causing chaos. The previous rebellion's intelligence was impossible to conceal. Naturally, the daimyo received the news. He could only conclude, it is a formidable foe. Indeed, since he is not one to be trifled with, let us cooperate for mutual benefit. As for the future, we shall address that in due time. Minato Namikaze is a gentle soul, devoid of ambition akin to the first Hokage. Perhaps he could be of use to me, even if his aspirations swell in the future. That is a matter for another day. At that point, would anyone be able to stop him? The daimyo held an open mind. If he cannot be halted, neither can others. Thus, it becomes a fair exchange. Ultimately, we may all meet our end together. This is preferable to facing doom alone, and thus he reached a resolution. Henceforth, the gathering was filled with merriment. Kaibai, all foxes, they appear utterly repugnant. Wait, no, I should say they are all mountain spirits and demons, looking frightful. Foxes? How delightful. Kaibai shook its head, suddenly feeling a stirring within its belly. It glanced down, pawing at its abdomen, its eyes shimmering with excitement. They have hatched. My little treasures. Grow quickly. I wish to devour you. Slurp. They must be delicious. With a flick of its tongue, Kaibai began to envision the culinary delights. Its gaze turned towards the nearby pen, surrounded by a railing, where it occasionally tossed vegetables into the pigsty. As for the cattle shed, it had long since planted ample grass. The grass grew rapidly, sufficient for the cows to feast upon, devouring it repeatedly. Calf, Mom and Dad, I am so happy. This is a paradise. There is so much grass that we cannot finish it, and it is delicious, though we must work. That creature with the multitude of tails looks quite terrifying. He. Kaibai cackled. Only through movement will the flavor of the beef become exquisite. Moreover, they can breed, and with offspring, they can till the land, yielding delightful results. Everything is a treasure. And these pigs, Kaibai could hardly contain its anticipation. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, two weary travelers finally returned. We are back. Kakashi gazed at Konoha, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Kakashi, do not fret. You will understand once you see it, Guy reassured. Patting Kakashi's shoulder. Konoha is in need of capable individuals at this moment. I am aware, Kakashi nodded. The foundation of Konoha remains strong. Everything appears manageable. Conversely, Kakashi felt little sorrow regarding the deaths of the third Hokage and others. After all, his father's demise was undoubtedly intertwined with theirs. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, both Guy and Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld a statue erected at the entrance of Konoha. Chapter 68. Repent, Uchiha Obito. My heavens, this. Guy stammered, feeling his tongue twist. The scene before them was overwhelmingly shocking. Kakashi remained silent, gazing at the spectacle, feeling an inner collapse. What have they witnessed? At the entrance of Konoha, a statue had risen, depicting a couple embracing a child. The father exuded vigor, the mother radiated gentleness, and the child appeared newly born. Wailing vividly, before them knelt a figure, bowed low, deeply repenting. This was not the crux of the matter. The significance lay in the familiarity of the statues. Was that not Minato and Kushina holding Naruto, with the kneeling figure unmistakably Uchiha Obito? Kakashi's expression darkened. The impact of this scene weighed heavily upon him. Guy glanced at Kakashi, inhaling deeply, and solemnly stated, "The fourth would not act without reason. Let us approach and investigate before seeking him out." Agreed. Guy was startled by Kakashi's sudden exclamation. Turning to Kakashi, he noticed his single eye reddening, his voice strained. Clearly, this scene had profoundly affected him. They approached, intending to speak, when a passerby spat disdainfully onto the ground, casting a contemptuous glance at the kneeling statue. Subsequently, he respectfully bowed to Minato and Kushina before nonchalantly departing. Kakashi, Guy, what had they overlooked? Why did it seem that Uchiha Obito was now universally reviled? Ah, Kakashi, Guy, you have returned. The gatekeeper, Izumi, greeted them, reflecting, fortunately. You were on a mission outside the village. The last incident truly terrified me. What is happening here? Kakashi pointed at the statue. Izumi cast a sympathetic glance at Kakashi, whispering, what else could it be? The Ninetales incident was instigated by that rascal, Uchiha Obito. He even caused the deaths of the fourth's couple. Oh wait. The fourth has returned, but we shall not forgive him. Bah, what a piece of trash. No, that is too generous. Even trash has its uses. He is unworthy. Hearing such words again, Kakashi felt a wave of melancholy. What had his perseverance over the years amounted to? Weary, he rubbed his eyes, forcing a bitter smile. Let us go and see the teacher. Indeed, Guy silently stood by Kakashi's side. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, the daimyo had yet to depart. Daimyo, teacher. Naruto regarded the two returning companions with an enigmatic gaze, pondering, I believe the two of you could marry on the spot. Teacher. Kakashi scrutinized Naruto, a flicker of realization stirring within him. He is not a teacher. Who is he? Discreetly assessing the figure before him, Kakashi chose to remain silent. To discuss such matters now would be futile. He intended to investigate gradually. Guy bore no such concerns. He glanced at the daimyo, then at Naruto, subtly guiding Kakashi away while also submitting their recent mission report. Guy, with a heart of a fierce tiger and a keen sense for roses, suddenly recalled a task for Guy. Wait, Guy, there is a mission I need you to undertake. What mission? Konoha recently apprehended an individual. I need you to persuade him to join us. Who? Kisame Hashigaki. Might Guy, perplexed, inquired, who is this? Kakashi replied, goodness. It appears he is a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. Are you not concerned about such an overt recruitment? Could this not incite a war between our nations? Naruto offered a meaningful smile. The rivalry between Kisame Hashigaki and Might Guy was undeniable. Moreover, Kisame's unwavering commitment to the Akatsuki's mission, even at the cost of his life, was truly moving. Such a person, once he feels a sense of belonging, would undoubtedly make an exceptional subordinate. If he could be persuaded to join, it would be splendid. The intention behind sending Might Guy was to observe whether they might spark an unexpected synergy. Kakashi, once I finish my tasks, please come see me, Naruto instructed. Understood. The feudal lord, glancing at Naruto, waved his folding fan and smiled. Well, I shall take my leave. As for the financial matters of the Leaf Village, leave that to me. The feudal lord calculated quietly in his mind. Previously, he had restricted Hiruzen Sarutobi's finances, but now he could not afford to do so. The individual before him was formidable. It was wise to keep him pacified. Monetary concerns were trivial in comparison. He was adept at gauging people's motives. Thank you immensely, Naruto said as he shook hands with the feudal lord. Old fox, young fox. Upon the feudal lord's departure from the Hokage's office, both men harbored similar thoughts. The feudal lord glanced back and shook his head. The future, perhaps, belonged to this man. Within a brief span, he had discerned Naruto's essence. He was a laid-back individual with grand ambitions. Contradictory? Not at all. As long as he could attain invincibility, followers would naturally gravitate toward him. Furthermore, his attitude toward Shikaka Nara made it clear that Minato Namikaze possessed sufficient interests to bind them together. Alas, the future looked challenging. The feudal lord departed, hands clasped behind his back. Damn it, damn it. Aw, this is infuriating. In the land of rain, Obito Uchiha received the news from Zetsu and nearly fell into despair. Even Nagato and Konan trembled, astounded by Naruto's audacious maneuver to kill and wound the heart. This act had firmly affixed Obito to the pillar of historical shame, rendering it impossible for him to rise again. He had personally caused the demise of his teacher and mentor, all for the sake of Rin Noara, a life extinguished. And yet he clung to such folly. What was he thinking? This was the reaction of all who learned of the news, rendered speechless. This man was a lunatic, a complete madman. The impostor posing as Minato must die. I will grind him to dust. Obito howled at the heavens, releasing the fury within him. Orochimaru, lurking in the shadows, shook his head. It seemed the Akatsuki was no longer a viable sanctuary. It was best to leave swiftly. However, the one impersonating the fourth Hokage was intriguing. Perhaps he should investigate further. Orochimaru watched Obito with indifference. While he had contemplated a plan for Konoha's downfall, he was more concerned about his teacher languishing like a worm in decay. And this man before him, a disgrace to his legacy. How dare he? How dare he? Obito continued to rave, having been utterly provoked. One simple phrase had shattered his defenses. Gazing at the intelligence in his hands, the final, piercing statement caused Obito's expression to twist in agony. He did not act for Rin. He acted solely for his own selfish desires. What nonsense! Hearing this, Obito erupted in rage, cursing, "He has sullied my pure emotions. Unforgivable. I shall kill him." Teacher? He had already slain them once. What difference would this time make? If necessary, he would summon a deity-level expert, Uchiha Madara. Disrupting the plan was preferable to letting it die before fruition. Zetsu, we must accelerate our efforts. Understood. Zetsu's mood was heavy. He had orchestrated this scheme for over a millennium, and just as success seemed within reach, such a colossal disruption had emerged. The formidable power of Minato Namikaze stood as the greatest obstacle on their path to triumph. In the 55th year of Konoha, winter arrived. The fourth Hokage returned, ruthlessly suppressing the entire Leaf Village, resulting in a significant population decline. However, from the ashes, Konoha was reborn, heralding a new era. Amidst the bloodshed, all dissenters were swiftly eradicated. Naruto stood atop Hokage Rock, gazing down at his village, now distinctly his own. How does it feel? Comfortable? The Ninetales remarked. You are aware that the only reason I occupy this position is my desire to remain unbound, to not be overshadowed. That is a rather irresponsible way to put it. The Ninetales retorted, left speechless. Hey, did I not provide them with benefits? Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. I've never encountered anyone as slippery as you. The Ninetales muttered, observing Naruto as he entered a different realm, curious about his intentions. What are you doing? Conducting an experiment, Naruto replied, squatting to observe the swaying saplings. These would serve as the steps for his future growth. Now, everything was in place. It was time to commence the next phase of development. While a one-man army was commendable, he was too lazy to shoulder all responsibilities. That would be exhausting. He was meant to enjoy life, not serve as a caretaker. In the face of future challenges, only immense strength would provide him with a sense of security. If memory served, there would come a day, years hence, when a formidable Otsutsuki would seek him out. This individual possessed considerable power. Currently, he was certainly no match. To place his hopes on Boruto and Sasuke? That would be a foolish endeavor. The vastness of the world could not compare to one's own strength. True power resided within oneself. That was the only correct choice. A 5-year plan. Naruto cheerfully declared to the Nine Tails, I say, you write it down. You genuinely believe I am your subordinate, that I should do everything for you? The Nine Tails replied, those capable should bear the greater burden. Your writing is far more elegant than mine. Indeed, you have an eye for talent. Now, hurry, Naruto urged. The Nine Tails unfurled a sheet of paper, proudly grasping the pen. Naruto began to articulate. The so-called 5-year plan mirrored the wisdom of his past life, focusing on a singular goal. Within these 5 years, he needed to achieve much, mastering Sage Mode, recruiting talents, and nurturing them. He also aimed to elevate the overall strength of Konoha. The future had been irrevocably altered by his hand. The trajectory was uncertain. One could not predict its direction. A single flap of a butterfly's wings could incite a tempest. Now, he needed to enhance his own capabilities, preparing for the storm ahead. A 5-year plan. The Nine Tails paused, then began to write. Soon, an outline was drafted. The remainder would be entrusted to professionals. Shikaku and his team would also need to participate. Involvement breeds a sense of honor and immersion. They must not be left idle, nor deprived of a sense of contribution. What is this? Shikaku Nara exclaimed, momentarily stunned by the 5-year plan template before him, quickly recognizing its merits. He gazed at Naruto in shock, feeling an impulse to pry open his mind. Such a straightforward yet ingenious strategy. Why had they not considered it before? Looking back at Naruto, he realized the boy was merely 5 years old. This is absurd. Shikaku raged internally. Is he human? A god? A demon? A monster? Unfazed, Naruto replied coolly. This is the wisdom of civilization. Why even mention civilization? What is so remarkable about it? Shikaku shrugged, finding Naruto's rhetoric somewhat exaggerated. The ninja world had existed for countless years, with various nations taking the stage. I have never encountered such meticulous details. Truly, they deserve commendation for their successful rebellion. It is impressive. Nara Shikaku is filled with admiration, wholeheartedly convinced. Simultaneously, he feels a surge of emotions. Upon exiting the room and closing the door to the Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku suddenly slapped himself. How could I be so foolish as to think Naruto would slack off or give up? I was mistaken. He raised his hand to examine the piece of paper in his grasp. Although it appeared light, it felt as heavy as a mountain. With this, the future is no longer shrouded in uncertainty. He hastened to the meeting. By the way, has the owner of the photography studio for the ninjas of Konoha arrived? Inside the Hokage's office, Naruto was keenly observing the scene within the crystal ball. The telescope technique, effortlessly mastered. Now, it was his turn to gaze down upon the entire village of Konoha. The sensation was rather delightful. At that moment, he inquired, and what of Jiraiya? Is there any progress with Kisame? Uchiha Izumi, serving as Naruto's subordinate, responded respectfully. Lord Fourth, the owner of the photography studio, is on his way. As for Lord Jiraiya, there has been no significant activity. Kisame is currently on the verge of madness, tormented by Might Guy. What? Naruto was taken aback. Can Might Guy truly be a source of torment? Uchiha Izumi's lips twitched as he recounted the ongoing antics between Might Guy and Kisame. In essence, Might Guy was diligently attempting to persuade Kisame daily, yet Kisame remained resolute, refusing to yield. Each time Might Guy approached, Kisame would coldly retort, "No matter how many times you come, I will never surrender." He had uttered such phrases countless times. Yet, whenever they met, Might Guy would only ask, "Who are you?" At this, Kisame would visibly crack, his defenses shattered, for it was evident that Might Guy genuinely did not remember him. Absurd. Naruto thought. Nine Tails, Might Guy, lifelong best friend Kakashi. Kisame, lifelong adversary Might Guy. Mount Myaboku, I have returned. Jiraiya surveyed the familiar landscape before him, sighing deeply. He was uncertain of the future of Mount Myaboku. If his suspicions were correct, it would likely become a target. It all depended on the decisions made by the great sage of the Toads. Jiraiya spread his hands. This is beyond my concern. I cannot intervene. At that moment, the great sage of the Toads slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 70. Toads, the times have changed. What is happening? Why can I no longer see the future? The great sage of the Toads was bewildered. Just moments ago, his proud ability had vanished, suddenly, without warning. The fragments that had appeared in his mind moments ago had completely dissipated. What has transpired? The great sage pondered. Great sage of the Toads. As he contemplated, Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima entered with Jiraiya, momentarily taken aback by the awakening of the great sage. Why has the great sage awakened so soon? Young Jiraiya, what brings you here? Noticing Jiraiya's solemn demeanor, the great sage was struck by a thought. Does Jiraiya possess precise information? Great sage, I believe I have found the destined individual you spoke of. Who is it? Uzumaki Naruto. Is it truly him? Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima exchanged glances. How could it be him? Although they resided in Mount Mayaboku, they were not lacking in intelligence. They were well aware of the notable figures within the ninja world, including Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. However, Naruto did not appear to possess anything particularly remarkable. Jiraiya sighed and recounted the events that had transpired. Yet, he felt an instinctive urge to withhold Naruto's true identity, glossing over it. Nevertheless, even this was enough to leave the great sage of the Toads in shock. How could this be? Have I truly erred? The great sage recalled the gruesome scenes from the last encounter. How could the destined individual be surrounded by such chaos? This is not as it should be. The great sage was perplexed. Is the destined one truly like this? With such bloodshed, he hardly resembles a chosen one. Having lived for over a millennium, he had witnessed innumerable events. At the moment Jiraiya spoke, sweat began to bead on the great sage's forehead. If this continues poorly, Mount Mayaboku may face dire consequences. Yet there is a saying, one should extend aid in times of need rather than merely offer embellishments in times of prosperity. It seems there are no options left. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima exchanged troubled glances, struggling to accept the situation. Jiraiya stood silently by, having said all that needed to be said. The fate of Mount Mayaboku lay in their hands. Jiraiya, take Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima to confer. After a while, the great sage spoke slowly. If we can alleviate the situation, that would be wonderful. If not, we must devise another plan. Though he felt uneasy, the great sage still possessed confidence. Mount Mayaboku is hidden. They would not be easily discovered. Even if they were, what of it? Their long-standing lineage is no trivial matter. Surely, the fourth and the destined Uzumaki Naruto would not be so short-sighted as to create enemies on all sides. Very well, I shall go at once. I will summon Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima using the summoning technique shortly. The great sage nodded and slowly closed his eyes. He refrained from mentioning his recently lost abilities, fearing it would incite panic. At this moment, he was unsettled. Why can I no longer foresee the future? A terrifying thought surfaced, causing the great sage to nearly lose his composure. If this is the case, I must find a way to resolve this issue. Regaining his composure, the great sage painfully extracted a talisman from his side. The sage talisman should prove useful. This talisman is a precious item, capable of resurrection and healing mortal wounds. It is indeed a trump card for Mount Mayaboku. Alas, it takes 10 years to grow trees, 100 years to nurture people. Kakashi observed the plan in his hands, his mouth twitching. Gazing at Naruto, who bore the identity of his teacher, Kakashi felt an overwhelming urge to scoff. Even now, he remained somewhat dazed. To think that Namake's Minato was transformed into Naruto, and it felt so seamless. Moreover, the transformation technique lasted an unexpectedly long time. Kakashi was far from at ease. He had envisioned numerous scenarios, but had never anticipated this twist. Truly, the seed of a teacher surpasses the teacher himself. How wonderful! Kakashi shook his head, suddenly recalling the feeling of being deceived at home. Little fox. He inwardly cursed, directing his gaze to the plan in his hands, a revised version. It outlined several strategies. The first plan entailed a centennial endeavor, prioritizing education. To this end, Naruto had even established a system of compulsory education. Impressive. He showed no fear of an overwhelming number of ninjas being difficult to manage, directly instituting ninja classes. As long as identities were transparent, children of Konoha could enroll at a certain age. If they lacked talent, they could pursue other subjects, as cultural education remained an option. This categorization indeed clarified matters significantly, although it demanded substantial funding. Naruto, upon realizing this, waved his hand and sought support from the daimyo. Truly, the daimyo is sincere. Kakashi held deep admiration. It is evident that those who can endure and adapt are not foolish. Kakashi understood that if this plan were to continue, the future of Konoha would be nothing short of formidable. Konoha Village is inherently a ninja village, where most individuals have access to education. However, attending school necessitates a fee, and now this situation has arisen. With a sigh, Kakashi turned his attention to the second plan. If the first plan was aimed at the future, this one was focused on the present, ninja welfare. Indeed, this welfare was formulated by Naruto. The benefits outlined included foremost, that miraculous vegetable, visible only to a select few. Kakashi had experienced it himself and could only describe it as astonishing. With this, interests became intertwined. Secondly, a crucial welfare initiative available to all, the advanced version of the body flicker technique, personally demonstrated by the fourth Hokage. What does this imply? Once this welfare is announced, all ninjas will surely go into a frenzy. The body flicker technique, having been honed over countless iterations, is now being further refined by the fourth Hokage. What an extraordinary advancement. If they master it, it will serve a vital role on the battlefield and during missions, a means of survival. Kakashi could already foresee the fervor with which Konoha's ninjas would undertake their missions. Terrifying. Kakashi fell silent, quietly placing the document into his ninja tool pouch. There were a series of subsequent plans and benefits, but they paled in comparison to the significance of the first two. Had such welfare existed in the past, how formidable would Konoha village be now? Kakashi suddenly recalled the third Hokage's words about the will of fire. Reflecting on Naruto's plans, one could only describe it as a castle in the air, an illusion of mutual benefit, juxtaposed with tangible advantages and a series of slogans that instill an unparalleled sense of belonging to the village. The contrast was stark. Naruto stood by the window, observing the throngs of people below, a smile gracing his face. Gather around. Ninjas, you all must share in the reign I have endured. Chapter 71. Revenge for Enmity. Gratitude for kindness. I too wish to cultivate my ninjutsu. Bored in the space, I managed Naruto's domain. Watching Naruto seated beside a sapling, the Nine Tails inquired with curiosity. Do you truly intend to impart the ninjutsu you have researched? Indeed. My ninjutsu is rather unique, Naruto replied with a smile, gently stroking the sapling. The reason for this was that one of the sapling's abilities allowed ninjutsu to be taught without side effects. However, with advantages come disadvantages. Such instruction is akin to a mere transfer of skill, lacking any room for advancement. Yet, if one possesses exceptional talent, that is a different matter. By the way, these chickens and ducks should be ready to eat soon. Remarkably, in just a few days, they grew at an astonishing rate, as if on steroids. The fish, too, were maturing quickly. I believe they are ready to be consumed. Excellent. Naruto's eyes brightened at the thought, silently calculating, with the new year approaching. It is the perfect time to celebrate. Celebrating New Year? The Nine Tails was bewildered. What tradition is this? My own tradition, Naruto replied, shaking his head. He surely could not ascertain the specific date of the new year each year, as lunar calendars were beyond his grasp. For now, he could only follow the world's calendar and choose a date at the beginning of the year for reflection. Join me in celebrating the new year. Naruto caught a fish and a chicken, bringing the Nine Tails along. One person, one beast, toasting and singing in honor of my world. With glazed eyes, Naruto raised his cup to the moon. The Nine Tails, unsure of what was troubling Naruto, sensed that today was not an ordinary day. Is today a special occasion? The Nine Tails asked, puzzled. Familiar with the festivals of the ninja world, he had never heard of today being noteworthy. However, seeing Naruto's sorrowful expression, the Nine Tails wisely chose not to disturb him, simply providing silent companionship. The new year, and I am 6 years old. Indeed, a 6-year-old Hokage has yet to appear in Konoha. The following day, Naruto rose with vigor, strolling through the streets of Konoha. Warm and amiable, he exuded harmony. He confidently approached the Ichiraku ramen shop, raising his hand to greet the busy young woman. It's been a while. Ah, Naruto. Congratulations. Exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Naruto's joyful demeanor. You haven't visited in days. How does it feel to have family by your side? Naruto rubbed his nose, smiling without words. Playing two roles was manageable, without major issues. Things have certainly improved. At least I no longer worry about not being able to find what I need. Congratulations. Will it be the usual today? Yes, indeed. Naruto casually responded. A bowl of freshly made ramen was promptly served. At that moment, the atmosphere felt somewhat somber. Naruto noticed Ayam's uncle, Tuchi, appearing despondent. What troubles you, Uncle Tuchi? He asked while slurping his noodles. Business has been slow, Ayam replied in a hushed tone. The prominent families used to frequent this place, but now they come only occasionally. Though they haven't voiced it, we can see they are struggling to enjoy their meals. Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression stiffened. He quickly realized the implications. TSK, this is all you're doing, the Nine Tails remarked, timing his comment perfectly. The flavors you provided were too exquisite, leading them to reject anything less. Having tasted such delights, They could hardly consume anything else. They occasionally returned for a change of pace. Naruto cleared his throat, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet, the situation was not dire. Business had not diminished significantly. Merely the absence of the influential patrons. However, as Konoha develops, he knew he must gradually introduce the goods from his domain to enhance their strength. These were valuable resources, and he intended to provide them with benefits. Thus, future market entries were inevitable. Yet, given the ninja world scale, his offerings could not be boundless. The challenges were not insurmountable. Nevertheless, gazing at the lovely Ayame and the kind-hearted Tsuchi, Naruto formed a resolution. The time was not yet ripe, but once he stabilized, he could invest and supply these raw materials. It would be nearly impossible for Tsuchi's ramen shop not to thrive. You are a person of gratitude and retribution. Upon hearing Naruto's plan, the Nine-Tails sighed. If only the third Hokage and his ilk were not so irrational, they would be faring much better. The Nine-Tails could see that the spiritual spring water and those miraculous vegetables could extend life and improve health, at least granting an additional decade of vitality. What a wonderful opportunity wasted, he lamented. Such is life. One must repay kindness with gratitude and avenge enmity. Principles to live by, Naruto resolved within himself. One's rise brings prosperity to all around them, a testament to benevolence. Your words sound somewhat derogatory, Naruto retorted, darkening his expression. Upon reflection, it did indeed carry a hint of reproach. This tale is quite captivating. Nearby, a voice commented, the mecha resembles a puppet, I must say. Young Naruto excels at storytelling. It seems he is narrating for Hinata Hyuga. Indeed, mecha and puppetry sound impressive, and the storyline is quite engaging. It's hard to believe such a tale could be spun by a 5-year-old. Truly, he is the son of the 4th Hokage. Remarkable. Could it be that this story was told to Naruto by the 4th Hokage? It does seem plausible. It embodies a certain masculine romanticism. How I wish to possess a mecha. Naruto, who disseminated this story? Few have heard of it, I suppose. Shikamaru. The image of that lethargic fellow quickly surfaced in my mind, and I couldn't help but twitch my lips. If it were him, then there would be no doubt. The Nara clan is indeed known for their vast knowledge. It's somewhat awkward. The Nine-Tails chuckled. Do you think it's possible that such things could actually emerge in the ninja world in the future? Strangely enough, if they did appear, it would certainly be intriguing. That would undoubtedly herald a transformation. The Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru stealthily infiltrated the research facility of Sasori. Orochimaru, the perplexed Sasori, who was engrossed in his studies, gazed at Orochimaru, bewildered as to why he had come to his research lab. There is something I believe you would find quite fascinating. What is it? Sasori inquired, puzzled. Orochimaru, being a fellow research enthusiast, understood that his time was precious. What could possibly pique his interest? Orochimaru leaned in and whispered, Chapter 72, The Secret of Orochimaru and Sasori. I have a connection in Konoha who has uncovered a rather intriguing tale. A tale? Sasori stared at Orochimaru in disbelief. Come on. We are all researchers. What kind of tale could capture your attention? Though their fields of research diverged. He was well aware of Orochimaru's capabilities. Intrigued, he pondered what kind of story could warrant Orochimaru's interest. Mechas. What on earth? This story inspired me. Let me explain. Orochimaru recounted the tale of the mechas to Sasori. Upon hearing it, an image suddenly flashed in Sasori's mind. The outer path. Pretapath. It bore a striking resemblance, yet was vastly different. Sasori soon grasped Orochimaru's intentions, combining his puppet mastery with Orochimaru's curse seal abilities. Gazing at Orochimaru with intrigue, Sasori felt a sudden urge to experiment. The prospects appeared promising. He realized that his current puppetry techniques were not yet perfected. How dazzling would these mechas be? If he could transform himself to resemble one, might he not become even more powerful? Recalling the last time he nearly perished in Konoha left Sasori's expression grim. He had thought that encounter would be effortless, only to be severely schooled, nearly failing to return. It could be worth a try, but it will require substantial resources and time. No worries, we have ample time now. We can seek resources from leader Nagato. Orochimaru's smile grew increasingly radiant. He harbored ulterior motives. Simultaneously, there was a secret he had yet to reveal, a thought that required strength to realize. Given his belief that Nagato currently struggled against Konoha, this opportunity was too tempting to pass up. Your ideas are truly fantastical. Nagato listened, utterly astonished by the research directions proposed by Sasori and Orochimaru. Even Obito and Zetsu looked on in shock at Orochimaru. How could one even conceive such notions? Using chakra or natural energy as a power source to forge mechas. It must be said, the potential for success is indeed plausible. Nagato contemplated, then glanced at Konan. Konan subtly nodded. She believed it was worth a try. However, she felt a pang of concern regarding the expenses. No need to ask, this research direction would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of funds. We are currently biding our time and need to allow for growth. If you wish to pursue it, then proceed. Nagato ultimately decided. At this moment, he lacked confidence. Thus it was essential to continuously strengthen their capabilities. He trusted these two. They would undoubtedly deliver a remarkable outcome. I never anticipated such an approach could be taken. After the meeting, Obito remarked with a sense of wonder. These two are already formidable. If they truly succeed in their research, they will become even stronger. Indeed, Zetsu felt a deep shock within. This was a path that had never been traversed before. Achu, Naruto, who had been napping, suddenly sneezed. How odd. Who is speaking of me? Naruto looked up, instinctively rubbing his nose. Irika. Glaring at Naruto with mixed feelings, he continued his lecture. Naruto paid it no mind. Naruto, you need to hasten your pace. Strive to expand this space. The Ninetales muttered in Naruto's ear. I'm feeling rather bored. Repeating the same action daily is tiresome. Aren't you practicing your writing and drawing? Find something else to do. Haste makes waste. It is merely a period of digestion. You have been somewhat lax lately. No, I am merely biding my time. Naruto shook his head. He was currently training alongside his shadow clones. When they finally merge, his strength would surely see a significant boost. After a moment of quiet reflection, he sensed the sapling was still growing. Perhaps in a year or so, he would be able to create another clone. Although it would divide his strength, the benefits would be abundant. Presently, it was relatively peaceful. He needed to accelerate his progress. Naruto had his own calculations. With his current power, advancing was not as easy as before. Aside from mastering Sage Mode, unlocking all chakra attributes was the next goal. Perhaps, by then, he might also explore the mysteries of the Sage of Six Paths. Perseverance prevails. One cannot rush. Thus, the Ninetales was correct. Expanding his space became the sole avenue for swift advancement. Suddenly, Naruto raised an eyebrow. He sensed a mark being activated in the Hokage's office. Teacher, I need to use the restroom. Irika waved his hand dismissively. Return promptly. All right. Leaving a shadow clone behind, Naruto decisively utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the Hokage's office, appearing in the guise of Minato Namikaze. What is the matter? Jiraiya has arrived. And by the way, he has two toads on his shoulders. Toads, Mount Myaboku. TCH. With a cold scoff, Naruto sat upright in his chair, casually stating, let them in. Soon, Jiraiya entered with Fukasaku and Shima before him. Naruto scrutinized the two toads before him, maintaining a stoic expression. They certainly appeared impressive in the anime, all eager to approach him. However, this was reality. Since they had not chosen him initially, he would offer them no opportunities now. Naruto's indifferent demeanor caused Fukasaku and Shima to feel a sudden jolt of anxiety. They were well aware that the individual before them was not Minato Namikaze, but a mere impersonator acting as the fourth Hokage. Why this was so remained a mystery to them. However, the attitude of the great sage Fukasaku indicated that this meeting was anything but ordinary. This is troublesome. Jiraiya had departed. Now it was their turn to negotiate. Fukasaku, hands clasped behind his back, observed Naruto quietly, pondering before finally speaking. We wonder if we could establish a cooperative relationship? Cooperation? Do you think you are worthy? Shima, incensed, retorted. Are you looking down on Mount Myaboku? Naruto crossed his arms on the table, leaning back slightly, casually replying. You are correct, should it come to blows. Your Mount Myaboku would not withstand the onslaught. I approached you willingly back then, yet you rebuffed me. Now, what brings you here? You haven't come to a realization. Rather, you are simply frightened. At this point, Naruto smirked coldly. Those who ally with me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. You are beyond salvation. Damn, how arrogant. Fukasaku and Shima seethed with rage internally. They had lived for so long and had never encountered such a brazen ninja. Compared to him, even the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara seemed genteel. The two toads simmered with fury but ultimately suppressed their anger. We possess treasures. We wonder if they could be used as a means of exchange. Treasures? I ultimately do not possess it. You cannot seize it. What is this? Naruto expressed interest. The sage's seal. Naruto's expression shifted slightly. Chapter 73. Are you a pervert, heartless one? The sage's seal? Naruto faintly recalled its purpose. It was said to have the power to resurrect the dead and save those on the brink of death with remarkable efficacy. A miniature reincarnation technique. This was undoubtedly a valuable item, a talisman for survival. To his surprise, the great toad sage was willing to part with such a treasure. After a moment of silence, Naruto revealed a faint smile. The death penalty can be evaded, but the living must bear their sins. Shinozaki sage, Zamatsai sage, heartless one, that's unacceptable. After pondering for a moment, Zamatsai sage mustered the courage to say, we still have some unique items at Myaboka Mountain, like toad oil and other precious goods. However, the summoning contract can only be signed by ninjas of Konoha. Upon hearing Naruto's words, both Shinozaki sage and Zamatsai sage's expressions darkened. This essentially bound them to Konoha. However, considering Naruto's terrifying track record and the great toad sage's concerns, both toads could only bitterly nod in resignation. The circumstances were beyond their control. They could only endure for now. Human life is fleeting. Once he passes, they can escape this quagmire. With this thought, it didn't seem so dire after all. After all, the toads of Myaboka Mountain live long lives, so it wasn't a significant problem. All right. Naruto gently tapped the table. His smile warm as he asked, do you have bullfrogs there? Bullfrogs? Shinozaki sage and Zamatsai sage exchanged glances, puzzled by the inquiry. Ninetales, bring it. The Ninetales swiftly produced a sheet of drawing paper. These illustrations were all derived from Naruto's descriptions, refined by the Ninetales. The resulting images were not merely similar. They were nearly identical. Naruto often marveled at the Ninetales' artistic skill. Truly, a talented artist whose brilliance had been squandered. Look, it's this one. Shinozaki sage and Zamatsai sage leaned in to examine it, nodding. Yes, we have quite a few. Bring some over. The two toad sages appeared bewildered. What do you mean by bring some over? Can I ask why? Shinozaki sage regarded Naruto with curiosity, unable to comprehend the purpose of his request. In Myaboka Mountain, there were countless non-sentient toads roaming about. It wasn't that they were unwilling to part with them. They simply found Naruto's desire puzzling. To eat. Both Shinozaki sage and Zamatsai sage instinctively recoiled, staring at Naruto in horror, as if confronting a great calamity. Wait, can that thing even be eaten? I've never heard of such a thing. Are you a demon? Slurp. Naruto licked his lips, grinning. It is exceptionally delicious. Hiss. The two toad sages were even more terrified. No wonder the great toad sage was willing to pay such a hefty price. Wouldn't they be consumed as well if they didn't pay the price? Give it. Give it. You must give it. The two toad sages, frightened out of their wits, nodded vigorously. This is a demon. Even toads are his food. Just tell me, is there anything in this world you do not consume? Incredible. While others revered them, rarely considering the aspect of consumption, Naruto, on the other hand, spoke of it openly. Terrifying. TSK. Naruto approached the two terrified toad sages, patting their heads with a smile. To acknowledge one's mistakes and amend them is a great virtue. By the time Naruto returned to his seat and took a sip from his teacup, the two seasoned toad sages instantly understood that Naruto was signaling the end of their visit, their hearts filled with joy as they turned to depart in haste. Jiraiya? What is this, esteemed sages? Phew, we are saved. Shinozaki sage and Zamatsai sage quickly dispelled the summoning technique and returned to Myaboka Mountain, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Jiraiya, caught in a dilemma, felt perplexed. Why did you run out instead of returning directly to the office? It makes no sense. Yet, witnessing their terrified expressions, he couldn't help but be curious about what had transpired within. You just let them go like that? The Ninetales inquired. I don't recall you being so benevolent. Of course not. Naruto pulled out a book and began to read with great interest. Scoffing at the query, living beings hold more value than the dead. I understand now. You intend to exploit them. Precisely. Naruto gestured outside. We are at the cusp of development. The future will be vibrant, requiring ample labor. The unique physique of toads may allow for greater collaboration with ninjas. So, you wish for them to sign contracts with the ninjas of Konoha? The Ninetales was taken aback, unable to fathom Naruto's line of thought. You are rather ruthless. Two purposes for one. This is indeed exploitation, and you plan to consume their kind. The Ninetales concluded, shivering at the notion. How terrifying. The Ninetales felt grateful not to be a corporeal being, thus avoiding being drained of its value. Wait. The Ninetales glanced at the organized scrolls, books, and abundant ingredients filling the space, falling into contemplation. It seemed, perhaps, it would not mind being drained after all. Quite absurd. Many matters were already in place. It was time to proceed to the next step. Naruto rose, vanishing from the office. The enhancement of one's abilities is not achieved overnight, but rather through gradual progression. However, one thing was certain. The Sage Mode would enable him to enter a state of unparalleled power. Toad Oil. That was unnecessary. What he needed to do now was acquire the other two Sage Modes. The specifics of Tsunade's holy ground remained ambiguous. Nevertheless, Orochimaru could be approached for investigation. Cursed seals and the reanimation jutsu were valuable assets. He was a treasure trove from which to extract. With time on his hands, he decided to seek out Orochimaru. How would he find him? Naturally, he would use the Flying Thunder God technique. The Ninetales queried, I recall you have never met Orochimaru. How will you locate him? He should still be with the Akatsuki. Naruto returned to his old apartment, chuckling softly as he said, I discreetly inscribed a technique on both Obito and Sasori. The one on Obito has faded, but Sasori's remains. What? The Ninetales was taken aback. That's impossible. It's been so long. I anticipated that. Which is why I inscribed it in a very discreet location on Sasori. Where? The Ninetales was intrigued, wondering what location could be so concealed. On the head? The soles of the feet? The armpits? Various places flashed through the Ninetales' mind. Enough. Naruto beckoned with a finger, and the Ninetales curiously moved closer. Naruto then leaned in and whispered. Chapter 74. Sasori's face turned green. The Ninetales leaned in, eager to discover where Naruto had inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique. Right here, Naruto's gaze shifted downward. The Ninetales froze, instinctively retreating a few steps, staring in horror at Naruto. Why you? The Ninetales was bewildered. What kind of thought process could lead to such a novel idea? You guessed right, it's on the fifth leg. How's that for discretion? The Ninetales acknowledged. You are impressive. That truly is discreet. Who would ever think of such a place? Naruto gazed at the retreating Ninetales, puzzled. By the way, you don't have that appendage, so why are you so frightened? Even without it, wouldn't I still be able to guess at your unique mind? The Ninetales nearly erupted in anger. If Naruto were to confront him, who could predict the chaotic thoughts that might arise? With someone like Naruto, who wouldn't be intimidated? The Red Sand Scorpion was also unfortunate. Not only had he transformed himself into a puppet, but he was subjected to such humiliation. Yet, how could one ascertain that he would engage in such endeavors? It's perplexing how humans think. If one is already a puppet, what purpose does it serve to engage in such futile actions? You don't understand. Naruto retorted, casting a sidelong glance. The distinction between having it and not having it, or the strength it embodies, is monumental. This is a matter of a man's dignity. With righteous fervor, he declared, it's akin to who can urinate the farthest. The Ninetales scoffed, a baffling sense of dignity. Come, lend me some chakra. Disregarding the Ninetales' complaints, Naruto focused his thoughts, activating the Ninetales' chakra mode. There was no other choice. Theoretically, the Flying Thunder God technique could reach any location. However, such feats required immense energy as a foundation. With sufficient chakra, he could even instantaneously arrive on the moon. Off he went. Whoosh. Naruto vanished from the room, only to reappear colliding directly with the Red Sand Scorpion. The Red Sand Scorpion stared in disbelief as Naruto appeared before him, having knocked over his research findings and casually brushed himself off. Observing the situation, the Scorpion's expression shifted as he regarded Naruto, realizing, you inscribed the Flying Thunder God formula onto me. Coldly scrutinizing Naruto, the Scorpion inquired with a furrowed brow. Would you be so kind as to reveal where you inscribed the Flying Thunder God formula? He was certain that he had thoroughly cleansed himself on the way back. Logically, there should not have been any remnants of the formula. Yet, the presence of Naruto made him acutely aware that he had not succeeded in his cleansing. Cough. Naruto cleared his throat, softly asking, may I pose a curious question? Ask away. What were you thinking? That soft thing you don't require. Which won't extend like the golden cudgel. What use does it serve? Also, how is that tool crafted? I find it rather impressive. It could be useful for certain practical purposes. In an instant, the Red Sand Scorpion's face turned ashen. It was so blunt that there was nothing left to misunderstand. I will kill you. Boom. The Red Sand Scorpion erupted in fury. Heads may roll, blood may spill, even puppets can be discarded. Yet, one must not forsake their dignity. The scorpion unleashed his full power, employing the puppet technique to its zenith for the first time. What was happening? The research facility had exploded before, but this time felt different. As Obito and others rushed over, they witnessed the red sand scorpion's furious roars, nearly obliterating the entire facility. A golden light flickered briefly. Flying Thunder God. Obito was taken aback, followed swiftly by exhilaration. Haha, you fool. You've delivered yourself right to me, Dai? Boss, let us attack together. Nagato's expression turned serious, recognizing this as a prime opportunity. Although he did not understand why this impersonator of the fourth Hokage appeared here or what his intentions were, he possessed half of the nine tails. Fortune favors the bold. Since he has come to us, let us strike with all our might. Nagato understood that the power of the Rinnegan was insufficient against this individual and needed stronger measures. Outer Path, Heavenly Deva. The earth trembled as a gigantic wooden hand emerged, crushing rocks with its grip. Following this was an enormous husk. Summoning technique. Outer Path, Heavenly Deva. Nagato's expression grew fierce. Upon witnessing this, Konan's expression shifted dramatically. Nagato, don't. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with fervor at the sight of the Heavenly Deva. Even the rage-fueled red sand scorpion was momentarily transfixed by the spectacle. The boss had yet another trick up his sleeve. Obito and Zetsu exchanged a grave glance. Realizing that Nagato was aware he could not rely solely on the Rinnegan to subdue Naruto. Thus, he unleashed his most powerful trump card. Whoa! The Nine Tails leapt up in shock, astonished by the scene. What is this? It feels oddly familiar. Naruto, please tell me you didn't come here just to witness this. The Ten Tails husk, Outer Path, Heavenly Deva. Naruto appeared not far away, amidst a drizzling rain. His eyes narrowed as he calmly surveyed the Ten Tails husk. The Ten Tails husk? The Nine Tails expression shifted. Are you suggesting that this is the Ten Tails husk? Wasn't it supposed to be sealed on the moon? Oh, you seem to know quite a bit. Naturally, the Nine Tails replied, warily observing the Heavenly Deva. You still haven't mentioned. Did you come here solely for this? You think too much, Naruto shrugged. I merely came to see Orochimaru. Who would have thought Nagato would be so brazen as to employ his trump card? The former semi-divine Hanzo of the Salamander met his demise due to this very tactic. Now, it's being used against me. Contemplating this, Naruto concluded, this situation was troublesome. It wasn't that he couldn't handle it. But with so many people present and Nagato's approach suggesting a drawn-out conflict, it was meaningless. His objective was clear. He did not come here to fight. However, given the current atmosphere, it would be prudent to provoke the red sand scorpion. Without such provocation, would he be able to locate Orochimaru in a timely manner? The land of rain was vast, making it challenging to find Orochimaru. Time was of the essence. Now that he had pinpointed Orochimaru's location, Naruto chuckled lightly and declared, the hospitality in the land of rain is truly unique. Nagato sneered, the fourth Hokage's visit is quite entertaining. Prepare to die. The villain perishes due to excessive dialogue, while the hero finds himself in a predicament also due to excessive dialogue. Nagato was not foolish. Killing or wounding him would come first. Die, he bellowed, his expression menacing as he leaned forward, shouting. In the next moment, needles from the Heavenly Deva pierced through the air, embedding themselves in Nagato's back. A surge of colossal chakra flowed into the Heavenly Deva. It moved. The Heavenly Deva roared skyward, an astonishing power gathering within its mouth. Chapter 75, Outer Path, Heavenly Deva. Chakra Dragon. Nagato roared as the Heavenly Deva opened its mouth, unleashing a dragon of energy. With a deafening roar, the Chakra Dragon surged toward Naruto. 100 Machine Manipulation. The red sand scorpion raised his hands, chakra threads flicking, deploying hundreds of puppets around him. Each puppet bore formidable weapons, coated with deadly poisons. Uchiha Obito appeared before them in a flash, ready to defend against Nagato and the red sand scorpion's onslaught. Having lost one eye, he could not activate Susanoo and lacked overwhelming offensive capability. However, Kamui's intangibility could perform functions akin to the Flying Thunder God, allowing him to evade physical and ninjutsu attacks while redirecting much of their power. Orochimaru remained silent, placing one hand on the ground. His voice low, yet commanding. Summoning technique. 10,000 snakes. Boom. The ground shook as a colossal serpent, with crimson eyes, locked its gaze upon Orochimaru. Where's my sacrifice? We'll discuss that after the battle. Who is the target? Him. Orochimaru pointed at Naruto, and the 10,000 snakes turned to look. Its pupils narrowing as a glint of greed flickered in its eyes. It could sense an alluring scent emanating from this individual, yearning to devour him whole. I accept this task. Orochimaru was taken aback. When did the 10,000 snakes become so agreeable? Normally irritable, it would demand a sacrifice. Yet now, it was so compliant. Did this mean? Orochimaru pondered, realizing that this individual possessed something that captivated the 10,000 snakes. His interest deepened. If possible, he would not mind conducting some research. In an instant, the members of the Akatsuki organization at their headquarters in the Land of Rain launched an assault. Only Conan remained steadfastly by Nagato's side. It seemed the stakes had escalated. This was quite intriguing. After today, who would not regard the Land of Rain with trepidation? Naruto chuckled lightly. If the preceding events were merely a prelude, then after today, the other leaders would likely be filled with dread. After all, the Akatsuki was undeniably formidable. In truth, I believe that the ninjutsu employed by these shinobi in the ninja world is somewhat misapplied. Take, for instance, the rain-based technique I recall being called Rain Tiger Free Technique, an impressive ninjutsu. I wonder if it could be utilized during dry spells. I would imagine it could. Although this technique has its limitations, it is indeed powerful. At this moment, you are still contemplating such things? Focus on the battle. The Nine Tails urged anxiously. This time was unlike previous encounters. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Did I not mention that I did not come here to fight today? Yet, I must test my current strength. After all this time, my power has increased somewhat. It would be remiss not to gauge it while here. Entering the Nine Tails mode, he unleashed the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Massive Rasengan. In a flash, dozens of Narutos raised their hands, and colossal Rasengans materialized, spinning rapidly in the air. The kinetic energy generated distorted the surrounding air, creating an illusion of space warping. Go! In the next moment, several Narutos simultaneously hurled their gigantic Rasengans. Even under the serious expressions of Nagato and the others, the attacks vanished without a trace. Obito, unwilling to relent, positioned himself in front of the group and activated his intangibility. Orochimaru swiftly formed seals, triple Rashomon. Boom! The ground trembled once more as a series of Rashomon gates emerged from the earth, blocking their path. The roar of the chakra dragon echoed. The myriad snakes hissed. The weapons in 100 machines transformed unpredictably. Naruto, resplendent in golden light, his cloak billowing, swiftly appeared before Sasori of the Red Sand. With a spinning Rasengan pressed against Sasori's chest, boom! The chest exploded, and the caught-off-guard Sasori was sent flying. The powerful Rasengan tore through his puppet body, leaving it in ruins. In a flash of golden light, Naruto reappeared before Sasori yet again. With a surge of energy, he opened the third gate, radiating a crimson glow. His hair standing on end as immense power coalesced within him. He delivered a powerful kick. Sasori's expression darkened as he was sent flying once more. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. Sasori realized that if this continued, he could not withstand many more of these blows. With a steely resolve, he released a small bird. At that moment, Naruto was just about to use the Flying Thunder God technique, nearly colliding with it, but his reflexes saved him. Body flicker technique. With a swift motion, he narrowly evaded this terrifying strike. Orochimaru, Nagato, and Obito stared, stunned, as the chakra dragon and other assaults collided with the ground where Naruto had previously stood. Dust billowed, debris exploded into the air. Sasori glared coldly at Naruto, his heart raging. To the death, Namake's Minato, I will see you perish. You have gravely offended me. Coughing lightly, Naruto waved his hand dismissively, goodbye. He had no intention of clashing head-on with them. His chakra was nearly depleted. The Flying Thunder God technique had consumed considerable energy, and continuing the fight would be unwise. He also recognized his current strength. While he did not fear one-on-one battles, facing this group collectively posed a significant threat. Casting a meaningful glance at Orochimaru, Naruto vanished in an instant. Orochimaru pondered deeply. It seemed Naruto had come seeking him. But why? With a bold spirit, Orochimaru decided to investigate. As for how to proceed, he glanced at the small bird that had been severed. With a slight movement of his left foot, a small snake silently snatched the bird away. Cough, cough, cough. Nagato's expression darkened. The outer path's golem consumed too much energy, and he felt weaker than ever. At that moment, they gathered in the conference hall, all wearing grave expressions. Let us discuss how to break through, one suggested. Strength can overcome. That's obvious. Akatsuki's Kakuzu rolled his eyes, having learned everything through remote communication. But the fact remains, he is stronger than us. The issue lay with the Flying Thunder God technique. How could they counter it? There were a few methods to counter it, one of which involved Jinjutsu. Obito frowned. But I've already tested this. He appears immune to Jinjutsu. The group exchanged worried glances. The Raikage's Hell Stab could also interfere, or they could set up large-scale traps or temporal disruptions. In fact, Kisame's water techniques could be limiting as well, but he had been captured due to insufficient strength. After deliberation, they ultimately felt powerless. The Flying Thunder God was nearly unsolvable. There is another way, Zetsu interjected, smirking softly. Under the curious gazes of the others, Zetsu turned his gaze to Obito. What? They exclaimed, puzzled about what could possibly disrupt the Flying Thunder God technique. Seeing Zetsu point at Obito, Nagato, and the others were baffled. This man was a master of defense. Yet why did Zetsu believe he had the ability to interfere with Naruto's Flying Thunder God? Me? Even Obito found it strange. You've been missing an eye for some time now. Why not extract Kakashi's eye? You could then utilize the full power of the Manjiki Sharingan. Moreover, as you mentioned, the other eye possesses formidable offensive capabilities, capable of interfering with the Flying Thunder God. Indeed, several members' eyes lit up. Their greatest concern was the Flying Thunder God. If they could disrupt it, forcing Naruto to refrain from using it, they would have a much greater chance of subduing him. Obito remained silent. Extracting an eye from Kakashi? Consider this carefully, Zetsu urged gently. If you do not act, we will have no means to deal with that fourth Hokage. Without a solution, our plans will be rendered impossible. Therefore, everything is for the future. Everything is to create a world with Rin no era. Enough, Obito replied coldly. I know what I must do. He was aware of his course of action. In the past, he had not spared even his teacher. Now, it was merely an eye. There was no significant issue. I will take immediate action. Obito's resolve grew stronger. He knew that from the moment of the Ninetales incident, he had relinquished any other choice. Only one path remained, leading into darkness. Kakashi, I apologize. Once I achieve my goals, you will forgive me. After much anticipation, Naruto sensed that the Flying Thunder God technique had just exited the range of the Rain Tiger's free technique, and he leaped silently forward. You have arrived. I have come. A small white snake locked eyes with Naruto. The white snake spoke in human tongue. Do you require my assistance? I am here to recruit you. Orochimaru, is this a jest? I am a rogue ninja from Konoha. That is inconsequential. The chapter has turned. The current Konoha requires talents like you. You intend to drain me dry, don't you? Orochimaru scoffed repeatedly. I have investigated you. You are known for exploiting others, leaving them utterly exhausted. What's more alarming is that you seem to possess no boundaries, engaging in any scheme. The case of Uchiha Obito exemplifies this. He was well hidden. Yet Naruto somehow uncovered intelligence that led to his exposure. Furthermore, he audaciously erected that statue at the gates of Konoha. Now, he is infamous for eternity. It is wise to exercise extreme caution around such individuals. Naruto sighed. Believe it or not, I do not perceive myself as entirely malevolent. Benefits. Orochimaru regarded Naruto seriously. He had ample funding for his research in the Land of Rain and could freely allocate various resources. Why would he need to relocate? Here, take this. I believe it will entice you. Naruto handed Orochimaru a carrot top before turning to depart. He had squandered too much time here. His purpose in seeking Orochimaru was indeed to recruit him. Orochimaru's research achievements were remarkable. Individuals of such stature would play a significant role in the future. The momentum of the world cannot progress without them. Currently, Konoha was in dire need of someone like him. Orochimaru dangled the carrot top, quietly departing. He was curious about its true purpose. After all, it was merely a carrot top, yet Naruto had imbued it with an air of mystery. Given Naruto's enigmatic and formidable nature, it seemed unlikely he would jest with him. Thus Orochimaru felt a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps this object was indeed a treasure. Regardless, he would take it back for research during supper. With a flick of his tail, Orochimaru pondered, picking up a small bird and vanishing soundlessly. This object seemed promising for study. He was unaware of the materials utilized by Sasori. He had not considered it before, but now he was quite curious. Satisfied, Orochimaru departed, while Naruto returned just as quietly, without alarming anyone. This day had been exhilarating. The Ninetales finally relaxed, murmuring helplessly. You are practically dancing on the edge of the Grim Reaper's scythe. The edge of the Grim Reaper? Naruto suddenly realized that his adoptive father was likely still engaged in battle with the Grim Reaper at that very spot. He recalled a mask. He needed to find time to investigate. What are your plans now? To cultivate talent. After all, I am the leader, and I cannot shoulder everything alone. Naruto stretched, feeling that most tasks were complete, leaving only 2 pieces to the puzzle. Ninja battles could be quite taxing, necessitating a medical ninja capable of holding the fort. Tsunade was undoubtedly indispensable. Her greatest assets, besides her prowess in both hemispheres, were her extensive medical ninjutsu knowledge and the coveted Ine seal. Any of the legendary Sannin would be a gem, though Jiraiya seemed less beneficial, while the other 2 could be deemed national treasures. The last piece of the puzzle involved the overall strength of Konoha, particularly the young generation's power. He needed to foster their rapid growth. The village could not rely on him alone. He required further advancement. Only then would the space for growth expand. Ninetales. Next comes the gradual effort. What is there to worry about? You are merely putting too much pressure on yourself. It has only been a short time since you reached this position. The Ninetales sighed. Somewhat sympathetically, you should allow yourself some relaxation. Most matters are now resolved, and you ought to take the time to consolidate. You are right. Naruto smiled brightly, brimming with enthusiasm as he stepped outside. What are you going to do? Find someone to dine with, and perhaps look at some properties. This is the land of rain. In Orochimaru's research facility, he began to stutter as he spoke, utterly astonished by the carrot top before him, his entire being trembling. Chapter 77. I, Orochimaru, am a just man. What astonishing natural energy. Orochimaru gazed in shock at his research report, feeling disoriented. This was the most massive natural energy entity he had ever encountered, and its purity was extraordinary. What astonished him most was that this natural energy was devoid of any other substances. Thus, if he were to research a curse mark from this, it might alleviate any side effects. In short, the benefits were numerous. Additionally, this was merely a small root. How incredible would the energy contained within an entire carrot be? Orochimaru fell silent. He conceded that he was intrigued. Faced with this miraculous object, he believed no researcher would overlook it, nor did he wish to miss out. It seemed he would need to pivot his focus from mechanized research to studying what Naruto had given him. It must be said that Naruto's decisive move left him no room for hesitation. He was already preparing to switch allegiances. Ahem, I am a ninja of Konoha, and I have always been an undercover agent for Konoha within the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru silently set down the carrot top, turning his gaze back to the trinket he had casually picked up. He would need to investigate this as well, and perhaps seek out Naruto at a later time. By the way, since I have already defected, I might as well relay some information as a token of allegiance. Orochimaru's mind suddenly sparked with the recent discussion between Uchiha Obito and Zetsu, and he discreetly transmitted the information. Who was he? He was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Transmitting information was a simple task for him. Zetsu's intelligence was indeed formidable, but Orochimaru was no weakling. Recently, Konoha had experienced a noticeable increase in mission assignments. Unaffected by the passing of the 3rd Hokage, Nara Shikaku held a document. Flipping through it as he spoke, the funds from the feudal lord have been substantial. What do you think we should do next? Naruto toyed with a kunai in his hand, lifting his eyelids slightly as he replied, if the funding is sufficient, we should invest heavily in development. What about Yamato? He is currently constructing buildings. Konoha suffered immense losses last time, and it will take some time to finish the reconstruction. Allocate the funds accordingly. By the way, we cannot skimp on the welfare of ninjas. The future aims for a nation of ninjas. We cannot afford to be stingy. Understood. Also, the Uchiha clan has begun to relocate gradually to the center of Konoha. Should we consider demolishing that vacant land? You should discuss that with Uchiha Fugaku and the others. Nara Shikaku nodded in understanding and departed. There was indeed a lot to manage. The Ninetales was currently extracting a chicken that had jumped into the soil, responding with exasperation. What else do you want? He has already done so much for you. I know, I just find it tedious. Naruto reclined languidly in his chair. He had indeed gotten back on track, realizing that Nara Shikaku would not trouble him with many issues. After sipping some water, Naruto was about to escape when he spotted Kakashi entering from below, followed closely by Kabuto. Kabuto? Isn't this one of Orochimaru's subordinates? He has always followed Orochimaru, and even after Orochimaru's eventual failure, he seemed to have transformed himself into a ghastly figure, embodying neither human nor ghost. Yet, I must admit, the commotion he later stirred was indeed substantial. The Edo Tensei technique allowed him to nearly dictate the course of the Fourth Shinobi World War. His own prowess at that time was quite commendable. If memory serves me right, Kabuto Yakushi was also a remarkable medical ninja. Such an exceptional individual was manipulated by Danzo. That man truly engages in unspeakable acts. Talents like him should be utilized effectively. Currently, the population of Konohagakure is limited, but what about the future? With the anticipated population surge, I cannot remain Hokage indefinitely. My position will inevitably shift, and by then, the number of my subordinates will only increase. Thus, a diverse array of talents will be essential. It is truly regrettable that I had forgotten about him. Upon seeing them, Naruto made no move to leave, but instead patiently awaited their approach. Before long, Kakashi arrived alongside Kabuto. Fourth Hokage. Kabuto regarded Naruto with an unusual gaze, as if he were observing a rare artifact. It was indeed peculiar. Lord Orochimaru had consented to return to Konohagakure, a notion he had never fathomed. In his mind, Orochimaru would never return to Konoha, even if he were back in the village he had established, the Sound Village. Yet, the reality was a stark contradiction. Orochimaru calmly delivered the message that in life, he would be a citizen of Konohagakure, and in death, a spirit of the village. Had Lord Orochimaru been possessed by another's Edo Tensei? Suppressing his internal musings, Kabuto wasted no time and presented the information transmitted from Orochimaru upon seeing Naruto. Naruto raised an eyebrow, took the document, and his expression darkened. Well, this idea is commendable. But unfortunately, I intercepted it. After reviewing the contents, Naruto smiled as he handed the information to the previously silent Kakashi. Kakashi's curiosity piqued, but upon glancing at the document, his face turned ashen. Despair filled his heart. It seemed that Obito had indeed changed, becoming a stranger, a harbinger of slaughter. The notion of becoming Hokage had become a mere joke. Kakashi staggered back, filled with emotional wounds. Throughout his life, friends, teammates, mentors, and family had all perished, leaving him to exist like a living corpse in this world. Initially, he was elated to hear that Obito was alive. But that joy was short-lived upon learning of Obito's actions. Currently, even his mentor's appearance had been usurped. Truth be told, had it not been for the resemblance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Flying Thunder God technique, which assured him that even if it were not his mentor, there was a profound connection, he would have already turned against them. At present, his only motivation was to seek the so-called truth. Clutching the document in his hand, Kakashi raised his gaze toward Kabuto, trembling slightly. Is this information authentic? This is top-secret intelligence relayed by Lord Orochimaru, who is undercover within the Akatsuki organization. It is genuine, Kabuto asserted with righteous conviction. Kakashi and Naruto exchanged helpless glances, rolling their eyes at Kabuto, who seemed to embody a righteous crusader. Naruto turned to Kakashi. What do you intend to do? Kakashi took a deep breath and coldly replied. Chapter 78, Kakashi's Resolution. They cannot succeed in taking my eye. Kakashi's solemn voice echoed in the Hokage office. Are you certain? You must understand that this eye, if awakened to its Manjiki form, possesses immense power, greatly enhancing your abilities. With it, you could contend with shadow-level opponents. Kakashi shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. You see, without this eye, my strength would not dwindle significantly. To me, this eye is merely a burden. Gazing at the familiar visage of his mentor, he sighed. Were it not for its sentimental value, I would never have placed it in my eye socket. This eye greatly restricts my potential. Its power may indeed be considerable, but so what? Without this eye, my combat stability would increase, even if my overall strength diminished slightly. Naruto nodded in agreement. This was indeed the case. The Sharingan, in the hands of another, resembled a voracious beast, voraciously consuming chakra. Although Kakashi belonged to the Hitaki clan, he did not possess the vast chakra reserves characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. The chakra consumption during combat was terrifying. Hence, Kakashi had earned the moniker of Hitaki 50-50. Therefore, you must visit the ninja hospital to find a compatible eye. Allow Kabuto to assist you. As for this Sharingan, Naruto tapped the table, let Uchiha Fugaka handle it. The Sharingan's abilities are indeed impressive, but I disdain the thought of claiming it for myself. Understood, Kakashi replied. Kakashi looked at him in confusion. Naruto fixed his gaze upon Kakashi, stating calmly, Uchiha Obito must die. You have friends beyond just Obito. Think of Might Guy, think of Kurenai Yui. I understand, Kakashi's lips twitched. Might Guy? No way. My friend, that is utterly impossible. Kabuto, what are you currently engaged in? I am assisting at the orphanage with various matters. Kabuto respectfully responded. He dared not show any disrespect to the person before him. Only those who had witnessed his prowess understood the depth of his despair-inducing strength. It could be said that they were no longer in the same dimension. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate that Lord Orochimaru had made the right choice. At least in his view, no one in the current shinobi world could rival Naruto Uzumaki. Following such a talent surely promised a bright future. Naruto had indeed revitalized the entire village of Konoha. In a short period, he had witnessed how Konoha blossomed with vigor. Not to mention the recent developments. Uchiha Izumi had entered the heart of Konoha. That was the position closest to the Hokage, enabling her to take charge of many affairs. Several lower positions also bore the influence of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the Hyuga clan began to shine as well. Hyuga Hayashi was no longer the stern, aloof elder. He occasionally shared laughter with Uchiha Fugaku. Most importantly, the orphanage had acquired sufficient funding, providing those children with a better life. He had observed all these changes. He also recognized that the current fourth Hokage possessed remarkable depth of character. Under his leadership, the decaying Konoha was experiencing a renaissance. I recall your medical ninjutsu talents are commendable. You should consider assisting at the ninja hospital when you have the time. Of course, Hokage-sama. Kabuto's eyes gleamed with excitement. Naruto, with a half-smile, remarked, research on human subjects is not strictly forbidden, but it must be conducted within proper regulations. Kabuto shuddered at his words. Kakashi regarded Kabuto with surprise, not expecting this seemingly cultured individual to harbor such darkness within. It was no wonder he had followed Orochimaru. They shared this trait. Regulations must be adhered to, understood? Understood. 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 Kabuto nodded fervently, excitement coursing through him. This Hokage was magnanimous. He no longer needed to act in secrecy. How delightful. I will establish a research institute in Konohagakure, where you researchers can collaborate. Funding will be transparent, but I shall retain priority access to any significant findings. Understood. Kabuto responded with even greater enthusiasm. Currently, Konoha had no need to worry about financial constraints. Konoha Village, nestled against the Land of Fire, finds many endeavors remarkably uncomplicated. Coupled with the exceptional quality of its ninjas, one could assert that no other place is as conducive to research as Konoha. Presently, there lies a clear path ahead, and one can hardly wish for anything more than having Lord Orochimaru by their side. Go ahead. All right. With enthusiasm, Kabuto Yakushi departed, while Kakashi silently observed the scene behind him. Scratching his head, he discreetly took out his treasured paradise, all the while contemplating the events of recent days. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. Regardless of the circumstances, one undeniable truth remains. Under Naruto's leadership, Konoha has indeed undergone continuous transformation. This change is beneficial, making life considerably more comfortable for many villagers. They are now fully committed to their advancement. As my guy expressed, fourth Hokage, I am eager to progress. Presently, this individual seems to be invigorated, bustling daily in front of Kisame Hashigaki, all in hopes of persuading him to join Konoha. I too must strive harder. Kabuto. Meeting Kabuto's gaze, Kakashi narrowed his eyes and cheerfully remarked, let us proceed to the hospital. I require a new eye. Understood. Together, they made their way. Behind them, Naruto smiled as he withdrew his gaze. What will the Kakashi without the Sharingan be like in the future? He felt a twinge of anticipation. Next, he intended to seek out Tsunade, but this matter did not necessitate his intervention. Kurama, Naruto mused. It seems I can truly take some time to recuperate and conceal my brilliance for a while. Indeed, relax, Kurama responded with a grin. Perhaps we could open a barbecue restaurant. From now on, I shall be the owner of a barbecue restaurant. Kurama chuckled mischievously. Do you think customers will come to dine? Naruto was taken aback by Kurama's notion. You truly think outside the box. I believe it might be possible, although business may not flourish immediately. As he spoke, Naruto rose and headed outside. Where are you going? To find someone. Meanwhile, as Naruto began preparing for his rest, other ninja villages received astonishing intelligence. Fierce behemoths. Orochimaru. Sasori of the Red Sand. Nagato. A barrage of information was collected, drawing connections to the 5 Kage summit that had occurred during the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's era. Shocked, they suddenly felt a sense of dread. Before they could fully grasp the situation, a formidable force was rising. Take him down. Almost instantaneously upon receiving the news, the village leaders of several ninja clans were overcome with this thought. Chapter 79. a family of love and rivalry. With this in mind, they promptly commenced preparations to reach out to others. Soon, Naruto received word. Gazing at the intelligence in his hand, he shook it lightly. Look, hasn't it arrived? Do you truly wish to instigate another ninja world war? Alas, it is unlikely to ignite. Upon hearing Kurama's inquiry, Naruto felt a hint of regret. Currently, all nations are recuperating. The previous years of intense conflict have finally calmed down. A pervasive aversion to war saturates the entire ninja world, unless a significant upheaval occurs, such as the later Infinite Tsukuyomi scenario. It is implausible for the ninja world to unite against a single nation's ambitions. Naruto had not considered this possibility. His intention was to amplify the influence of the Land of Rain, instilling a sense of crisis among them. This way, their desire to collaborate with the Akatsuki would necessitate careful consideration of its worth. He also planned to voice the objectives of the Akatsuki, all to create discomfort for them. Ideally, they would disband independently. Perhaps in the future, Kagaya Otsutsuki would not emerge. In summary, causing distress to his foes brought Naruto great satisfaction. Their discomfort equated to his joy, and his happiness was built upon their suffering. As for the Five Kage Summit, Naruto could only liken it to being stripped bare. These prominent figures, whose slightest movements could send tremors through the entire ninja world, could not possibly act unnoticed. Obito would certainly be watching. Even now, he occasionally sensed a faint gaze lingering upon him. Should it be the Five Kage Summit, Obito would undoubtedly be present, possibly even broadcasting the discussions to Nagato and others. Thus, any so-called plans were rendered transparent before him. Naturally, Naruto did not anticipate any fruitful outcomes from this meeting. Everyone harbored ulterior motives, and the Hidden Mist village was still nursing its wounds, making it unlikely to involve itself. If they refrained from participating, could one expect the Rock, Cloud, or Sand villages to join in? It was a far-fetched notion. Everyone was inherently self-serving. Either they would act collectively or not at all. No one wished to be taken advantage of. Hence, this created a balance. The Outer Path's Geto Mazo could easily be regarded as a weapon of mass destruction akin to tailed beasts. I have only just returned and am already setting off again. This time, the destination was the Land of Iron. This place piqued his interest. Kurama reminisced, eventually stating, back in the day, this nation made an agreement with the other ninja villages to remain neutral, thereby avoiding several potential ninja world wars. Is that so? Naruto, curious, scanned his surroundings. His heart stirred. I only knew that they do not practice ninjutsu. Indeed, Kurama replied as he sorted vegetables, continuing, they can refine chakra, yet they do not engage in ninjutsu. Every citizen is a soldier, perhaps due to the Land of Iron's perpetual winter, which has fostered their resilience. The speed at which their formidable warriors draw their blades can leave even ninjas unable to form seals in time. That is indeed impressive, comparable to taijutsu. Precisely, Kurama reflected. As a nation of universal soldiers, they are left unprovoked. Perfect. This time we can witness the splendor of the Land of Iron. Naruto retracted his gaze, smiling. With the holiday upon them, his shadow clones were training at home, and he could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to respond at any moment. It was an opportune time to step outside Konoha and observe the pinnacle of the world. On this outing, he was accompanied by 2 guards. Nara Shikaku was naturally unable to join, as he was overwhelmed with the myriad of responsibilities weighing on him, currently lamenting while writing fervently. Accompanying Naruto were 2 individuals, Kakashi, who had recently undergone an eye transplant, and Might Guy. Their dynamic of love and rivalry made for an exuberant journey. Naruto stretched lazily, quietly observing the spirited exchange between the 2. Might Guy was offering Kakashi advice. I am aware, Naruto chuckled softly. Might Guy was concerned that Kakashi might struggle to adjust to his new eye, hence his encouragement for Kakashi's swift growth. It must be said that Might Guy was indeed a true friend. How do you feel? Not bad, Kakashi replied, wiping the sweat from his brow after training. Still not squinting his eyes, instinctively shielding the other eye. Why the mask even after the eye transplant? I'm used to it. Kakashi glanced at Might Guy, then at Naruto. Shrugging nonchalantly, this arrangement is quite satisfactory. I feel completely at ease now. Without the Sharingan constantly siphoning chakra, he felt remarkable. It was as though he had shed shackles. Every cell in his body seemed to rejoice and revel. By the looks of it, your overall strength has not diminished significantly. That cannot be said. Upon hearing Might Guy's comment, Kakashi shook his head. Not only have I lost the Manjiki, but several jutsu that relied on the Sharingan also require me to relearn. I shall accompany you, providing ample opportunity for you to be bested by me several times. Ha ha ha. Might Guy flashed a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. Naruto chuckled. Come, let us dine. Huh. Might Guy and Kakashi were momentarily taken aback, glancing around. Everyone was on the move, training as they traveled. Naruto remained still. Who prepared the meal? A grin spread across Naruto's face. You're in for a treat. It's cooked by the Nine Tails. Huh. Might Guy and Kakashi looked utterly bewildered. The Nine Tails? Cooking? They could comprehend each concept separately, yet together they seemed implausible. What? Do you think I could poison you with my cooking? The Nine Tails appeared on Naruto's shoulder, its diminutive form resembling an adorable little fox. However, its tone was chilling, and its sinister voice sent shivers down Kakashi and Might Guy's spines. With forced laughter, the two regarded the dishes presented by the Nine Tails, their expressions still somewhat odd. It felt exceedingly incongruous. The Nine Tails? Cooking? If they hadn't witnessed it firsthand, they would never have believed such a fantastical occurrence. Yet, it was indeed unfolding before their eyes, leaving them no choice but to believe. Exchanging glances, they understood that this half Nine Tails beside Naruto had genuinely reached a reconciliation, thus they felt no fear. Composed, they settled beside Naruto and began once he spoke. Upon taking a bite, their eyes widened in astonishment. What was this? Especially Might Guy, whose eyes grew even wider. It was not merely the flavor, but a profound surge of energy. As a practitioner of physical enhancement, he could directly perceive the delightful tremors coursing through his cells. Naruto chuckled lightly. A delightful delicacy, truly the pinnacle of ninja benefits. Might Guy's eyes sparkled. Even Kakashi expressed interest. This dish required no further elaboration. Consuming it in abundance could undoubtedly elevate their prowess. After just one bite, Kakashi felt a notable recovery in his previously aching eyes. They exchanged a glance with Naruto, and upon receiving his nod, they devoured the meal with great enthusiasm. Half a month passed, and the group finally arrived in the Land of Iron. Chapter 80. Kakashi speaks. With great insight. Indeed, it was perpetually snow-capped. Even from afar, before entering the Land of Iron, they could observe the mountains blanketed in snow, presenting a unique beauty. Upon entering, it felt as though they had stepped into an entirely different realm. The chilly wind swirled, and snowflakes danced gracefully. Reaching out, snowflakes landed in their palms, the biting cold causing Naruto to shiver. It was indeed frigid. Despite being close to the Land of Fire, how could it be so extreme? Weather changes, geographical positioning. Kakashi stood nearby, surveying the surroundings. Speaking of the Land of Iron, they had visited before during missions, having traversed this land many times. Let us proceed to find the village leaders. Village leaders? Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged glances. While it was the truth, could we phrase it more grandly? Those individuals needed to prepare for the 5 Kage summit. It seemed their previous actions had indeed been impulsive. Nagato appeared somewhat troubled. They had initially believed it was a splendid opportunity when Naruto presented himself, but he remained formidable, and even united, they could not contain him. He had even exposed himself directly. By the way, how is Kakashi's situation progressing? Currently, there are some matters at hand, but I shall set off once I am done. Uchiha Obito stood quietly, leaning against the wall, and upon hearing this, he raised his head calmly. Rest assured, I will not hold back. Moreover, the information from Zetsu indicated that Kakashi is still alongside that individual. Going there would be akin to courting death. Nagato regretfully averted his gaze. Indeed, it was not yet the right time. Konan stood nearby, toying with a paper flower, and at this moment, she also directed her gaze towards Zetsu. With a mere glance, Zetsu understood and hurriedly remarked, Deidara is diligently honing his skills, but I believe the white-haired one beside him is truly formidable. In a few years, he could potentially reach the level of a Kage. We have struck gold this time. It is worth noting that despite his young age, the potential and talent he exhibited were remarkable. Moreover, his ice shield technique was indeed powerful. He currently could not control it, but once mastered, it would undoubtedly be a devastating weapon. Then we shall focus on nurturing him. Nagato stated indifferently, we are not lacking in resources, but in skilled individuals. He had great trust in Zetsu's words. Since he mentioned it, the white-haired one was certainly deserving of investment. Orochimaru, who had been merely a backdrop, seemed contemplative. It appeared necessary to engage with this Deidara and the white-haired one to explore the possibility of defection. Furthermore, there was also that individual named Deidara. Perhaps he could be introduced to the notion that art is an explosion. Perhaps he might also detach himself from the Akatsuki's influence. Given the intention to sever ties with the Akatsuki and join Konoha, it was inevitable that they would cross paths in the future. He had always favored preparing for the unexpected. Since they would confront each other, it was prudent to weaken the Akatsuki's strength as much as possible. You all enjoy recruiting talent, do you not? Then I shall recruit as well. Setting aside those matters, Nagato's frame had become even more gaunt since their last meeting. Upon hearing Zetsu's words, he felt a slight relaxation. After a moment's contemplation, he continued. Currently, the most pressing matter is the upcoming 5 Kage Summit. The previous summit was initiated by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although the discussions were somewhat relevant to us, they did not directly concern us. However, this time, it will undoubtedly be aimed at us, and we must prepare effective defenses. Do not worry. Zetsu smiled confidently. Observing Zetsu's self-assured demeanor, Konan and Nagato could understand. If previously they were powerful, yet merely ordinary individuals, they may not have grasped the thoughts of those at the highest echelons. However, after years of experience, they now stood at that height, having collaborated with such individuals on multiple occasions. They naturally understood some of their thoughts. Nevertheless, he remained uneasy. Zetsu understood this as well. Hence he planned to personally oversee matters this time, striving to ensure no missteps occurred. At that moment, Nagato noticed Kakuzu appearing somewhat hesitant to speak, prompting him to inquire, "Kakuzu, what are you pondering?" "I am contemplating why events have unfolded in this manner." Kakuzu raised his head, glancing around at the gathered individuals, frowning as he inquired, "Have we perhaps misdirected our efforts?" The others were taken aback, regarding Kakuzu with curiosity, eager to hear his insights. It was rare for Kakuzu to express his own thoughts. They were keen to listen. Kakuzu organized his thoughts before earnestly stating, "Do you not find it strange? That 4th Hokage possesses an intricate understanding of our intelligence. Reviewing the developments over the past year, it appears to be a pathway for the 4th to seize power. But why have we been dragged into this?" The others paused, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, why was this the case? It seemed they had not engaged in any significant actions. The critical question remained, why was the 4th so well acquainted with their intelligence? Even the information regarding Uchiha Obito was thoroughly known. To be candid, initially, even Nagato had been unaware of Obito's true identity, only knowing him as a severely disfigured Uchiha who concealed his visage behind a swirling mask to avoid revealing his ugly appearance. "Please, continue." Uchiha Obito stood upright, attentively regarding Kakuzu. It seemed as though they had been cursed, perpetually targeted, yet they had not addressed the core issue. Certainly, their involvement played a role. But it suddenly dawned on him that the Akatsuki was merely a scapegoat for the 4th. From the moment that individual intervened to save Uchiha Shursui, it had been this way, particularly with Obito's presence providing them with a perfect excuse. The elusive presence of the Akatsuki drew the attention of the 3rd Hokage and others from the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakuzu ultimately concluded, in summary, they have concealed themselves remarkably well, achieving their strategic objectives within merely a year. Perhaps they have been lurking for a considerable time, yet it surely cannot exceed 5 years. The group exchanged solemn glances, a weighty atmosphere enveloping them. A calamity looms, while they remain in the shadows, quietly developing their power. This inadvertently shifted the Akatsuki from obscurity into the light. Everything appeared to be a struggle for authority, yet it was evidently also a direct affront to them. A shiver ran down their spines at this realization. Could the 4th Hokage possess such a brilliant mind? Nagato turned to Obito with curiosity. "You were the closest to him back then. What do you think?" "No," Obito replied sharply, shaking his head decisively. Perhaps there was, but he dismissed it. Nevertheless, Obito leaned towards the notion that there was no one else involved. Thus, there must be someone else behind the scenes, as this organization hides deeper than they do. This thought cast a shadow over them once more, and a sense of agitation began to spread. "I have a suggestion." Konan interjected coldly. "Let us strike directly at the heart of the matter." Orochimaru and the others regarded her, a flicker of understanding igniting within them. They were all astute. It was evident. Currently, obtaining the 9 tails from Minato Namikaze was a daunting task, but half of the beasts still resided in the Hidden Leaf Village. Though they could not contend with the 4th Hokage, neither could he engage them. This was the perfect opportunity to head straight for the Hidden Leaf Village and capture Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, when Minato seized power, he explicitly mentioned that he had split the 9 tails in half during its sealing. This means that the current 9 tails is divided. One half resides with Minato, while the other is within Naruto. With the Hidden Leaf Village vulnerable, Perhaps they could make an attempt. We shall discuss this matter later. For now, let us disperse. Zetsu suddenly declared. The others were taken aback, but said nothing upon seeing Zetsu's expression. Since he had spoken, Nagato did not object, as it seemed to align with his own thoughts. The meeting had reached its conclusion, and with that, they silently withdrew, those at a distance dispelling their jutsu. Orochimaru, with a hint of suspicion, chuckled helplessly. Indeed, Kakuzu's words had stirred apprehension within Nagato and the others. Such significant matters would undoubtedly require their deliberation before any decisive action. It appeared that Orochimaru would need to remain on guard for a while. He smiled lightly, unfazed. He trusted that the fourth Hokage would handle matters adeptly. Having intelligence was undoubtedly advantageous, yet lacking it would not leave them utterly unprepared. Zetsu, why the sudden dissolution? In a dimly lit chamber, Nagato furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Zetsu. Zetsu responded with a cold smile. I suspect we may have a mole within our organization. Nagato paused, glancing at Konan, contemplating. Are you implying Orochimaru? Even if he was not the culprit in the past, it did not guarantee his current innocence. He acted on impulse and was solely focused on his research, more unpredictable than Sasori of the Red Sand. I sense it is only a matter of time before he detaches from the Akatsuki, Zetsu remarked, shaking his head while casting a glance at Obito and then at Konan. Each of them harbored their own agendas, yet on the surface, they appeared to be the most steadfast and least likely to betray their secrets. They were trustworthy. With that thought, Zetsu whispered, to strike directly at the heart of the matter is not so simple. Let us not forget the formidable Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui. As long as they remained, any attempt to strike swiftly would necessitate utmost caution. Obito nodded in agreement. In truth, Uchiha Fugaku was not the primary concern, Uchiha Shursui was. He was far too swift. Even if they were to capture Naruto, it was highly probable that Shursui would pursue them. They would then be at a disadvantage. Moreover, one must not forget the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. As his son, Naruto undoubtedly bore the marks of such jutsu. Thus, a more meticulous plan was required to keep him preoccupied. Therefore, we must devise a compelling reason to restrain them. Uchiha Shursui is straightforward, Konan stated calmly. We could assign him a challenging mission. Given the current lack of powerful shinobi in the Hidden Leaf Village, it is highly likely he will take on the task. Obito understood. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, would not easily move. Thus, only Uchiha Shursui would be available for the mission. What about the fourth Hokage? The group fell silent. That was the most daunting challenge. A single misstep could lead to their downfall. Yet, they did not wish to squander such a golden opportunity. Ultimately, they returned to the topic of the Flying Thunder God technique, akin to cheating. They needed to deplete his chakra reserves. Nagato hung his head, contemplating for a long while before finally stating, any jutsu fundamentally consumes chakra. The distance from the Land of Iron to the Hidden Leaf Village is even greater than that from the Land of Rain. The return journey would require a massive amount of chakra. Nagato decisively proclaimed, this is our opportunity. However, it still felt somewhat precarious. Thus, they needed someone to go and deplete his chakra first. The group exchanged glances, all bowing their heads in feigned ignorance. What nonsense. We stand no chance against him. They could only hope to match him in a contest of strength when united. Even one or two individuals venturing forth would only lead to their demise. Preparations could be made. What kind of preparations? Upon hearing Obito's inquiry, Zetsu and Nagato turned to look at him. Kakashi. Obito took a deep breath. I will personally draw Kakashi out. We will strike directly. A smirk crossed Obito's face. Trust me, he will come if I summon him. That is simply who he is. He has been seeking me out for quite some time now. I will give him this opportunity. Very well. Let us now discuss the details. The group gathered closely, beginning to outline their plan. A comprehensive strategy was not easily enacted. It required meticulous attention to detail from all aspects, particularly this time, necessitating greater caution. Meanwhile, in Mount Mayaboku, the great sage Toad opened his eyes with a sense of regret. His foresight seemed to have reached its limit. The images already etched in his mind continued to flicker. Great sage Toad, you have awakened? Ah, it is you all. How did your venture to the Hidden Leaf Village fare? Somewhat successfully. Fukasaku and Shima Toad replied with wry smiles, recounting all that had transpired in the Hidden Leaf Village. I see, the great sage Toad sighed. It is my error. It is not your fault. Fukasaku and Shima Toad shook their heads. We can only say that he is not the fourth Hokage we knew. but rather a mysterious figure whose identity remains unknown. On our return, we had the Toads investigate, but we uncovered no information whatsoever. It was as if he had materialized from thin air. The strangest part is that it seems no one in the shinobi world knows of such a person. Fukasaku hesitated before adding, I feel Jiraiya knows something, but he is reluctant to share. The great sage Toad gazed thoughtfully into the distance for a long while before retracting his gaze, since he has not taken action. It must be someone familiar and trustworthy to him. This matter need not be investigated further, as it would be detrimental to us. You will personally deliver the sage scrolls. And please take the summoning scrolls with you as well. For at least the next century, we must bind ourselves to the Hidden Leaf Village. If we cannot defeat them, we shall join them. Fortunately, it is not too late this time. The great sage Toad smiled. Even if we cannot penetrate the core, we must still secure some benefits for ourselves. Yes, off you go. Watching Fukasaku and Shima Toad depart, the great sage Toad slowly closed his eyes. Even he could not foresee what the future held for Mount Myaboku. He could not even glimpse a fragment of the impending future. This was a significant blow to him. In the future, Mount Myaboku could only follow the train of the Hidden Leaf Village. Is it a crash or a journey towards a luminous future? The Daily Ninja Tool Shop. Standing at the entrance of the shop, Naruto's mouth twitched. A shop with the same name exists in the Hidden Leaf Village, and it is the largest of its kind. He never expected to find a similar one here. The Daily Ninja Tool Shop indeed offers a vast array of products. Haha. Is this the fourth Hokage? Your presence here is truly an honor. A hearty laugh echoed, and a group turned to see an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s, striding towards them. Naruto squinted, feeling a wave of astonishment. This individual was extraordinary. Who could he be? Chapter 82. Come, I, the Nine Tails, shall show off. His movements exuded a terrifying aura, hinting at his formidable strength, a power that seemed to emanate from within. Mitsuba. Kakashi leaned in and whispered, according to rumors. He faced the former leader of the Land of Rain and lost, nearly succumbing to the poison of Hanzo the Salamander. So strong? Naruto was taken aback. He had always believed that samurai were indeed powerful, but he had never heard of anyone capable of going toe-to-toe with Hanzo the Salamander. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Those who had survived until now had not been eliminated for no reason. Their existence was justified. After all, Hanzo was revered as a demigod. Such individuals earned their reputation through exploits on the battlefield, making one ponder just how formidable Hanzo was back in the day. This ninja tool shop is indeed run by people from your village, and I must say, the weapons they forge are impressive. Mitsuba, with bandages wrapped around his head and a katana in his hand, clearly exuded the aura of a warrior. Naruto, maintaining a gentle demeanor, smiled and shook Mitsuba's hand. Hello. It was rumored that you perished during the Nine Tails incident. I never expected you to be alive. Mitsuba sighed. If we were to discuss who has garnered the most fame recently, it would undoubtedly be Minato Namikaze. His golden flash is not an empty boast. It is the result of his own prowess. There are even rumors that encountering him allows one to forfeit their mission without it being counted as a failure. By the way, please follow me. We are only awaiting the arrival of the Mizukage from the Mist Village. This time, I am here as a witness. That sounds splendid. Please lead the way. Mitsuba chuckled, showing no trace of the imposing general from the Land of Iron. Welcome, fourth Hokage. When Naruto was led by Mitsuba to a courtyard, the cold gaze of Rasha fell upon him. TCH, it's you, Rasha. Naruto chuckled lightly, unfazed. It must be acknowledged that Rasha was indeed powerful, though his circumstances were tragic. The grievances between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Sand Village were not easily summarized. He was acutely aware of Rasha's animosity. Let's all keep our composure. This is a 5 Kage summit, and we must set aside past grievances. The fourth Raikage, wore a stern expression, casting a glance at the two before finally focusing on Minato Namikaze, a smile creeping onto his lips. Long time no see. Naruto's heart stirred as he nodded. Though they had never met, Minato had once engaged him in a brief skirmish, nearly falling victim to him. He was also one of the most formidable figures among the Jinchuriki. Look at him, and then at the Hidden Leaf Village and the Sand Village. They are both Jinchuriki. Yet the comparison is laughable. Nine Tails, I sense an unpleasant aura. The 8 Tails, Gyuki. Indeed, he is right here, if I am not mistaken. He has already attained the status of a perfect Jinchuriki. The 9 Tails remarked, I never expected the 8 Tails to have someone acknowledge him. How rare. Not going to reminisce. Not interested. The Ninetales raised its head proudly. It was never as powerful as I. Now it has even less right to flaunt itself before me. You've grown arrogant. The dialogue between Naruto and the Ninetales continued across the room. Eight Tails, why are you so quiet? Even your rapping has ceased? I sense the presence of a strong warrior. Killer Bee wore a serious expression. He seems to be just like us. You should revert to your original form. I'm not used to this. Killer Bee's expression changed as he opened his mouth to rap. Meanwhile, the Raikage cast a glance over. Killer Bee opened his mouth, but quickly closed it. He harbored a subconscious fear of his adoptive brother. Are you not going to speak with him? Yuki scoffed. Not interested. Oh dear, this old man, have traveled a great distance to discuss these trivial matters. Anoki rubbed his back, yawning. Since the Mizukage has yet to arrive, we might as well rest. We've already crossed paths. Mitsubo wore an awkward expression. The tension among the group made him feel that a fight could erupt at any moment. After all, during the previous war, they would have relished the chance to eliminate one another. Though they were now at peace, it was unlikely that true harmony had been achieved. If the opportunity arose, they would undoubtedly seek to undermine each other, particularly Rasha, who was fixated on Naruto with an intensity that seemed to pierce through him. The group exchanged glances before parting ways to their respective quarters. Soon, they settled down. Naruto intended to take this opportunity to explore, but he decided to have dinner first. The Ninetales stealthily shrank and slipped out of the room. Naruto cast a casual glance, suddenly intrigued, and quietly followed. Transformation technique. Outside, Naruto mentally chanted, transforming into a stone. Solid? Naruto was speechless, realizing he had acquired such a capability. Unfortunately, it was of little use, as it would vanish upon reverting. This transformation technique was truly amusing. Just as Naruto silently ridiculed it, he noticed Gyuki sneaking out as well. Well, if it isn't the Ninetales. Where's that pride of yours? Upon seeing the Ninetales, Gyuki couldn't help but taunt. The Ninetales scoffed, arms crossed, its Ninetales sweeping behind it, casting a disdainful glance at Gyuki. Gyuki's anger flared. What kind of look is that? Did I say something wrong? Where's your dignity, your pride? You've become a perfect Jinchuriki, and yet hey, I've got quite the temper. The Ninetales retorted angrily. No matter how you put it, I am stronger than you. That's nonsense. I am the Eight Tails. I'm not inferior to you. All right. The Ninetales boasted with a sense of satisfaction. If we are to measure our strength, then let us compete in other areas. Gyuki sensed a foreboding intuition at the Ninetales' boastful demeanor. In what? Let us see who can cook better. Gyuki stared blankly at the Ninetales, momentarily at a loss for words. You? The Ninetales? Cooking? Ha. Gyuki burst into laughter, pointing at the Ninetales, pounding the ground with mirth. You've got to be kidding. If you can cook, I'll admit you are superior to me. The Ninetales, Naruto, the Ninetales sneered coldly. One day, I shall showcase my culinary skills to you. Gyuki appeared skeptical. To him, the Ninetales was merely boasting, trying to impress. The Ninetales, incensed, leaned back. As the proud Ninetales, he had never uttered a falsehood. Seeing Gyuki still laughing heartily, the Ninetales grew furious. Fine. Today, I shall demonstrate the skills I have honed over the years. You better pay attention. With a loud shout, the Ninetales declared, prepare to be amazed. The Ninetales is about to show off. Chapter 83. The 5 Kage Summit begins from now on. Address me as the calligraphy master. Kaibai. The Ninetales wrote with striking elegance, beautiful characters springing to life on the paper. Gyuki stared in astonishment, utterly shocked by the Ninetales' unexpected talent. What the? When did this uneducated Ninetales learn such skills? What do you think? Surprised? Unexpected? The Ninetales reveled in its newfound prowess. Gyuki, reluctant to admit it, could not deny that the Ninetales had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. Moreover, I possessed the skills of tilling the land, raising chickens, and tending to pigs. The creature known as He gazed at the ever-flaunting Kaibai in silence, utterly at a loss for words. After a prolonged pause, he finally managed to utter, Is it possible that you were conscripted? Your assertion is flawed. All of this is by my own volition, Kaibai retorted with righteous indignation. As if anyone would hesitate to volunteer for such delightful prospects. Were I not Kaibai, the tailed beast, I would undoubtedly pursue Naruto myself. All for my own happiness, nothing to be ashamed of. As long as you are content, Gyuki replied. Indeed, I am quite pleased. By the way, would you care to join me? Begone. TCH, you shall rue this decision, Kaibai teased, shaking its head. nearly bursting with laughter at the thought of G.Y. Key's future regret. Such a fool. G.Y. Key muttered under his breath, watching Kaibai depart in its flamboyant manner. After all, it was Minato Namikaze who had once split him into two. Now, it appeared he had formed a bond with a human. Was this not sheer folly? The situation was utterly incomprehensible. Shaking his head, G.Y. Key ceased to dwell on it and quietly returned to Killer Bee's side. Meanwhile, Kaibai stood atop a stone, lost in contemplation. Ah, what a coincidence. Naruto yawned without a hint of fatigue, murmuring, I'm tired. Time to sleep. Sometimes you truly seem like a child. Kaibai remarked. At times, you manage to make one forget your age. Isn't that wonderful? Kaibai pondered, realizing it might indeed be so. However, today, Rosa and that Noki were casting rather ominous glances your way. That's hardly surprising. Sunagakure has suffered greatly at the hands of Konoha's ninja, with several high-ranking officials perishing. Naruto paused, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. As for Noki, he hesitated, offering an embarrassed smile. Currently, I'm the one most often at odds with a Wagakure. Given my resemblance to my father, it's no wonder they view me with such hostility. This upcoming Kage summit will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. You too? Naruto shook his head, chuckling. Why not? What they lack is time, and I, too, am in need of time. It would serve to distract them, granting me more time to develop. Besides, I am curious to see if the Akatsuki can remain composed. Should they choose to act, it would certainly make things more interesting. You are quite devious, Kaibai remarked. Despite possessing immense strength, you choose to disguise yourself as an innocent little lamb. After observing for many years, Kaibai noted that children tend to be boastful and cannot hide it. Naruto, however, took concealment to an extreme, almost wishing to render himself invisible. Flattery, flattery. Upon reaching midnight, Tsunade, accompanied by Shizune and Ao, traversed the rugged terrain to finally arrive at the Land of Iron. Ao rubbed his eyes, commenting wryly, surely, the fourth Hokage will not abduct me outright. Rest assured, under these circumstances, he would not dare, Tsunade replied, running her fingers through her hair as she charmingly inquired. Tell me, with Uzumaki Kushina deceased, do you think I might take her place? Shizune and Ao were taken aback. Look at what you were saying. One is the Hokage, and the other the Mizukichi. Setting aside the animosity between water and fire, the mere difference in your positions makes any union impossible. Tsunade sighed, understanding this all too well. When will I ever get to marry? Her gaze wandered, first settling on Shizune. Too young, not an option. Then on Ao. Never mind, no feelings there. Thank you, Ao interjected. Please refrain from bringing this up daily. Let us go find those individuals. Once matters are concluded, we can return to the reconstruction of Kirigakure, Tsunade sighed. Kirigakure remained in turmoil, still shrouded in the shadows of the blood mist. It would take time to recover. Thus, her intention in coming here was simply to fulfill her obligations. This weather is truly frigid. Naruto rubbed his hands together, yawning as he stepped outside. Having grown accustomed to the warmth of Konoha, even his robust constitution found the abrupt cold of this land quite uncomfortable. The chill of the Land of Iron infiltrated every crevice. Even with protective measures, he felt discontent. You certainly seem to be sleeping soundly, Kaibai noted, categorizing the produce. After a day's passage, the vegetables had ripened once more. Each morning, this had become his first task. If this continued, he would soon find himself overwhelmed. At that moment, he couldn't help but comment, you ought to manage your space better. To whom much is given, much is required. After dressing and grooming himself, Naruto sauntered outside. Fourth Hokage, it is an honor to finally meet you. As he stepped out, he encountered Tsunade, who stood there, radiantly beautiful, yet he couldn't help but envision her future self. Clearing his throat, Naruto calmly averted his gaze. What? It was perplexing. Even his own village's Mitarashi Anko would one day resemble that. How curious it was that, despite being ninjas, they managed to maintain such figures. What was their secret? Tsunade bristled at his thoughts. Did that glance imply disdain for me? I have yet to criticize you. Good morning. Rosa emerged, followed closely by Noki and the fourth Raikage. Thus, the military leaders of the 5 great nations gathered in the Land of Iron. The Kage summit commenced as scheduled. I will document this meeting impartially, said Mifune, clearing his throat. Naruto, uninterested, reclined in his chair, hands behind his head, waiting for them to speak. He was in no rush. Tsunade felt similarly indifferent. Yet Noki and A were visibly distressed. The Land of Rain shared borders with the Land of Fire, Earth, and Lightning, and they often sought collaboration with the Akatsuki. However, they now realized the Akatsuki was akin to a ravenous wolf. Their immediate reaction was to suppress. After all, the Third Great Ninja War had erupted in the Land of Rain. They were most averse to its resurgence. Sanctions. Naka's voice was cold and devoid of warmth. We must impose sanctions. His chilling words resonated within the conference hall. That entity resembling a tailed beast is undoubtedly a ticking time bomb. How do we impose sanctions? Furrowed his brow, fully aware that the existing 5 great nations were already considerable in number. Another emerging power would be detrimental. Furthermore, the Land of Rain's unique geographical position allowed it to undertake numerous actions. Reports indicated a severe lack of low-ranking ninjas in the Land of Rain. However, they could not compete with high-ranking ones. Tsunade glanced at Naruto, resting her chin on her palm, languidly stating, "Let us not ignore the leader of the Rain country, Nagato. Do his eyes not resemble the fabled Rinnegan?" The room fell silent. Naruto chuckled softly, drawing the attention of several. Rosa shot a cold glance his way. Fourth Hokage. "Do you have any opinions?" "I have no objections. We are here to discuss matters, are we not?" Naruto surveyed the room. He was certain someone had come. They simply had not focused their attention on him. It was not a significant issue. Today, Naruto's purpose was to unsettle the table, even if a conflict did not ensue. He aimed to plant a thorn in their minds. At the same time, it was essential to instill a sense of trepidation in the likes of the little pig. Naruto sat upright, his expression grave. Upon witnessing this scene, the others paused, their demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Minato Namikaze, known for his gentle nature and warm smile, rarely displayed such a countenance. It is widely acknowledged that those who know you best may not be your closest allies, but rather your adversaries, as they are driven to study you meticulously, often with fatal intentions. Thus, Anoki and his companions were acutely aware of Minato's formidable charisma. He possessed a magnetic personality akin to that of Orochimaru, both exuding an undeniable allure. In this moment, as Minato's expression shifted, an unsettling feeling stirred within the group. What was he about to declare? Zetsu, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly felt an ominous foreboding. What revelation was about to unfold? The next instant, Naruto's calm voice resonated in the ears of all present. Pain, a suspected member of the Uzumaki clan, wields the Rinnegan and commands the Outer Path statue. He is the leader of the Rain country and possesses tremendous strength. Konan, the angel of the Akatsuki, has an extraordinary paper shield capable of triggering countless explosive tags in an instant. Kakuzu, as you are aware. Obito Uchiha, you should also be cognizant of. And then there is Deidara. As Naruto spoke, his gaze subtly flicked towards Anoki. What? That scoundrel! Anoki exclaimed in fury. Has he joined the Akatsuki? The group fell silent. Taken aback. You are unaware of his movements? Spare me the jest. He is, after all, a direct descendant, albeit a mischievous one, with great potential. Naruto shook his head, casting a significant glance at Raza. Sasori of the Red Sand, a member of your village. What? Impossible. Raza gasped in shock. Sasori had always been an enigma to them. They had managed to gather some intelligence, but the specifics remained elusive. Naruto's revelation left them reeling. Sasori's mastery of puppetry was indeed unparalleled, and while they had once entertained doubts, it was hard to accept this newfound truth. The strength of Sasori was evident for all to see. The pressing question remained. Which powerful figure from Sand Village had fallen into obscurity? How could they remain oblivious? Raza stared blankly at Naruto, awaiting answers. Zetsu was equally astonished by Naruto's insights. Who is this individual, and how does he possess such in-depth knowledge of the Akatsuki? Zetsu thought, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Such an individual, with unparalleled intelligence, could not be allowed to roam freely in this world. He must be eradicated. Obito, the spotlight is on you. Zetsu fervently wished for Obito Uchiha's success, for only then could he find solace. Meanwhile, Naruto grinned broadly, continuing, surprised are we? He is the one who killed your third Kazekage. What? The room fell into stunned silence. The mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage had sent shockwaves through their ranks for days. At that time, he was a formidable shinobi. How could he have vanished so inexplicably? Was he slain by someone? The mystery that had shrouded this event was now unraveling, revealing that it was Sasori behind it all. Damn it, Raza gritted his teeth. Feeling utterly crushed, he exchanged a glance with Anoki, their expressions bitter. Anoki felt a strange sense of relief, although both were rogue ninjas. At least Adara had not committed such a heinous act. Just look at the Sand Village, where even the village leader had been eliminated. There's no need for such a relieved expression, Raza retorted. What else is there? Killer B and A, the Raikage, felt an unsettling premonition. Was there someone else among the Akatsuki? They hoped not. Ahem, Naruto said awkwardly, pressing on, Kisame Hashigaki. Curse it. Mei Terumi closed her eyes in despair. What were the Akatsuki plotting? Was this not akin to undermining their foundations? She glanced at Naruto with a hint of reproach. You seem quite composed. The Akatsuki includes Orochimaru and Obito Uchiha, both of whom are from your Konoha village. Strictly speaking, your village is faring the worst. So, what else with your Schadenfreude? In any case, their strengths were considerable, rivaling that of the Kage, and coupled with their summoning jutsu, defeating them would be no small feat. Naruto's voice drifted, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He shrugged, casually stating, thus, the choice lies with you. Do it, he said, his shoulders slumping as he reflected on the fact that the Cloud Village had no real grievances with the Akatsuki. Mei sighed, feeling powerless. Raza's gaze flickered, his silence betraying his thoughts. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of fools, Zetsu thought, nearly bursting into laughter. This was humanity, prone to infighting, never able to unite against a common foe. He felt fortunate. Had they truly banded together, they would have left him with no room to maneuver, compelling him to reveal his final trump card. But the time for that was not yet ripe, as they were not prepared. For now, the trump card could be kept hidden. Anoki's face darkened with fury. You are inviting disaster, Namake's Minato. What say you? I am strong enough not to worry, Naruto shrugged. I see you all. Should you choose to act, I too can intervene. The group exchanged glances, Anoki deflated, erupting in anger. You are not worthy of counsel. A's expression darkened. Mei's demeanor remained calm. She had prepared herself long before this moment. Raza's cold gaze fixed on Anoki. Was he unwilling to act? Or simply lacked the energy? Such is humanity. The Nine Tails observed with an indifferent gaze, a dismissive smirk escaping its lips. Ugh. Zetsu suddenly froze, falling into silence. Chapter 85. Kakashi. I brought Obito. Why did you arrive so swiftly? Zetsu had departed silently, soon finding himself in another location. Observing Obito's demeanor, Zetsu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Obito's rapid arrival. I can hardly contain my anticipation, Obito replied, his expression cold, before quietly inquiring. How goes the situation on that side? They are still in conference, but it is evident that consensus cannot be reached. This is inevitable. Obito was not surprised in the least. They had long foreseen this outcome. Considering the circumstances, it was clear that due to the Outer Path statue, the Rain Country was incapable of initiating conflict. Without the statue, Nagato and his companions would have acted decisively, offering no opportunity for resistance. However, with the statue in play, the situation changed dramatically. The Outer Path statue, being a vessel for the Ten Tails, combined with Nagato's power, rendered them formidable. Under such circumstances, they dared not act recklessly. This is the essence of balance, Obito stated, hands clasped behind his back, a smirk playing on his lips. They are all the same, regardless of who occupies that position. Zetsu remained silent, eventually nodding in agreement. Obito's observation was accurate. This was their opportunity. Zetsu and Obito stood side by side, sharing a moment of mutual recognition before both sighed deeply. It is exceedingly difficult. Truly it is. Initially, their strategy within the Akatsuki had been one of stealthy development, but that was no longer feasible. Naruto's exposure of their existence had placed them in a precarious position. Thus, a change in approach was necessary, a bold experiment, indeed. Do you believe you can defeat Kakashi? Keep in mind, Minato is still present. Zetsu expressed his lingering concern as they broached the subject. Over the course of the past year, their schemes had not once succeeded. It was uncertain how this time would unfold. Destiny is shaped by human effort. After a moment of silence, Obito finally managed a bitter smile. He lacked confidence now. Had it been in the past, he would have confidently proclaimed success. However, the past year had eroded his self-assurance. Sighing deeply, he lamented the fact that after 1,000 years of planning, he found his strategies on the brink of collapse. Regardless of the outcome, this truly marked our final attempt. If it failed, he would need to retreat and reflect deeply. I understand, Obito thought, his heart heavy with sorrow. He had never anticipated reaching such a dire juncture. If this endeavor fell through, he would have to quietly cultivate his strength, and if necessary, reveal his last trump card. Please deliver this letter to Kakashi, he instructed. Understood. Zetsu accepted the letter from Obito and departed quietly. So, the Mist Village stands idle. And you from the Sand Village do not act either? Rosa remained silent, pondering if he possessed the capability to intervene. The feudal lord of the Wind Country was indeed reducing the funding for the Sand Village. Recently, the financial situation had become dire, compelling the esteemed Kazekage to gather gold from the desert in exchange for resources. This thought weighed heavily on him. He no longer had the desire to engage in trivial matters. With no funds to spare, any further movement would only exacerbate the situation. Moreover, it was not yet a matter of utmost necessity to act. On the other hand, Naka's face darkened with fury, internally raging against the foolishness of his peers. Are we to wait until it's too late to act? He thought, frustrated. He found himself missing Sarutobi Hiruzen. At least he might have supported his decision today. Minato, will you not say anything? What is there to say? Naruto yawned. If they are not moving, why should I? He was not foolish enough to expose himself to danger without cause. He was pressed for time, after all. AI observed the scene quietly before finally speaking. Let it go. Unification is impossible. I see clearly now that this summit of the 5 Kage is utterly pointless. How can it be pointless? Naruto chuckled lightly. At the very least, it can foster some camaraderie. Humph. The others scoffed. Let us adjourn. Mifune quickly interjected. The land of rain is centrally located among your nations. You can act whenever you wish. Upon hearing this, Naka's anger only intensified as he scrutinized the others. He realized he was the only one with foresight. The rest were short-sighted. He was disappointed to find Minato shared this flaw. Naruto, it seems you have been underestimated, he remarked dismissively. Let him be. Naruto replied with an impassive expression. Through this summit, he had gleaned some insights into the personalities present. Among them, the fourth Raikage was undoubtedly the strongest. It was perplexing that none had yet made a move. Exiting the conference hall, Naruto was taken aback. He had intended to fish for information and wait for them to take the bait. Yet, after all this time, there had been no signs of activity. Even Orochimaru had not relayed any information. This was not as it should be. Frowning, he sensed something amiss. I believe they are plotting something significant, he mused. Indeed. Let's explore a bit. You need not follow me closely. Might Guy and Kakashi exchanged glances, then nodded. It was true that Naruto did not require their constant presence. However, for safety's sake, Kakashi sent a shadow clone to scout while he remained with Naruto. Naruto made no objections and began to wander with curiosity, immersing himself in the culture of the Iron Country. Meanwhile, Kakashi's clone enjoyed a leisurely stroll elsewhere. Suddenly, a letter landed in Kakashi's hands. What is this? He wondered. Having sensed nothing, it was from that mysterious figure. Reflecting on Naruto's previous mention of someone hidden in the shadows, he felt a chill. Had they finally decided to act? Their impatience was palpable, indicating the pressure from the fourth Hokage was indeed substantial. Kakashi's clone pondered, a smile breaking across his face. Perhaps this is an opportune moment to weaken the Akatsuki organization. It was also a chance to sever ties with Obito. My life has truly reached its nadir, he thought. Upon the return of his shadow clone with the letter, Kakashi handed it to Naruto without hesitation. Naruto merely glanced at it before suggesting Kakashi handle it. Aren't you going to assist? He can manage on his own, Naruto replied, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He faced Might Guy, who looked puzzled. Do you not agree? I do, Guy smiled broadly. By the way, Naruto, your sapling seems to have grown significantly. Naruto's eyes sparkled. I'm on my way. Chapter 86. The rift between Obito and Kakashi indeed, it had grown a little. The Nine Tails and Naruto stood beside a small sapling, and Naruto beamed at the modest growth it had achieved over time. Raising his hand to touch it, he realized the ability it had bestowed upon him, mastery over the Rasengan. Wow, Naruto gasped, the chakra ball? Sometimes I truly feel I've crossed into the wrong realm. Questioned the Nine Tails. It's nothing, Naruto replied, suppressing a chuckle. Truly, with such a formidable ability, this would be the ideal setting for cultivation in realms of fantasy or myth. After all, the potential for growth was immense. To control the Rasengan was beyond description, simply terrifying. By the way, let us get ready for hot pot. Sure. The Nine Tails' eyes brightened. A snowy day is perfect for hot pot, an ideal combination. Its gluttonous nature was awakening. At midnight, Kakashi stood silently with the letter in hand. After a long pause, he took a deep breath, donned his attire, strapped on his ninja gear, and quietly slipped out of his room. Fourth Hokage, shall we not follow? You may do so. This is his path to tread, Naruto replied, raising an eyebrow. He doubted his presence would aid Kakashi. The latter had to navigate this challenge alone. He believed Kakashi thought the same. Might Guy, however, felt uneasy and silently trailed behind. "You're here, Kakashi," Obito exclaimed, his face concealed by a spiral mask, watching as Kakashi approached with urgency. "Obito," Kakashi's expression was complex. "Why have you chosen this path?" His voice was calm, yet tremors betrayed his emotions. "For my ideals, for my goals." "Lies," Kakashi responded coldly, disappointment evident in his gaze. "You have changed." "Have I?" Obito tilted his head, a scoff escaping his lips. "Change is good. I used to be so naive. Now I realize how foolish I once was. That does not justify your betrayal. You need not worry. Once my plan is fulfilled, those who have perished will return." Kakashi found Obito's words deeply ironic. Do you truly believe in such a scheme? Death is final. The afterlife is their rightful home. Despair washed over Kakashi as he closed his eyes. The figure before him was no longer the passionate Obito he once knew. He had become something unrecognizable, lost to madness. "Without further ado, I am not here to reminisce." Obito gazed earnestly at Kakashi, his voice softening. "We are no longer friends. Return my eyes to me." "Return them to you?" Kakashi opened his eyes, devoid of any lingering affection. As he looked at Obito, he could hardly fathom how his former friend had metamorphosed into this version of himself. Yet, he too was no longer the Hatake Kakashi of the past. With a cold chuckle, he replied, "Impossible." "Why?" Obito frowned. "Those were originally my eyes. We are no longer friends. Do not compel me to take action." Obito articulated a grave truth. "You are not my match. You intend to counter the Flying Thunder God technique, I presume?" Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Obito's expression shifted subtly. Even without witnessing the change in Obito's demeanor, Kakashi could discern everything through his subtle movements, scoffing, "Indeed, but regrettably, you no longer have the opportunity." Kakashi reached up, slowly lowering his mask. "This cannot be." Upon glimpsing Kakashi's bright eyes, Uchiha Obito's defenses crumbled. His face turned ashen. "Where is your Sharingan?" "I have extracted it." "Ah, splendid. Yet another scheme by the fourth Hokage." Obito nearly spat blood in frustration. Everything was going awry. That man always seemed to anticipate their plans, infuriatingly so. "Kakashi, you are quite remarkable," Obito ground his teeth. Hearing this, Kakashi beamed with a radiant smile. "Thanks to you, I am in fine form." "Damn it." Obito's throat tightened, a metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. Zetsu cautiously emerged. "Shall we continue fighting?" "Yes." Boom. With negotiations collapsed, there was nothing left to discuss. They launched into battle. Hatake Kakashi was also a formidable force in Konoha, and defeating him would certainly weaken the village's strength. The war erupted instantaneously, both combatants ablaze with fury. The bonds of friendship and camaraderie were laid to waste. Now, their sole desire was to vanquish one another. Might Guy stood not far away, astonished. It was his first time witnessing such unbridled rage from Kakashi. It was truly terrifying. Naruto felt a shift, a silent smile forming on his lips. At this moment, all was tranquil within Konoha. The flesh clone lay in peaceful slumber, diligently adhering to its training without a hint of negligence. Zetsu quietly emerged from the ground. Though merely a clone with limited combat ability, the conflicts among ninjas were never solely determined by strength. Information and strategy held immense significance. Lacking true power, he could still employ poison and achieve much more. Just moments ago, he had utilized a potent sedative. Now, witnessing Naruto sleeping soundly, Zetsu grinned. This was also a test. If all proceeded smoothly, splendid. If not, it was of little consequence, as he was merely a trivial clone. Such tactics would bear no weight against experienced ninjas. Yet for a child like Naruto, they were effortlessly effective. "Come with me, Uzumaki Naruto." Zetsu stepped forward to lift Naruto, intending to depart, only to be confronted by an unexpected presence. Zetsu. Before him stood Minato Namikaze, and Zetsu's expression stiffened. "Damn, I knew it was a trap. This man was far too cunning. You have finally shown yourself." Naruto sat calmly on his chair, gazing at Zetsu with an air of tranquility. "Indeed, a conspiracy. What a pity. A pity indeed, but sadly, you are not the original." Naruto felt a tinge of regret. Zetsu's lips twitched, then he asked, "Who are you exactly?" "I am Minato Namikaze. How many will believe you?" "I care not whether they believe. I am Minato Namikaze now." To confuse truth with falsehood, detestable. Zetsu ground his teeth. How can such a loathsome individual exist in this world? Do not celebrate prematurely. Zetsu cast a deep gaze at Naruto and then took his own life. Naruto. Kyuubi. What a ruthless individual. The Nine-Tails smirked. Is this the Zetsu you spoke of? What makes him so special? Special? Not particularly. Narrowing his eyes at the flesh clone, Naruto suddenly conceived a rather unsavory thought. Chapter 87. Ninja, born of divine strength. Ahem. If Hinata were to train, would that not elevate future happiness levels exponentially? Damn, I am truly not human. Gently slapping himself, Naruto dismissed the unseemly thought. The Nine-Tails, perplexed, wondered what Naruto was up to. Tapping his fingers on the table, Naruto spoke leisurely. Come in. Naruto had been under constant surveillance. When putting on a show, he would leave nothing to chance. Creak. The door swung open, and a member of the Umbus stealthily stepped inside. Fourth Hokage. Yes, how fares the village? All is well. Summon Nara Shikaku. Understood. Naruto surveyed his surroundings, noting no anomalies. It was time to relocate. He wondered if Yamato had completed the construction. He would not settle for anything less than the best. Having acquired wealth and power, it was only fitting he find a suitable new abode. Previously, he had instructed Yamato, the construction captain, to build him a house. Given the time that had passed, one would expect progress to have been made. Ninjas, truly remarkable laborers. Kyuubi, are you being polite? Look at what you were saying. Is that even human? Did I say something wrong? Naruto smiled. The shadow clone technique is quite advantageous. And coupled with the summoning technique, a ninja's productivity skyrockets. Not to mention, for tasks like high-altitude operations, ninjas possess an inherent advantage. Furthermore, in firefighting scenarios, water-type ninjas can be invaluable. If water fails, earth-type ninjas can step in. Sometimes, I genuinely do not understand. While a military presence is necessary, dispersing them among the populace seems far more beneficial, does it not? The Nine-Tails remained silent, rolling its eyes. Do you think everyone can suppress everything like you? Do you comprehend the destructive potential if these individuals are not kept in check? Naruto understood. It did indeed make sense. Yet, he firmly believed that those who had experienced peace would seldom contemplate rebellion. Fourth Hokage, you have returned. Nara Shikaku rushed in, immediately noticing Kakashi and Gai's absence, inferring that the Flying Thunder God had returned. The chakra was truly enviable. Yes, I returned first. As for Kakashi and Gai, they are still in the land of iron. I figured as much. Rubbing his temples, Nara Shikaku sat opposite Naruto. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. The arrangements you set in motion are nearly complete. We are now entering the stage of gradual progress. The final aspect concerns the trajectories of the various clans and the foundation you mentioned last time. A new ruler brings new ministers. This much Nara Shikaku understands. How old is Naruto? 6 years. Nara Shikaku realized he was merely a transitional figure. The future belonged to Nara Shikamaru's generation. Thus, Naruto's plans were entirely sound. He was simply relieved that his child, Nara Shikamaru, maintained a decent relationship with Naruto. In the future, he would hold a position close to Naruto. However, he was acutely aware that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the Hyuga clan would emerge as the true victor. All due to the birth of Hinata. At times, he truly could not fathom how a 5- or 6-year-old child could harbor feelings for a girl. Beastly. Regardless of Naruto's thoughts, as long as nothing went awry, the Hyuga clan was destined to rise. This was indisputable. Yes, let us take our time. There is no rush. Upon hearing this, Naruto pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, one step at a time, there is no need to hurry. Tomorrow, let us convene with those few individuals. Within Naruto's heart, a multitude of thoughts began to form. Indeed, the foundation of Konoha village is remarkably strong, particularly the Inuzuka, Nara, and Aburame clans, each possessing unique strengths. The intelligence of the Nara clan, coupled with the exaggerated abilities of the Yamanaka clan, whose telepathic skills can encompass an entire battlefield, is undeniably strategic in nature. The Akimichi clan, well, allow me a moment to ponder. Naruto scratched his head, offering a nervous chuckle, unable to conjure an immediate answer. In any case, this assemblage is a treasure trove. When the time comes for significant endeavors, their contributions will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Additionally, the Inuzuka clan, masters in canine training, have their own merits. The Aburame clan similarly possesses unique capabilities. Naruto's eyes gleamed as he contemplated their respective roles. Every individual has their own utility. Even the seemingly worthless can possess hidden advantages. Seated beneath the dim glow of the lights, The two commenced their discussion regarding the final details. Hyuga Hayashi gazed upon Hinata's room, reflecting on the changes of recent days, his heart swelling with excitement. Could it be that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is capable of evolution? As a fellow clan of ocular practitioners, did he not envy the Uchiha? Undoubtedly, he felt a pang of jealousy. The progression from one Tomo to the next, culminating in the Sharingan, is a gradual elevation of power. In contrast, the Hyuga clan seemed stagnant by comparison. Merely contemplating it was disheartening. However, he had been observing that most of Naruto's generous offerings had found their way to Hinata. He was acutely aware that Naruto's gifts were indeed of great value. Conflicted emotions stirred within him upon realizing this. It felt akin to having a precious treasure taken away, yet he could not help but appreciate the golden-haired boy. Recently, he had noticed Hinata's eyes shining with an enchanting brilliance. Even some clan members had begun to take notice, igniting their excitement. They were eager to elevate Hinata to a revered status. Yet, the most disheartening realization struck him. This girl had no interest in combat. Becoming a true ninja was not her aspiration. To put it bluntly, she seemed too fragile. Such a demeanor was unsuitable for the head of the Hyuga clan. Despite exhausting his thoughts, he could not find a resolution. Ultimately, a remark from Niji pierced his heart. I see that Naruto and Hinata share a close bond. Can she truly become the clan leader? A direct hit to his core. At that moment, Hayashi felt as though the heavens had darkened around him. Why? He sighed deeply, feeling as if he had glimpsed hope only to plunge into despair. Was he truly to confront Naruto? Consequently, he shifted his focus to Hanabi, reassuring himself that should they unite, they would be family. The title of clan leader would be inconsequential. And then there was Niji. Recalling the list passed to him by Nara Shikaku, Hayashi felt a swell of pride. Regardless of other matters, the Hyuga clan had a promising future, working under Naruto. Perhaps Niji could indeed defy fate. A caged bird. Suddenly, Hayashi sensed a terrifying aura fleeting past him. He turned sharply towards Hinata's room, refusing to be complacent, and burst through the door. At that moment, Hinata was soundly asleep, her features serene. Observing her, Hayashi furrowed his brow. Was it merely his imagination? Upon the moon, a figure with a twisted expression laughed heartily. Ha! The Konoha 12 are beginning to awaken. What could be the cause? Otsutsuki Shurin stood upon the moon, feeling an elusive connection, his smile unwavering. Although the reason eluded him, it was a positive sign. It appeared he would need to descend prematurely. Shurin had previously believed that while Hinata was the Byakugan princess, her awakening was improbable. The emergence of the Rinnegan is no trivial matter. The most straightforward method entails the fusion of numerous Byakugan to attain the Rinnegan. He had long regarded Hinata as his destined bride, patiently awaiting her maturation. Yet now, witnessing this unexpected evolution at such a young age, he felt an urgent curiosity about the events unfolding below. He resolved to prepare himself and descend to bring Hinata to the moon. As for any potential obstructions from those below, such concerns were unwarranted. Shurin dismissed the thought. What power did he possess compared to the ninjas below? If the first Hokage were still alive, he might have felt apprehensive, but the current Konoha was hardly a threat. Was it merely his imagination? Watching Hinata roll over and continue her slumber, Hayashi felt a twinge of doubt. He had indeed sensed a powerful presence, swift in its arrival and departure. It felt too tangible to be a mere figment. Could it be that Hinata was on the verge of awakening? He would inquire with Naruto upon his return. Hayashi was not foolish. Since Naruto frequently provided for Hinata, he surely possessed some knowledge of her condition. The following morning, as usual, Hayashi guided Hinata and Niji in their training. Before long, he received word from Nara Shikaku. Naruto had returned. With a flick of his chakra, he teleported. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he found several individuals already present. Glancing at them, Hayashi felt a stir of intrigue. They too seemed unaware of Naruto's intentions for summoning them. However, it appeared that something significant was afoot. Uchiha Fugaku remained composed. They had invested considerable resources in relocating their clan to the vicinity of Konoha's center. At the time, Itachi had predicted that Konoha would flourish, and proximity to the Hokage's office would yield greater advantages. Their clan may lack in many aspects, but they were certainly wealthy. After hearing Itachi's analysis, Fugaku promptly made a decision. At that moment, Nara Shikaku had come to inquire, and Fugaku sold the Uchiha estate, retaining only a shrine. Now, many members of the Uchiha had entered the power center of Konoha, beginning to shine brightly. All these changes were a result of Naruto's influence. They had become ardent supporters of Naruto. As Naruto arrived, he noticed the group engaged in hushed conversation. Fourth Hokage, they greeted, quickly straightening in anticipation of his directives. I have an important matter to discuss. Naruto glanced at Narashikaku, who understood and distributed the papers he held. As the others received their copies, their brows furrowed in surprise. This was none other than the Konoha 12 training initiative. Those aware of Naruto's identity comprehended that he intended to cultivate his own elite team. This was excellent news. Realizing that each clan was represented in the initiative only heightened their excitement. Naruto had been equitable in his approach, encompassing nearly every family. Why is it called the Konoha 12? Akimichi CHG queried. The name seems rather unimposing, reminiscent of an indestructible insect. Naruto cleared his throat, remaining silent. It was true that these individuals had endured from beginning to end, with Niji being the sole casualty due to fate's cruel design. Moreover, their talents were indeed remarkable. To Naruto, it was only prudent to capitalize on existing potential. After all, were not Haruno Sakura and Rock Lee exceptionally gifted? Narashikaku pondered, as did the others, sharing his confusion. Indeed. Moreover, it appears that Haruno Sakura is not particularly favored by Naruto. Initially, he even ridiculed her. So why has he chosen her now? As for Hinata, they instinctively overlook her. With Naruto around, it hardly makes a difference. I simply cannot comprehend why Haruno Sakura and Rock Lee have been selected. Lee is a diligent genius. Naruto tapped his fingers lightly on the table and remarked nonchalantly, in conjunction with my resources, his optimal choice is the 8 gates. It must be noted that while the flesh and blood clone has been diligently training, the duration has been brief, making it difficult to sustain. One cannot help but admire Might Guy and Rock Lee for their efforts. Naruto is eager to witness the heights Lee can achieve with his assistance. As for Haruno Sakura, Naruto remains unfazed. They are no longer of the same world. Viewed through the lens of a leader, her talent is indeed commendable, perhaps due to her violent lineage. Tsunade's immense strength techniques are particularly suited for her. Coupled with her adept control of chakra, she is destined to become an exceptional medical ninja. Such a talent is not one he can afford to overlook. These individuals are our key trainees, and I shall personally oversee their development. Hiss. Upon hearing Naruto's words, everyone present was consumed by envy. Naruto's resources are so formidable, and it is rumored that there is also meat involved. That is a privilege they have yet to experience. Simultaneously, there is a sense of joy. At least they all have one, making it quite fair. Well then, let us have them assemble tomorrow. Additionally, let us include meat rewards in the ninja incentives: pork, wine, chicken, duck, and fish. This sounds delightful. Akimichi Choza's eyes sparkled as he began to envision the flavors. The others were equally excited. Following such a leader is exhilarating. Benefits are readily bestowed. Reflecting on the previous third Hokage, there is simply no comparison. In any case, from this moment forth, we must continuously enhance our strength. Dismissed. Everyone dispersed. Except for Uchiha Fugaku, who remained standing to the side, deep in thought. What is the matter? Uchiha Fugaku felt somewhat embarrassed, but still inquired softly, Our vegetables and water have been depleted, but Uchiha Itachi mentioned he is about to evolve, so I wanted to ask. Uchiha Fugaku rubbed his hands together. Evolve? Is he about to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan? Naruto contemplated silently. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi is a prodigy in his own right. And with the aid of these spatial springs and vegetables, it is only natural for him to evolve at this juncture. By the way, if he evolves now, will it still be Amaterasu and the like? Naruto felt a tinge of uncertainty. I hope he doesn't awaken any other abilities. There is a hint of anticipation. Chapter 89. So this is the Naruto you are. Without rules, there can be no order. If one desires, they must earn it themselves. Uchiha Fugaku's expression stiffened, tinged with regret. It seems that young Naruto still harbors some prejudices. After obtaining the answers he sought through a slight probing, Uchiha Fugaku ceased his inquiries and turned away. Feeling disheartened, upon exiting, he was taken aback to find Hyuga Hizashi waiting outside. He nodded with a smile and moved past. Hyuga Hizashi watched Uchiha Fugaku depart, unperturbed, before turning to enter the Hokage's office. Fourth Hokage. Hyuga Hizashi's expression remained impassive as he gazed at Naruto, his hands clenched in the sleeves, fighting the urge to spank him. Resist. He thought to himself. I cannot overpower him, and besides, He may very well be the future Hokage. He couldn't dwell on it. What was he even agonizing over? Suppressing the bitterness within, Hyuga Hizashi slowly spoke at Naruto's beckoning. May I ask if the Byakugan can evolve again? Upon finishing, he looked at Naruto with eager anticipation. Naruto was taken aback, then inquired, has Hinata awakened? Not yet, but I feel that Hinata's Byakugan is becoming increasingly pure, as if there is no end to it. Hyuga Hizashi deliberated before continuing. However, I have researched the literature and found no mention of any evolution of the Byakugan. The reason he approached Naruto was that he suspected Naruto's intentions behind nurturing Hinata were not purely altruistic. You have come to the right person. Naruto gestured for Hyuga Hizashi to sit and poured him a cup of tea. Then, under his expectant gaze, he elucidated. There are 2 known evolutions of the Byakugan. 2. Hyuga Hizashi was astonished. He had never heard of even one, and now Naruto was asserting there were 2? Yes, 2. Naruto affirmed resolutely. I cannot say for certain if there are others, but these 2 are undeniably powerful. Have you heard of the Rinnegan? I have. The Rinnegan? In reality, there exists one, and there are numerous legends surrounding it. For families like ours, the authenticity of the Rinnegan is beyond question. One evolution of the Byakugan corresponds to the Rinnegan, known as the Rebirth Eye. Rebirth Eye? Hyuga Hizashi murmured in disbelief. Wait. He suddenly turned to Naruto, exclaiming in shock. That refers to the Uchiha clan, indeed. Naruto poured himself a drink and chuckled. Just as you surmised, the Rinnegan. Heaven knows how filthy the thoughts swirling in Hyuga Hizashi's mind were. How is this fair? Looking at the evolution path of the Rinnegan, it is clearly delineated. Then looking at his Byakugan, Naruto needn't he say it. He could surmise that the ultimate leap for the Byakugan is directly to the Rebirth Eye. How difficult could that be? Just look at how many years have passed without a single one appearing. The Uchiha have yet to produce even one Rinnegan wielder. And what about the other one? Hyuga Hizashi, having lost hope in the Rebirth Eye, decided to see what the other one was. The other eye is referred to as the Purity Eye. Purity Eye? That too sounds challenging. Naruto shook his head. It requires the Whirlpool bloodline with the power of the 6 paths and the Byakugan bloodline to manifest. The power of the 6 paths. Hyuga Hizashi's expression froze. Surely, wasn't he referring to the so-called Sage of 6 Paths power? What a pitfall. No, wait. Hyuga Hizashi glanced at Naruto, pondering slightly. Given his remarkable strength at such a young age, it was conceivable that he might possess the power of the 6 Paths in the future. Coupled with his daughter's pure Byakugan hiss, he suddenly understood. Moreover, he gritted his teeth. This guy is coveting his daughter's body, all for the purpose of bearing a child with the Purity Eye. No. Perhaps his calculations run even deeper. What if he were to simultaneously possess both the Purity Eye and the Rebirth Eye? Wouldn't that make him invincible? So, this is the kind of person you are. Hyuga Hizashi ground his teeth in frustration. Naruto, perplexed, asked, what is wrong with me? I feel as though I haven't done anything at all. Hyuga Hizashi barely managed to suppress the gloom within him, and upon reflection, it didn't seem so bad after all. However, his perception of Naruto had completely shattered. Humph. The cold snort from the future father-in-law left Naruto speechless. What on earth happened to turn into this? By the way, what about Hinata now? Yes, her awakening direction is indeed the Rebirth Eye. Naruto nodded, rising to gaze outside. His heart stirred. Though he did not know when she would successfully awaken, once she did, she would be beyond the Hokage level. It must be noted that the abilities of the Rebirth Eye are extraordinarily formidable. Even if Hinata dislikes conflict, her mere casual actions would unleash cataclysmic devastation. She could even establish a pathway to the moon. This ability can only be described as terrifying. The moon, huh? Might I be able to colonize other planets in the future? Naruto mused contentedly. After all, there exists an entire complex on the moon where one could reside. It would be a ready-made solution. Perhaps one could even take a vacation there. Such spatial pathways are truly invincible. Kaibai, do you think that if there were more Rebirth Eyes, could we explore other planets? Kaibai, what are you talking about? Kaibai was bewildered. Is the Rebirth Eye really that terrifying? It must be said that there is indeed a possibility. The Ninetales suddenly became animated, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Do you think we could perhaps engage in farming? Naruto replied, excellent. You embody the spirit of the flower country even more than I do. I admire that. After all, it's all about land resources, and surely there are abundant riches to be found. Naruto, you're truly on the verge of soaring to great heights. I am not jesting. With the terrifying power of the Rebirth Eye, Mining resources on the moon would be a surefire success. The resources of an entire planet would be a treasure others would fight over. At this moment, Hayashi Hyuga was also reveling in the thought that his daughter could awaken the rebirth eye. Moreover, even if it were not a pure Byakugan, could continuous consumption not lead to the awakening of the rebirth eye? He gasped. What a daunting prospect. Naruto was indeed orchestrating a grand scheme. Just imagine a future where both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans held the rebirth eye and the reincarnation eye. Hayashi hastily suppressed these unrealistic fantasies. If such a time were to come, it would be utterly terrifying. Each would possess the power to wreak havoc, and Naruto would surely not be so foolish as to allow that. Presently, his strength kept them in check. But would he still be able to do so in that future? As long as he remained wise, he would not act recklessly. He was indeed overthinking. If Naruto were to pursue such a course of action, it could only be for one reason. He believed he could control them. How terrifying that would be. Even the Sage of Six Paths would have to kneel. Hayashi drifted away, the shocking news he had received today weighing heavily on him. The rebirth eye. The pure eye. Truly fearsome. Naruto gazed contemplatively out the window. There was actually another option he had not mentioned, for he himself was uncertain. That was the unique reincarnation eye of the Otsutsuki clan. Perhaps this eye possessed the powers of both types. This eye was not worth contemplating. It was utterly impossible. Chapter 90. Let us all rally together, Naruto. I have brought what you requested. In the afternoon, as Naruto enjoyed his meal at home, Jiraiya arrived at his door, casually handing him several items, including a sage scroll. Did the great sage frog agree? Indeed, he did, Jiraiya replied with a wry smile. With your demeanor, how could he refuse? Very well then, let us arrange it swiftly. The summoning technique is a marvelous asset. Naruto tossed the sage scroll into the space, where it was promptly caught by the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails examined it closely but could not discern its significance and placed it aside, doubting Naruto would need it in the near future. By the way, since you are here, I have a task for you. What is it? Go find Tsunade. Huh. Jiraiya's expression fell. Why me? Because you are well connected and more familiar with the land of fire. You know Tsunade best. That is true, Jiraiya said, somewhat puffed with pride. He had traveled across much of the ninja world in search of the Destined One and to create great works, especially in the land of fire, where he was intimately acquainted. Finding Tsunade. Leave that to me. I shan't fail. Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, grinning. Going on a mission means rewards. Seeing Jiraiya's eager expression made Naruto chuckle. It was clear he was not ready to retire and wanted to continue for a few more years. Recently, Jiraiya had also undertaken several missions, delving deeper into the pursuit of tasks, while those in the know were all participating in the frenzy, leading to a shortage of available missions. Ironically, many felt gratitude for the rewards he provided, though in reality, those rewards were piling up, far too abundant to consume. What could be done? The rate of growth was simply too swift. To this day, Naruto had yet to grasp the principles behind this space. Could this natural energy be the fabled spiritual energy of heaven and earth? In any case, it had indeed offered him tremendous assistance thus far. Satisfied with the outcome, Jiraiya departed in high spirits. Finding Tsunade. It is my duty. Shortly after Jiraiya's departure, Yamato arrived, bubbling with excitement. Please come to inspect the building we constructed for you. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up, and under Yamato's guidance, he soon arrived at the site. It resembled ancient Chinese architectural styles, being a single-story but spacious structure with a courtyard. For Naruto, this was already quite satisfactory. Abusing power for personal gain? No. This is to ensure I can be closer to the Hokage's office and work with ease. How could that be construed as abusing power? So, is it built according to your vision? Indeed, Naruto replied, patting Yamato on the shoulder with a smile. I am very pleased. It should be noted that in his previous life, he had never intended to purchase a house. He believed renting was far more economical. Life is fleeting, and the cost of housing is exorbitant. Yet now, this ample house was more than sufficient. You may proceed. It is time to submit tasks. Certainly. Yamato's eyes sparkled, and he hurried off. Why was Yamato so enthusiastic? There was a reason for that. During a previous visit, Nara Shikaku had given him a morsel to eat, and he had immediately felt a slight improvement in his wood release technique. How remarkable! His wood release had previously only allowed him to create wooden stakes. He had thought that was the limit, but now, it seemed he could progress further. Upon hearing about the rewards Naruto had produced, he became utterly exhilarated. Yamato had shouted in his room, I am the first and second Hokage. Powerful wood release was the dream of every villager in Konoha, and Yamato was no exception. Now that he possessed the ability, how could he not be ecstatic upon seeing a path to improvement? He lamented his own lack of ability. If only he were stronger, he would certainly tackle more challenging missions. Simultaneously, due to the rules set by Naruto, the ranks of ninjas had become increasingly significant. However, the most frustrating aspect was that ninja ranks were only assessed once a year. Starting next year, task assignments would also be rank restricted. Wishing to take on tasks beyond one's rank? Dream on. This layered structure led those eager to advance into a frenzy, resulting in a shift in the atmosphere of Konoha. As soon as a task was released, it was snatched up, creating the illusion of a shortage of missions. Outsiders observing this scene found it bewildering. Most believed that the return of the fourth Hokage had unified the hearts of the villagers, thus causing the situation. In reality, it was a subtle undercurrent of competition. In Naruto's words, "Now that I am Hokage, can I relax a bit? The rest is up to those below to compete." How vibrant. As he watched Yamato leave, Naruto reflected, many are emulating Kakashi. Sometimes the third Hokage had to issue tasks with a firm hand. Now, it is so much better. You, heartless capitalist. Gazing at the mountain of fruits and vegetables, the Nine-Tails fell into contemplation. This was, after all, a case of information asymmetry. What was a boon to them was on the verge of rotting for Naruto. Currently, the most valuable commodities for Naruto were medicinal herbs, followed by meat, and then vegetables and fruits. What else could be cultivated? With nothing pressing to do, the Nine-Tails and Naruto resumed their exploration of the space's wonders. Shikamaru. Shikamaru looked at Nara in confusion. It's a holiday. Can't I get a moment to rest? You must not be too lazy. Be careful lest you find yourself without work when you grow up. How could that be? Shikamaru blinked, feeling the remark was rather alarmist. After all, he was a ninja. Such a day could never come. Just look at the current situation. It's quite competitive, Nara observed, envisioning a future of rapid development for Konoha, where finding work would become challenging after a certain point. There was no other reason. It was simply too competitive now, with everyone focused on completing tasks. It has been observed that many individuals are ambitious, particularly the ninjas. Once they have tasted success, who would willingly relinquish their gains? Nara, for instance, is currently invigorated in his work. He has long been deprived of the sensation of growth and strength. But now, his abilities are steadily advancing. By harnessing his strengths, the future belongs to you. Thus, starting today, I shall personally oversee your progress. Nara Shikamaru scoffed at this. Shikamaru's voice echoed in despair. No, please. Ino, lost in her gardening, turned to Yamanka Ino, puzzled. She seemed only 6 years old and had recently begun learning the body flicker technique. How had they come to discuss the mind-body switch technique? From your expression, it appears you have yet to begin your studies. This cannot be. Tend to your flowers later. Come and learn from me. Yamanka Ino pouted and began to cry. However, it was futile. Yamanka Kaiji remained resolutely indifferent, dragging Ino away from the flower bed. Meanwhile, Akimichi Choji and Akimichi Chuji sat together, snacking. Suddenly, Choji spoke. Chuji, if you do not strive, there will be no snacks in the future. Why? Chuji, bewildered, looked up, unsure of what his companion meant. Because we are being surpassed. Thus, you must exert yourself. Choji glanced at the snack in his hand, then at Choji, asking in confusion, why should I work hard when you are not? Choji's expression soured as he slapped Chuji's head. Enough with the nonsense. Go train. All you do is eat. Chuji, feeling aggrieved, gazed at Choji with despair, thinking, but you are just as lazy as I am. Brother? Sasuke, cheeks stuffed like a hamster, looked up in surprise at his brother's call. Shall we train together after eating? Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged amused glances at the scene. It seems your eyes are on the verge of awakening, Itachi. Indeed, I sense I shall complete my transformation in less than 6 months. A smile flickered across Itachi's face. Previously, they believed that activating the Manjikyu Sharingan required specific emotional conditions. However, Naruto's presence allowed them to bypass such prerequisites effortlessly. Even though the timeline stretched long, it was undoubtedly a boon for them. What a splendid era we are in. Uchiha Fugaku raised his glass. To the Hokage. To the Hokage. Echoed Itachi and the others as they lifted their cups in unison. Even young Sasuke raised his cup, sipping juice. Despite his youth, he understood the significance of the moment. Recently, smiles adorned the faces of their clan members, fostering harmony unlike the past's tension. Families like Inuzuka and Yamanaka began training their young ones, sensing that the future was paramount. They realized they were aging and that the youth must rise to the occasion. Oh no, I can't even visit the flower shop anymore. After a brief respite, Ino and her friends gathered, listening to her sobs, which left Naruto feeling somewhat embarrassed. His role as a spy felt overwhelmingly dismal. Shikamaru lay on the grass, staring blankly at the sky. My bed, my sweet dreams, my snacks. Shuji joined in the lament, feeling utterly miserable from the relentless training they endured at just 6 years old. Their bleak existence seemed to end before it truly began. I am faring better, cultivating my bond with my dog. However, it seems our family may join the security forces. Inuzuka Kiba scratched his head. They say a dog's keen sense of smell, combined with our clan's transformation techniques, could aid in pursuing criminals. Indeed, Yamanaka Shino adjusted his glasses and murmured, though we are not as unfortunate as you. Hinata remained silent, leaning against the wall, her gaze drifting toward Naruto. She had grown accustomed to his presence, instinctively standing beside him. As the group turned their attention to Naruto, he stiffened, forcing an awkward smile. Well, I am also working on my physical training. Yeah, right. They scoffed. Do you really think we are unaware? You've been slacking off, lounging about. Yet, they felt no resentment. He was simply too formidable. In school, he stood at the pinnacle, excelling in everything. These are your future companions, Kurama mused. Each possesses remarkable talent. Indeed, Naruto chuckled, quietly observing the antics of his friends. Uchiha Obito, feeling beleaguered, retreated, his expression grim. Zetsu looked on with concern. Will he suffer too much and lose his mind? Why is Kakashi so strong? Obito pondered. How could he be so formidable even after losing an eye? It defies logic. Zetsu, clearing his throat, interjected. Is it possible that Kakashi has always possessed exceptional talent? Remember, you were the underachiever. Obito shot Zetsu a cold glare. If you can't contribute anything worthwhile, keep quiet. Today, I barely managed to defeat the long lazy Kakashi, Obito lamented. A sense of despair enveloping him. How have things progressed on your end? Failed. Minato was indeed prepared. What a pity. Silence fell between them as they each contemplated their lack of progress. After a while, they exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Let us focus on strengthening our abilities. We are currently in a hellish phase. Zetsu, feeling unusually disheartened, reflected on the misfortunes they had faced since the previous year. Indeed, let us abandon these futile thoughts. Instead, we should await the time when we can have Nagato resurrect Uchiha Madara. Agreed. Zetsu nodded, then looked up and murmured. I believe Orochimaru and Deidara are researching something significant regarding mechas. This could greatly aid us. Indeed. Obito concurred. I have some knowledge of mechas. If Orochimaru and Deidara succeed, it will undoubtedly be a formidable weapon. Upon reflection, perhaps their situation was not as dire as it seemed. Obito chuckled self-deprecatingly. Are we becoming overly obsessed? Seems so. Zetsu replied, momentarily taken aback before realizing right. If we cannot overpower them, we must develop cautiously. With the other ninja villages now wary of us, we must tread carefully. Indeed, in the heart of the Akatsuki organization, Deidara energetically bounded around Sasori and Orochimaru, unable to contain his excitement. Sasori, visibly irritated, brushed Deidara aside, uninterested in engaging with him. On the other hand, Orochimaru merely chuckled and remarked, we are crafting mechas. This should not concern you. How can it not concern me? Deidara protested, waving his hand animatedly. Imagine the mecha lifting its arm and spewing forth a barrage of explosives. What a terrifying sight that would be. After all, explosions are art. Indeed, that's not a bad idea. Orochimaru and Sasori exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. A single attack method would be insufficient. The capability for explosions is indeed impressive, simple, efficient, and remarkably powerful. However, this is our domain of research. Your role will be to provide the necessary explosive materials. All right, Deidara conceded after a moment of thought. He recognized that he was not suited for research and was content to assist them. Once the mechas were completed, he would certainly have his share of thrills. As time swiftly passed, 5 years flew by since their last encounter. During this period, the ninja world experienced an unexpected tranquility. The chaos of the past seemed like a distant memory. Each village and nation was steadily progressing, leading to a rapid development throughout the ninja realm. Take Konoha, for instance. It could scarcely be called a village anymore, given its remarkable expansion. Time truly does fly. Naruto stood atop the Hokage rock, reminiscing about the day he first arrived in this world, when Ebisu had bounced around him only to be reprimanded and sent to the Ninja Academy. Now, he couldn't help but chuckle at how much had changed. The Nine Tails rested comfortably on Naruto's shoulder, and at this moment, Naruto had grown significantly taller, his strength and capabilities deepening beyond measure. The stability of the past 5 years had allowed both his power and reputation to flourish, expanding his influence considerably. "Sir." A shadowy figure appeared beside him, crouching slightly. "Itachi, you've arrived," Naruto acknowledged. "Yes. How are your eyes adjusting?" Itachi queried. "Quite well," Itachi replied, a rare smile gracing his features. 5 years prior, he had predicted he would awaken his Sharingan within 6 months. However, the process proved far more arduous than anticipated. It wasn't until 2 weeks ago that he finally broke through the last barrier, stepping into a new realm of ability. "There's a mission I need you to undertake," Naruto stated, his expression shifting to seriousness. Itachi's brow furrowed slightly as he leaned in to listen. After 5 years, was Naruto finally ready to make a move? "Have you heard of the Land of Waves?" "The Land of Waves?" Itachi's expression turned contemplative. "Yes, I recall it. The changes in the ninja world have been considerable, particularly in the Land of Waves. If other nations have made progress, then this country has suffered the most. As a small coastal nation, it should have thrived in peace. Yet it has been on the brink of ruin, brought low by a single merchant. I need you to silently take control of this nation," Naruto commanded. Itachi's eyes widened in surprise. "Control a nation? Is it truly feasible?" "It is," Naruto affirmed with quiet confidence. "You will complete this task." The Uchiha clan owed their current circumstances to Naruto. They were passionate and emotional. Had it not been for the third Hokage's missteps, rebellion would not have been so tempting. Conversely, Naruto treated everyone in the village with fairness, devoid of hidden agendas, which naturally endeared him to the Uchiha clan. Who wouldn't prefer a peaceful existence? Even if their leader was only 11 years old. Despite the Uchiha clan having several members with the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and even 3 with the Manjiki, respect remained paramount. Those who disrespected the clan had already departed for the afterlife. Fugaku Uchiha, the clan leader, was no indecisive figure. He understood the balance of power that Naruto provided. Disrespect? Looking for trouble? I'm afraid that will not end well for them, Itachi mused, before silently departing to prepare for the mission. At last, you are ready to take action, Naruto thought, sinking into the depths of his consciousness. Within his vast spatial realm, an immense cache of resources had been established by the Nine Tails. Preserved as if time stood still, the ninja world would soon face upheaval. With our wings now fully unfurled, it is time to amplify our strength, Naruto mused with a faint smile. Over the past 5 years, the relentless efforts of Nara Shikaku and others had led to remarkable task completion rates, propelling Konoha's development to unprecedented heights, nearing its zenith. While continued growth was possible, it would not happen overnight. Naruto had no intention of allowing his strength to stagnate. With internal stability achieved, it was time to stir the external waters. I trust they are ready, he whispered. Stepping forward, he entered the Hokage's office, where the elegant Itachi was diligently writing. Lord Hokage, he greeted, I need you to summon Nara Shikaku. Shadow binding technique. Shikaku called out, glancing at his son, Shikamaru, who was immersed in rigorous training, a smile breaking across his face. Well done. Shikamaru sighed dramatically. Do you know how I've spent these past 5 years, father? How much longer must I endure this relentless pressure? He felt on the verge of collapse, reminiscing about his once carefree days, now transformed into a diligent student, consumed by training, studying, and strategizing. Shikaku dubbed it preparation for serving the Hokage, but was it truly necessary? Clan leader, the Hokage requests your presence, an aide announced. Very well, Shikaku replied, understanding the gravity of the situation. His gaze fell upon Shikamaru, a knowing smile forming on his lips. Shikamaru, are you ready for what lies ahead? Shikamaru shuddered at the thought, wondering what his father was planning. Where are we going? To grow, Shikaku replied, a sinister smile on his face as he led Shikamaru out of their home. Naruto watched the scene unfold, bemused by the sight of Shikamaru being dragged along. Lord Hokage. Shikamaru offered a polite yet awkward smile. Shikaku paid him little mind as he casually tossed Shikamaru aside. He had worked alongside Naruto for many years and was well aware that, at his core, Naruto was rather absurd. On the surface, he appeared to be a serious individual, yet he secretly relished in amusement. Gradually, he began to relax. Now, conversing with Naruto felt much more casual. What do you think about me asking the daimyo to step down? Shikamaru abruptly looked up, terror etched across his face as he stared at Naruto. What? Is this explosive information something an 11-year-old like me can handle? The daimyo stepping down? Goodness. Nara Shikamaru internally exclaimed in disbelief. This was indeed a bombshell. If he heard correctly, did Naruto aspire to become the daimyo? Shrinking back, Shikamaru quietly retreated to a corner. Dad, you've put me in a terrible position. Can I even hear this? With a kick, Nara Shikaku sent Shikamaru tumbling from the corner, grinning as he inquired, "What are your thoughts, my dear son?" Shikamaru gazed at his father with a look of despair. He had never seen such a father who would put his son in such a predicament. The daimyo? He had never imagined that the fourth Hokage would entertain such earth-shattering ambitions. Are you addicted to rebellion? One position as Hokage is not enough. Now you want to be the daimyo as well. You truly are something. Internally, Shikamaru silently gave a thumbs up. Suddenly, he recalled the initiative promoted 5 years ago about rewarding childbirth. It was all to lay the groundwork for the future daimyo, wasn't it? Upon reflecting, Shikamaru was horrified to realize that the fourth Hokage had begun orchestrating plans years prior. Indeed, the children born into their clans had multiplied significantly. Many of them were already eligible to enter the ninja academy. Their clan members had a more substantial advantage. Undoubtedly, the future would be filled with talent. Was this an attempt to distribute them across the land of fire for control? A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. In this generation, Shikamaru had truly outdone himself. Combined with Nara Shikaku's subtle injections of seemingly insignificant information, he quickly pieced together a grand scheme. He was struck with the realization that the seemingly idle fourth Hokage had laid out an elaborate game. He abruptly met Naruto's encouraging gaze. Shikamaru understood that this was his opportunity. With graduation approaching in a year, he would be assigned to missions, becoming a qualified ninja. However, Naruto had stated years ago that ninjas should integrate with the populace. Thus, during graduation, there would be a choice to make. Shikamaru's eyes flickered. How to choose? He had already formulated a plan in his mind, but that did not hinder him from engaging in discussion. Even if it was merely theoretical, he had his father, Nara Shikaku, to back him up. Taking a deep breath, Shikamaru spoke solemnly. I believe it is feasible, and the daimyo will not resist. Oh, Naruto's eyes lit up, impressed by Shikamaru's insight. Truly, you are remarkable at just 11 years old. Why? Both Naruto and Nara Shikaku looked on with keen interest, urging him to continue. Encouraged, Shikamaru straightened his posture, feeling a bit proud of himself. Clearing his throat, mimicking his father, he continued, because the daimyo's behavior has been exceedingly peculiar over the years. To what extent? Money has been flowing into Konoha like water. Otherwise, how could Konoha develop so rapidly? During the third Hokage's reign, he often had to request funds and sometimes even received nothing, leading to a period of financial strain for the village. Now, however, spending freely, it seems endless. Moreover, the daimyo frequently seeks out the fourth Hokage. Previously, he would only visit once a year, if that. He is not a fool. He quickly realizes this is a benefit of strength. The power Naruto demonstrated a few years ago was intimidating to them. If the first Hokage had allied with Uchiha Madara to dominate the ninja world and establish the nation, would the current 5 great nations even exist? The overwhelming pressure of such extraordinary strength is formidable. No one dared to oppose the first Hokage. Similarly, now, apart from a few, no one dares to oppose Naruto. This is the advantage that strength brings. Indeed, this is true. I could ascend to power whenever I wish, Naruto remarked calmly from his chair, and I could fully embrace it. As for those who may harbor discontent against me, he smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm, it's not that I underestimate them. They simply lack the capability. Nara Shikaku rarely displayed a smile, yet one graced his face now. Not to mention, several members of the Nara clan held significant positions in the Land of Fire. They were all kin. The resistance would not be substantial. For them, it would merely be a change of daimyo. Coincidentally, the strength of Naruto would make them feel even more secure. However, this would entail numerous responsibilities. Shikamaru instinctively remarked, moreover, other nations will undoubtedly not sit idly by. Soon, the entire world will be involved. No matter, Naruto replied with a cold smile. The notion of peaceful development is a fallacy. To achieve one's goals, bloodshed is inevitable. I am not a pure-hearted savior. That role has long been cast aside. I am merely an ordinary individual harboring ambitions. Being a savior is exhausting. I am no saint. Shikamaru lowered his head, contemplating further. Nara Shikaku nodded in satisfaction. To arrive at such conclusions at merely 11 years old was commendable. After all, the strength of the Yamato clan could play a significant role on the battlefield. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were also remarkably powerful now. However, the fastest evolution belonged to the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans. Their pure natural energy had led both dogs and insects to grow and evolve, particularly the insects. The Yamanaka clan's strength had seen the most rapid enhancement. In summary, Konoha had experienced varied advancements. The elite combat power could almost be compared to that of the early days of the village's establishment. Given this, it was time to take action. Before you arrived, I had already sent Uchiha Itachi to the Land of Waves. It is indeed necessary. That unscrupulous merchant rivals nations in wealth, and it would also facilitate the inclusion of the Land of Waves into our fold. Coastal nations, they are being rescued from turmoil. A righteous force, indeed. Jiraiya, stop following me. In a certain part of the Land of Fire, Tsunade was exasperatedly watching Jiraiya. Chapter 94, Tsunade's Breakdown. 5 years. A full 5 years. How long do you intend to follow me? Tsunade was at her wit's end. She had never considered Jiraiya to be like an unyielding piece of gum, but over these 5 years, she had come to witness that reality. 5 years. No matter where she tried to hide, he would find her, and then insist on her returning. Fighting, they were equally matched. Jiraiya would not go all out. But his persistence was utterly annoying. Jiraiya grinned at Tsunade, who was shouting and trembling in frustration, and cheerfully said, "As long as you come back to Konoha with me, I will stop following you." Pervert. Is this about returning to Konoha? Tsunade crossed her arms, coldly chuckling. Why are you so insistent? Do tell. He couldn't say. Jiraiya, ever the joker, leaned closer. Tsunade, disgusted, swatted him away. With a loud crash, a massive hole appeared before everyone. The crowd collectively took a step back, some even stealthily retreating. This woman is terrifying. Jiraiya wiped the blood from his nose and brushed off the dust from his clothes, smiling as he approached, utterly unfazed. For the past 5 years, he has lost count of how many times he has been struck. It has become second nature to him. Observing Jiraiya's nonchalant demeanor, Tsunade nestled herself away in the corner. When titans clash, bystanders suffer. It is prudent for her to keep her distance. Indeed, if you were to return, you would understand. After all, it is not far from the Hidden Leaf village. I am truly exasperated with you, Tsunade sighed. Had Jiraiya possessed such resilience in the past, how formidable would he have become? Why must he insist on opposing her? Let us go back, shall we? Tsunade inhaled deeply, her fists clenched once more. Truly, she had never found Jiraiya so detestable. Then let us depart. Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Tsunade, his mouth watering. He had not savored those delectable dishes in ages, and they were sorely missed. Pervert, take this. With that, Jiraiya was sent flying once more. What is the meaning of this? Days later, seeing Jiraiya wrapped in bandages, resembling a second Danzo, Naruto was astonished. What happened? His gaze shifted to Tsunade. Hiss. A powerhouse of holy light, how terrifying. So far, Tsunade had been unmatched on this path, with no equals in combat. Quietly withdrawing his gaze, Naruto cleared his throat. Tsunade, you have finally returned. I have waited 5 years for you. What do you want? Tsunade replied impatiently, having only intended to return for a brief moment. Not bad. Currently, the Hidden Leaf village thrived. She had only heard of it, but this was her first encounter with such splendor. How should one put it? The first Hokage could rest in peace. Naturally, I wish to learn your medical ninjutsu, Naruto stated solemnly, extending a hand. Tsunade, the village needs you. Don't be absurd. Tsunade scoffed. I have no interest. There are benefits. Naruto, always straightforward, cut to the chase. I know you have a fear of blood, so I want to impose any demands on you. However, some of your knowledge is essential for the Hidden Leaf village. Benefits? Tsunade laughed derisively. What haven tea I seen in my life? You are overthinking it. Farewell. Hold on. Watching Tsunade turn to leave, Naruto glanced at Jiraiya. The latter swiftly positioned himself at the door. Stubborn as ever, Tsunade clenched her fists, wishing to incapacitate this fool. Don't rush off. Listen to what I have to say before deciding to stay or go. Speak. With an impassive expression, she turned and plopped down in a chair. Naruto was momentarily stunned by the sight of the quaking hot pot. Goodness. A prodigy. Age. Internally chanting, Naruto maintained his composure, waving his hand. And a hot pot materialized before Tsunade's astonished gaze. Let us eat first. Tsunade. Swish. Jiraiya moved swiftly to the side, watching Naruto with longing. It had been 5 years since he last tasted such food. He missed it dearly. He had sacrificed much for this mission. All because of Tsunade. He shot her a resentful glance. Tsunade, after a moment of silence, realized Jiraiya had lost his mind. It was merely food. Was it truly worth this level of enthusiasm? Had he not eaten well outside? Casting a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, Tsunade calmly picked up chopsticks. Since I am here, I might as well enjoy it. Indeed. Her stomach was a tad hungry. Oh, by the way, this meal was prepared by the Nine Tails. Give it a try. Just as Tsunade lifted a piece of meat, her hand trembled, and she stared at Naruto in shock. Even Jiraiya looked surprised. What had Naruto just said? The Nine Tails? Cooking? Surely, that combination had not altered the dynamics? What's wrong? Unconvinced. The Nine Tails emerged, arms crossed and legs half-bent, looking down at the two with a haughty snort. I am no longer the same as before. Mere youngsters. This Nine Tails is insufferable. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade thought simultaneously, genuinely shocked. What had become of the Nine Tails? This Hokage was indeed formidable. Tsunade gazed deeply at Naruto before suddenly asking, "Who are you?" Jiraiya remained unfazed. Tsunade was no fool. She did not believe this person was the fourth Hokage. Naruto chuckled lightly, shifting his form. Tsunade Shizen. Who are you? Tsunade squinted. Are you still in diapers? Staring incredulously at Naruto, Tsunade was nearly astounded. What stood before them was a child. How could this be? Her worldview was collapsing. Tsunade had considered many possibilities, but she had never expected Naruto to reveal his true self so plainly. Nor did she anticipate that the Hokage would be a child, seemingly around 10 years old. Wait, 10 years? What the heck? Tsunade almost lost her breath. Was he 10 now? Had he perhaps only been 5 or 6 when he became Hokage? Turning mechanically to Jiraiya, he cackled. The person sitting before you is the 5th Hokage, son of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, my disciple, the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. And currently the youngest Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Are you kidding? Tsunade slapped Jiraiya away, staring at Naruto in shock, nearly whispering. Naruto Uzumaki? Shizen was already in a daze. The limited knowledge she possessed only conjured the words. Naruto Uzumaki, how terrifying. Indeed, it is I. Tsunade fell silent, trembling slightly as she picked up meat and tossed it into her mouth. Chew, chew, chew. A warm sensation coursed through her, prompting Tsunade to fear she was about to start her menstrual cycle. Hiss. Feeling that gentle energy, she gazed at the hot pot, and suddenly, Tsunade looked up at Naruto. Chapter 95. Where's my proud slug? Feeling the warmth within her, Tsunade remained silent. As a medical ninja, she possessed a profound understanding of such energy. Her grasp of her own body was formidable, and she clearly recognized the transformations this scene would invoke. Staring fixedly at Naruto, recalling the development of the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade trembled, gazing at Naruto in horror. You little brat, your ambitions are quite grand. Naruto's expression darkened. Do not call me a brat. Tsunade, unfazed, continued to boast. Regardless, filling her stomach was paramount. Observing Jiraiya gorging himself, Tsunade waved to Shizen. The three of them competed for food, leaving the Nine Tails and Naruto in suspense. Fearing that the somewhat unstable desk would collapse. I am full. Sated, Tsunade held her stomach and exhaled, then looked at Naruto, resignedly saying, You win. She thought that anyone who tasted this dish would not choose to leave. Many sought progress in this world, yet Naruto had grasped their lifeline. As long as Naruto remained reasonable, they would support him. This was Naruto's confidence, for he possessed the strength to protect it all. Speak then. What do you wish for me to do? Teach my disciples, as well as innovate medical ninjutsu and sage mode. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. How do you know I possess the method for training in sage mode? I believe each of the 3 great sage lands has its own sage mode. Otherwise, how would they stand on equal footing? You are correct. Tsunade leaned back comfortably, shrugging under Jiraiya's astonished gaze. I do indeed possess sage mode, inherited from the wet-bone forest. However, this sage mode leans towards healing and is not adept in combat. Jiraiya could no longer sit still, staring at Tsunade in astonishment. How was I unaware that you could use sage mode? I cannot, Tsunade shrugged. I never mastered it. Hence I later created the 100 healings technique. Ah, I see. Jiraiya understood. He had indeed never heard of Tsunade mastering sage mode. But the 100 healings technique she created possessed certain characteristics of sage mode. This made sense. Regrettably, if I could master the sage mode, I would be able to effortlessly treat certain difficult ailments. I might even achieve the miraculous feat of regenerating severed limbs. At this point, Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Naruto. Are there many of these special vegetables and meats? A possibility crossed her mind. Could this energy be the natural energy? Moreover, it is harmless and can be perfectly absorbed. If I could research this energy, I could learn sage mode. Well then, I shall inquire with the slug. If possible, I am eager to learn sage mode. Without hesitation, Tsunade summoned a slug clone before Naruto and Jiraiya. Tsunade, is there something you need? The slug inquired lazily. Unlike the Myaboka mountain, not many possess the true healing talent and are willing to become medical ninjas. After a rigorous selection process, very few remain. Tsunade is among the most gifted. Now, hearing that someone wishes to learn sage mode, the slug was somewhat surprised. Him? Tsunade pointed to Naruto, and the slug's eyes widened with recognition. He resembles Namikaze Minato, his son. Oh, just with a few more whiskers. The slug tilted its head and sweetly asked, how proficient are you in chakra control? Chakra control? Naruto pondered for a moment, then tapped the table with his finger. Chakra transformed into 10 strands that extended towards a nearby document, and with a swift pull, whoosh. The document was instantaneously drawn to him, neatly stacking in front of Naruto. This display exceeded Tsunade's and the others' expectations. Such exquisite control. Tsunade marveled. Even Jiraiya had to concede that few in the entire ninja world could achieve such a feat. Shizune was left dumbfounded. She couldn't replicate this skill either. Such capability is not easily attained and requires years of dedicated training. For some, it may forever remain out of reach. How old is he? 11 years old. All right. I feel like a failure, Shizune mumbled, retreating to a corner and drawing circles. It was disheartening. The slug soon regained its composure, flicking its tail on the table and landing precisely in front of Naruto, tilting its head with a sweet voice. Hey there, handsome, would you mind signing a contract? Tsunade's expression darkened. What happened to her proud demeanor back then? What does this eager approach mean? Jiraiya's eyelids twitched. Was the giant toad sage of Myaboku Mountain more discerning than this? Naruto was momentarily taken aback by the slug's straightforwardness. I simply desire sage mode. As for the contract, you could establish a partnership with our Konoha village. Partnership? The slug paused. What kind of cooperation? I recall you can divide your body, right? Oh, indeed. Can each body perform healing? Yes, that's my ability. The slug chuckled, though they weaken when divided. They can indeed assist ninja in healing. Excellent. Naruto's eyes sparkled. May we collaborate? Our ninja hospital needs you. Huh. The slug contemplated declining, but in the next moment, Naruto tossed a cow along with a variety of fruits and vegetables before it. With a bold voice, he declared, there's plenty of food. Deal, the slug readily agreed. It found its gaze fixated on the offerings, internally screaming. This is pure natural energy. My heavens, how could this be? I must be dreaming. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizune, slug. What about your dignity? Have you abandoned it? Shizune sighed deeply. Did the slug not wish to sign? Did it look down on her? And now? Eager to please. The disparity between individuals was stark. This is too difficult, Shizune lamented, her aura radiating despair. Tsunade patted her shoulder, sighing. It's not your fault. One can only say the other party is exceptionally gifted. By the way, there are 2 promising talents in the village you might consider. Who? Sakura Haruno and Kabuto Yakushi. The Ninetales questioned. Naruto, I recall you're not fond of Sakura. Why are you finding her a mentor? A working person wouldn't disdain her abilities. Naruto shrugged. Dislike aside, he acknowledged her talent. It would be a pity to waste such potential. Better to transform it into strength so that she could aid in protecting everything dear to him. All right, I will check them out. If they do not meet my standards, I shall not accept them. I'm merely introducing you. The specifics are up to you. Naruto gestured for Tsunade to proceed at her discretion. Meanwhile, in the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru and Sasori were deep in thought as they examined the mecha before them. Chapter 96, Sage Mode of the 3 Great Holy Lands. Has it succeeded? Nagato was pushed forward by Konan, inquiring of the 2 solemnly. Orochimaru and Sasori snapped back to reality, frowning. After a moment of hesitation, Sasori finally nodded. It should have succeeded. Shall we give it a try? Orochimaru looked at Sasori, encouragingly. Sasori smirked. You want me to be the guinea pig? Not a chance. Art is an explosion, Deidara. We incorporated some explosives as per your suggestion. Why don't you give it a shot? All right. Deidara, who was itching with anticipation, brightened up at the suggestion and rushed over, opening the mecha's chest compartment and crawling inside. Oh, this is quite impressive. Deidara, accustomed to pestering them, was familiar with the structure. As expected of Orochimaru and Sasori, truly remarkable. He marveled, connecting himself to the mecha. This must have been designed by Orochimaru. It could connect to the brain and be controlled by thought. It was nothing short of miraculous. Under Deidara's control, the mecha raised its arm, revealing several hollow chambers. Boom! Several white objects erupted forth, landing nearby before exploding with considerable force. Orochimaru and Sasori frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. Afterward, Deidara continued to manipulate the mecha. After a considerable time, Orochimaru sighed. It's stiff. Although much has improved, it still lacks refinement. Indeed, but progress is a positive sign. Let us take our time, Sasori reflected. Continue the research. All right. Nagato had been observing intently, finally turning to Conan. What do you think? I believe they are concealing their true capabilities. TSK. Nagato chuckled, shaking his head. Both are wary of one another. However, this device indeed appears promising. If it could be perfected, even less powerful ninjas could contribute on the battlefield. You're right, Conan replied nonchalantly. There remains a long way to go before such a time arrives. The mecha cannot utilize the three-body technique. Those three ninjutsu are godly skills that could bring significant changes to the battlefield. Unless the mecha truly performs as it did when Naruto was telling stories, otherwise, it would not rival a stronger ninja. Let us see. It's still better than having no prototype. I have faith in them. Sasori is indeed cunning, concealing his true abilities. Back at the research facility, Orochimaru pulled out a blueprint. This contained his latest mecha design. He needed to find time to send it to Konoha. Orochimaru frowned. That Kabuto has become so engrossed in his research lately, he hardly pays me any mind. He truly has grown bold. After securing the blueprint, Orochimaru thought of Kimimaro. I wonder where he is now. He should be nearing Konoha. What a beautiful scene. In the vast expanse, Naruto and the Ninetales stood side by side. The wind rustled the wheat fields, and fruit trees swayed gracefully. Chickens and ducks roamed in flocks, while cattle and sheep leisurely strolled. Nearby, pigs lazily lay in slumber. A few saplings danced gently in the breeze. It has been 59 years for Konoha. Naruto quietly contemplated within his heart, aware that the village hidden in the leaves would soon mark its 60th anniversary. The 12 young geniuses of Konoha were preparing for graduation, and he believed it would not be long before they rose to prominence. This time, the 12 young ninjas of Konoha would undoubtedly be stronger than ever. However, the crux of the matter lay in his recollection that, shortly thereafter, the future's troublesome son and the one-armed Sasuke would arrive, accompanied by a formidable member of the Otsutsuki clan. He pondered whether his numerous changes would still leave room for the so-called future. Naruto murmured to himself, if they come, might I have some research material? His thoughts drifted to Kabuto, recalling that he would serve as a ready-made specimen. All he needed to do was eliminate him. He hoped they would come, if only to observe Boruto and Sasuke's reactions upon witnessing a different world. The thought almost made him laugh out loud. The Ninetales regarded Naruto with suspicion, having noticed his peculiar demeanor since earlier. In Sage Mode, Naruto glanced at the sapling of Sage Mode. When he had acquired the training method for the Wetbone Forest Sage Mode, this sapling had grown significantly. If the danger of training in Miyaboku Mountain Sage Mode was turning into a stone statue, then the peril of failing in Wetbone Forest was transforming into part of a slug. According to the slug, each of his clones was a being that had previously failed in Sage Mode training. This was truly terrifying. The method of training in the Dragon Cave was also unique, involving the White Snake Sage injecting natural energy through venomous fangs. Those who could not endure would transform into snakes. Those who could would be able to cultivate Sage Mode. Each training method was bizarre, with its own distinct dangers. Approaching the sapling, Naruto brushed his hand over it. In an instant, a surge of information flooded into his mind. Perfect Sage Mode, acquired. After 5 years, he had finally mastered this ability. A rumble echoed through the space, startling both Naruto and the Ninetales. This was the first time such a disturbance had occurred. What was happening? They heard the booming, yet saw no danger. The continuous noise soon revealed to Naruto, as the master of space, the reason behind it. He could now manipulate the power within this realm. Inhaling sharply, he thought to himself, this is it. I'm taking off. The echoes of childhood laughter danced in his mind. Sage Mode. As Naruto shifted his thoughts, his entire being seemed to undergo a transformation, though it was subtle. The Nine Tails, taken aback, approached Naruto closely to examine him. Suddenly, the Nine Tails recoiled in shock. Staring at Naruto, "What happened to you? You resemble Hashirama Senju." Indeed, Naruto couldn't contain his laughter. This is Sage Mode, and it's the perfect version. The Nine Tails stared in disbelief, almost having their eyes pop out. Perfect Sage Mode? Are you joking? What level of power is that? It requires a sage body. Hashirama Senju possessed a sage body, which is why he could utilize perfect Sage Mode. The Nine Tails was utterly baffled. If memory served correctly, Naruto was not a sage body, so how could he use Sage Mode flawlessly? This was simply incomprehensible. The Nine Tails was left speechless, gazing at Naruto with longing. Naruto, hands behind his back, casually replied, "You know nothing of my capabilities." The Nine Tails, frustrated, thought, "How can you mess up even your arrogance? What a disappointment. I've mastered Sage Mode from all three great sanctuaries. Is it so difficult to create a perfect training method?" The Nine Tails had no retort. It indeed seemed effortless for Naruto. In the next moment, the Nine Tails grew exhilarated. "Does this mean I can stack my powers? Combine it with Nine Tails Mode? Sage Fox Mode? How terrifying." The Nine Tails rubbed its hands together in excitement. "Shall we give it a try?" "Absolutely not." Naruto firmly refused. There was an inevitable risk of being spied upon outside, and this space was not vast. He had long since understood Sage Fox Mode. "At this moment, I stand on the pinnacle. I just lack the power of the Six Paths. But how does one obtain the Six Paths power? The Sage of Six Paths? As if I could find him. Short-term gains aren't sufficient. What I desire is the perfect ability of the Six Paths. This will undoubtedly require a long and arduous journey, as the power of the Six Paths is exceedingly elusive." What is the Six Paths? It can touch the principles of all things and manipulate the myriad phenomena of the universe. Just listen to how grandiose that sounds. It feels almost mystical. To simplify, in Naruto's understanding, it means being able to control the laws of nature, reversing life and death, and performing powerful feats. What distinguishes this from the practices of cultivators? It is indeed formidable. Achieving such a state was beyond Naruto's comprehension. He vaguely remembered that this realm was not something one could merely reach out to. It required a response from the heavens and earth. This echoed the words of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Naruto aspired to become Hokage, being Hokage is not merely a matter of desire. It requires the recognition of everyone in the village. See, is there not a similar essence? Naruto smirked. "Do I need the heavens' acknowledgement? I am a world unto myself." This was his confidence. The Nine Tails asked, "What is it now?" Startled, "You are Sakura?" Tsunade leaned against the railing, lazily observing Sakura, who was diligently training. "Who are you?" "Lady Tsunade." "Indeed, it is I." Tsunade took a sip from her flask and remarked, "Your control over chakra is commendable, and you exhibit a tendency for violence." Internally, Tsunade chuckled. Since leaving the Hokage office, she had been observing Sakura closely, also witnessing Naruto's creation of flesh clones. More than once, she had to admit, he certainly knows how to entertain. "Thank you for the compliment." Sakura beamed, feeling honored to receive praise from the legendary Tsunade. "You are indeed a promising candidate." Squinting her eyes, Tsunade stated directly, "The Hokage wants you to follow me. Are you willing?" "Absolutely. I am willing." Sakura's eyes sparkled with joy. This was Tsunade, alive and in the flesh. "Very well. Follow me." Tsunade beckoned, leading Sakura to find Kabuto, whom she had also notified. However, she was wary of the research facility, having heard it was a place of bloodshed. Kabuto was already waiting for them at the designated location. Upon their arrival, he approached them, adjusting his glasses with a serious expression. "Lady Tsunade, your medical ninjutsu is quite impressive, and your strength is formidable. Do you wish to continue following me?" Of course. Kabuto was never one to downplay his abilities. He recognized his own strength but acknowledged that Tsunade surpassed him, especially in the realm of medical ninjutsu. Anyone studying medical ninjutsu sought her approval. "Well, you will handle your own affairs for now. I will come to guide you when I have time. By the way, take this." Tsunade casually tossed 2 scrolls their way. Upon receiving them, they were stunned, staring at Tsunade. The wet bone forest summoning scrolls. How is that possible? Kabuto was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom why the legendary summoning scrolls from the 3 great sanctuaries were so easily accessible. Did they lack prestige? Tsunade smirked. In the face of absolute benefits, prestige becomes worthless, easily trampled upon. Kabuto was speechless. Tsunade was an idol to many in Konoha, a figure of fantasy. Could she not maintain a semblance of decorum? Kabuto's illusions about Tsunade were shattered. In any case, the slugs of Wetbone Forest would now engage in a long-term collaboration with Konoha. Any qualified medical ninja can enter into a contract, and those with exceptional talent may even attempt the Sage Mode. Hiss! Both Yakushi Kabuto and Sakura trembled, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Sage Mode? What on earth? Is this something they could have ever imagined? They owe their gratitude to Lord Hokage. Indeed. The two recognized this with solemnity. Everything they witnessed now was a consequence of Naruto's ascension. If one were to take a stroll outside, no one would dare speak ill of him. All hearts are filled with gratitude. Of course, those who have perished can no longer comprehend this, and those who have been cast out are left to lament their fate. There is no remedy for regret in this world. Let us proceed. The journey begins today. Taking another sip of her drink, Tsunade chuckled softly, choosing not to expose his intentions. Could she be unaware of Naruto's desire to take it easy? It is a commendable trait for one in power to possess such confidence. Her late mentor lacked this assurance, resulting in numerous avoidable calamities. Ultimately, it all amounted to naught. Today, they must complete 50 laps. Along the path, Lee shouted, drenched in sweat. Beside him, Might Guy remained steadfast, watching Lee's efforts with great satisfaction. Yet, occasionally in the quiet of the night, he would feel a pang of regret. Why hadn't he insisted on taking Naruto as a disciple back then? Naruto's 8 Gates technique must have grown formidable by now. Such prodigious talent is indeed the source of envy. Sage Mode is undoubtedly powerful, especially in its perfected form. Naruto's eyes sparkled. Just moments ago, he and the Ninetales calculated the timing. He could maintain Sage Mode for half an hour, and it activated instantaneously. However, excessive expenditure of energy would shorten this duration. Still, that is quite remarkable. The Ninetales regarded Naruto as if he were a monster. Over the years, it had come to accept Naruto's monstrous nature, yet it still found it hard to fathom. After all, this is the perfected Sage Mode. An 11-year-old without a sage body can sustain it for half an hour. Who would believe such a claim? Yet, the evidence lay before its very eyes. I cannot conceive of anyone who could rival you. You are invincible. How Navi? Naruto frowned, still not entirely pleased. To achieve true invincibility, one must enter the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. What does that imply? Is this not impressive? The Ninetales was astonished. Once Sage Fox Mode is activated, who could possibly contend? Uchiha Obito might stand a chance. And then there's Kagaya? Thunderclap. The Ninetales gazed at Naruto in disbelief. Its voice tinged with hesitation. Will the Otsutsuki truly emerge? Do you think I jest? The Ninetales fell silent, genuinely pondering this possibility. A wave of despair washed over it. If what Naruto said was true, then their current strength might indeed be insufficient. Having encountered the Sage of Six Paths, it understood the vastness of his power. Such a being would require the aid of his brothers to contend with Kagaya Otsutsuki. What are you doing? Researching the mutual explosive tags. Naruto retrieved the sealing technique. What is there to study about this? The Ninetales stood idly by, finding Naruto's actions tedious. This ninjutsu essentially functions as an uninterrupted summoning technique that results in an explosion. A commoner's artifact. You certainly have a knack for summarization. Naruto chuckled at the Ninetales' banter. Now, even the Ninetales looked down upon the mutual explosive tags. Naturally, the Ninetales placed its hands on its hips, brimming with confidence. My current strength far surpasses my previous self. After nearly 6 years of consuming these exceptional resources daily, it felt as though it was on the verge of evolution. Its power doubled, consequently enhancing Naruto's strength when he utilized the Ninetales mode. The strong grow ever stronger. The Ninetales smirked confidently. I believe that with sufficient power, I could also overcome the Sage Mode you speak of. Indeed. Don't act like that. It is quite tiresome. Have I said anything incorrect? Certainly not. While studying the mutual explosive tags, Naruto nodded in agreement, casually remarking, I never claimed I would use this jutsu. Then what are you implying? Merely conducting research. Naruto instinctively replied, if I grasp the principles behind the explosive tags, I intend to experiment with drawing seals. What do you mean? Do you think we can inscribe some ninjutsu as well? Naruto recalled the seals from the leisure world. If this could be developed. Oh, the imagery is too exquisite to fathom. Hiss. I can't believe it. The Ninetales gasped, stunned by Naruto's revelation, momentarily feeling a chill run down its spine. If you managed to research this, then it would be catastrophic. Surely, This cannot be possible. Perhaps it can be. Naruto remained unperturbed, as there were no pressing matters at hand. A little experimentation would not hurt. Let the space deduce this. With his gaze fixed on a few saplings, Naruto chuckled softly. I am quite eager. After a prolonged silence, the Nine-Tails rubbed its hands together. It had begun to envision Naruto inscribing the Rasengan, followed by an array of seals being unleashed. What a spectacle! What a scene! Alas! Wait a moment. The Nine-Tails suddenly sensed something awry, looking at Naruto in exasperation. Can't your shadow clone technique accomplish this as well? Naruto scoffed. It's all about style. Is this the land of waves? How desolate. Uchiha Itachi walked through the streets of the land of waves, his heart shaken by the scene before him. The surroundings appeared exceedingly bleak. Pedestrians hurried past, the stalls were woefully lacking in supplies, and the people bore expressions of despair. The wind rustled, leaves and debris swirling about. Dust enveloped the air. The faces of the populace were lifeless. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. What difference is there from the wartime era? Kato is truly mad. Having reduced an entire nation to such a state. No wonder Naruto summoned me here. This nation is nearly beyond salvation. Uchiha Itachi understood clearly. The courage of this land had been stripped away, leaving only the shells of people. Kato. Uchiha Itachi approached a small shack by the sea. Inside, he heard the sounds of weeping. Peering through the window, he saw a very small child and a young woman, accompanied by a burly man. Alas, this nation. Dazna's face was flushed, continuously drinking, feeling troubled by the scene before him. He has perished. The only one with the courage to resist has died. Kato is too powerful. He has ninjas under his command. The saying, wealth can command the gods, holds more truth than ever. With enough money, one can employ certain ninjas. Kato embodies this principle. Keep it low-key. I intend to take a stroll. Dazna's words drew the attention of the two, meeting the gazes of his grandson and daughter. Dazna whispered, I have heard that the Leaf Village has been completing tasks rapidly. I plan to post a mission to kill Kato. But do you have the funds? Therefore, I intend to venture to another country to build wealth. Dazna chuckled sadly, taking another swig of alcohol before capping the bottle and securing it to his waist. With a complex expression, he gazed at the spirit tablet, letting out a mocking sigh before preparing to leave. He intended to find a friend to secretly escort him away. Conveniently, according to his calculations, heavy fog is expected tomorrow. It is the perfect opportunity. Kato, Dazna, shall return. Creak. Dazna pushed the door open, only to find Uchiha Itachi, dressed casually, quietly observing him from a wooden stump. Who are you? Dazna instinctively took a few steps back, his expression shifting, growing pallid. Who is he? Did he overhear their conversation? What to do? Dazna stealthily retreated, knowing he still possessed a measure of strength if it came to that. Are you entrusting the people of the Hidden Leaf Village to kill Kaido? Indeed. At these words, Dazna felt a weight lift from his heart. His previous fears dissipated. With a cold gaze fixed on Uchiha Itachi, a surge of courage welled up within him as he declared, So what? You may kill or torture me as you wish. Uchiha Itachi chuckled softly, swiftly appearing before Dazna and solemnly producing a forehead protector. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. You may commission me for this task. What's going on? This is not what I expected. Why has a ninja from the Hidden Leaf come to the land of waves? After a moment's silence, Dazna's joy erupted. Wonderful. However, as he laughed, Dazna fell silent for a while before finally managing to utter, I have no money right now. That's no issue. You can owe me. Such a good deal. Dazna expressed his doubt. Can ninja missions truly work this way? Is he pretending to be from the Hidden Leaf? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. He possessed almost nothing, and the land of waves was in dire poverty. There was nothing of value that this person could covet, if he had anything. It was merely strength and an understanding of architecture. Fine, I agree. That's settled. Itachi tucked away the forehead protector and casually inquired, if Kaido were to die, how would the land of waves regain its prosperity? By constructing a cross-sea bridge, Dazna replied without hesitation. Only by connecting the land of waves with other nations can it break free from its limitations. How intriguing. Itachi suddenly recalled a remark made by Naruto. If you wish to be wealthy, first build the roads. It perfectly aligned with Dazna's words. Very well. It won't be long before Kaido disappears. Isn't it forbidden to strike against ordinary people? Uchiha Itachi's figure flickered and vanished from Dazna's sight. Currently, Naruto was the one defining the rules. He desired the land of waves, and Kaido was an unavoidable obstacle. thus as a blade in Naruto's hand. He was the one to wield it. Kaido, your time has come. The Pure Land calls for you. The voice echoed faintly, akin to the whisper of death. Chapter 99. The Madman Uchiha Itachi Haha Delightful. Inside a magnificent palace, Kaido sipped wine, surrounded by beautiful women. What did it matter if he was short and ugly? With wealth, one could acquire anything in this world. Kaido smirked coldly, having tasted the sweetness of riches. While he dared not approach the great nations, he could easily venture into smaller countries with scarce ninja presence, and the Land of Waves was one such nation. Recently, he had been amassing wealth at an alarming rate, even entertaining a wild notion. If he could gather enough money, could he secretly establish a ninja village and elevate it into a great nation? His ambition swelled. Perhaps it was indeed possible. However, he lamented the absence of any capable ninja at his disposal. I had my eye on that guy named Zabuza Momochi, but he has been missing for years. I must abandon that goal. Yet recently, he had made contact with someone named Kakuzu, who was known for his obsession with money. He'll be arriving in a few days, Kaido mused, adjusting his glasses with disdain. Money? I have plenty, and this man is obsessed with wealth. This is advantageous. As long as I have money, I need not fear his whims. He understood that ninjas could not easily harm ordinary people. This rule was a significant constraint for those who valued their reputation. Come, let us drink. Kaido recalled his thoughts, laughing heartily as he raised his wine glass, exclaiming, I will depend on all of you in the future. Today is a feast of fine wine, exquisite dishes, and beautiful women. Indeed, Mr. Kaido was generous. We shall strive even harder in the future. Kaido reveled in the praises, drunkenly embracing a lovely woman by his side, flashing a manic grin with his yellowed teeth. Is this truly Kaido? Uchiha Itachi, after a few days of investigation, effortlessly located Kaido's residence. Observing the absurd scene before him, Itachi's expression remained unchanged. The ninja blade appeared in his hand. It is time for slaughter. Jinjutsu silently activated. Kaido and his companions, lost in their delightful fantasies, slipped away quietly into death. In the end, only Kaido remained alive. Money, the Hidden Leaf Village will never have enough. Furthermore, the Land of Waves is currently desolate and requires some wealth to pave the way. For ordinary people, Jinjutsu can awaken with just a shock. But the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu was an exception. Soon, Itachi acquired complete intelligence on Kaido, including his vast commercial empire, which he fully assimilated. With a swift flourish of his blade, Kaido's head fell into Itachi's grasp. Holding Kaido's severed head, Itachi departed silently. Days passed with no news. Dasna paced anxiously. Finally, under the watchful eyes of his daughter and grandson, he clapped his hands, declaring, If there is no news in a few more days, I shall venture out myself. Knock, knock. Just as Dasna resolved to wait a few more days, a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Uchiha Itachi stood as usual. But this time he held a package. Here, the task is complete. Task? What task? Dasna was momentarily bewildered, but quickly regained his senses. Trembling as he accepted the package from Itachi. Cautiously, he opened it to reveal Kaido's frozen head. Dasna leaped up from the ground, laughing maniacally, tears streaming down his face. He.S. dead. He.S. really dead. Good riddance. His daughter and grandson trembled beside him, their hearts filled with joy upon hearing Dasna's words. Wonderful. This devil has died so easily. I have a request, Itachi spoke once they quieted down. I will arrange for someone from the Hidden Leaf Village to come learn about architecture. Of course. Itachi nodded. With the task completed, he needed to remain in the shadows to confront the lurking dangers. As for the subsequent matters of the Land of Waves, only Naruto could manage them. A gentle breeze swept through as a ninja hawk arrived before Naruto, who was busy digging a water pool alongside the Nine Tails. Has Uchiha Itachi already gathered news? Naruto received the intelligence from the hawk's claws and opened it, his mood lifting. As expected of you, Uchiha Itachi. Clean, efficient, and merciless. Kaido and his companions have all been eliminated, and this news will likely spread throughout the Land of Waves. Excellent. Collecting the intelligence, Naruto patted the Nine Tails. The rest is up to you. I have other matters to attend to. Damn it. Watching Naruto vanish before him, the Nine Tails roared silently. Just like that, I knew it. No matter what happens, if Naruto is involved, it will always end up being my responsibility. How infuriating. Grumbling to himself, the Nine Tails continued to dig at the water hole. Don't be angry, don't be angry. This house is part of me too. Naruto is very busy. Yes, he is busy. I must understand and empathize. Empathize my foot. I'm done. Fuming, he tossed aside his tools and swiftly plopped down onto a nearby rocking chair. Pulling out Naruto's sunglasses from a drawer in the coffee table, he donned them, squinting in the sunlight, relishing in the warmth. Ah, this is life. So comfortable. Bring in Yamato and Nara Shikaku. Yes. Uchiha Izumi felt a stirring in her heart. It seemed something significant was about to unfold. Not daring to delay, she hurriedly instructed the outside ninjas to summon them. Soon, Yamato and Nara Shikaku entered the Hokage's office, one after the other. Yamato, please hand over your current tasks and proceed to the Land of Waves to construct the Cross-Sea Bridge. Moreover, the bridge shall be named the Naruto Bridge. Yamato, understood. Nara Shikaku, take a look at this. Naruto handed the information in his possession to Nara Shikaku. Upon receiving it, Nara Shikaku gasped in shock. This madman. How dare he? Despite his usual calm demeanor, he was taken aback by the audacity displayed by Uchiha Itachi. He blatantly disregarded numerous rules established by ninjas and directly targeted ordinary citizens. Fortunately, his actions were conducted discreetly. Yet, this matter would inevitably come to light. What should be done then? Nara Shikaku felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he gazed at the series of assets detailed in the report. So much wealth. It seemed as if piles of gold ingots were soaring through the sky, eagerly making their way to Konoha. With a sudden resolve, Nara Shikaku slammed his hand on the table. We must seize this opportunity. The completion of the Cross-Sea Bridge in the Land of Waves is bound to become a fiercely contested territory. Hokage-sama, it is time to take action. Indeed, it is time to take action. Naruto snapped his fingers with a light chuckle. Go invite the daimyo to Konoha for a discussion. Certainly. Yamato? What is the purpose? What are you planning? Did I just overhear something monumental? Please, I'm quite anxious about this. Chapter 100. The daimyo's perspective. Yamato left. Still in a daze. He felt he had stumbled upon something significant today. But then he thought, what does it have to do with me? I will do as the Hokage commands. He was thoroughly satisfied with his current life, all thanks to the Hokage. If that is the case, what more is there to discuss? Following the Hokage's lead is undoubtedly the best course of action. In the Land of Waves, as a master builder, he could learn a great deal. Yamato gathered his belongings and set off, accompanied by Nara Shikaku. At long last, the moment had arrived. The daimyo gazed at the letter in his hand, a wry smile gracing his lips as he clasped his hands behind his back. Looking out over the capital of the Land of Fire, filled with nostalgia and reminiscence, which culminated in a deep sigh. The daimyo. Someone entered. Observing the daimyo's silhouette in silence for a long time before finally speaking up. How long has it been since you last visited Konoha? 5 years. How is Konohamaru doing? Sarutobi Asuma, upon hearing this, revealed a rare smile. He is well. He is currently attending school, and the fourth Hokage has not troubled them. Such is the nature of power dynamics. The daimyo turned to indicate for Sarutobi Asuma to take a seat, pouring him a cup of tea, and said with a smile, would you care to accompany me to Konoha this time? I shall go, Sarutobi Asuma replied, feeling conflicted. Konoha is a place he had been hesitant to face, yet now he had no choice but to confront it. But why are you going to Konoha, daimyo? Isn't it better here? Although I will certainly not be a daimyo in the future, I prefer to retire peacefully in the most prosperous place. The daimyo waved his fan and replied with a smile. I see that Hokage does not intend to relocate here. If that is the case, I shall go. Sarutobi Asuma remarked, you truly are magnanimous. This demonstrates that a wise person knows how to adapt to circumstances. The daimyo shrugged nonchalantly. One must learn to let go of attachments. I do not wish to relinquish this position, but is that a choice I can make? Pointing at Sarutobi Asuma, the daimyo chuckled. If I do not step down myself, he will employ more forceful means to remove me. Would I still enjoy the present ease and joy? Would my family still exist in this world? Thus, one must learn to accept things. I am quite content as I am now. The daimyo gazed at the admiring Sarutobi Asuma and remarked, I have always understood that this world belongs to you ninjas. Initially, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had no such ambitions, yet the individual occupying the Hokage's seat now does. And he is performing admirably, is he not? However, not everyone possesses your level of understanding. You are correct in that regard. The daimyo wholeheartedly agreed. Take a look at the daimyo of the Land of Wind. He consistently reduces the funding for Sunigakure. As for me, my ambitions are rather modest. Let us prepare to depart. I am eager to settle down in Konoha. Regarding those who cannot let go of past glories, they shall simply be swept into the annals of history. Very well. This matter cannot be concealed from the people of Konoha. Naruto had no intention of hiding it either. Thus, the higher-ups quickly became aware of this news. I have always known that Naruto, despite appearing lackadaisical, harbors great ambitions, yet I never anticipated he would reach such heights. In the new Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha Fugaku stood in the courtyard, observing Sasuke train diligently while Uchiha Mikoto instructed him. He turned to Uchiha Shursui beside him and said, "Daimyo, do you believe our status has risen along with our identities?" Indeed. Shursui scratched his head. However, the challenges ahead are even greater. We must maintain our positions. Uchiha Fugaku dismissed the concern. According to Naruto's assertion, our clan is an offensive clan. Therefore, our role is that of a sharp blade. As long as we fulfill this role, we shall be safe and secure. He was immensely satisfied with their current life. Brotherhood among siblings, familial harmony, and a pathway to advancement. What more could one desire? Contentment is the essence of life. Sasuke's talent is also commendable. He has already unlocked Tsutomu. Uchiha Fugaku smiled at Sasuke, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with their present circumstances. The clan has a promising future. Congratulations, clan leader. Haha. Uchiha Fugaku laughed heartily before his expression turned serious. Prepare yourselves. In this world, no power transition is ever stable. Some individuals will not relinquish their authority easily. And that is when we must take action. I understand. Uchiha Shursui declared with fervor, whoever dares to reach for power shall meet their end. Let us maintain civility. Uchiha Fugaku nodded at Uchiha Shursui and calmly stated, what do you mean by ending them? We shall send them to the Pure Land to meet the first Hokage. Shursui fell silent. Is there any real difference? In the fields, Kisame Hashigaki unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, creating a spray that danced through the air like a fountain. The droplets traced arcs in the sunlight, momentarily forming a vibrant rainbow. Beautiful. Kisame grinned, basking in the splendor of the fields. He had joined Konoha 4 years ago, and it had been 4 years without the oppressive atmosphere of the Hidden Mist Village. How would he describe his life in Konoha? Harmonious and comforting. It felt devoid of deceit, with ninjas and ordinary citizens mingling freely. The only downside was that the Hokage seemed somewhat lackadaisical, hardly managing any affairs. He observed Nara Shikaku and others bustling about, demonstrating their talents. Kisame mused. If only that green-skinned shrimp were not in the village, it would be perfect, such a scoundrel. When it came to Might Guy, Kisame gritted his teeth in disdain. How could such a detestable person exist in this world? Truly cursed. Sigh, this land is my hard-won territory. Kisame leaned casually against a large tree, propping his legs up in relaxation, feeling content. I wonder where Itachi is now and how he is doing. I miss him. Rubbing his nose, Kisame was about to take a nap when he vaguely saw someone running towards him, accompanied by a small child. Hey, you there. Don't run away. Upon hearing those words, the dried persimmon Kagaya hastily took flight, his feet seemingly gliding over the ground. Huff, huff. Teacher, who exactly is that? Little Lee inquired, puzzled as to why they always passed this way and why there was a need to shout. Might Guy pondered deeply, and under Little Lee's curious gaze, he slowly replied, I do not know. Lee Rock remarked, a name is on the way.